Giannis Cobb. No, I was going to start with Giannis Antetokounmpo. What else a pipe dream?
Not New Jersey drones?
What's up with New Jersey drones?
Have you been living under a rock?
I have. I've been playing NCAA, reading books. I've been off the internet.
Tell me you're joking.
No, I'm not. New Jersey drones? No, I'm lost. I'm complete. I've never heard of it.
I just give me a look. Are you in or out on what's going on? Are you paying attention with the drone thing?
Yeah, I think people are making way bigger of a deal out of it.
All right, so what's the deal?
There's a lot of drones right now, and people think it's like some government conspiracy
or aliens.
Oh, you know what? I overheard somebody. I was at the grocery store, and I was eavesdropping. This old couple were talking about.
My favorite activity.
Yeah, I was eavesdropping as I was getting orange juice and some other stuff, some fruit for the house. And I don't know why that's a drop. That's not a Kingsdale. No, Shasky.
So that was the drop of orange juice that you dropped.
All right. Shasky tell 3-minute stories. We don't do Kingsdale with him, please. No, I'm kidding. But no, they were talking about like these pelicans, right, in China, and they believe that they're drones. They're like the Chinese have these lookalike birds and they're drones or whatnot. So I don't know what the hell's going on. But explain to me this New Jersey drone thing. Now I'm intrigued.
Well, there's all these different like crazy theories about drones. Some say they're spy drones that are coming from China. Some say that they're UFO related. Some say that they're government related. I mean, the FBI is now telling people, apparently as of late last night, don't shoot the drones down. Do not point lasers at the aircrafts.
So where's this thing at? Where is it at? New Jersey.
You got to think the Sopranos are involved somehow.
I mean, yeah, of course I'm living under a rock. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with that.
I mean, it's probably a tech company that's like mapping out things. Like that's probably what it is.
Have you ever had a drone in your backyard though?
No, I live in Oakland, so that doesn't happen.
So up the Russian River one time, we're in the backyard and a drone came flying up above. And I think someone was obviously taking pictures or whatever.
Right.
I will admit, it was very creepy. I did feel a little, not that the privacy was violated, but it was just kind of like, what? Like, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with this.
So going back to your New Jersey drone thing.
It's not mine. It's just what's happening.
Well, where's it happening? Did you watch the news? But do you watch the news or was it on Twitter?
Everybody's in airplanes flying over, taking photos of it. There's all these drones up in the air.
So where'd you see that? Do you see it on the news or?
Yeah, it's everywhere.
No, on the news stations?
Yeah, CNN. MSNBC,
I don't
Fox.
watch those.
It's on Twitter. It's on Facebook. It's on Instagram.
It's on our sister station, KCBS.
Yeah, I'm so lost on this. 888-957-9570. Do we have a drone problem?
These aren't the drones you're looking for?
Do we have a drone problem? Oh, my gosh.
I'm happy with drones.
I'd rather be the drones.
Yeah, I like drones.
I can't believe you don't know anything about this.
I don't watch
This is very telling.
Unless it's political season or like campaign season, I should say, because they're all political. Unless it's campaign season, I'm not checking into CNN.
So when
Fox News, KT, like we work crazy hours, and when I'm off, I am off. I detach myself unless it's sports related.
Okay. But you don't scroll social media?
Oh, no. I told you yesterday, man. I get called a scumbag every day. There's no reason for me to scroll on social media anymore. The hell with that. Why would I go into a negative, toxic place? I'm trying to keep that out of my life.
You don't just flip through IG?
Yeah, but my people, the way I have my timeline curated, I get a lot of boxing videos, a lot of basketball videos,
You don't follow
a lot
any
of fashion stuff.
Journalist sites?
I do, but I didn't see anything. They weren't posting the drones. It must not have been that big deal.
Wow.
But you know, I don't. Yeah, New Jersey drones. You can do about. Now I want to look this up. I have to look this up.
Look up drones and like
New Jersey
million
drones.
things come up.
New Jersey drones. I see New Jersey Devils. Everything we know about unidentified drones flying over New Jersey, New York. All right, this is crazy. This is Forbes magazine. Mystery drone saga. President Biden calls sightings nothing nefarious. Apparently,
he's the guy I should be listening to.
He spoke publicly about alleged drones that have been spotted on the East Coast for the first time Tuesday, sharing the government's perspective that the weeks-long sightings of low-flying drone-like objects in the night skies in New Jersey and other nearby states aren't something to worry about, as some still question the government's explanation. So now we have conspiracy theories. Biden responded to a reporter's question at the White House regarding the drone, saying they're checking it all out, but that it's nothing nefarious, apparently. It poses so far no sense of danger, adding that there are a lot of drones authorized up there, and he thinks One started it, and everybody wanted to get in the deal. All right, whatever that means.
I think Santa Claus is getting next level, boys, and he's finding out these kids really are naughty or nice.
Let me ask you this, because they've posed this, and we'll get into sports in
Somebody
a second.
said 707. The UFOs are here, man.
If Amazon started delivering things via drone, are you in or out on that?
Yeah, I'm in on it. I mean, they got our information anyway. I got to top 10 to our cell phones.
It is a little weird, though. When you, again, I said I had it one time happen where there was a drone above the backyard, and it was just a little odd. Because you see it high in the air, and sometimes when they get low enough, you can hear the little chopper parts, spinning. It is a little odd.
I have so many other problems than to worry about if someone's having surveillance on me. Like, that's the thing. Like, you think about it, it's like my life is not important enough in the grand scheme of things.
I hear you, but I also think about my wife, and I think about kids.
Is Michelle, is she like undercover or something?
No,
or
I'm
like,
just saying, there's a lot of weird people in the world.
You got to get out the house, man.
There's a lot of weird people in the world.
You got to get out the house. Somebody said.
I got to get out the house. The guy who's been...
It's those 311 drones,
right. Somebody said that I got strippers in my algorithm. No, that's not true. There are some cake, though. Listen, I like...
Hey. Overnight cake?
He's talking about Buddy Velastro, Cake Boss.
Overnight cake. What, did the Dubie start today?
Oh, man.
What is going on here?
Basically.
925, I am in Arizona, and the drones have also been spotted here. There are no more... These are normal small drones. They're the size of a small airplane. Yeah, I had no idea about this.
We're acting like drones are a new thing. They've been around for a very long time. What are we doing?
This is insane to me.
What's happening is odd. Would you...
No, I don't think this is that weird that there's drones in the sky. I really don't.
5,000 of them?
No.
Our boy Connor, remember Connor who used to work here back in the day? He had the infamous tweet, "Thank you, Andre. Andre Iguodala signs a 5-year, $48 million deal with the Spurs." I love Connor. But he was like one of the first guys I knew with a drone. He used to drone everything at our 95-70 game events. Really cool guy. And I was like, wow, drones have been around for a long time. I had no idea. I'm worried about Dennis Schröder and his presser. I'm worried about Giannis winning the NBA Cup. I'm looking at Michael Penix Jr. take the job of Kirk Cousins, as Raheem Morris earlier today put out a statement. Yeah, we're still evaluating everything, which is like, ding, ding, ding. Kirk Cousins, you're done. But no, drone talk? I had no idea drones were a thing. I had no idea.
You don't need a drone to tell me that Kirk Cousins is washed. I got eyeballs. That guy is finished. Stick a fork in him. I mean, you want to talk about forks up, Arizona State? Forks in Kirk Cousins. That guy is done.
By the way, Arizona State going to get blown out in their playoff game. The winner of Texas Clemson.
I do like their coach, though.
I do like their coach. Drones.
Just a dog on the Big 12 champion like that?
Oh, man. What'd you say, Lubman? I didn't hear that.
Just a dog on the Big 12 champion like that? That's a proud Power 4 conference, Bonte.
No.
Winning the Big 12 is a big deal.
Scottaboo's good. It's just a tough matchup for them. 4 seed, they get Texas possibly in the second round.
If Shakeup was in that matchup, how would you feel?
I wouldn't feel good about it because the trenches, dog. The trenches, man. It's all about the trenches, especially this time of the season. So Texas got the big dogs up front. Clemson got the big dogs up front. Tennessee got the big dogs up front. How's Notre Dame going to hold up with the big dogs up front? So you know what I'm saying? Will the drones be over South Bend Friday? Who's going to have the drone at the Dubie Awards on Friday? I need a drone over Laughing Buck
Drone cam?
Drone cam.
Did you ever get a remote control car for Christmas at any point?
Oh, yeah, I did.
How quickly did you break that thing?
I was pretty good with it.
Really? You were good with it?
I was a safety guy.
Yeah, because like when you have brothers and cousins and like sisters and stuff, like you just break those things so quickly, and then obviously you run out of batteries, and we didn't have a lot of money, and so it's just once the batteries were done, we were kind of done.
One pack for Christmas,
exactly.
and that's it.
So
exactly, this is all you get.
Drone talk is taking
Batteries
over.
Expensive.
Drone talk is taking over. 408. The drones are looking for a superstar for Steph.
The drones are looking for a superstar for Steph.
Anna's watching Bonte's news feed. They're via drone. What is he looking at on IG? 650. This is a sad admission. My quality of life has decreased since the YouTube chat went down. Oh, man, that is sad. Turn to everyone. I used to fly one from my job.
We have to bring it back. There's the QOL of the YouTubers is losing.
So, here we go. Now we're cooking with high grease.
I'm a drone expert.
Yeah, well, we have one. 510. You guys don't know what you're talking about.
I don't.
Hold on, listen. Hold on, let me finish. These drones are not the average civilian kind. So you tell me what the kind it is. You don't think it's weird that the U.S. government agencies confer to Congress that they have no idea what the drones are or where they are from? Hey, drones, how you doing? I'm just Bonte. I just talk sports for a living.
Would the government really lie to us? Come on.
Yeah, the government would.
on.
I mean, like our cell phones are not tapped in.
Everything
come on, man.
I
Everything is
assumed
tapped.
they're listening to everything we're doing at all times. I don't really have much to hide. The only thing that I would say is that just for children and women and stuff, a little privacy, obviously.
Morgan Freeman, remember in Dark Knight? The one with the Joker?
Yeah.
Men
when
don't
he
get
got-
privacy too?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
You said just for children and women. What about men? Like, we
Well,
want
some of
privacy too.
myself. I was making it very self-involved. So yes, for certain men, if they want certain privacies, I get that. And whatever's baked into that.
Everyone deserves some privacy at some point.
You would think.
But also,
At some
when
point.
you're in public,
All
where
privacy
these
is matter.
drones are, people have cameras,
Yeah.
people have videotapes.
Absolutely.
That's just life.
Street corners are tapped in.
I mean,
Street
the
corners.
fact we got the Luigi video as clear as we did is, evidence to everything. You know about Luigi, right?
No, what happened with Luigi now?
Oh,
What-
God.
You
No,
don't.
you know what happened with Luigi Spinoni?
Yeah, we're not talking about Mario here. It's
No,
different Luigi. Yes.
seriously. What was Luigi and Mario?
the
You talk-
healthcare guy that got killed. You know about all that?
Oh, yeah, New York City.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm
We
about
don't
to
need
say,
to
if you were
yeah,
really
yeah.
under a rock.
No, I saw that. Of course, I was like, man, that was damn.
We should do
Ooh-wee.
like current events once a week
Whoa.
with Bonte.
We should do current events
Did
because
you see what happened yesterday?
something.
Giannis looked incredible.
Well, no, current events because there's so much nonsense going on in the world that I just try to keep it positive and control what I control. There's a lot of wackadoodles out there, which we've
Yeah,
all
that's
known for a
obvious.
number of years. So you know what? As long as I keep my ear out of that street, which is a lot of conspiracy theories or whatnot, and people take the stuff serious. So I do what I do. I do what I do. So no, the drones. 6'5" on the drones are looking for Alex Cobb. Can a drone drop off some speed and separation to Debo, please? That's Robin Dublin.
Well, now we're actually charting where Buster Posey is. Apparently, he's in LAX.
Yeah, I know. You see what he's talking to? LAX.
Who's he talking to, Bonte?
Well, who's the Japanese pitcher that you guys are all going
Roki
crazy over?
Sasaki?
Yeah, there you go.
Someone said that Farhan left his keys behind and Buster's going to go drop them off to him at Dodger Stadium.
Be a drone.
Such a great tweet.
Be a drone.
Hey, I'm saying this right now.
drone.
If the Giants can find a way to land Corbin Burns, which it feels like they're the front runner. I mean, the longer this goes on, the more that I know Scott Boras is squeezing us with these mystery teams.
No doubt.
But if they can land Corbin Burns, then we have amazing ace. Yes, to pair alongside Logan Webb. You like that one? Not Amazing Grace, and Amazing
Not bad.
Ace.
Not bad.
That's not bad. Not bad.
It's
not
Wednesday.
Bad.
I'm feeling good.
I know.
Yeah, I'm feeling good too. I'm feeling great.
Hey, if you go 1-2, Logan Webb, Corbin Burns, and you can find a way to land Roki Sasaki, now you have a 3-man, like, top of the rotation. That's how you beat these elite lineups with elite pitching. You throw in Harrison, you throw in Birdsong. Now you have chips outside of those guys that you can move to go get a potential player.
Can we get any drones over Scott Boris's house? Can we just follow Scott Boris everywhere? Can we track Scott Boris via drone? Can we do that?
I mean, I want to track what Buster's doing because right now,
He's at LAX.
to
Where's
go
he
with
at
my
now?
church theme, like Buster's the preacher, and I'm believing. I'm in the front row, like getting the Holy Spirit from what I'm seeing from Buster.
Well,
Changing how I
trust
feel
Buster.
about the Giants.
Well, the minute he was hired, I felt different about the Giants. The minute he was hired, because things are percolating with the Giants. Oh, 209, I like this. I like where your head's at. How do we feel about Teoscar Hernandez?
I would like it. They have a very crowded outfield currently with Yaz and Jung Hoo Lee and
I don't care. Somebody could get bumped.
Elliot Ramos. No, I
you
like
go
him
bring
too.
in good
I mean, you
players
just said
and you-
Mike Yastrzemski is going to be preventing Teoscar Hernandez
Well,
from
that's
starting.
right.
one of
exactly.
Bonte's, Bonte likes Yaz.
No,
so
I
I
just
don't
said
want
he
to.
didn't have a bad year. Some of the blame going to him. He's your 7th hitter. Let's relax. But how about this? I sent this to the thread yesterday. I had no idea about this. Now, I did pick up on this when Bellinger got traded to the New York Yankees. So I was like, man, this is going to be an interesting clubhouse. I was like, wow, yeah. Bellinger and Stanton and Judge, you got all these former MVPs. I was like, no. Bellinger's wife used to date Giancarlo Stanton.
It's awkward.
Wow.
That's back when he was Mike, though, so it's different.
So it's different. Mike in South Florida.
Oh, my God.
So you don't think none of those feelings are going to just conjure up when she sees him or he sees her? It's like, hey,
I'm not optimistic.
How you doing? Long time no see.
I think it's a great move for the Yankees.
No, I think it's an awesome move, but how awkward is that going to be? Or is it going to be awkward? Are they just grown-ups in a room? We know she has a type.
Is
She's a cleat
Giancarlo
chaser, right?
Stanton, is he married?
Boy, I don't know.
You got cleat chasers. You got you know. let me stop.
Chasers. I don't think I've heard that.
Yeah, that was I stole that from somebody.
Yeah, I like
anyway, yeah, that's going on. But I do love the move for the Yankees. This is, look, they pivoted off of Juan Soto, getting Max Fried. Good pitcher if he can stay healthy.
Yeah.
Bellinger with the short porch here, right? And they still have money to go make another move. So I like what the Yankees are doing. I think they'll be right back in the mix for a World Series.
The AL East is just so loaded. I'm looking at baseball as a whole, and I feel like this winter has been so much better than the last 3 or 4 combined. It's just movement all over the place. Big teams signing big stars, lots of trades. I mean, the A's made a move. The A's
Too.
and I like Severino. Severino had a good year last year.
They also got Jeffrey Springs via trade from the Tampa Bay Rays, who's a pretty good pitcher.
Yeah, pretty good.
By the way, because I know everyone's really worried about Giancarlo Stanton's love life.
Yeah.
He has been named one of New York's most eligible bachelors, saying, quote, "It's nice and it allows me to focus on being the best baseball player I can be."
Nice.
It must
It
be
is
nice to
nice.
be that big, that rich, and being in New York City.
Oh,
Must
my
be nice.
God. Who did that guy?
Most wonderful time of the year for him,
Fonzie,
right,
how
Bonte?
jealous are you of Giancarlo Stanton?
Oh, I'm happily engaged, dog. I'm not
Oh,
jealous
just of
at
his
all.
life.
If anything,
No, I think-
Giancarlo should be jealous of Bonte's
Yeah,
situation.
no,
Are
my
you
life
kidding
is
me?
great. I get to work with a Hall of Famer in sports radio and Joe Shasky. I got a Hall of Famer on the NBC Sports
radio
set.
sports,
An
save that.
NBA champion in Festus Ezeli. I got a beautiful Belarusian. I got a beautiful daughter. My life is golden, baby. I'm
Awesome
not jealous
producers.
of Stanton.
As much as I love Michelle and LJ, I would take the $350 million that Giancarlo Stanton got, and I'd find a way to
careful.
buy their love.
Oh, wow.
I don't know, Joe.
Yeah. You better hope she's
There's
asleep
always
right
a
now.
price.
You better hope nobody's
Better hope the
listening right
drone
now.
isn't flying over right now.
And you're listening. I am not jealous of Giancarlo Stanton. Maybe his bank account. I'm with you on that one. The bank account definitely makes me.
I mean, I would love that bank.
It's a lot of
Plus, he's
Gucci.
playing for the Yankees. I mean,
A
that
lot
would
of
be
Gucci, a lot of Gucci, a lot of Dior, a lot of Versace, a lot of Prada, a lot of all that stuff. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online and just ask for First NorCal Finance. You got the dealer. You know, I'm conspiracy theoried out because my mom's brother, my uncle, who we don't really talk, but he, for the longest time, would like put barricades on the front door because he really believed in USOs. So he'd be like, Bonte, you see that right there? That's the USO. And I'm like, dude,
UFO.
you got to stop. UFO.
Okay.
You got to stop watching Sci-Fi Channel. Like, stop, please. Like, he's considered.
How would he barricade the door?
So he would lock the door. They had these wooden logs.
No, he
yeah,
would not.
it was,
No, he
dude,
would
it was
not.
like we were in a
I'm
bunker or
sorry
something.
to laugh.
Dude, no, it was
So the
hilarious.
aliens are going to
No,
fly
no,
all
you
this
should
way
laugh.
and get
It
stopped
was
by a wooden
insane.
log.
So, like, we come back home, right? And we couldn't get into the house. We're like, what the hell is going on? The locks are not
Flying
working. And we're
through
like
the solar
begging.
system,
Dude.
and yet this wooden log is
Yeah,
gonna keep
I
them
swear to
from
God,
getting in the
Shasky,
front
this
door.
guy's
That
insane.
cannot be real.
Dude, this guy's insane. He'd have metal poles in the corner, barricaded like X's, and we're like trying to get in the house, right? We're like trying to get in the house. We're like, dude, what the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? And you're like, oh, dude, I locked up the doors. You never know what's going on here. Like, dog. Like, seriously, ask my mom. It's
his
true
store
story.
had huge
He's
exits.
insane. He's insane. And people know my uncle Kevin is
Sorry for
insane.
laughing. I'm
No,
sorry.
you should laugh. It's hilarious
I'm
when you think
sorry.
about
What's
it.
going on here?
But it
The
pissed me
visual.
off when I come home at night. I'm like, dog, I can't even get in my own house. It's got the front door barricaded because he thinks UFOs exist. So there goes your full tie into the conspiracy theories or whatnot. So anyway, drones. Do we have a drone problem in America?
Might be suggestible.
Hey, Donnie Cocker, hang tight. We're going to
Would
get you on the
pay
other side.
drones $50 million.
What would you want the drones to drop off to the Golden State Warriors and the 49ers if you have to wish? Would it be Super Bowl rings? Would it be Larry O'Brien trophies? What's coming up on the game brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. I think we'll get into sports.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of LifeSource. For 40 years, families have been...
This is Filmo Mike, and the Dubie Awards are this Friday at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale from 6 to 10. I'll be there. You better be there, too. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky. Shasky, stop with the long questions.
You know, I'm a little disappointed in Fillmore and Lubman. I should have stuck around Friday. He sounds too presidential, too professional.
It's ridiculous. Like he's reading off a cue card.
Yeah, no.
He was very professional with it. I got to respect Filmo with that.
No, but you know what? I guess it is the Dubies, which kind of is funny in its own way. But Filmo, I need the real Filmo. Hey, man, you better be at the Dubie Awards.
Exactly.
You feel me? You know what I'm talking about? You know how he just last minute.
He needs to cut a new promo this morning. He needs to call in.
Filmo Mike, call in.
He was definitely corporate Mike.
Was he?
He was corporate Michael when he came in because he was wearing the AT&T zip up. He was in corporate mode. I appreciated it. I'm not knocking the hustle.
Corporate Mike.
Did we get him lunch at least?
Stop hating on Moody.
He stinks.
No, you stink.
You know who doesn't stink? Don in Concord doesn't stink.
What's up, Don?
Don, have you seen any drones out there in Concord?
And
Walnut
are you
Creek
coming
area?
to the Dubies?
No, I didn't see any drones. If they did, they'd probably be in the shape of a big joint over Concord, though. Big doobie. You know, earlier today, before you guys came on the radio, they were talking about Jerry Jones eating squirrels and raccoons when he was a kid. You guys catch that?
No, I did catch that. I think we have that sound. Yeah. And did you hear about Xavier Leggett? They hunted raccoons on Thanksgiving. And according to Xavier Leggett, this is Xavier Leggett's words, not mine. He said his cousins called him, and, you know, they call raccoon, coon. Hey, we got that coon, and which is crazy to say, but it's raccoon. But he's like, yeah, we won't play this out for you, Don. They're all eating raccoons in the South.
I'm not.
In the South. We're not in the South, Chasky.
I've never.
All right. Hey, Chasky.
Yeah.
Hey, Chasky, what do you think about my Cal Bears tomorrow? We're 2.5-point favorites over UNLV running Rebels. It's tonight. Did I say tonight? ESPN, 6 o'clock.
LA Bowl.
Hey, go Bears.
The LA Bowl, right?
Chasky, you got the Bears?
Well, here's the problem. Like, I don't even know. Is the quarterback going to play? He's transferring.
No, it's not the quarterback, but it's okay. We still got him.
That backup's not nice. I mean, the backup is all right. He's not bad. We saw him in the Cal game. He threw a dime and the tight end dropped it. Remember that?
Cal's had unbelievable uniforms all year. That's one thing I would say. Whoever has been choosing their uniforms, spot on.
Also, UNLV's coach left. Barry Odom, the coach of UNLV, which is very odd because Dan Mullen now is going to take the UNLV job, the former Florida coach.
Oh, yeah, the guy
was
got
on College
caught,
Game Day.
Sleeping with a shark on a boat.
You
don't remember that photo?
Oh, my God. He seems like an oddball.
It was him shirtless on a boat with like a shark.
I wasn't really a big fan of his on college football final with Joey Galloway. But anyway, he's taking the UNLV job. Barry Odom decided to leave UNLV in Las Vegas and head to Purdue to coach the Boilermakers in the Big Ten. That's a weird move. I would rather stay at UNLV, man. You may have a better shot to win. Barry Odom going in. But I don't know who's going to win that game. The LA Bowl. How many people are going to be down there at SoFi Stadium? How many? Do you have the Jerry Jones and Xavier Leggett? I want you to listen to this, Shasky. This is wild. Spinoza, you go which way. You let these guys. Dude, Amon-Ra St. Brown was great on the podcast. Like, yo, that's crazy to say. Go ahead, Spinoza. Would you let me know when you have it?
All right, yeah. This is Jerry Jones via 105.3 The Fan with our boys RJ and Sean, our sister station out in Dallas.
Love those guys.
All right, Jerry, last one. I want to finish up with a final taste of that Carolina victory. Xavier Leggett, their receiver, says that he eats raccoon, and that set the food world ablaze. We talk about hunting and game with you. Have you ever had raccoon or anything similar, which would shock a lot of other non-hunters or game eaters?
I've eaten a lot of raccoon. Yes. The answer is yes. And I've eaten it hunting. I've actually had it served by my mom at the table away from hunting. And I have eaten raccoon. And yes, it's not uncommon at all. I'll tell you something that is one of my favorites is squirrel. And it's wonderful, and my mother could do a great job of it. And we all had our favorite pieces, and my dad and sister, I have one sibling, a sister, and they would fight over, not fight, but my mom and I, They were just my sister and I as four siblings. My mom and I wouldn't even ask for the brain in a squirrel.
Oh, man.
And delicious.
Oh, my God. Okay, so, like, let's start with raccoon. I grew up near McLaren Park, okay? Crocker Park, Excelsior. And I'm telling you this right now. There's not a chance in hell I'm eating a Crocker Park raccoon.
What about
the
a go
most
to
disgusting?
What about a go to gay park? What about a go to gay park
None
raccoon?
of them in the city. These things are huge. Hey, we used to shoot them with BB guns back in the day, which I know is not. It's not.
Shouldn't admit that.
I'm just telling you what we did back in the day. I didn't do it. My dad did it. My brother did it. Not me.
Don't snitch.
I'm blaming Deli Boy.
You snitching.
I'm blaming
Don't be
Deli Boy.
snitching. Oh my God!
we hit them. They were so blubbery they didn't even move.
We shot him with BB guns, but I didn't do it. My dad did it, and he's rolling over in his grave right now, like, damn it, my son's snitching on me.
No, pops those. These raccoons would control the neighborhood. Now, I have a whole theory on, like, the coyotes eating the raccoons. Like, that's a whole
they were doing that in Go to Gay Park.
Yeah, that's a whole separate
They
theory.
punked the raccoons out there and Go to Gay Park.
No doubt. But I'm telling you, these things would knock over trash cans. They'd be all of that. They would walk, no fear, 9 o'clock at night, all throughout the neighborhood.
What do you mean, 9 o'clock at night? 9 o'clock in the morning?
Well, I'm just talking about at night. Like, they'd be like,
yeah.
we're out now. Let's go. We're taking down garbage cans. Because, everyone would put their garbage cans out front. This is back in the day when you had the blue box.
Right.
Not the blue recycling thing with the blue box.
I know the blue box. The blue box, a little handle. But
you know what I'm talking about if you lived in Frisco.
Yeah.
The beginning of the Sunset Scavenger Recology days. Anyway, there's not a chance in hell I'm eating one of those. Those things, they'll eat through anything.
No, they would eat through anything.
I would never eat a San Francisco raccoon.
Yeah, no chance. No chance.
You
I wouldn't eat
pay me
raccoon.
millions of dollars.
I wouldn't eat raccoon, period. Now, we're going to work on the Xavier Leggett sound about raccoon.
What's the wildest thing you have eaten?
The wildest thing I've eaten. Ooh, that's a great question.
Because I won't eat ants. I'm not, or like, like insects.
I did the video with Gianna Franco, our good friend Gianna Franco, KPIX. Back in the day when she was here, she was doing this food series. We ate grasshoppers.
Yeah, I'm cool off that.
Fried grasshopper. And it was sold at a taqueria on Mission Street. Oh. It was Mission to 60. I forget which one, but we got the video out there.
Really?
Yeah,
Taqueria
no doubt.
Cancun, maybe? Taqueria Cancun, that's on 16th.
It may have been Cancun. Cancun. I don't. The video's out there somewhere floating
I'm cool
around.
Off escargot.
But yeah, I
pass.
I ate grasshoppers. It was fried. It was actually pretty crunchy and good. It was crunchy and good.
You can fry just about anything.
I've eaten snail before.
Yeah, I'm good off that.
Yeah, not bad.
Escargot's delicious.
Escargot,
yeah,
baby.
I'm out.
Not bad. I'm not bad.
It's really just garlic and butter.
I've eaten that gator down in New Orleans.
Oh, we had gator in Philly.
Yeah.
I ate that. That was delicious. Remember the gumbo?
Gator. Oh, yeah, that gator.
Yeah, that was good.
Gator, that was good.
I'll eat that. But I've never done pheasant. I've never done.
Yeah, I'm not doing any of that.
Anything like that. No.
Yeah, I'm not doing all that. I'm doing it. Big Smooth. Let's get Big Smooth in Oakley real quick. We'll get to Xavier Leggett idea. Oh, we got a special guest too on the line. We'll get to him on the other side of the break. Big Smooth in Oakley. What's the craziest thing you've eaten? And do we have a drone problem? Do we have Hey, Big Smooth, we got a drone problem to tell?
No drones, man. No drones. I'm like Shasky. I'm getting BB guns taking drones out, man. Get that.
Well, Shasky's not doing it. His brother and his dad is doing it. Hey, Big Smooth. Shasky's not shooting off the BB guns. His dad and his brother is.
I didn't do nothing.
Shasky throwing family under the bus. I get it. But listen, man. Two of the biggest raccoons just a couple of days ago, and I went and got my dog out the backyard in fear. These things are like middle linebackers. No way in the world I'm eating a doggone raccoon. Are you kidding me? Man, hey, I saw a guy on social media cooking. After all this guy's cooking, and he's talking about it's got gravy. It's got the bones looked weird, man. The bones looked weird. I'm like, oh, man, there is no way. I'll eat a butterfly, caterpillar. There's no way I'm eating a raccoon. Give me all the insects. I don't care what they are. And by the way, escargot tastes like shrimp to me. I'll be honest.
Yeah, no, it's not. Hey, Big Smooth, it ain't bad. It's not bad at all.
It tastes like scampi. If I had to compare it, shrimp scampi. But there's no way, man. Raccoon? Why? You don't have to, man. There's chicken. There's all kinds of meat. Why are you going for a raccoon, man? I don't get it. I don't
totally with you.
What you got on the Schröder trade? Because you are a Dubie Award nominee. Big Smooth.
Those raccoons.
He hung up. That was his walk-off right there.
Oh, man. He hung
Exit
up.
of the year.
Exit of the year. That is an exit of the year. You have the Xavier Leggett. Should we play it real quick before the break? Go ahead, play it before the break.
It's 40 seconds.
Xavier Leggett with Amara Brown and his brother. What's his brother's first name? I forget his brother's first name.
Equiminius.
Equiminius. There you go.
What's something in the food industry that you know, that you have a weird opinion on?
Well, y'all probably seen that video when I tell them folks I eat coon. I eat raccoon.
You what?
I eat raccoon.
I didn't see that.
I said, no, what do you mean raccoon? Like the raccoon?
Like a raccoon that you see in the trash can.
Where do you even eat that at? Where do you even get that?
I hunt it, I kill it, I skin them, cook them, eat them, all that.
So when's the last time you had a raccoon?
Thanksgiving.
So you went and got the Thanksgiving, you killed the raccoon, or you had, like, you
Now
found
my cousins, all my people, them hunting and all that, so my cousins, them, they killed it. They called me like, yeah, we got that coon, we get that coon. Yeah.
That sounds crazy.
Could you imagine coming to Thanksgiving and Bonnie's like, I'm bringing the raccoon. It's like, do not bring the raccoon.
Well, I'm St. Brown. Xavier LeGet said, my cousin called me and he said, hey, man, we got that coon. Hey, Harbaugh St. Brown goes, they got that coon. Boy, that sounds crazy.
His face in the video is just like, what?
And then there's more.
He's from L.A., right?
Yeah. Albert St. Brown's from L.A. He went to Matter Day.
Yeah.
Xavier LeGet from Mullen, South Carolina. He was talking about eating rabbit and everything. We got to play the rest of that on the other side. We got to play the rest of that because that's crazy. That is crazy. More coming up on the roast. Dubie Award information. Eddie Johnson's going to join us at 7:20. Talk about Dennis Schröder. Anthony Slater at 8:30. All that coming up brought to you by Fremont Pig. Selling pretty 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
Dan. DubNation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Monte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Monte.
Hey, Steve, I got you, brother. I got you. If I could just stop cutting you off on the rejoin. Dubie Awards coming up on Friday, December 20th. If you don't have the day off, man, you're slipping. You are very much slipping. The RSVP list is so damn long that we're now giving out the wrong dates for the Dubie Awards. Yeah, it's a thing. Go to 957thegame.com for more details and to RSVP. We're celebrating the year, the show, the station, and we're celebrating you, the audience, and we're giving out some damn awards for crying out loud. We have trophies. We got the red carpet. So you want to get there early, get your food and drink, get your table set up. Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale from 6 to 10 a.m. Shout out to my main man, Sam, over there at Laughing Monk Brewing, the whole crew, Mondo. They are hooking it up. I saw the menu. I'm not going to tell you, Shasky. I'll give you a little snippet. Like R.C. Davis said, lobster linguine, yum.
Yeah, I'm in on that.
Omelets, yum. Biscuits, stuffed chicken breast.
I'm in on all that.
Yeah. You're going to want to come down.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
We will not have raccoon. We will not have raccoon.
Sunnyvale raccoons are a little bit better than San Francisco
They
ones.
might be cleaner than San Francisco.
We can acknowledge that like raccoons in the country are very different than the raccoons that are in,
City
Excelsior.
City living. Go to Gay Park. Filmo, California. Speaking of Filmo, as this segment is sponsored by Go to Say, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToSayLumber.com. Filmo Mike.
All right.
Filmo Mike, the voice of the Dubie Awards. Or should we, you know what? We're not going to call him Filmo Mike for now. We're going to call him Corporate Mike. Corporate Michael.
Fillmore Michael.
Fillmore Michael.
Fillmore Michael.
Yeah, make sure we emphasize the R
Wait a
in
minute.
Fillmore.
Say that again. You sounded like you were in 3rd grade. Say that again.
Fillmore Michael.
It's so good.
Shout out to Sutro Elementary School, man.
Shout out Sutro.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, I was stuck in a hard place because shout out to Renell. So you got your radio thing, but then I was thinking like, even when like E40 did the little BET Awards, he sounded kind of corporate. So Levin was like, man, you kind of presented. We're going to let you let loose. So he let me let loose, but I have to be kind of corporate and formal. I'm trying to impress Nahegian a little bit. You feel me?
I'm not mad at that. I'm
It's
not
a
mad
low
at that.
bar. Impressing me.
Trust me. You seen the people
They
we've
want me
hired
on air.
Yeah, you see the people we've hired over the last 8 years, Filmo. You think he has a high bar? Look. We don't have a lot of money, so just hit the brakes and I think I'll throw you on the air.
First 4 questions. Do you have a pulse? Will you work cheap? Can you work right now? Do you need a ride into the building?
No. It's another one. What's hitting you right now as I interview you?
Are you ready for Friday?
What's the hook?
Oh, man, I can't wait, man, for Friday, man. I need everybody. Are we doing the corporate thing? I mean, we doing the formal thing? We got to come suited and booted?
If you want to come suited and booted,
I'm wearing a tux, bro.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm coming
I'm
suited
going to
and
wear
booted.
Jordans, though. I don't think I'm going to wear, like, tuck shoes. What do you think,
Yeah, I'm thinking, I don't know, man. It might be Gucci's. It might be Dior's. It might be Off-Whites. It might be something. But too many people in there. I don't want people stepping on the white Gucci, so it might be a Dior day. Be a Dior day.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Well, they got to make sure that you come out dressed to impress, man. You feel me? Don't get too nice because I heard the food going to be good. And I'm definitely, hey, if you eating raccoon, man, that's all I got to say, man. If you eating raccoon, you know we free, brother. We free, bruh. Straight up. You don't have to eat that. We free. You ain't got to eat that, man.
We ain't running like Harry and Tubman no more, Filmo.
Nah, man, you ain't got to eat that, man. Man, come on, man. Do yourself better than, come on, man, raccoon. But you know what, though? Right, they say crab is not good, too, and we love Dungeness crab out here, so I don't know. They say crab is like the roach of the sea, so I don't know.
Well, I love it. It's the spider of the sea, and I love crab. And there is a barbaric kind of look to it as you're cracking the exoskeleton of the crab, and you using the claw to pick the other meat out of it.
But listen, does it make a difference whether it's a roach of the sea or the spider of the sea?
Yeah, not really.
You know what I'm saying?
But I love my crab.
Oh, man.
Hey, Filmo.
Hey, Filmo, do we have a drone problem in Filmo?
A drone problem?
Yeah.
Man, I swear I did a deep dive on that drones. I'm like, where is it? I was like, somebody said it was from outer, like it was a unit, like a outer space thing, and I'm like, is it man-made? Is it from China, Russia? I don't know what's going on. I don't think we got a problem in Fillmore with the drones, though. Yeah. I don't think we got problems with other things, but I don't know about the drones. They shooting.
They've been shooting for years. They've been shooting for years.
Man.
Which is, hey, Fillmore, when you said I'm not the king of Fillmore, I will bow down to that one, brother. Yeah, you haven't seen me in Fillmore in a long time. Hey, Fillmore, because it's true.
Nah, you know how I be.
Yeah.
Now you know how I be, Bonte, because like when I go back to the hood, they be like, man, you feel all right? Yeah, bro. Like you feel me? You step down a notch when you go back to your old hood, but it's all love. I love Fillmore. I love my hood. I love going back.
Right, question of the day. Are you paying Brock Purdy $55 million for the next 3 years, each year?
Damn.
That's a lot of money.
Man, I want to get him at like 50. But if you the going price, you may have to go with the going price. You don't want to be like, I hate to say this, you don't want to like have like I don't think it's good for the locker room to be switching out QBs, especially when you got somebody everybody has vouched for, like everybody like Brock. So sometimes you may not have the most talented quarterback, but if everybody believes, football is a sport where if everybody believes, you do what everybody want to do because they're going to fight for that.
True.
If you bring in someone else, they might not fight as hard for Sam Darnold. So
yeah,
we don't need no more Devondre Campbells. That's for sure.
Oh my gosh, yeah. What?
He's not a Niner.
Yeah, no, he's not. I wish Xavier Legette was a Niner though. I'm not gonna lie. Here's the full audio before we get into some sports here. I'm sure the boss man is looking. You guys just mailed in the 6 o'clock hour. Oh.
What else you eat? That's weird.
I eat squirrel.
Squirrel. I've heard of that. People eat squirrel. Okay.
I eat rabbit.
Rabbit. Now you just eat little. You just like extraordinary in the forest. It's just like squirrels, rabbits. Just like the little that runs around.
Y'all boy come to my city and try out. I'm telling y'all gonna like it.
Okay, what city is that?
Muller, South Carolina.
I love Xavier Legette. I love him.
Muller, South Carolina.
I love him. Said his cousin skinned him. Hey, Xavier. Hey, cuz. We got that coon. We got that raccoon. What? Even, I'm going to say, bro, can you isolate? I'm going to say, bro, like, bro, that's crazy.
If I invited all of you over to the house and Michelle's like, we're cooking raccoon, you guys would be like, yeah, let's order a pizza.
Well, it depends where the raccoon's from.
Right,
if it's from, the Excelsior.
Well, it's anywhere, Sam. It's not just the Excelsior. It's Go to Gay Park. It's Ocean Beach.
No, if it's that fresh-grown raccoon from the South, that's
fresh-grown. You know what I mean?
Organic raccoon from South Carolina.
It could be at Fort Mason or Go to Gay Bridge. You're not eating raccoon.
I heard they're doing a Beyond Meat version of raccoon. So that's it's called Beyond Raccoon or Impossible Raccoon. So there you go.
Gosh.
In Europe, how I grew up.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
Just thank the heavens Jerry didn't say what Xavier Legette said.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
That's crazy, man.
That was crazy.
Is that a mandatory question for all our guests moving forward?
What?
What is the most exotic meat you've ever eaten?
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
I said Eddie Johnson at 720.
Oh my gosh!
Not to give you like the origins of food, but part of how the sausage came about, right? And I'm not trying to get this is the truth. Is that a king wanted to be able to show how powerful he was to some of the other nobles and kings and lords that he would come across, and he would want exotic meats from all the corners of his particular country that he was in control of to show how vast his power was. So I guess in this world, the Xavier Legette world, he'd have a sausage with squirrel and raccoon and all that.
Rabbit.
I don't know how that would
he's rabbit
impress
too.
me.
Well, remember he was in Germany when the Panthers went out to Germany, and he was eating the sausages out there, and the lady was like, yeah, this ain't got that taste, man. You need a little hot sauce on them. But in Xavier Legette's acts,
Yeah.
I love that guy. I wish he would have caught that pass against Philadelphia. It would have beat the Eagles, man. Oh, man. Wet is chiming in. Boy, Wet, as we just go crazy here. His grandmother, shout out to his grandma, rest in peace. Love grandma. Love grandma. She was great. She asked him when he was young, because he was from Mississippi. She asked him if he wanted to try to raccoon and squirrel. He was like, yeah, I'm good off of it. She was like, oh, you just a damn city boy.
Yep.
Yep.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
Hey, I think there was a raccoon on the screen just now. You see that? You see that? I think there was a raccoon on the screen. Oh, man. Anyway, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. I feel like this next call is going to be an expert on raccoon and rabbit. I feel like he is. I feel like he is. I'm waiting for Love to end the conversation with him. Antoine in Nashville. Let's get him on. Let's step right up. Antoine in Nashville, what's happening?
What's going on, guys? Y'all doing all right?
Yeah, man, I'm doing
never
great.
Better.
Never better.
Good. Hey, so what I wanted to mention, man, is that, for the Warriors' next move, I know it's kind of rough right now. As long as we can at least stay a couple games above 500, I think we'll be okay. I called in before, and I had mentioned that we need to get Schröder and Miles Turner. We got Schröder. I think that'll definitely take some stuff off Pajemski. But if we can at least target maybe Miles Turner or maybe even Vucevic as like a backup plan, I think that'll really open our offense up, man. We're looking at trying to, acquire maybe Jimmy Butler or some, crazy Levine trade, or even if we're talking about trading Kuminga, if we can at least go ahead and get a center. Like, I think, I forgot the guy. I think Anthony Slater had mentioned before that they wanted to take Draymond out of that starting lineup. If we can actually get a starting center, we can actually take a lot of pressure off Draymond Green, and then we don't have to necessarily have so much pressure on trying to see if we want to trade Kuminga. Let's see how that affects our offense. And then from there, in the offseason, if we want to go get Jimmy Butler, he'll be a free agent most likely anyway. Yeah. Then we can try to trade or get rid of Kuminga or something at that time. But let's try to boost our roster in another way.
Real quick, Antoine, that's a very measured and thoughtful call. But I got to ask you, since you are in Nashville, Tennessee, do you guys have a drone problem? And do you guys eat that raccoon out there in Nashville, Tennessee?
Okay, so I'm a country boy, die hard. So I eat all the pig feet, chitlins, and all that.
Chitlins, oh yeah, the big red bucket with the chitlins.
I'm a country boy. Yes, sir. But no drone problems though. We haven't had any drone problems out here in Nashville.
So you're about that. So you're about that squirrel, raccoon, chitlin, pig feet, all that stuff.
Yes, sir. Deep barbecue as well, man. We're down in the South. You know how it is.
Oh yeah, no doubt. So my grandma, I don't know. Have you ever had chitlins, Shasky?
No.
Oh boy. Oh man. I hope to never have chitlins again. But
why are they bad?
Tripe, chitlins, and Antoine, you still on the line? Can you explain to my guy?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to Shasky what chitlins are?
Chitlins are basically pig intestines. They're cleaned out pig intestines. Now, here's the thing. If you take the membrane off of them, they don't smell as bad. I've had them grilled. I've had them boiled. I've had them all kind of ways, seared. It just depends on how you cook them. Some people can't really get past them being intestines, but in my personal opinion, they're really, really good. You eat them every blue moon, not on a normal basis because it's not good for your health. But,
no. I growing up, the late, great Lorene William Tyndall, every now and then you see that red bucket, you're like, what the hell is that smell? Like, oh, we're having chitlins for dinner. And when I found out what chitlins were, I don't think we've eaten chitlins since. So my mom definitely hasn't come through with them. And you would put hot sauce on them. Yeah, they were disgusting. So you want to talk about the most disgusting thing I've ever eaten? Probably chitlins.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
Yeah, I
there was a quote from Steve Kerr yesterday regarding Pajemski and the ball handling. And it was such a head scratcher for me because I've been listening to Steve Kerr talk about Brandon Pajemski, and I take a lot of what Steve Kerr says at face value. I have a rule of thumb. Most people at a podium are lying to you, whether it's a politician, a government official, whether it's somebody from the Board of Education or sports team. If you're at a podium, I just assume that you're telling a tall tale, right? But Steve Kerr's a guy I take at face value. And for the longest time, he was talking about Pajemski as a ball handler. And now there's been like a change of course. And you're allowed to flip your opinion, but it surprised me to hear him come out and be so adamant that Pajemski is now not a ball handler.
Well, he handles the ball too much. And that's been the thing with the Warriors and their coaching staff, trying to get Pajemski to not dribble so much. We all talk about play 5 basketball, right? Around here, you want to get the ball, you want that baby to hop. And so many times, and we saw that in instances in the Dallas Mavericks games where he's dribbling in no man's land. Dribble. And it's like, no, we got to pass, dribble, pass, because as Steph Curry would explain at one of his summer camps, it's like a grenade in your head. You got to get rid of that thing. What are you doing here? We got to go. We got to go. We got to go. So here's what Steve Kerr said on how the Schröder acquisition can help Pods.
I actually think this will really help Brandon. A year ago, he played most of his minutes, like 90%, next to either Chris Paul or Steph Curry. So he was really playing the two. And what we like about Brandon is his playmaking. But this year, he's been playing mostly as the one, and that's a different role entirely. And so I think this will be good for him. He's really good on the backside of a play. When somebody else creates an advantage and then he gets the ball, he's great at creating the next advantage or the next pass that's there. And that's where he thrived last year. And I'm hopeful that getting him back into that role will help him get going.
So what have you asked of Pod so far this season, Steve?
He came to us last year as a combo guard, and he played next to two Hall of Fame point guards in Chris and Steph. And then to make him the lead ball handler behind Steph this year on a team that isn't like really a modern NBA spacing team where you got 4 or 5 out. We put him in some positions where, he's trying to make plays. There's not a ton of spacing. It wasn't easy on him, and that was a role that was new for him anyway. So I think this will make the game a little easier for him. I think, anytime you get a new player, you kind of have to gauge what it does with everybody else's role. And so this will create some opportunity. Obviously, Dennis will also take up some minutes, and there could be some opportunities taken away as well. But we are just going to do whatever it takes to win. And that's the plan. And, we'll see how it shakes out.
So Schröder's going to finish alongside Stephen Curry. They're going to take something off of Brandon Podziemski's plate. He'll be playing with the second unit, so get the ball to Buddy, get the ball to JK, because we'll get to JK and Draymond and his dilemma at the 4. Sounds like Draymond will be back in the starting lineup sooner rather than later. Like, just listening to Draymond Sunday night about setting a tone against the Dallas Mavericks and their inability to set a tone. If you want to set a tone defensively, you would think that you want Draymond Green out there. Now, Monty Poole asked Steve Kerr, hey, how are you going to set the tone without Draymond Green? And Steve Kerr said, oh, that's a really great question. So there's something there with JK and Draymond Green, but let's focus on Pods. I think this is good for Pods. This is good. Less minutes, watch a little bit, and just take a deep breath because there's been a lot on his plate. There's been a lot this offseason, and, it's unfortunate that he's become the whipping boy around these parts when it comes to the fan base. Pods this, Pods that. Pods played 15 minutes on Sunday, and people are still ready to shoot him down and sit him down in Santa Cruz, but the Schröder move can help. How do you adjust to it? You can do like Jordan Poole did his second year, go down to the G League, get your game right, come back as a pro, and be a baller. I don't know if Podziemski's going to do that. I don't know if they're going to send Podziemski down to the G League or whatnot to work out some things. But he can learn from Schröder on how to play basketball. Just sit back and watch.
We used to say the word tweener a lot. They call him a combo guard. And I know to a degree Steph still is a combo guard. I don't think he's a 2. At all. I don't think he's an off-ball guard. I don't think he defends that way. I don't think he's a catch-and-shoot, at least currently.
Who's that? Steph?
Pods.
He's
not a catch-and-shoot guy.
No, he's not.
It's just, I keep coming back to, just think of the summer. This is a guy who played point guard on the USA, under 21 team.
Select team. Next to Cooper Flagg.
Everybody was hyped, and not just the Warriors. I'm talking about everybody, nationally was hyping him up, and he's taking this leap, and defensively has not even come close to that. And he takes charges, but there's more to being a great defender than taking charges. There's help defense. There's on-ball defense. There's, rotations. He's a rebounder. He's definitely a good rebounder. I want to make sure that I say that because he is a great rebounder, and he's tremendous when it comes to loose balls. But I think that he has some limitations defensively. And then offensively, I just don't view him as a backup 2. I don't know where he fits into this.
He's a point guard. He should be a point guard.
Yeah, but when you're telling me that he can't initiate offense, he needs to be the secondary.
Yeah.
He needs to be on the back. Something's up, man. I don't know. This is not good.
I think they wanted his shot to come along here, and the jumper's not there. The jumper's not there right now. Before we hit the break, I want to get to our boy J-Dub. He has some Schröder thoughts as well. But I know Jordan, he's from the Deep South. He's from Georgia. And we're texting yesterday about Kirk Cousins. And no, I don't want Kirk Cousins, Jordan. But you know about that raccoon? You know about those chitlins, man? I know you do.
Listen, I try to stay as far away from it as possible. My mom is from Brunswick, so that's super South Georgia, and she talks about it all the time. I said, no, I'm good. Y'all, you can have that. We moved up, right? It's like the Jeffersons moving on up.
Right? Hey, I'm with you, man. That. No chitlins in my life no more. That's for sure. Drone problem in the Ute. Do we have a drone problem in the Ute?
Oh man, a drone problem. I try to stay as far away from that. I don't know about drone problems, but I do say this though, because I know obviously y'all talking about the Warriors. This whole Dennis Schröder thing is this is pretty interesting because obviously like growing up in Atlanta, I remember Dennis when he first got into the league, right? Because he came with the Hawks, and here's the thing for me. I think that's going to be interesting because he is from what I remember. He's got a big ego about himself, which is fine. I think as a high-level athlete, you're kind of supposed to. So there are going to be moments, though, where I think, he's going to want to have the ball down the stretch. He's going to want to be the big player down those moments. And so how is that going to gel, right? Like, that's kind of the big question I have with him right now. Is it going to be like, hey, are you going to be willing to, give it up and go with the Warriors offense? Or are you going to try to make things happen yourself?
It's a great question, Jordan. It's a great question. And whether or not, because I saw this text here, and this kind of crossed my mind a little bit. 415, I hope we're not acquiring Dennis just to move him for the supposed star we're looking for. If it doesn't work, if it doesn't fit, that is the beauty of this trade, is that you do, and I'm not even talking about trade. I want to see how this works out. But if it doesn't work out, and we get closer and closer to that deadline, it is another asset to flip if you don't think this fit is going to happen. So if it's going to work out with this team. So I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued tomorrow night in Memphis to see how this works out.
I'm assuming that the Warriors don't make moves to preemptively think of like, worst case scenario, we can move them again. I think they want this to work, and I think this is a great move.
But being a proactive team, though, don't you think that, hey, if it doesn't work, we still have time?
I think it's more a byproduct of just how the CBA is. There are some loopholes, and this was an unintended consequence. I don't know if it's that diabolical.
Yeah, no, I think you put all options on the table. All options on the table. You got a player here who's sought after. But we'll talk more about this on the other side with Eddie Johnson. Our man Eddie Johnson is going to join us on the River Islands guest line. That will be sponsored by Lucky California.
The perfect holiday meal.
He was a revelation, to be quite honest. I mean, he was one of the, all-rookie team, top 5 in the league. He started a whole bunch of games for us. Steve had troubles getting him off the floor. I mean, he had to have him on the floor. He was so good. He does so many things well. He's ultra-confident. He's got an NBA body. He can get wherever he wants. He obviously can shoot threes. He can drive. He can pass. I mean, what can he do? We're really excited. We think we've got a future all-star.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Bonta.
Man, I struggle with that, Pods. I struggle hitting the brakes, man. I mean, story of my life, right? But Pods, he's struggling this season. There's no doubt about it. And he will tell you that. He's struggling. I think he's been pressing a little bit because I still think there's a player there. The law of averages should come back. But right now, he only played 15 minutes and 50 seconds Sunday night against the Dallas Mavericks, so the minutes have been down a bit. 24.5 minutes on the season. His three-point percentage is up to 25%, but he's shooting 37.5% from the floor. Turnovers, the ball handling has been a problem. There's no doubt about it. There's been a problem with Brandon Pajemski, so he's struggling a little bit here for the Golden State Warriors in his second season. He was a first-team all-rookie team member, and now Dennis Schroeder's in town. He is in town to help facilitate and help alleviate some of the poor shooting woes the Warriors have had right now.
We just assume that development is like a rocket ship. You just start here and boom, you go all the way up to the moon, and now you're a star. That's just not how it is. And, I'm sure Joe Lacob himself, but just everyone would have him probably not say what he had said during the summer.
No doubt.
Putting a little too much on it.
Now was that summer league, of course.
Yeah, and maybe they felt that way. Maybe they all did. I don't know. But I'm sure it was a little heavy, with the sauce. And I just look at it this way. My pushback was initially, you know how difficult it is to just be a one-time All-Star? De'Aaron Fox is a great player. He's a freaking great player. We've played him how many times, Warrior fans? 20? 30? All right? He's a one-time All-Star.
Yep.
It's just very difficult to be an All-Star, period.
Yep.
So when you say those things and people cling to them or they start believing them or whatever, it's tough to replicate the year you had before. Eric Paschall, and I don't think Pajemski is him, but Eric Paschall had a great rookie year. And then we realized that was like fool's gold. Yeah. None of the stuff he was doing was sustainable to winning, and he got the usage that he would never have gotten on a team with Steph Curry.
Yep.
And so things just change. We saw with Joe Smith. Joe Smith had a great rookie year and then really kind of struggled to replicate that.
He did play 16 years, Joe Smith, which surprised the hell out of me. But I hear what you said about Joe. Yeah, that was like his high. That was his high water mark in the class with Rasheed Wallace,
like
Jerry
17
Stackhouse.
a game.
Yeah, Jerry Stackhouse, Rasheed Wallace, Antonio McDyess. That was a loaded draft class. Kevin Garnett and Joe Smith just never. That may have been the peak of his career. So we'll see what happens with Pods. But I think taking a step back here for Dennis Schroeder will be a good thing long term for Pods. Or the Warriors have options here. They definitely have options to go to Cam and Antioch. Hopefully Cam and Antioch is not having a conversation again. What up, Cam?
Good morning, guys. I'm gonna chill out today. Man. It's all good.
Hey, I gotta find out though. You know what, Cam? I gotta find out what was going on. What was going on in the car the other day?
I don't even remember that, to keep it honest.
Yeah, too much weed, though.
I'll be a little faded sometimes.
Yeah. No, I'm not mad at you. Hey, it happens to the best of us. First of all, before we get into your call, because I know you want to talk some Warriors here. First, do we have a drone problem in Antioch?
A drone?
Yeah, drones. I guess a drone.
No, I live in the ghetto part of Antioch. I don't see no drones over here.
No drones messing with y'all. What about raccoons? You ever eat raccoon before?
I'm from San Francisco, bro. Come on now.
Yeah,
never.
All right. I'm just making sure. I'm just asking. All right, let's get to the Warriors. I love the fact that he's like, I'm in the Antioch hood, man. Ain't no drones flying over there.
I would never eat a McLaren Park raccoon.
Cam, what you got on the Warriors?
I think they should send Pods to the G League. Kerr, if Moody or Kuminga got his numbers, they would have been benched. I don't know what Pods got on Kerr, but he played him way too many minutes. He did his thing last year. I feel me. He did cool when he was in there, but he got too much leeway. And we got to talk about Kerr. It's crazy. I don't hear nobody in the media really criticize Kerr. He even talked about the refs that went crazy on him. No fine. When does that ever happen? The coaches get fined all the time. He's talking about we don't have the offense in the closing games. That's because he's running this motion offense. Nobody's in rhythm. When Curry gets to do the pick and roll, he wants to run the pick and roll for Schröder, but not Curry. I think he hates Curry. I really think he do. Because the way he be treating Curry, taking him out when he get hot, don't put him back in the game when he trying to make Curry save us when he could just put him in a few minutes earlier, and you can sit Curry. We probably ain't going to sit him, but you could really close the game if you bring Curry in a few more minutes. Yeah, we don't want to keep the burden on Curry, but I think the motion offense makes him run way more toll on his body than pick and rolls. They clawing at him, scratching him while he's running. Curry uses him as a decoy. That's why Curry was not getting off in those first few games of the Olympics. But when Curry got the ball, got on ball, he went crazy.
Cam, you sound like a good basketball fan. Can we acknowledge this? Curry himself has said that he doesn't love to just bring the ball up the court, and he feels he's more of a threat when he doesn't have the rock, and he doesn't have to exert all of that energy just getting into the front court with the ball. And it's a little more difficult when you have 5 guys staring at you in a pick and roll situation as opposed to someone else has the ball and you're able to play more 3-on-4, 3-on-2s and things like that. Like, it's more stylistically.
Yeah, the motion offense could work, but Kurt goes with these tiny lineups. Like, that was cool when we was winning championships, but the league has caught on to that. Like, at least, like, why is Anderson getting DNPs when he plays more than I think 15 minutes? We like 10-2. But when he doesn't, we need to be big. Draymond needs to stay at the 4, and we need a real center at all times. They could keep Anderson at the 4 coming off the bench. Like, Kurt got to switch this up.
Yeah, and I think he will tinker with this roster, and he will tinker. And maybe that's something happening with Dennis Schröder, who is a pick-and-roll guy. You can run a lot of pick-and-rolls. And the great thing about Schröder's pick-and-rolls is, Chris Paul, Monty was explaining this yesterday on Warriors Now on NBC Sports Bay Area, and he made a good point. Chris Paul, when he ran the pick-and-roll, he would kind of stop around the mid-range or the three-point line and stay outside. Dennis Schröder will attack the basket. He will try to finish at the rim. So his pick-and-rolls are deadly. If you slip up a little bit and you want to play drop-dead coverage, he'll fly right by you. So I like this move. And so I do think Steve Kerr, when it comes to Kyle Anderson, is to fit there with Kyle Anderson. Steve Kerr wants to get the tempo up. Is Anderson capable of that? Or do we need to tinker with the style of play and tinker with it to say, you know what? Let's slow it down a little bit to make sure Slow-Mo fits. Because Slow-Mo didn't play the other night against Dallas. He didn't play 1 second.
It's a matchup you would think he would have a little more effect in a game in terms of like their pacing, because they do like to slow it up at times and be more methodical.
The Mavericks, that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, they play a slow down. They only took 87 field goal attempts. A lot of ball, a lot of Luka, a lot of Kyrie.
I don't know, but then I guess my question is like, they have specific long personnel that can make it difficult for him as well.
Yeah.
In terms of their defensive things that they can throw at you. I don't know. I feel like if you're playing Kyle Anderson at the 4, well, then that's coming at the expense of Kuminga's minutes off the bench, and you need that scoring off the bench. I like Anderson at the 5, but
can you play the 5?
That's the problem.
I don't know if you can play the 5, and if you do play Anderson, you got to make sure you got shooting around you. What does the lineup look like? What if he's playing with GP2?
Moody's absence is hurting.
Yeah, Moody's absence is hurting. But would you have GP2 or you have Looney out there or TJD? Where's the shooting going to come from? Now your spacing is compromised. So I don't know about the fit with Kyle Anderson right now. By the way, this is Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And don't forget the Dubie Awards this Friday. Take the day off. Oh, we got Eddie? We're efforting Eddie Johnson. Okay, I see the guys working back there. All right. Steve Kerr, on if Curry is still good enough to be a number 1 on a title team.
I think the answer to that is yes, it's realistic. This is a once-in-a-generation player and athlete. He's superbly conditioned. We just watched him 2.5 years ago carry us to the title. This is Steph Curry's team, and he's still an all-star. You saw him in the Olympics this past year. It's our job to put him in a position where we're in the playoffs and we give him a chance with the best group around him, the best schemes, the best coaching, the best training staff. And that's the focus. And Warriors fans know really well that guys like Steph don't come around very often. You know, we went 40 years between titles from 75 to 15. So we have Steph. He's still playing at an elite level. We have to give him every resource to try to take us home again, because we've watched him do it 4 times. So that's why we're doing what we're doing.
Yeah, I would say to Steve, and this is going to sound like I'm hating on Steph. Yeah, I don't think you can, because I don't think your number 2 is strong enough alongside of him for him to be your number 1. You know, when I look at the 2022 team, it's more of an outlier than I want to give it credit for, but it is. Like, to do what they did and the path that they went through, I don't think moving forward the path is that easy. Not that it was some, like, you know, you just waltzing into the championship. Like, Phoenix was the best team in the league that year, and they had in terms of record in the West, and they had a down, you know, playoff, and they got bounced. You got a little fortunate there. I think a matchup against Phoenix would have looked different than the matchup against Dallas in the Western Conference Finals. You know, they were very Luka heavy, and we kind of snuffed that out. I'm not saying they wouldn't have won the championship. I'm just saying, like, I think it was a little more difficult. And 2.5 years is a long time. And I'm not trying to sound like Curry can't, you know, grab it. He needs another running mate who is stronger at the 2 in terms of the second best player on the team than what they had that year. I don't think that roster that year in this season can win a championship.
Yeah, this roster right now is not a championship roster. I think we could acknowledge that.
But if I took that roster from 2022 and put it into this year, I don't think that's winning a championship either.
It's maybe
the game's
not.
evolving.
Maybe not. The game is evolving. But for that year, and I don't like doing those things. It's like, oh, well, this team could win it this year, and that team could win it because they're older, right? But I don't know. Look. Would they have beat Phoenix? I think they would have beat Phoenix in 6 or 7. That's just my personal opinion.
Okay. But that could have took a chunk out of them.
But you know what? Phoenix didn't handle their business.
No doubt.
So you know what? A lot of people told me Memphis was going to beat the Warriors in that 7-game series, and they didn't.
Ja got hurt.
Ja got hurt in Game 4, or late Game 3, but the Warriors were taking a 2-1 lead, and Memphis wasn't ready for that. It just wasn't. It wasn't. The Warriors have won Game 1 in Memphis. I think the Warriors are going to win that series regardless whether Ja played or not. The Warriors beat the Nuggets, and I know Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. are out, but they would have been a different seed at that point. Nobody believed in the Denver Nuggets anyway at that point. But the Warriors were great that year. They started off 18-2.
I don't want to make it sound like I'm diminishing.
Yeah. But so in terms of Curry being a number 1, yeah, I mean, can he be a number 1 where he's scoring 27, 28 a game at this age and carrying a roster? Nah, especially not with knee tendonitis in both knees. In both knees, he got tendonitis, dog. So, yes, does he need a stronger number 2 or somebody? Or I hate doing these things where it's like a number 2 or a number 3, but maybe somebody to take some things off his plate. Like I always think, we were watching Giannis last night, and I'm not saying Giannis is that player, but somebody who could get you easy buckets into whether it's the pick-and-roll game or getting to the rim. And that's where Kuminga comes into play. And that's why I think Kuminga needs to be empowered a little bit here, because when you see that pick and roll between Steph and JK, it is effective, Shasky. That pick and roll between JK and Steph, with JK diving down to the rim, JK finishes, or at least gets fouled. I want to see that more, and that's what I'm looking for to help Steph to alleviate some of the burden off his shoulders, and that's why you bring in Schröder to do some of those things.
I look back at this and I say, like, okay, that year they won it all. Wiggins was Superman. I mean, he was the second best player on the team. And it was clear, right? It was very clear.
No.
I think
You remember Wiggins went through a drought.
No, I'm talking about the playoff run.
The playoff run. Yeah, in the playoffs. Yeah. He turned into Superman, no doubt.
So, like, I'm watching this team this year, and Wiggins has been really good. But I don't think the Wiggins I'm seeing right now is good enough as your number 2. Because, like, I feel like Draymond is their second best player right now this year, just in the totality. If I was just taking the total of the year. Yep. And I don't think that's good enough. I think Dre and Wiggins need to be your 3rd, 4th. Like, if they're versions of them right now, they need to be your 3rd, 4th best players for you to be able to win one?
Listen, Steph Curry, can he be your number one? Well, he draws the attention like a number one, right? Now the league has evolved. Luka's better than he was 2 years ago.
No doubt.
Jokic is better. Jokic is better.
Yes.
SGA's better.
Yes.
Devin Booker's better.
Yes.
Who am I missing? You got Wemby down in San Antonio. The Clippers have given them issues. So the league is better. So it's tough to judge here. All right, let's bring in our main man. And I don't know if you got hit with bricks that night in Phoenix when Draymond Green was down there, Eddie. Because I told you he's hitting the 3 this year, Eddie Johnson, as we bring him in on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop, longtime Suns color commentator, NBA veteran, played for a long, long time, one of the best scorers in the league, over 20,000 career points. Eddie Johnson, also Sirius NBA radio with our boy Justin Termody. Eddie, good morning to you. Happy holidays. It's been kind of a theme of the show. So before we get into basketball, I'm going to ask you some oddball questions here. Number one, is there a drone problem in Phoenix? Because apparently there's a drone problem in New Jersey.
Yeah, a lot of people, you know what it is? I think some people are wishing they're UFOs, okay? So I don't know if it's a drone problem, more so than people are hoping that it's UFOs, okay? And I don't get it. I mean, you go into any electronic shop, you're seeing these drones. You know that the future has drones written all over it. And so I'm a little bit shocked that people are worried. I know people love their privacy and all of that. And I haven't paid too much attention to it. I finally read one article last night, but, it was kind of funny, man. We got people that's really weirded out about things flying around. I don't understand that.
I'm with you, Eddie. Shasky brought it to my attention to start the show. I'm like, what? He's like, dude, are you living under a rock? I'm like, dude, I'm watching hoops, man. I don't know what's going on out there. And number two, since it seems to be a theme, and I don't know what your holiday spread looks like. I got my mom making gumbo for Christmas. Have you ever tried raccoon, Eddie? Have you ever tried raccoon?
I got a raccoon coat.
That's a flex, man.
Wait a minute.
Oh, I love that.
Made of raccoon?
I'm just kidding.
No, you're not kidding, Eddie. You got that raccoon fur underneath? Come on, Eddie. You must have a guy, man. You got that raccoon fur?
Listen, I'm gonna tell you all one thing. It's so funny because I was in Oakland one particular year when you all were always getting to the finals, and we were walking back to our hotel, and we happened to walk past this garbage cans, like a collection of garbage cans or whatever, and we had stopped to talk, and then I looked up, and this raccoon was staring at my boss, Sean Butler, Sirius XM, and out of nowhere was another one just sitting there, just looking at him, and it looked like they were getting ready to jump. And I said, Sean, don't move. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, man, don't move. And it was 2 big, giant raccoons. I didn't know that you all had all these raccoons out there.
They're vicious.
So basically what you're telling me is that you're out there in the alleys and whatnot hunting down raccoons and then cooking them.
No one is doing that in San Francisco.
Not in the Bay Area.
I will let you know that right now.
Xavier Legette of the Carolina Panthers and Jerry Jones are admitting that, we love raccoon. We had it for Thanksgiving, which is kind of wild.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
That's what he said. But let me ask you an NBA question. Steve Kerr still believes that Steph Curry can be the number one on a championship team. Do you believe that?
Yeah, I can. And it's based on how devastating he could be. And that's why he would still be a number one. Now, would it be a number one, but not quite there to number one? He'll be better than his number two. He'd be more devastating. You could bring an all-star there. Say, for instance, for example, say Jimmy Butler went there. Mm-hmm. Okay? Steph would still be number one. Even though people might say Jimmy Butler can do more, right? So that's the way I look at it. He's still going to, because he's devastating. What he does can turn the game. And, no, he's not going to get 10 rebounds. He's not going to get 10 assists. He's not going to rack up triple doubles. But what he will do, he will force your defense to have to deal with him the entire time he's on the floor. And that's the number one. Think about it, right? Think about it when you go into a game and you're game planning against somebody. You're basically game planning like historically, Magic, okay? Even though Magic wasn't the best scorer on the Lakers, but you're game planning for Magic, right?
Yep.
You're game planning for, all the great players, the King, Bird, MJ, all of them. So, Steph would still be that. But, here's a good stat. And Michael Jordan fans don't like when I say this, but Scottie Pippen statistically in all of their 6 finals led in every category except scoring.
Wow.
Okay?
Yep.
So, although Michael was the number one, Scottie led in all categories. He scored. He had more rebounds than MJ, more assists, more steals, all of it in their 6 championships. So that's what I would say. Yeah, Steph, of course, can still be a number one.
No doubt. We're going to get to the ratings with you, Eddie Johnson, the new All-Star Game format. Get your thoughts on that. But first, I want to ask you about the Dennis Schroeder edition. It's a low-risk, high-reward move for the Golden State Warriors, moving DeAnthony Melton and a few second-round picks. As we know, Melton's out for the season with the ACL in his left knee. Schroeder comes over. He's going to be a free agent after the season. How do you like to fit with the Golden State Warriors here?
Man, you all cold, man. Y'all cold. Well, y'all hardcore out there in the Bay Area, man. Like DeAnthony Melton at home in crutches, man. He laying up with his leg on top of a bed somewhere. And y'all just trade the guy. And that DeAnthony Melton's like, I can't play. How can they trade me? I can't even play.
Hey, Eddie, at least it's New York City. At least he's going to New York City.
But you all are cold, man. That's cold, man. That's all. Maybe that's how y'all won titles, man. Y'all hardcore out there. But no, I like Dennis Schroeder. I just question if he's going to be that guy that you all have seen over the last 2 years in other teams. Like, for instance, he can't, in Brooklyn, he handled the ball a lot. He's not going to handle the ball a lot in Golden State. So that's the other negative, right? Because the offense is predicated more on movement, passing the ball quickly and all of that. But Dennis Schroeder is a guy that really, he creates with the ball in his hands. Like, he creates to his shots, he creates to finding people. It's not this, hockey assist type movement stuff. I don't know. Maybe he can do it. But the Dennis Schroeder that I know that has upped his game, international play and with Brooklyn, that guy has the ball in his hands. And so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Where do you think that the Warriors go from here? You're looking at their roster. They're connected with a lot of different teams in terms of rumors and trades and players. What do you think the next domino is?
Well, I think the biggest problem is they've always been able to pencil somebody in, right? Whether he was a big part of the team or a small part. Years ago, David West. It's just different guys that you've been able to put in place that enhance the full package of the team. And obviously, you went young. And, a lot of times when you decide to go young, in high draft picks, Kuminga and Moody were, first-round picks, you wonder if they're going to be able to elevate their game, grow quickly in time so Steph can have another opportunity to go deep. He and Draymond can go deep into the playoffs. And, I don't know what the light is on Kuminga. I like him. I know a lot of teams out there would love to have him. I know Golden State's afraid to move him because they feel like he could take off. But I think that's the problem, right? That Kuminga hasn't elevated himself to that level to where they can say, man, this dude could he's a number 2. Because that's what's open, right? They don't really have a number 2.
Yep.
I know you all think that with Draymond shooting 39% from 3, but
hey, Eddie, that brick didn't hit you in Phoenix, Eddie. That was great television, but that brick didn't hit you down there in Phoenix.
Trust me. That 39 by All-Star break, it'll be down to 32. Don't worry.
Oh, Eddie.
So you're going to go on the Draymond Green podcast next week or what?
Draymond Green show?
Draymond's a tremendous basketball player. I swear I would have loved to play with him, even though he drives you crazy when he's not on your team. And the only thing I've ever questioned with him is, the quick punch on people. That part when the other guys really won't retaliate because they're afraid to lose $100,000, and Draymond's not. But other than that, as a basketball player, as a connector, he's tremendous. And but I'll applaud his rebounding, I'll applaud his defense, I'll applaud his passing. But you will never, ever get me to applaud his ability to make threes, okay? Not buying it.
Eddie Johnson here on the Riv Rollins guest line. We love Eddie, Sirius XM, NBA radio with Justin Turbide, also the Suns color commentator, played a long time in this league, man, long time. Very good basketball player. Check out his numbers and his highlight tapes. Real quick, before we get, because you kind of touched on Kuminga there, and that was my next question, but the All-Star game format and the NBA ratings. Let's start with the ratings. What do you think has contributed to the dip in ratings? Now, locally, the Warriors do great. Locally, they do amazing. Best ratings, I believe, in the NBA when it comes to local television, or the regional networks. But overall, ESPN, TNT, the ratings have just dipped tremendously. What do you think has been the biggest problem, or what has been the biggest contributor to those ratings dipping in the NBA?
Well, it's a combination of things. And I think, look, the league got it great. They got it right 40 years ago when they decided to make players the face of the league, right? When they tagged Magic and Bird, it started a revolution of, okay, who's the next face, right? And so it went from Magic and Bird, right, to MJ. And not to disrespect all the other players that were playing, I'm just talking about face of the league. It went to MJ, right? And then it went sort of like to a combination of Kobe and Shaq. And then it went to obviously LeBron, Duncan, and Kevin Durant. And then Steph Curry. So we've had faces of the league. The problem is LeBron has lasted so long as the face. The movement to the next era was intersected, right? So did Steph get enough attention as the face? Did KD get enough attention? And then in the middle of all of this, the game has changed with the three-point shooting. Now, a lot of the guys that I just told you, they can be duplicated. Magic has been duplicated somewhat. Jokic, Luka, they can pass like Magic, right? And LeBron. You got big guys out there. We haven't seen anybody like LeBron ever with his physicality. But guess what? If Zion can ever stay healthy, we'll see another LeBron in that situation. Steph might be the only person of this run that's not duplicated. But what did they tag onto Steph? They tagged analytics onto him. And because of that, I haven't seen another Steph Curry. Trae Young tried to be Steph Curry, but he's not. And what's happened with analytics is we got 9 teams shooting over 40 threes a game. Boston is shooting 51, okay? And so a fan can turn on a game, and they're watching this, and you've seen it. They'll watch go up and down 8 times and shoot threes every time and break them. That's not pretty basketball, man. And I think that's part of my issue is analytics is good for the sport, but I think it's too much. It's like eating Christmas dinner coming up, right? I mean, the first 3-4 bites, that's the bites that taste good. But if you keep eating it just because it looks good, what's going to happen? You're going to get full. You're not going to like it, right? So that's the way I look at it. We're just getting too much of a heavy dose of threes. And that is all we do now. And everybody has copied that because of Steph. But we're not going to see, I believe, another Steph Curry. I don't. We've seen another MJ. We saw it in Kobe. We saw Vince Carter. We saw T-Mac. We saw guys that could play like him. And this is the final part. The one guy now that's come along that we say, man, he looks like MJ and Kobe, right? And Anthony Edwards. Mm-hmm. What has analytics done to him?
He's shooting 10 threes a game, Eddie.
He's taking 10 a game, and then he has the audacity to say he doesn't like to dunk. And he's in his 5th year. So that's the problem, man. It's like, they got to understand that the beauty of the game grabs eyes. And if you just, going to just chuck up threes and, and if it's not going, when you're knocking them down, it looks really beautiful and all of that. But a lot of times they're just not knocking the ball. You're only making, 40% of them, 30-something percent of them. 30-something percent of them. So you're making 3 and you're missing 7. Okay, and so you combine that with both teams on each end. To me, it just takes away the beauty of the game. Running off screens and setting down screens, setting back kicks, running plays, moving the ball from strong to weak. It's like that's basketball, man. And I'm not an old man on my lawn. I understand that threes are important, but it's not shouldn't be the one thing that takes over our game. Back to the basket play. Where are they? Like, we will never see another Kareem. And it's not because they're not capable. It's just because they won't let them. So another Kareem or Akeem, you won't see them. And to me, that's what analytics has done. They don't like me. I like them. I just don't care for their package at the high level that they do.
What do you make of the All-Star Game tweaks? It feels like we're trying to fix something that to me is so tiny. It's like a drop of water in a bucket of oceans out there. Trying to fix the All-Star Game is ridiculous. Like, I'm looking at the schedule and the formats and all these things. Like, I think it's silly. What do you think of the All-Star Game?
Well, again, whatever Adam Silver's trying to do, it's not his fault. Like, the players have made him do things like this because they don't play in the All-Star Game. It's a joke. It truly is. Like, what happened to competitive spirit, man? No, I don't want to turn on an All-Star game, and just see guys run up and down and dunk the ball with no defense. The beauty of the dunk is when you dunk on somebody. Like, just dunking on a rim. I can go grab some guys off the street that can jump, and they can go dunk. Okay? But what I love about a dunk is when you posterize somebody. Well, ain't no posters in the All-Star game. They get out of the way. They don't even go at each other. It's that part, man, that Adam Silver had to change. And he was very disturbed last year when he thought that they would play hard and answer what he was, asking them to do, and they didn't. And so they can't be mad at him. They just can't, man. He's trying to do something to make it work, because what's going to happen if it doesn't work, they're going to get rid of the game. And they're going to do other stuff.
Which would be criminal. That'd be criminal. Eddie, I know you're at the sound like you're at the airport or whatnot, so I want to get you out of here. But real quickly, what do you think about maybe switching up the conferences? Or I have this theory that maybe you should go to a Premier League format like they do in European soccer, where you get rid of the East and West. You do one table. You get 3 points for a win. You get a point for a tie if you tie at the end of overtime, the first overtime or whatnot. Just something to spice up the regular season and maybe spike the ratings, because we could try. They travel, and I know traveling can be difficult at times in the NBA. I'm not going to say that, even though you guys are flying business or whatnot. But
but the travel is really difficult. I mean, I drive my car right to the plane. I park it right there. I get out. They take my luggage. I walk on. I got a 5-star meal. I'm in a first class seat. Oh, it's just so freaking difficult.
So daunting, Eddie. So such a grueling grind. Do you think they're going to do away with conferences, East and West, and just maybe do just one table at some point, or one conference?
But if they did that, as long as everybody got the same amount of games against the same amount of teams, right? So if it's, if one team has got a weaker schedule than the other one, then that's not fair, right?
Right.
So that's why the East West, you can balance it out a little bit. You only play them one each during the course of the season, and the travel is not as bad as you say, and then it's equality. I think that's the problem. Yeah. So if they brought them all together, I just don't know with arena rentals and how they do the schedule, how that could play out. But, anything to spice it up. I mean, I love what Adam Silver has done. I love his mindset and how he's unafraid to try things. And I'm just waiting on, obviously, Seattle to get their team back. And I'm just waiting on that. So when that happens, I'm good.
All right, Eddie. Happy holidays to you, brother. We'll see you when you come to the Bay Area January. Or actually, you come into the Bay next week. Saturday night, December 28th.
Next week, I'll get there early so I can go out there and watch Draymond warm up with threes.
Hey, we'll get you back on TV, too, and I'll make sure he splash a couple just for you.
Yeah. All right, we'll do.
All right, Eddie. Happy holidays, man. Safe travels. Eddie, man, he's always good to us, man. He's fun. Isn't he fun? There's a lot there, too, I want to unpack from Eddie.
Well, I know we're gonna do the injury report here in a second. How many college basketball players are there in Division I? Do you know? I know exactly how many.
I don't.
Okay, I saw this stat. I'm stealing this from the internet. It flashed across my timeline. There are 5,600 Division I college basketball players.
Okay.
How many are shooting 35% or better from three-point line?
Oh, if I had to guess, I say less than 60.
132.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a good number.
Right.
Good. Less
than
half of 1%. 0.02% of college basketball players at the Division I level are shooting 35% or higher. Now, let's go to the NBA. The NBA, there are about 500, give or take, NBA players.
To 500, yep.
Okay. How many of those guys take half their shots from three?
Oh, I'd say more than half the league.
No, it's over 100. It's over 100.
How many?
Because you have a lot of guys that don't take any shots.
Yeah. Okay.
So you have over 100 guys who take just half their shots come from three. 100 guys of the 500 that are in the NBA. And again, think of it like guys like Quentin Post has not played an NBA game.
Yeah.
He's an NBA player.
Right.
Think of how the numbers have been distorted. All right? They've been distorted. 100 guys in the league right now, 100 guys take half or more of their three-point attempts from the corner. We have a problem. And I love the game of basketball. I see it at the youth level.
Yep.
The amount of horrific shots from three when we can't even make a layup drives me beyond insane.
Well, Buki had a great line. Lindy Waters the third. He made the three. It was on a fast break in the fourth. He pulled up from the top of the key with J.K. cutting to the basket on the left side of him. And Buki said, wow, the audacity to take a shot like that. Or say he didn't say that, but he was just basically said the guts to take that shot. Now he made it. But for some reason, that's become a good shot in the league. And to Eddie's point about the analytics, we do have a three-point. Anthony Edwards, I think of him like, boy, he could be a carbon copy of Michael Jordan. Not saying he could be Michael Jordan, but I believe his back-to-the-basket game, his mid-range game could be really good. But he's attempting 10 threes a game. Boston, in a way, has copied the Houston Rockets model with James Harden and said, you know what, we're going to take 51 threes and play 5 out. And if it's not a mid-range, if it's not a three, then we'll try to get to the layup line. You know what I'm saying? Or we'll try to get to the free throw line. We have to do something. And Adam Silver's touched on it. He's trying to listen to data and get these points. But I do miss the Hakeem Olajuwons. I do miss the Patrick Ewings and the David Robinsons. And everybody who thinks they're a three-point shooter who could just go ahead and jack threes up and down the floor, it's not a pretty product.
No. And think about this. Like, you and I are the same age, so maybe we're just different. When I think of the greatest, close my eyes, the greatest plays in the NBA, really only a couple of them are jump shots. Like Michael Jordan's crossover on Byron Russell because of the setting. But if I think of Jordan's career, the dribble back dunk on
Patrick Ewing, baseline.
Way sicker.
Baseline.
Okay.
I think about John Starks dunking all over them, baseline at the Madison Square Garden.
Warrior fans. Right. Baron Davis's dunk.
Baron Davis's dunk over AK-47.
Sean Kemp dunking on Chris Gatling and Alton Lister. Yep. Right? So to me, the Kobe alley-oop to Shaq.
Kevin Johnson dunking over Hakeem Olajuwon baseline in a conference playoff game.
Now close your eyes and think about the last 8 years.
Yeah.
10 years of the NBA.
It's been threes.
It's really the LeBron dunk with Wade going like this.
Yeah.
And that was over a decade ago. I can't, and this is why I love Giannis as I watched Giannis last night.
Right.
And I know he's tried to stretch the game out a little in terms of his floor game, but his freaky dunks, we are losing the element that we all fell in love with, the athleticism.
Well, it's funny because Eddie brought up Zion Williamson, and we've had a conversation about Zion, and he's been a big disappointment because he can't stay healthy. But I think a lot of us, and you, because you're like, you're mesmerized. And I was like, I used to be mesmerized by Zion, but he can't stay on the court. So what? John Moran is a good one on the Comcast Business text line.
He doesn't want to dunk anymore.
But no, he has some nasty dunks. He needs to dunk.
No, but he said, I don't want to dunk anymore because I could get hurt.
But he had a crazy dunk last week, dunking all it in. So we'll continue this conversation. Anthony and Benicia, pardon me, we'll get you on the other side here. Injury report time. elbow jumpers from bigs, dunks on people. You're right. We need more of that. We need the mid-range game. That's why I appreciate Wiggins at times with the elbow jumper. I appreciate Kuminga with the 10-foot little fadeaway in the post. He has that to his arsenal. I missed that, right? When Kuminga hits that 10 to 12-foot jumper, I'm like, yes.
What about the drop step, left-handed little hook shot
in
the lane? And I know it's like, that's only a 55% shot. Yeah, but there's a beauty of sagging the defense in to be able to earn the right to kick it out to a wide-open shooter.
No doubt about it. We'll get more to that because I want to dive into the All-Star game because the NBA All-Star game used to be one of my favorites. Baseball by far and away is the best All-Star game. I think they've always kind of held that mantle, but the NBA All-Star game wasn't far behind. Now it's becoming like the NFL Pro Bowl. We'll get to that on the other side. Moses Moody still dealing with the knee injury that is expected to keep him out of tomorrow's game against the Memphis Grizzlies. Specifically, he is dealing with left knee patellar tendinopathy, also known as jumper's knee, and is a common soft tissue injury that can affect a tendon below the kneecap. Rest is the most effective treatment for Moody, and it remains to be seen when he will be cleared to return to action. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Curzon, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises. Anthony, we're going to get you on pods and Steph in the addition to the Schröder. We'll play some sound and we'll dive into this new All-Star game format. I'll ask the audience, 888-957-9570, you in or out on the All-Star game format that is happening this season? We'll explain and give you the details of that coming up on the other side here on The Roast.
Save on premium protein.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
What about rabbit? What about crickets? What about all that?
Might be suggestible.
Anthony Slater. He'll join us at 8:30 to talk about the Warriors additions and where they move from here.
Kind of like a mashed potatoes guy.
He's a Guest of the Year nominee for the Dubie Awards. Guest of the Year nominee, Anthony Slater. He'll join us at 8:30. As this is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealers. We'll get to the calls in just a second. 888-957-9570. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. You know the drill. All the overnight dancers, cops, firefighters. Make sure you drive safe. Please, it's the holiday season. I know you want to go Christmas shopping and get all your gifts and make sure you got everything done. Be patient. Don't need to drive crazy. I'm seeing a lot of accidents, man. Traffic's been backing up a lot.
We got to put our
these
phones
last few
down.
days. Huh?
We got to put our phones down.
The phones.
As a
Just driving
society.
the phones and driving reckless,
Yeah,
and
I
it's just a
agree.
lot.
And be respectful.
You know, the guy, when I got stuck in that traffic last week, I was talking to Kasim Gissim. He's one of the supervisors over at NBC. He goes, dog, I had to drop off my wife at the airport that day. He saw what happened. And it was like, whoa. So we don't want to lose no loved ones during the holiday season. That's for sure, man. So just be safe out there.
So, Bonte, you teased before the break that the All-Star game is going through some tweaks.
Yeah. Going through some tweaks.
As a kid, and look, this is going to sound like we're the two old heads saying that today sucks and yesterday was better and back in my day, X, Y, Z. But I remember as a kid, Ahmad Rashad, and again, I don't expect Ahmad Rashad in his 80s to be doing what he did when we were kids, but there was a whole weekend. All-Star Weekend was the thing in my living room that I would watch because the weather usually wasn't that great, and we would hang around and they would have the celebrity game and the three-point shooting and obviously the dunk contest, and it was to me it was an entire event weekend, and I would be waiting for the whole thing all weekend, and then it all coronated with the game on Sunday night where the guys cared enough to put on a show and to play just enough I care defense in the second half, particularly in the fourth quarter. And it felt like I got the stars and the best of the game to just elevate themselves enough to where there was a facade of competition.
Yeah, just stand in front of your man, trying hard, just play hard. The 80s and 90s, they were great with that. It was personal pride, East versus West. We want the bragging rights. You remember the last great All-Star game maybe was, what was it, 01? I want to say in D.C. when Iverson and Marbury led a big-time comeback with the Eastern Conference.
Wasn't 01 here?
01 was here. Maybe it's 02. I'm getting,
Vince
it was in
Carter,
D.C.
I believe.
You know which one I'm talking about.
I do.
Where they came back from 18 points down.
Did you collect cards?
Against the Western Conference. So, of course, I collect cards.
So, like one of my favorite cards back in the 80s, the NBA hoops, East versus West, when you'd get the
uniforms.
East. Yeah, the All-Star card. I have a Shaq card, his rookie year. The blue, it's like over the top, all blue, royal blue, All-Star jersey. Like, I lived for those. I couldn't tell you about the uniforms or anything. I have zero care. And I love that Steph's in it.
Well, but let's talk about the format here. Let's break it down for everybody. So this year they decided to do format. And to your point, All-Star Weekend, I got to experience All-Star Weekend in New York City, and everything was fun. The rookie-sophomore game.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Three-point shootout was amazing between Steph and Clay. Steph won it in Brooklyn at Barclays Center. The dunk contest that year. Victor Oladipo came out singing New York, New York.
Oh, yeah,
Zach LaVine won it with the Space Jam dunk. Yeah. I was like, wow, it was a frenzy in New York City. And then the game happened at Madison Square Garden. And it was,
anticlimactic?
Yeah.
Who was the MVP? I don't even remember.
Russell Westbrook. He made I think he made 6 or 7 threes in that game or whatnot. But
200 to 220.
It was ridiculous. The game was kind of a dud. So this year, the new format for the 2025 NBA All-Star Game, which is being held at Chase Center this season, right here in the Bay Area, San Francisco. 24 NBA All-Star selections divided evenly into 3 8-player teams. Fourth team is the Casual Rising Stars champion, so that fourth team will be the Rising Stars champion, whatever team that is. Honorary team GMs, Charles Barkley, Shaq, Kenny Smith, and Candace Parker, all part of the TNT family. Barkley, O'Neal, Smith will draft their rosters from a pool of 24 NBA All-Star selections, and Parker's the GM of the Rising Stars champ. 2 teams meet in one semifinal, and remaining 2 teams meet the other semifinal. Winning teams from game 1 and game 2 advance to face each other in a championship, and the winner of each game is first team to reach or surpass 40 points. So it's all these mini games with 8 players, and they're trying to tweak it to make it more exciting or whatnot. And I'm not sure this is going to do it. I'm intrigued. I'm all for change. I'm all for making it more exciting. But when I think about the Pro Bowl, I agree with that. I totally agree with that. But like with the Pro Bowl in the NFL, right? I used to get up for the Pro Bowl. AFC, NFC, these guys used to hit. I mean, what was I watching? What was I? I was watching the 30 for 30 on the Sack Exchange, New York Sack Exchange. Mark Gastineau, what a character he is. But he smacked somebody in that Pro Bowl game. We think of Sean Taylor smacking a punter, Brian Norman. Jerry Rice used to take pride in running routes against Ron Woodson. Dion wanted to shut guys down. And then all of a sudden, we've moved to flag football. It's become a complete joke. A complete joke. Now, I get it. You invest millions of dollars in these players and you don't want them to get hurt in the point. But I don't recall anybody ever getting hurt in Pro Bowl games. I don't.
I don't either. But football, I will give it a pass because of the violence of the game.
Because of the violence.
I will definitely concede.
But I don't remember anybody getting hurt. Anyway, the All-Star game used to be prideful. Guys want to win All-Star MVPs. Kevin Garnett was barking at guys. Kobe Bryant, for crying out loud.
It was like a coming of age.
I mean, dude, it's a coming out party for you. So this format, I guess you're trying to tweak it, but what about just playing hard competitive basketball?
But is this just not okay? I guess my question now to you is this just not for us and it's for the 12 to 16-year-old? I'm asking out loud.
I don't know if they like this.
Have we been bypassed as the consumer because we're going to watch no matter what? Like this is the way I view like the old heads in baseball. You know, they lose their minds. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. You got to understand, baseball already has you hooked. I feel like us old basketball heads, we're already going to watch. Are they trying to appease to a demographic that is just not our window?
I have no idea. No idea.
Because I would say to Adam Silver, my rebuttal to him would be like, hey, Adam, look, you're trying to fix the All-Star game when we're telling you have bigger issues as a league.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I think that you're tweaking something that doesn't necessarily need massive overhaul. What needs massive overhaul are some of the rules of the game, how the game is played stylistically, and maybe the calendar on the schedule.
Well, I'm looking at the scores here. It really started exploding around 2007. Yeah. So 2000 was the one in Oakland, California.
You don't want to hear what I'm going to have to say about that.
Hold on. So Oakland, California was 2000.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm
and
sorry.
01 was D.C.
Okay.
When East won 111, Iverson won the MVP. You got the great picture with Jordan and hugging Marbury and Iverson. In 2007, so 2006, you had a 122-120 game in Houston, Texas. Very competitive basketball game. Wow, 122 to 120, regular basketball game. Then in 07, just exploded. 153, 132. Then it got 134, 128. Then it got 146. Then you get 141, 148, 152, 143. Then all of a sudden, 2014, you get 163. And then in 2016 in Toronto, you get the West scoring 196 points in a basketball game. 196 points. Then you get 192. And we knew it was just a matter of time before somebody cracked 200. And last season, the East scored 211 points in the All-Star game. I mean, it's a complete joke.
So this is where it is for me. And you could say, Joe, it's deeper than that. It's all the players. I think a lot of people in the league have taken their cues from LeBron James.
I'm with you on that one.
And I think if you were to say to me, where's the line of demarcation? It's the I'm too cool to put myself out there to do the dunk contest. And I think everything has trickled on down from that. To me, it's I'm too cool to look foolish on this stage. Why try hard? And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. And I see it across the board. It's trickled all the way down to the kids these days. I can't even conduct serious practices 9 times out of 10 because everyone's afraid to try hard to get humiliated, I guess is the word, but it's not. Like, to me, like competition at its heart is I'm competing at everything I do, right? And I know you're going to pick and choose your spots. I'm not saying you're treating the All-Star game like it's Game 7 of the finals. No one's saying that.
Just play hard.
Some semblance of pride.
Personal pride.
But I feel like LeBron, and I'm using him as kind of like the figurehead.
I'm glad you are because
LeBron to me is the signifier. Everyone follows their cues from him.
Yeah. Well, LeBron, because we saw all the greats partake in the slam dunk contest.
It's a rite of passage.
Dominique, Jordan, Kobe, Vince, you name it, Muggsy. I mean, you had stars. And now we're getting Mac McClung. And we're getting no-name New York Knickerbockers. Or we're getting no-name players from the pay. You know,
Dwight
you get what I'm
Howard
saying?
did it.
Dwight Howard did do it. But I also think the dunk contest as well has lost its luster because they allowed Nate Robinson to attempt 16 dunks and they gave him a slam dunk.
Well, that's a
championship.
whole...
And that was a joke.
Yeah,
that was a joke. But Dwight Howard did do it. The Superman dunk. Putting a sticker. How about Gerald Green blowing a candle?
It was great.
Blowing a candle, dunking. It was awesome.
I mean, I would go back to the D. Brown days.
Oh, with the pumping up, yeah. So
pumping up the Reeboks.
So LeBron, when he told Cheryl Miller, yeah, it's time, I'm going to do it next year, and he doesn't do it for whatever reason, I'm trying to pump Jonathan Kuminga to do it. JK doesn't want to do it. We had JK on the pregame show the other day. Kev did a one-on-one fest. He's like, yo, I went to the dunk contest. You know, I've been trying to get JK to dunk contest for years.
Do you guys think the dunk contest just isn't cool anymore because the dunk isn't cool anymore?
No, it's very simple.
Well,
You
no,
need stars
because
to do it.
Well,
you need cachet.
but the dunk has also just been no one dunks cool anymore.
But
we just talked about John Moran and the 3-point shot. What Stephen Curry has done. I'm not blaming Steph for this. The 3-point shot is the cool thing now. So every single person and every single team is doing that. I'm just saying, the dunk isn't cool anymore.
No, the dunk should be cool because of the creativity. What
Should
Aaron
be, but
Gordon
it's not.
Aaron Gordon bringing in props, bringing in cards, bringing in different rims, jumping over some of that one's jumped the shark because everybody does it. But the creativity that Aaron Gordon and Zach LaVine brought to the dunk contest, they brought it back.
So this
was just, what was that, just 5 years ago?
Yeah.
They brought it back.
But here, I think Spadoni's onto something. See, everyone's infatuated with the 3-point shot, and I get it. But when you go to a game, this is my feel. When I go to a game, the loudest ovations are the dunk.
The dunk.
Okay? It's the same thing in baseball. Yeah, we love the home run. But when all you do is give me the home run, the most exciting play in baseball is like a play at third base, a play at home, right? It's running the bases, actually. It's the bang-bang play. That's the most exciting play. The most exciting in-game moment when you're at the game is that dunk you don't see coming. When Kuminga or the Wiggins, for example, comes cocking it back in the playoffs when Wiggins had that dunk, that was the loudest ovation in-game. So my pushback to that, Joe, would be like, when you go to these games, the most electrifying thing is seeing someone up in the air and that moment of, and the whole stadium starts to lose its oxygen. I don't know.
At the games, I would agree. It's a television product now, though. I'm just saying, to your point. They're trying to cater it, and it's become so boring. Like, I am not sitting on my couch for an hour and a half or however long the dunk contest. I'm just not.
No,
doing
I agree on that.
Yeah, but it's also the cachet of having star players in the slam dunk contest. You're not going to care. I'm going to look at the participants here at the slam dunk contest.
Rich made his career. Part of the Jay Rich career. If I say Jason Richardson, all us worry about, great basketball player. Everyone else, dunk contest champion multiple times.
Anthony Simons won a dunk contest in 01. Who was the participants in this year? You get what I'm saying? All-time participants. So I'm looking, here it is. I'm scrolling down. So last year, for example, the slam dunk participants. Mac McClung. Jaylen Brown is a big name.
But
Jaime Jaquez and Jacob Toppin.
Player.
Yeah, he wasn't even an NBA player. The year before, Trey Murphy III, who nobody knew until last season. Jericho Sims, who? Kenyon Martin Jr. We know Kenyon Martin Sr. We don't know Jr. really, and Mac McClung. The year before that, Obi Toppin, JTA. All credit to JTA. A lot of people don't know who Juan Toscano Anderson is. He's like the 8th man to go to State Warriors, and I love JTA. Jalen Green, who we knew, and then Cole Anthony. And Kareem Abdul-Jabbar walked out of it because of the lack of creativity. You need creativity, but you also need stars. You need stars who bring that swagger, that buzz, that get people standing up, because they've been copying dunks for years.
Television ratings aren't down just league-wide because of All-Star Weekend.
Right.
No, they aren't. But I do believe the All-Star Weekend stuff is the microcosm of what ails the league in general. The sense that the consumer gets is that the players don't care, so why should I care?
Right. And now you got people checking out of it.
Exactly.
Like All-Star Weekend, I used to watch all the time. Now I take vacations. Well, I'm not going to be able to this year, I don't think, because it's in the Bay Area. But you know me, I take my vacation every All-Star break and just check out. And I love the NBA All-Star game.
I'm going to Hawaii that Monday.
Right, see, there you go.
Well, right after the All-Star game.
Oh, well, you'll watch
Spadoni, you'll be in talking about the The All-Star game, bud.
Oh, sweet. Cool.
There you go.
Look what I gifted you.
Yeah,
Merry Christmas.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
Let's go to,
I'm glad we're talking about the NBA Cup from last night, too.
Speaking of which,
great.
I have an NBA Cup tweak. If you want to make the NBA Cup matter, to me, automatic top 4 berth in the playoffs.
Well,
if you win the NBA Cup, you automatically get a top 4 berth.
What if you only win 37 games in a regular season?
So what?
See, I agree with you, Shasky. I do think NBA Cup winner should get a playoff berth.
Yeah.
I would go automatic
fair
6
enough,
seed,
fair enough.
contingent on you have to win at least 41 games.
Yeah, I think if you're under 500, you should be disqualified. Now, rumor has it they may move the Cup to January, which I think they should do. I think the NBA Cup is too early in the season. Maybe you do it in January to spice it up. And now you're going against the NFL playoffs, but if you spice it up and had it later in the season, right before the All-Star break, I think it's better.
The problem is the NBA starts too early.
Yeah, but you also do this Cup thing too early.
I know, I agree.
You do the Cup
but
too
this
early.
is where, again, Adam Silver, you're doing all these changes to the All-Star game. The change is simple. Start the year on Christmas.
Well, it's too late for that now. I don't think. I think it was the perfect time. But that was my first year doing Warriors Free and Pulse. I was like, Chris, this is perfect. But I remember the NBA Finals. People complained and said nobody's watching the finals. But I was like, well, it was a lie because I was in Lake Tahoe when the Bucks were playing the Suns and the bars were packed watching the finals. NBA is usually a summer sport.
Guys,
think about the Pro-Am.
We're streaming. Like if Adam, you literally have 9 different channels of streaming that are paying the $12 billion for you.
That's another problem. People don't know where to go to watch their NBA games anymore. It's too confusing, especially for old heads. They're like, is it on Amazon? Is it on NBA? Is it on NBC?
Dad used to call me up. What? Apple? For a Giants game? What?
Yeah,
Facebook? He would go crazy.
Let's go to the calls real quick. Anthony and Benicia. Anthony, what's happening?
What's up, Chill Hill? What's up, Shasky? Take him out. Much love to both of y'all. So y'all going in a lot of different areas here, but I want to talk about the Warriors. But since you are talking about the All-Star game and just like the different stuff with the NBA needs to listen to its fans a little bit more, because I feel like some of these big companies go into these boardrooms and they come up with these ideas and they think they know what we want. And they really don't, and then they give us something that doesn't work. And I agree with you guys with the All-Star game just not being competitive. One of the things I noticed, or let me say, one of the things I just miss seeing them in their regular jerseys. Like I thought that was always pretty cool, and when they changed and got more corporate, that took a little bit away from me. But as far as the competition goes, man, I think these guys, they're too busy worrying about their brand. They make so much money, and even some of the lesser players make so much money that they don't really care about playing hard. These guys rather be doing something else, and they're only doing it because it's the obligation. So I don't know how you change that, because you really can't change anybody's heart, and you can't make anybody be more competitive. So I'm not sure how they go with that or where they go with that, because we've just gotten too far ahead of everything right now. And I feel like less is more in a lot of different situations. And this is another situation when you talk about the 3-point shot. You talk about how much money they're making again, right? And it's not about counting pockets. It's just about, by next year, some of these guys are going to be making $500 million. They can care less about playing in an All-Star game or dunking. So, but to the Warriors, I feel like we're having the same issue as we did the last 2 seasons. We have too much of the same thing. And I feel like sometimes when you have too much of the same players, you really end up doing the same thing. And here we are again trying to figure out how and who can be a second scorer for Steph. But I also want to say this as a fan, and I love Steph just as much as the next person. If you're not careful trying to find a piece that can help Steph possibly get another one, you are also running a risk of shortchanging some of the young guys, because the problem with JK and Moody and even somebody like Pods, who I think has gotten a little bit too much rope, but with JK and Moody, they've gotten a short end of the stick when you think about the inconsistencies of their playing time. And Bond has said this a lot, and I think we've all kind of agree here. These young guys go from playing a lot and kind of feeling like they're the man, and they come to the new NBA teams, and I know that they don't feel like they've arrived, but they do need some consistency, and they do need to know where they stand when it comes with the team. And I feel like that's how you lose young guys. So I'm all for trying to see if we can get another piece or two to help Steph, but we also have to bring these young guys along because when they're gone, that's all we're going to have. And I think if you don't do it right, you're going to lose these guys like you did with J.K. last season
no doubt,
and the season before when he okay, go ahead.
No, I was going to say great call, man, because we got to run here. No, you make a great point. And we're going to see what happens with J.K. We're going to see because I don't think the Warriors are done trying to improve this roster. So we'll see what goes on with J.K. because I do want to get into that with Eddie Slater. Another thing that we're afraid to say, which hurt the NBA, and it was cool in the moment, but I've run into a lot of people over the last 5 years. And I don't like saying this, but the political backing of what's going on in the country, the Black Lives Matter on the court, which is a great gesture by the NBA. It was. And a lot of the players putting it on their jersey or putting whatever on their jersey. But they also turned a lot of people off because a lot of people always say, I get away from politics. That's why I watch sports. It's my getaway. And I remember I ran into this lady, and it hit me like a ton of bricks when she goes, Bonte, I will never watch the NBA again. I don't want political messages. And, she may have disagreed with some of the messaging, but I think that also hurt the league when you think about it, man. And now it hasn't hurt the NFL because we love football so damn much, but think about the blowback a lot of people gave the NFL for having end racism in the end zones and social justice and all that stuff, and people went crazy about it.
I mean, look at forget the NBA, forget sports. Disney has been battling this for about 5 years now, and there has been a huge backlash when you're putting woke ideology into what I want to just enjoy Star Wars or whatever it is with my kids.
Right.
Like this is not an NBA exclusive issue right now where you're hammering things down people's throats. The consumer's telling you, if you're in the entertainment business, I don't want to have my morality judged at every turn.
But I feel like LeBron James was one of the more outspoken athletes in sports when it came to this. Popovich, Kerr, LeBron, Curry to an extent, all this stuff. And I understand it. I love that because a lot of the knock on Michael Jordan for so many years was like, he doesn't speak up enough. He doesn't speak up enough. So now we get players who do speak up, and I love that they use their platform to speak up. But think about how many people come at LeBron now. The Clay Travises of the world, the Portnoys of the world, the Whitlocks of the like all this. So I think that hurt in a way where it's like, oh, you want to do all this during the pandemic, coming off the pandemic? We're not coming back to your sport. And I think that hurt the NBA.
Well, let's double down on it. I mean, if you're going to have this conversation, LeBron and China, there's a big contradiction between LeBron and all of his stances on China and some of their stances on China. And everyone's like, wait a minute, dude. Relax, dude. The hypocrisy is rife. And I do believe all of these things. It's all of these things. It's style of play. It's just all of these are contributing factors.
Before we get to Slater, we'll get to Nick and Antonio. We got a break right now? All right. Coming back, we'll get to Nick and we'll get to Antonio. Then we'll get to Anthony Slater coming up to talk about the Dubs here, our Warriors insider for The Athletic. Schröder, he's in the Bay now. How does that work for the Golden State Warriors? How does he see the fit here with Dennis Schröder, J.K., Steph, Draymond, and the rest of the crew? That's coming up, brought to you by Safeway.
This is Film on Mike, and the Dubie Awards are this Friday at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale from 6 to 10. I'll be there. You better be there, too. Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky. Bonte, you know you ain't a king in Filmo. Nah, I'm playing.
I'm definitely not, though, Filmo. That'd be 40 Keys. That'd be Mo Bettichetta. That'd be Filmo Mike himself. Hard hitter Mayfield. There's a lot of kings out there in Filmo. I'm definitely not one of them, but I love my hood. By the way, Dubie Awards, Friday. They're coming. It's here, folks. I can't believe it. It's here. We'll be down in Sunnyvale. So you want to get there early at Laughing Monk Brewing. Shout out to Sam and the crew over there at Laughing Monk. I cannot wait to get there and go talk game with all the roasters, all the listeners, everybody here who supports 95.7 The Game. Get there early. Food and drink provided. Go to 957thegame.com for more details and an RSVP. This is about celebrating the show and the listeners. So everybody on hold, hang tight. We'll get you right after Anthony Slater, who joins us here on the River Islands guest line. And all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Slater, a Warriors insider for The Athletic, and he's a nominee for Guest of the Year. How about that? And, of course, he's a long-suffering Dolphins fan, but he may have the last lap this Sunday in the afternoon matinee against the 49ers. Slater, good morning, brother.
Who's my competition? Like, who am I going against?
Dave Fleming, Brian Baldinger. Who else do we have, Lubbock?
Jerry Rice, Terrell Owens, and Herm Edwards.
Jerry Rice, yeah, you might be.
I mean, honestly, just the fact that I'm like in a category against Jerry Rice, I feel pretty good.
There you go. You may win, you may not win. We'll let you know about that. It's tough category to crack, though, Slater.
Anthony.
So the fact that you are a nominee says a lot.
Yeah, Anthony, we're excited to see if you win. You know, we might have a prize for you.
Okay. All right. I'll be searching on Twitter. I'm going to put your alerts on, or whoever's breaking this news.
I don't know if there's going to be any
not just
prizes.
in the men's bathroom.
Oh boy, Lubbock bothers you in the men's bathroom?
No, we know he likes to bomb it up in there.
Well, why would you throw him? What the hell?
I'm not ready to answer that question.
I guess the thing
we can address that one later.
Yeah, that was a weird one. Slater, I'm sorry. I apologize on behalf of Joe Shasky.
What is going on here?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. But since we're getting weird, and the show has been weird today, Slater, before we get to basketball, we'll ask you two questions. I didn't know there was a drone problem in America. Do you have a drone problem up there? Where are you at? The El Dorados Hills, Citrus Heights, some suburb up there in Sacramento?
El Dorado Hills. We got a fog problem today. It's very foggy on the hills.
So no drone problem.
Suck it up, Buttercup. Fog problem.
You see a lot of planes, the planes. It's right below their path coming over the Sierra. So I see planes. I don't see many drones. I will say this: when they play high school football games down here, Oak Ridge is pretty big here. I do see drones sometimes, but I feel like they're just doing like camera shots from above and stuff like that.
Yeah, no drone problems, no conspiracy theories. Also, have you ever eaten raccoon? I know you went to Oklahoma State, and it could be country out there in Oklahoma. From what I hear, there's a lot of people eating raccoons these days. Do you eat raccoon? Have you ever eaten raccoon?
I don't, but let me tell you, we had maybe a month ago in our little hills neighborhood over here, we had some raccoons, like a group of 4 that were going and rummaging up front yards, and it was causing a real problem here. So it hasn't been in the last month, so maybe somebody in the neighborhood caught them and potentially ate them. I don't know.
That's great knowledge. All right, Schröder, how does it work here with the Golden State Warriors? You like the fit?
I do. I think one thing that's being underrated in this, because, I think there's a lot of talk of he's pick and roll. He's not how the Warriors play. They need to, kind of adapt to him. He is very adaptable. This is his 8th team in 12 years, which, you could take in many ways, but one of the ways I'll take it is he can really kind of maneuver and evolve into various roles. I mean, I can remember back in his middle of his prime in Oklahoma City, he was coming off the bench in a 3-guard lineup. Remember, he used to play with Chris Paul and Shea at the same time. Mm-hmm. They still anybody from that team, including Mark Dagnall, loves to talk about how important that team was and the Thunder's kind of slow rise, Shea's rise. But anyway, Schröder was an important part of that. You remember him on those Lakers team? He was kind of a pest defender off the bench. Obviously, he's been playing in Brooklyn as just their primary scorer, primary ball handler. He can do a lot of things and kind of, he's shown he can kind of move into the exact type of role you need. So it may take a little bit, but I do like the fit because it seems to me he kind of fits everywhere.
He does. I really like the player. I think a lot of Warrior fans really like the player. He's one of those guys you hate playing against and you love him on your team. He's a classic fit. But what does it do for Podziemski? Because I'm listening to Steve Kerr yesterday, and he's essentially now backtracking and saying that, like, Podziemski's not necessarily the ball handler that we thought he was. We want him to play a little more off ball, and he can make plays as like a on the back end of a play, not on the front. It's kind of crazy. I feel like they've reversed course on Podziemski. Do you get that same sense too?
Well, I mean, the play has dictated, them tapping the brakes here, right? And again, they're not going to come out and say the stuff that we can say. He's having a bad season. He's shooting it. He's one of the worst volume shooters in the league. I think he's at like 38%. I think that's fourth worst, among people who've taken a certain amount of shots, like 150 shots. Obviously, his three hasn't fallen. He hasn't shown a ton that like you'd want to see as like kind of a pick and roll creator. And it was all things they talked about over the summer, right? I know Brandon Podziemski told me, hey, I'm going to take 8 to 10 threes per game potentially, or I want to. But part of that quote was actually that he talked to Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr, and they wanted him to up his volume. It was a lot of, obviously, everybody remembers that Joe Lacob, we think he's going to be an all-star. And sure, that still might be in the cards years down the line. But it's clear they wanted him to really up his responsibilities and who he was offensively coming into this year, and it just hasn't worked. And I think at this point in time, it's a smart time to pivot off, and I think they got a very good player to lessen Podziemski's minutes and load. And sure, in certain lineups, it probably will help Podziemski, mostly because it's just taking responsibility away from him that he doesn't, at least for a winning team at this current moment, doesn't seem quite ready for. And again, they're going to say it in their own delicate ways because they're the people inside the franchise. But I mean, we all understand what's going on. We got eyes.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way you said it was pretty eloquent. But I'm now wondering, like, a guy that I didn't think was necessarily tradable in their eyes feels tradable. Just your gut feeling. It's just you have nothing other than your gut. Is he on the team?
He was never. Yes, I think he's on the team, to answer your question.
Okay.
I think he's on the team past February, but he was never not tradable. He was just valued extremely highly in all talks this summer, and part of that was he had 3 years at extremely cheap value, whereas Kuminga has 1 year left, and extension talks this summer, all that. But he's still viewed as like a long-term piece by them. I think they're going to take a step back here a little bit. He's still, by the way, everyone you talk to, they're like, hey, he's not just going to get DMPs now. He's going to be 24 minutes a game still. And I guess it's like the off guard, third guard, you'd probably say if Schröder starts. But sure. Like I would say maybe they're like, you could say, hey, now they'd be more willing to throw him in the trade, but also now the league probably values him a little bit less, right? It's that constant balance we've gone through the last few years with all the Warriors young pieces. The better they play, the more they want to keep them, the more the league wants them. The worse they play, the more willing they'd probably be to give them up, but also the less the league will offer them. So I don't know. It's a little bit tough. But to your question, I do think he'll be here past the deadline, yes.
Anthony Slater here on the River Islands Guest Line does an excellent job for The Athletic, a Warriors insider for The Athletic, also an Odyssey NBA insider as well, the Plus Minus podcast with Tim Kawakami, now part of the Odyssey family. Check out Slater on that as well. Slate's Kuminga and Draymond. This dilemma here where Steve Kerr's adamant that JK's a 4. Draymond Green, I know he mentioned after the game, like, hey, man, you got to set a tone against Dallas. And they didn't set a tone defensively as they allowed 46 points in that first quarter. I guess I'll ask the same question about JK. We could get into the fit here. Is JK on this roster past the trade deadline in the NBA?
I think so, yes. I'm not sitting here saying they're done making moves because they are searching and will continue to search. Although you definitely get a vibe from them that they're going to like take a long look here, a runway with Schröder and how the team looks and what the potential upside is, and then they'll look at the market as the deadline gets closer. And sure, if a big fish is there and it makes sense, like Kuminga theoretically could be on the deal, but they're not just going to trade him to trade him. I mean, he's still maintains to them high value long term. The fit with Draymond, like it is what it is. We've kind of known this. So they can play together. They just have to be the 4-5,
right?
Which means there's not a center. But there's a lot of minutes to be had where there can be solo Kuminga 4 minutes, solo Draymond 4 minutes, and then minutes in small ball together. It's just Kerr has decided the best way to script that out is Draymond coming off the bench. He's still going to play 30 minutes. He's still going to close it mostly at center probably. Although with Schröder here, I could see on certain nights if Schröder's got it going and Steph's out there, Steve feeling the need that maybe Kuminga's offense isn't as important, and you could close with like Draymond Looney, right, to kind of backbone the defense. But I think they're in an okay spot with Draymond and Kuminga because I do think you can make a rotation where they're both getting around 30 minutes. You just got to split them at times, and right now they're deciding to split them with Kuminga starting. And Looney's probably just going to have to shoulder a heavy defensive load. And I want to see Schröder defensively. They're really talking him up like he's a real plus on that end.
Yeah, point of attack defense there. Yeah, I'm intrigued to see that. They got to cut the water off in the backcourt there. But just thinking about Kuminga, if Draymond does re-enter the starting lineup and JK comes off the bench, which I still think he should get 25 to 26 to maybe even 30 minutes a night, I do like it when they go to that second unit. And what if they do have Schröder at the point guard spot alongside Buddy Hield and JK? And now you can tinker that, the motion offense and the movement and all that, and you go heavy pick and roll with Schröder and Kuminga. I think that would be a devastating set for the Warriors coming off that second unit here. JK's diving to the rim, and he's doing a better job rebounding. I know there wasn't a lot of rebounds available against Dallas, but overall the last couple of weeks, JK has done a better job on the glass, Anthony.
Yeah, he's playing better. I mean, anybody who knows him will tell you, like, if he has a known solidified role and he feels a level of belief and, like, every night, I'm going to come to the arena super focused because I know I'm getting 32 minutes. I know I'm going to have heavy responsibility. Like, he generally plays better. Go look at his splits on nights where he gets like 25 or more minutes. Like, it's often there's a lot more activity there. There's a lot more rebounds, a couple assists, a steal or two there, maybe a block. He had a 3-block night against Minnesota the other day. And obviously, the point totals are up there. So, yeah, I mean, I feel pretty good about where he's at as a player right now in year 4. Again, I think we could take 2 steps back and look at like the grand scheme of how he's been developed over the years and wonder, hey, if they had given him 800 more minutes over the last 3 years, would he be better? Probably, because any young player would be better if he had, another half season more of reps that he could have got if, they weren't playing Anthony Lamb on certain nights or, name your player that they played over him. But still, like, I don't know, year 4, we could discuss his game in detail and the flaws that still exist within it, but I think he's a very solid NBA wing at this point.
As someone that's viewing this from like the top perch, they feel very vulnerable right now, the Warriors. What do they need? Like, if you were to give them the magic touch of one thing can go well for them, and they can carry that on, what would it be? Like, what element, what player, what phase of the game? Like,
am I giving them somebody on the trade market, or am I saying,
no,
hey,
I'm saying the current roster you have, there's a player that needs to, like, for example, in my head, I'm like, man, when Buddy Hield's been on, they've been almost unbeatable. I just don't know how you get him to be more consistent. Is there an element of the game that the Warriors can play over the next couple of weeks that you'd like to see them shore up to get better again?
Yeah, I think they just got to close better, and that's part of the Schröder, addition. Like, how many? Yes, they're 2-8 in their last 10, but like they're not getting blown off the floor. How many? Like, they're in every game late, right? And you could name like at least 4 or 5 of them where it's like they had a 6-point lead with 5 minutes left, and they got outscored, 13-2 in the last 5 minutes because they couldn't score. Obviously, that happened in Houston. It happened against the Thunder. It happened in San Antonio. So we kind of know, like, it's stuff we've been discussing, but I want to see, like, Dennis Schröder. It doesn't feel like this is like chapter 2 of their season or whatever, right. Whatever. It's a new chapter today. They're going to look different. They're going to have a relatively high usage player, maybe their second leading scorer debut tonight. And certainly their second highest usage ball handler in the fourth quarter, I think, is going to be Dennis Schröder. He's kind of built himself as a guy who scores and helps in the fourth. So, again, if you're diagnosing what could, turn their season back in a much more positive direction, to me, the easiest thing that I could actually see happening, because Buddy Hield suddenly being full throttle Buddy Hield, for 82 games is not going to happen. That's who he is. But Dennis Schröder really boosting this team's offense, particularly in the fourth, that could change their win-loss record in a large way.
I don't think the Warriors have won a game in which Buddy didn't score at least 18 points. I think
that's crazy.
That's crazy. I don't know if that's the barometer. I don't know what to make of it, but I was just looking at some splits, and when he doesn't score at least 18, they don't win. And he was stuck on 15 in that Rockets game a week ago. And, of course, we know how that game ended, where they lose 91-90, don't get to go to Las Vegas. Real quick, Anthony, before we let you go, and we do appreciate the time, as Anthony Slater joins us here on the River Islands guest line. What's your thoughts on the new All-Star game format?
Oh, I'm going to have to see it. I don't know. I mean, like, I've skipped, like, the last 4 or 5 All-Star games just because it felt like a young reporter's, like, dream to go cover it. And then after, like, the 3rd or 4th one, I was like, what am I even doing here? I'm getting, like, there's no, like, tangible value to any of this. It's uninteresting to me. I know it's not what the league wants to hear, but it's faded in interest, I think, even more over the years. Sure, I'm okay with them trying something new. They've done the Elam ending. They did the picking the teams like pickup, and I heard Durant say yesterday, just go back to East-West. I'm almost fine with that. Go back to East-West. Do whatever you want to try to incentivize the players, maybe financially, but if it wasn't in San Francisco this year, I would not be going because it doesn't interest me anymore.
I'm kind of with you. I would be taking a vacation if it wasn't in San Francisco. That's for sure, Shasky. Got any more for Slates?
No, I love basketball. I'm coaching, 8th grade right now, my nephew and a bunch of other kids, and I've seen them from kindergarten all the way through. And it's just, there's just so many things that they see at the NBA level that drive me absolutely insane. And we're fixing the All-Star game, and I'm like, Adam Silver, there are 1,000 other things that I could, try to fix or help you or encourage you to fix. The All-Star game was not even on my notebook. And it feels very unnecessary.
Well, I'll tell you why. I mean, it's one of their big money events, and it used to be like huge rating-wise, right? This used to be like equivalent to like a West Finals, NBA Finals. Like people used to like Sunday All-Star game. Remember that when they used to wear all the different jerseys and it was like Kobe and Iverson and like that era? Like that was one of their big ticket. We're selling this to the TV stations as, hey, TNT, you get the All-Star game. And the ratings have, gone off a cliff. Right. And I like that is why they're very interested in saving it. I generally agree with you that we can, I think some of the smaller picture, bigger picture gameplay, rule changes and schedule changes and maybe, shortening the schedule would actually make the league better in a lot of ways. But I can also, I also understand financially why they're trying to get people care more.
Like it's a great point, but my counter, like, you guys just signed a $12 billion deal. Like, who is like opining that it's a make or break as a broadcast company for us to be able to sell this one game? I don't know. It feels like a drop of water in the bucket.
It does feel unnecessary right now when we're talking in, early December. That weekend is kind of like there's no other things going on in the league, right? They always schedule it post Super Bowl. It's supposed to be a showcase NBA weekend. It's become a little embarrassing for the league the last couple of years. And while we don't really care about it right now in early December, if it's a horrible game again, come Sunday, February, whatever it is, like you guys are probably going to be talking the Monday after that is how bad the All-Star weekend is.
Yeah.
And they don't want that anymore.
Yeah, 200 points scored last year, which is just an absolute joke by the Eastern Conference. Anthony Slater here on a River Islands guest line. Your Dolphins going to beat my Niners on Sunday? Our Niners, I should say.
Oh, man, it got flexed to like 105. Nobody's even trying to watch it anymore. I'd probably take the Dolphins because they're at home, and it's meaningless, which means they'll probably show up.
It didn't get flexed. It got night-nighted.
It got night-nighted. Yeah,
it did not
I did not realize it. I must have been sleeping under a rock because I was like, yeah, Niners got a 10 o'clock game. Someone was like, no, dude, they're playing at 105 or 125, whatever the hell it is. I'm like, really? Oh, that's kind of cool.
This was supposed to be like probably, I don't know who has it, Fox or CBS, but I think when the schedule makers made it, they envisioned like Tom Brady and the Fox crew or, Jim Nantz. And that was like the premier 125, like, an AFC Goliath against an NFC Goliath. No, those are two of the most disappointing teams in football.
Would you rather have Tua or Brock as your quarterback?
Brock. I mean, and I would probably mostly say that because like Tua's head injuries have ruined a couple Dolphin seasons and it would have you questioning, his health long term much more than Brock Purdy.
He took some shots Sunday against Houston. Now he got up and I was like, uh-oh. That was the first time.
He's like diving for first downs.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. Dude, Tua, get it together, man. I like Tua a lot. So the game is on CBS at 125. Mike McDaniel and Kyle Shanahan reunion. There you go.
There you go. Hey, y'all are trying to dig any type of storylines you can find out of that one.
I'm trying to do anything but talk about Brock's upcoming contract in season. It's already driving me crazy. How much money is it going to make? How much money is going to make? Guess what, folks? He's going to make a lot of money. That's what we do.
Yeah, but how many years? What's the guarantees?
We got all off season for that. I'm just so bogged down.
How about the Dennis Schröder debut? That should own your airwaves.
It gets Taylor Jenkins, who we just cursed out last week.
Yes. I don't know if people saw this. You're right. It adds an extra layer to this Warriors-Grizzlies rivalry. Dennis Schröder got in Taylor Jenkins' face.
That's what we need. More layers.
Yeah, more layers. See, Shasky knows I can sell any game. I'll sell a Portland Trailblazers game. The hell with me. The NBA needs me to start selling some of these games. I'll hype it up. Slater, you're the best, man. Have fun out there in Memphis, Tennessee.
All right, fellas.
See you, buddy.
Right, Anthony Slater here on the River Islands guest line. A lot of fun. Hey, strong candidate for guest of the year. He's strong. Strong nominee.
Real quick, guys, because you're mentioning that the time got flexed for the Niners and Dolphins, so it's going to be afternoon our time, so East Coast will be 4:25 start. Nance and Romo, the number one crew for CBS, is doing Niners Dolphins, and I was like, really? There's no other good games that day?
Jam?
Did you guys look at this slate this week? It is awful.
It's nasty.
The late afternoon slate, you got Vikings Seahawks, which is on Fox, though, so that's going to be Brady and Burkhardt.
We might get Sam Howell.
Actually, that's not even Brady and Burkhardt. That's Adam Amin and Mark Sanchez. Love the Sanchez.
That's not bad. I do love Sanchez.
No, I like them
Did
together,
you see the ponytail, too?
Oh,
I
he's
do like
great.
Sanchez.
He's got the flux.
No, I do like Mark Sanchez. When he go to ditty woo woo, what was that?
He's hilarious.
Pixie woo woo.
Jaguars Raiders. Yikes.
Oh my God. That's at 125 too.
Yeah, it is.
God.
Yeah, you
Honest to God, my heart goes out to Raider fans.
Stop. We don't want the pity anymore. We've had 20 years of it, Chasky. We don't need
He's
it.
not an NFL
He's not
player.
playing this week. It's Aiden O'Connell.
It's Aiden O'Connell.
Yeah,
he's back. Don't worry. So if you have Brock Bowers starting,
Bowers revenge game.
Yes.
He's the worst quarterback I've seen in the last 20 years, and I watched
give the
Nate
slate.
Davis.
Yeah, we got it.
They're on the sink for Shedeur, so it's okay.
The sink for Shedeur. I love that. Not the slide for Shedeur, but the sink for him.
I like that, Lovey Loves.
Patriots Bills is going to be the other one, too.
That got flexed to the afternoon, Spadoni.
Yep, it did. And you got Ian Eagle and Charles Davis on that call. The early slate, you got Giants Falcons, but we got Penix making his debut.
Yeah, I do
People
like
will
that.
watch for that. Yeah. Cardinals Panthers.
Ooh.
Oh my
God.
Lions Bears.
Oh,
Lions
my.
bounce back. Okay, not bad.
I mean, Caleb's almost unwatchable.
Titans Colts, and it's Mason Rudolph v. Anthony Richardson.
Oh, it's Duck Hunt.
Oh my God.
Rams Jets. Yikes.
That ain't bad.
I mean,
that's not the worst thing. At least you got Aaron Rodgers and Stafford.
That'll be fun for a quarter.
Hopefully the drones don't get away of East Rutherford, New Jersey there.
Well, they're always focused on Aaron Rodgers.
I could sell that game. I could sell Rams.
Eagles
Jets.
Commanders. That's probably the game of the week, like that early that day, right? The Eagles Commanders.
Sorry to cut in, but you cannot talk about Aaron Rodgers, Sam, unless you tell him what your vax status is.
Oh, God.
He said that on McAfee.
Well, he's immunized, remember, so he's good. Cleveland Browns v. Cincinnati Bengals.
The only reason why that's good is because the AC North Hard Knocks, which is pretty good. I like
this is the worst slate.
We got Jameis Winston, too. He's always fun for something.
He's not starting this week.
Yeah,
It's
what?
DTR.
No, they're going to Dorian Thompson.
Yeah,
that's right.
DTR.
Oh,
he
yeah.
started.
All right, never mind.
And then Sunday Night Football is Tampa v. Dallas.
That's not
Dallas
bad.
here.
That's not bad.
They're never going to flex Dallas.
Wow.
They're not flexing
Wow.
Dallas out.
Look at Cooper Rush ain't that bad.
No,
he looks better than Desmond Ritter. Saints Packers Monday Night Football. So basically, the good games are Saturday or Thursday.
Dolphins Niners is worthy of Nance and Roma.
So look at this.
Jam.
Broncos Chargers.
Jam.
Broncos Chargers.
I love Roma.
Broncos Chargers. Texans Chiefs. Steelers Ravens on Saturday. This Sunday slate is the worst. Thank God Anna planned something for this Sunday.
Well, really got some plans.
No, we're gonna do some Christmas thingy. I don't even know. She handles all that. So I
love Christmas thingies.
Yeah, Christmas thingies. I forgot what we're doing.
You know what I call the holidays? It's the gauntlet. It's the gauntlet because it'll test a relationship. Trust me. Oh, we got to go here, and then we got to go there. Look, I love being near my family. I do. I'm very blessed and lucky and grateful, and sincerely love that my family lives nearby. It's also an erratic mess because we got to go to my wife's side. We got to go to my side. We got to go to my mom. We got to go to that.
Hey, listen. You don't have to.
It's the gauntlet.
You don't have to.
No, you do.
What I've done is put my foot down recently and said, I'm going to be at my house. If you guys want to come over, great.
Well, you know what?
I'm not driving on Christmas.
Not to play this card, but, seeing what happened with my dad and everything, it's made me realize, you got to go see this.
I hear you. I hear you.
But Bonte's saying he's willing to, host, so people can come to him. That's fine.
I'll host, but, in terms of driving and making things happen and driving all over the Bay Area and making things happen, I'm not doing that no more. I'm a grown-ass man. I've done that.
I have 1,000 cousins. Having the Shaskys over. Spadoni,
Listen.
you went to the party. That was a fraction of the Shasky Porter family.
I hear you, Shasky.
I know all about it.
Shasky, I
got 15 nieces and nephews. I'm not even kidding. I have 15 of them.
I've got nieces, nephews, cousins. I got them all over the place.
30 people at a 1-year-old party, and I go, this is like half the family.
I've got them in Brentwood. I've got them all over the place. I've got them all over the place.
Tore my house up.
I got them all over the place.
Still cleaning up.
But I don't care. I'm not moving. I got baby Chaz and I got Anna. We're chilling. And that's why I don't mind working on Christmas anymore. When the Warriors get the Christmas Day games, I fist pump. I'm like, yes.
You getting that time and a half?
Yes. No, it's not even that. It's just like I get basketball. I get to lock in.
Yeah.
I get to lock in. It is a Schroeder revenge.
He calls that
game.
Versace and a half.
Oh, man. Hey, that Versace.
It's going to be a lot of Schroeder revenge games.
That Versace was hitting, huh? That
I can't wait till Schroeder and Draymond Green have something. I don't know what, but it'll happen.
Well, remember back in that Lakers series a couple years ago, Schroeder got ejected for going at Draymond like within the first 10 minutes of the first quarter.
He did.
He was gone.
He did. He was gone. He was gone. Let's go to.
I always want to say Ricky Schroeder or Jay Schrader. Whenever
whenever you see the Undlat, which is the two dots above the O,
but I always screwed up.
Schluda.
Let's go to. Will he go to Soup and Coochie?
Give me that one more time.
Do you guys know about Soup and Coochie?
Will go to Soup and Coochie. Yeah.
Soup and Coochie?
Yeah.
Soup and Coochie.
Deutsch ist Bier.
Deutsche.
You do a good German accent.
It's so good. It's so good.
Let's go to Soup and Coochie. Let's go to Donnie and Concord.
You always do it ham-handed.
Hey. Hello. Hello.
What up, Donnie?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
The All-Star game, it's all about money. So I say make the loser pay the winner.
I like that.
That's not bad.
I like that.
Right?
I do kind of like that. That's a good idea.
Guys will be turning down All-Star.
They'll never agree to it, but that's a hell of an idea.
Exactly. They'll never agree to it, but if their share is whatever, $100,000, they got to pay that to the other team.
Yep. No, I like that idea, Donnie.
Got to make them play harder anyway.
Yep. No, that's a great idea,
you guys
Donnie.
have a good one.
You too, bro. Antonio in Oakland. I forgot to ask Donnie, but Antonio, do you have a drone problem out there in Oakland? The drones flying around?
Oh, drones out here?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't see them.
Nah, and I know you're not about that raccoon life, right?
Oh, I hate raccoons, man. Top 3 worst animals to me.
Would you eat them? What if he fried them? What if Mama Antonio fried them on a grill?
I wouldn't eat them. I'm cool off that. Nah, never that.
Antonio, you coming to the Dubies, man?
Oh, heck yeah, I'm coming to the Dubies, man. I'll be right there front and center, turned all the way up.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
So should I call the fire department to make sure that they put the smoke out?
Oh, yeah, heck yeah. Damn Skippy. Hell yeah, I'm ready, man. 6 a.m., I'll be there.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go, Antonio. Let's go. What you got on the dunk contest?
Dunk contest, it's a bit watered down, man. Like the All-Star game in general, I miss East-West, man. I miss the days of seeing, when Mutombo was the center, and then you had 4 guards out there with him, Marbury, Iverson, McGrady, Vince Carter. You know what I'm saying? As far as the dunk contest go, LeBron James, of course, he always ducks the smoke. He's been chickening out all these years because if he loses, he can't blame any teammates, So you already know how he goes. He blames everybody. At the end of the day, man, Kobe, Jordan, all the great wings, they all entered it except him. So, at the end of the day, though, he always needs a super team to win. He always needs somebody to blame. As it was a phony, I don't like that guy. But anyway, I'll be there. I can't wait to see y'all all the way 6 a.m., baby, Sunnyvale. Popping your collar.
Let's go, Antonio. Hey, he's right. LeBron will probably, what LeBron will probably do? Probably blame the rim of the basketball. There wasn't enough air in the basketball. Those weren't regulation rims. They weren't the breakaway rims. Those rims were harder. I don't know. LeBron's always.
Well, he saw 3 or 4 rims. Remember that one time in the playing game?
That was the worst. And Curry was like, get out of here, dude.
I'm not going to lie. Every trade deadline from here on out, as long as LeBron's playing, I do hold my breath because it's boy, I know the Warriors tried to make a deal for him last season. And I'm just holding my breath.
Well, can I pause for a second? They should have made that deal because you had 2 expiring contracts that you did.
It wasn't on them to make a deal.
I understand, but they should have made a deal at the time to make a deal when you had contracts that could staple on out of here because of the way the salary cap is structured. Now, all these deals, you're surrendering a guy who does bring value to the table in Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, there was really no deals out there for him, but that deal, the Lakers basically said no to it. Jeannie Buss, she was like, no. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Nick, what's happening?
Hey, man, whatever happened to Muggsy Bogues doing the double pump baseline dunk and, Dominique doing the double windmill and all these cats? These cats are soft. They coddled, man. They're being coddled by everyone, man. It's terrible. And Shasky, don't be coddling them little kids out there. You may so line them up in a big circle and make them pass 200 times if they drop it, restart, or make them do a 3-man weave for half an hour if they roll their eyes at you or anything like that. But let me tell you something, man. That cat on the Niners, man, he should be banned from the NFL like y'all was saying yesterday. Bosa play the game to tag with you. Not it, because you're not it, brother. You are terrible, bro. You're not a leader. You're a brand guy. There's too many brand guys going on right now. The whole thing about branding and like the caller from Vallejo said, he hit the nail on the head, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to tell you like this, man. I got something special for y'all. This 95.7, this is the game. If you slip, it's going down the drain. 6 a.m. with Bonte and Shasky. Spadone, I'm so laughing.
Keep it going.
Money, they got the passkey. Just like Chef, we going coast to coast. It's Nick and Berkeley. You know I'm a roaster.
Woo! Hey, you finished strong there, Nick. You finished strong there. You finished strong.
I think he dropped the bar so hard it stunned him. He did the Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole shook someone the other day.
I saw that.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, Jordan Poole shook someone.
And pointed at him.
And then pointed at him. The other guy closed out. He couldn't take the shot, so he had to swing it over.
Jordan Poole, man.
Hilarious.
I didn't see that.
It was hilarious.
Hey, man. My boy Craig Hoffman out there in D.C. He goes, Bonte, you talked up Jordan Poole so well that you had D.C. hyped about the pool parties. He goes, what a colossal failure it's been with Jordan Poole. I said, dude, I apologize. Look, PTSD does matter, if you know what I mean. PTSD does matter.
You talking to me?
The Celtics have more wins in Washington than the Washington Wizards do.
That cannot be true.
They didn't win a game in November.
That cannot be true.
The Wizards have 3 wins in Washington, and the Celtics have 3 wins in Washington. The Wizards have 2.
Dude,
that can't be true.
They didn't win a game in November.
I refuse to believe that.
They didn't win a game in November. They didn't win a game in November.
So they're like the Niners.
Pretty impressive feat by the Washington Wizards, if you know what I mean. It's like remarkable, right? When I use, hey, it's remarkable. Ricky Pearsall ran 63 routes, only got 3 targets. So he's like, I don't know if that's remarkable. No, it is remarkable. How can you go through a stretch like that? But Jordan Poole, man, he pointed at the guy.
It was great.
It was great. Oh, JP in the pool party. A lot of people want him back, though. A lot of people want him back.
Take him back in a heartbeat.
I bet. You're listening.
Yeah, Schröder, don't need him now.
Yeah, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and AC1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. It is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. 60 seconds of Celebrini in just a second. Want to get your thoughts on what Slater said. What's your big takeaway from Anthony Slater?
He really likes the Ricky Schroeder move. And I know. I can't say it right. I know. Just
Schroeder. It's Schroeder.
Ricky. You just want Ricky Schroeder?
Yeah. Say Ricky Schroeder.
Yeah, I'm all.
Who's Ricky Schroeder again?
Well, that was from a TV show.
Not to be confused with Dennis Pearsall.
Who said Dennis Pearsall?
Oh, he said Ricky Schroeder. So
I thought I said it. I was like, man, did I?
Dennis Schroeder. I really like.
I have a big mouth sometimes.
God, I'm getting old. It's, you know what it is? I'm going to blame it right now. It's all the allergy medicine I've been taking the last couple of days.
You like LeBron. No wonder you love LeBron.
Yeah, that Nasonex really is doing it. I'm sure.
He's looking at Bonte. He's seeing 3 hosts right now.
It makes me drowsy. I've been seeing 3 hats all day.
Three goats.
That Claritin's hitting too hard this morning. Is what you're telling me.
3 crowns on my head right now. I mean,
one of them's Jay Schrader, one of them's Ricky Schroeder.
You're just like LeBron. You blamed your dad and your brother, Deli Boy.
Well, it can't be my fault.
Oh, I didn't kill. We were shooting BBs at the raccoons. Actually, my father and my brother. It's like, oh man,
they were on the roof at the neighbor's house, and people were shooting BB guns at them.
Oh my God.
Not a high-powered one.
Do not get caught stealing with Joe Shasky, boy.
Peter's not liking the show. Between the rats on the table and the raccoon talk, oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, what did Eddie Johnson say? Well, I have a coat made of raccoon.
He was kidding.
He said he was kidding. But
I don't know about that.
No, Eddie's he's got that raccoon.
Tongue in cheek.
He's got that raccoon fur.
Well, I'm now imagining like the Davy Crockett full outfit from him would be pretty funny.
We'll be sick.
Do you know who Davy Crockett is?
Yes, I know who Davy Crockett
is.
Yes, I know who Davy Crockett is. on his long old little shotgun or whatever it was.
Yo.
Come on, do I know who David Crockett is? I'm not a
king of the wild frontier.
Billy Bob Thornton played him in the movie The Alamo.
Billy Bob Thornton, I saw him. Is he going through a midlife crisis?
For the last 25 years? Yeah.
So, I mean, he's so great in these movies, but damn. Like, you see him out and about, I'm like, dude.
He's getting older. He's 70.
Buddy makes you do some crazy things,
He's like
man.
Steph, man. He's getting older.
Buddy makes you do some crazy, crazy things.
By the way, Bad Santa, all-time Christmas movie.
So good.
Is Die Hard a Christmas movie?
No. It's a movie that takes place during Christmas.
I would agree with Spadoni on that.
Why do people go so crazy over that? People like get adamant. Like our boy Jimbo, James Kincaid, who works with the Golden State Warriors, who we've iced out on this show. We don't rock.
Yeah, we're RC Davis.
We're RC Davis, Team RC Davis. Anti-Jimbo.
I'm agnostic in this.
No, because Jimbo's anti-Barry Bonds, so I'm anti-Padres and anti-White Sox, and he jumps on. I saw him slip a little tweet Thursday night. Kyle Shanahan has lost the locker room. I said, this little hater. I would rather be the White Sox. But you know what, though? But you know Jimbo, who we've iced out.
What did you think of your Garrett Crochet White Sox trade?
Oh, to the Boston Red Sox?
Yeah, your White Sox.
Great move for the Red Sox. Not a good move for Will Venable and the White Sox, that's for sure.
Okay, keep going.
That's for sure. I lost my train of thought now. Where was I going?
Die Hard, James Kincaid.
Oh, yeah, he got mad at me because I was like, yo, Die Hard's a Christmas movie. He goes, you need to go seek help. Like, he was like angry about that. People get so, why do we get so, every year, it's Die Hard a Christmas movie. It's one of the laziest and dumbest conversations in the last 15 years in America, but like, why do people care? What do you think?
Stupid.
I think it's just so dumb.
Miracle on 34th Street, and
Christmas Story.
Christmas Stories. You go Elf. Now is in the lexicon. I would throw obviously Christmas Vacation, which I believe is the power rank #1.
Chevy Chase was great.
He's amazing. I'm telling you, the jokes he doesn't miss. My guy was true shooting percentage of 1,000.
He was unbelievable.
He was incredible.
82.
Cousin Eddie,
when they come out with the turkey, and the turkey just like.
I was always emptying his RV into the sewer.
Right.
I can't say the line, but it was full. And
yeah. Speaking of RVs. So, before we get to 60 seconds, Celebrini, I don't know if you ever got through this, Spadoni. I don't know if you got through this yet. Maybe not yet, but sometimes I might, maybe Tess, you need to use the bathroom before you leave. And sometimes she'll fight it. And then we'll get halfway through and she has to use the bathroom. Well, we're around the RVs over there, Lake Merced, and just say we had to do some things.
Got to drop trowel.
There
are porta potties on that
but
route.
we couldn't make it a porta potty. She's like, I gotta go.
That's
the baby's gotta go.
Girl,
You gotta go. You gotta go. I mean, we gotta do what we gotta do. Pop a squat. It happens.
It'd be like that sometimes.
But the RVs was all around there. A couple guys come out of the RV, said hello, and I said, hello, how you doing? How's it going? Life is good. Stay sad.
As they're dumping their illegal waste.
As they're eating raccoons.
Yeah, as they're barbecuing on the expressway. I mean, like
311 Shasky. I think of 311 Shasky every time.
I swear to God. Right there. It's kind of like it's off the hook over there. Dude.
I think about 311 Shasky.
That's why the drones are there, right?
Sometimes I think about just calling 311 myself. And they're barbecuing raccoon. 60 seconds of Celebrini, please.
Sure.
Guys, it was like West Side Story on ice last night with the Sharks and Jets taking each other on. Jets, best team in the NHL right now, actually. And Macklin, he was feeling pretty last night. First, he helped Tyler Toffoli light the lamp in the first period, but then Toffoli returned the favor in the second period, setting up this goal from Celebrini.
Sends it up to the point for Jake Wallman. Still on the power play. Celebrini!
Against the best team in the NHL and also got an assist?
He did. This was his 7th multi-point game of the year. Is the fastest in Sharks history. 22 games for a player to have multiple points in a game. and 18 years old, too, for an 18-year-old. Fabian Zetterlund gave the Sharks up briefly in the third. Jets rallied back, though, for the win. Did get a little West Side Story, though, in that third period. Nito Niederreiter tried to start a scuffle with Celebrini, fists only, and they were not feeling it, the rest of the team. They swarmed around this guy onto the boards. Just a fun time overall.
What was that name you just tried to pronounce?
I don't even know what that
Nino Niederreiter.
Oh, my God.
It's Swiss. I don't know.
It's just, that could go a little
West
hairy.
Side Story, they had knives.
I started getting Michelle Beadle vibes after a while with that name. Just leave it alone.
That's why I said it
Just leave it
very
alone.
slowly.
You notice whenever
Shout
I
out to
say
Denver
Denver,
Nuggets.
Like
I
Nino
say
taking over the
Nuggets very slowly. The Denver Nuggets. I do it so slow, dude. I swear to God, I've been thinking about that name for 5 years now.
You've had some slip-ups. I mean,
no.
We don't need to get on there. Anyway, yeah, Sharks lost, celebrating 2 points.
Hey, shout out
to bring that up when that happened the other week.
Listen, all time, I looked at him, he looked at me, he turned whiter than me.
I'm also a big Andrew Wiggins fan, Bonta.
Yeah, I am too. What did I say? I didn't say Andrew Wiggins.
We'll talk about it on the other side. We got to go.
What are you talking about?
Getting
What are you talking about?
with it?
888-957-9570. Do we have a drone problem? 2, do you eat raccoons? 3, do you like the Schröder fit? And I guess we'll hear from Kurt Warner on Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold. I guess we'll do that.
I have thoughts on Kurt Warner.
I wanted to stay away from it for a long time, but we did because I'm in a good mood. There's nothing worse than talking contracts during an actual season. So shout out Charles Barkley on that one. Brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
I was on Bonte's Flexologist at Stretch Lab. I wanted to wish you happy holidays and thank you for all your support you have given Stretch Lab. Bonte, keep stretching and keep reaching for the stars. Now back to Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte. We are your biggest fans.
Whoa! Whoa! How do we get that?
That was incredible.
That was incredible. It was so good. That was professional, Alizon. Wow, her mom does a great job now. The hotel's over there. She's part of that hotel thing. We won't talk about that. But they got me for my birthday some crazy socks because they look at the sock game on television. They got me some cool socks.
Can you play That's
a hell of a... Where did we get that from? Did she just call in? Who did that?
I don't know. It's incredible.
It is incredible. That was one of our best rejoins.
I would want to hear the real Mariah Carey version of this so we could sing it. We want you to come down to the Dubies for Christmas. We want you there. All I want for Christmas is Dubes.
That sounds better. The instrumental's better with you singing over it than you singing over the lyrics.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I love this song. This song makes me feel cheery.
Merry Christmas, Cassie. I gotta go.
This doesn't feel, you know, like, play the beat. This doesn't get you fired up?
No, Christmas music doesn't fire me up.
This song. Oh, I wanna
Sorry. You know. I told you, man. I'm like Ricky Bobby's dad. Sometimes when things are too positive and too chipper, kind of drives me crazy. I'm like, there's no way we're that happy.
You need the sad Christmas songs like Last Christmas or Blue Christmas from Elvis.
Nah, I just need some Nipsey Hussle in my life. Yeah, this is sad.
It is. It's got a good beat, though.
It's kind of like, it's like you're that boy in the club and you're by yourself and you're striking out and you're just like, damn, I can't get a number. I can't get a date. I'm offering drinks for this girl. She says no. And you just feel sad for him.
Sounds like this has happened in your life.
You go home empty-headed. And then you go home empty-headed. And then you go home and you're looking at Baseball Reference saying, wow, Barry Bonds stole 52 bases in 1992. Go figure. Yeah, this is that.
I gave you my heart. I wish I could sing.
I do wish I could sing.
You know, I really do. I wish I could sing.
That is a great talent.
You know?
Being able to sing is great.
There's a guy on The Masked Singer right now who plays defense for the LA Rams.
Who, Aaron Donald?
No, some random guy I'd never heard of.
He's on The Masked Singer.
And he's really good.
You know who my boy Wet Wet had a great voice. One time we were so drunk, we walked home from like 3rd and Gary all the way to Fillmore.
Wow, that's a walk.
It's a walk. And he sung the whole time.
Oh.
He sung the whole time. And it got on my nerves, but the dude had a voice. The guy, I don't know if he still has a voice. You know, probably too many Phillies and, Swisher Sweets, but he had a voice. He had a great voice. Guy could sing. Missed his calling. Could have been the next Luther Vandross. Could have been the next. I'm not going to go there.
Well,
Music Soul Child. I'll go Music Soul Child.
I called Sam yesterday. I said, hey, look, if Corbin Burns signs with the Giants, I might make a song. I might make Amazing Ace. Because I really do want to do like a church hymn. Amazing Ace.
Paulie Mack would be proud of you.
Yeah, but he does weak songs.
No. Don't rip a radio Hall of Famer.
He's done some bangers over the years.
Oh, he's got plenty of bangers.
But he didn't create the genre of sports songs. People have been doing it in South Florida, in New York, in Chicago. Everyone's done it.
Well, it doesn't matter who made it. It's what you do at the work, and he had great work.
Absolutely. He ain't got a rap like me, though.
I don't know, man. The Lincecum one that was based off Panama, that's hard to beat.
Totally agree.
He's got endless. He's got like 5 albums worth.
Probably.
Just bangers. So you just try to get your Paulie back on. I see. I smell you. I smell you, pimp.
I like you're trying to fill that void, though, Shaq.
Well, you are trying to fill that void.
No, it's the next generation. I'm gassing Shasky up here. I want more Shasky songs.
By the way, Steiny's going to be, he really relies on his computer in front of me, and it's just crapped out over the last hour. Huh? Yeah, Steiny does. He's over the last hour. I got my own laptop.
Hey, run him over
I got my
again.
laptop.
Run him over again.
I mean, this is what we do all the time, right? Run people over. But I know he really relies on his laptop. Yeah, I mean, I do too for the text line, but I don't have the text line up right now.
What is going on that computer?
I don't know. It's like a black screen. It's just been frozen for like an hour. I just restarted it.
What were you looking up on that computer?
No, it's been doing that. It did that to me. And the pregame shows happened the last couple times too.
What was I looking up?
Yeah.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
No, I wasn't looking up raccoons.
Material.
I wasn't looking up raccoons. Maybe I was looking up cheetahs. See if we get somebody to come by Friday.
I'm not ready to answer that question.
Maybe I was looking at their lineup. Not Steve Kerr's starting five.
I wanted to go to Las Vegas.
But the starting five down to cheetahs.
I wanted to go to Las Vegas.
Or Garden of Eden. We're just wacky. We're wacky today. It is a wacky Wednesday / Warriors Wednesday. 888-957-9570. Do we have a drone problem? It's been the theme of the show. It feels like we have a drone problem. Shasky in New Jersey, as you mentioned. And everybody's losing their minds right now. Oakland, as we heard from Cam and Antioch, the drones ain't hitting the hood, so that's a good thing. The hood is safe. Anthony Slater has a fog problem in the El Dorado Hills. Eddie Johnson's like, yeah, I read about it last night, and I just kind of got a chuckle out of it. I don't know why people are going crazy. And then, does anybody have raccoon on their Christmas? Are they going to evolve or implement raccoon into their Christmas spread? Maybe in Arkansas, Jerry Jones, Xavier Leggett.
I'm out on that.
The Shasky household, raccoon?
Out on that. Unless it's Super Mario Brothers.
You need that raccoon suit. In Super Mario Brothers 3.
Yeah, you know who had basically had like the raccoon suit when he played the 49ers? Kurt Warner.
Why
you like that, don't you?
Well, no, I've tried to.
Well, he was amazing when he played the Niners.
Well, raccoons I don't consider to be amazing.
No, Kurt Warner's done a great job as a broadcaster. I want to go back in time. Young Bonte, young Joe. I dismissed the initial greatest show on turf team. They were excellent in terms of the weaponry, but Kurt Warner I thought was a fad, right? Initially, because in my mind, the Rams were never supposed to be good, and the Niners were always supposed to be better than them. Because throughout my entire life, that's what always was, the end result. The Niners were better than the Rams. And I remember distinctively watching Isaac Bruce and Marshall Faulk and Torrey Holt, and I believe it was Ricky Prohl originally, come into Candlestick and just slice and dice us. I mean, Marshall Faulk was one of the best players I'd ever seen in my life. And I was like, yeah, it's not because of Kurt Warner. It's not because of Kurt Warner. Because I just thought there's no way this is sustainable. Right. Then I watched Mark Bolger with similar weapons control that offense, and it wasn't the same. It wasn't even close.
Although Mike Martz did make one of the most boneheaded decisions in playoff football history against Carolina, where they decided to just run the clock instead of go for the win. It was, you want to talk about clock management one-on-one? Young Spadoni, young Love, and go back and look at that Panthers-Rams game. I was happy because I hated the Rams, but I was like, wow, Mike Martz should never speak about the game of football ever again, although we've booked him many times on the show. I mean, we respect the game.
Friend of the program.
Friend of the program.
And I'm getting to where I'm going with
we're wondering when the play is going to. It's like a cross-country flight. He business class for this one.
He views the game through his own prism, which I understand almost every guy does, right? But then I watched old man Kurt Warner come in with an Arizona Cardinal organization that had never won anything in my life at any point. And I watched how good he was. And
when I saw him throw that ball in Arizona,
I'd say the way he would hold onto the ball in the pocket and deliver an absolute rocket over the middle, getting smashed in the face mask, and then his ability at the line to kind of be the whole conductor of the orchestra, he was in full control.
I think we overlook his New York Giant days. They were 7-1, and they gave the job to Eli Manning because they needed to play Eli, apparently. But they were 7-1. Remember that?
I'm just going off what I saw at Candlestick.
I'm just saying.
Right?
I'm just saying. I'm just looking at.
Okay, I didn't know.
Just with the New York Giants, who was 7-1. I remember having them in fantasy, and just kind of that's when League Pass started happening, a Sunday ticket or whatnot. He was throwing, but like Warner to fall off. Maybe we look too deep into it because it's the New York media and they overblow everything. But they were 7-1.
He was amazing with the Arizona Cardinals. And what he did there solidified he is on a short list of guys I fear next to Brett Favre. You know what I mean? In terms of the ball's in his hands, 5 minutes to go, he's winning that game. He's winning that game. He's going to do something to find a way to win the game. He had basically made me submit. But his arm strength was so underrated. His pocket IQ to feel the rush and to deliver a strike with a guy in his face was unbelievable. Touch, unbelievable.
So why are we
and then
talking,
his mastery at the line.
Why are we talking Kurt Warner here?
Well, the reason we're talking Kurt Warner is because he talked about Brock Purdy, and I think that he views Brock Purdy through his lens of being an underlooked, pass-by guy. And I just think that when he came into the league, Kurt Warner, we didn't have every single game on television and the scouting and the film and the obsession with the quarterbacks and how the quarterback market is just inflated beyond belief. And I feel like he's still viewing Brock Purdy through his lens. And it's like, actually, Kurt, you were definitely the most rare of rare, but you were way better in terms of a physical talent than anyone wants to admit.
Okay.
And I think it's jaded some of his opinions on Brock.
So which opinion? Which opinion?
Well, I just think he sees everything of the discourse around Brock as dismissal because of draft status. And I just think that the skill set that Kurt had was so different from what Brock Purdy had. And I feel like he feels he needs the right to come to defend Brock. Brock's a really good player, but I feel like he goes over the top to defend him because of the fact that they both were overlooked.
There are going to be some games where I throw 5 interceptions where Lamar Jackson probably won't throw 5 interceptions, because where I know I've got to do something with my right arm, he says, I don't have to do that. I can go run around and I can do something else and do something positive for my team. I couldn't do that. I was stuck, because of my limitations. And I understood that. And I knew there were going to be games like that. But I also knew there was going to be games where I was going to see it faster and I was going to make more plays and I was going to be more accurate and I was going to do those things. And that would carry me. But in those games where, all those things just, weren't easy and they were hard and I wasn't on the top of my game, I understood that, hey, those are going to happen. They are going to happen because I am very reliant on the things around me to allow me to have success. I'm not going to go out there and be Josh Allen and be able to run around and run through 5 guys. And if I don't see it, run for 30 yards and get a touchdown. It's just not going to happen. And so most guys in the league are like that, like me, that have limitations. And we have got to win with this one kind of skill set and strength set that we have. And anything that falls outside of that is going to be more of a challenge for us.
So that's Kurt Warner on the challenges of Brock Purdy and that he has some physical limitations, which most quarterbacks do have. We see it, whether it's the mental stability, whether it's the arm strength, whether it's, the anticipation, the footwork. There's always something, right, unless you're the golden four. That's why everybody's always looking for a quarterback. It's hard to find quarterbacks, especially good quarterbacks. So we have one here, and I believe we have one in San Francisco, but he's had a down year. Why has he had a down year? Well, there's a lot of factors to why he's had a down year, and I think what Kurt Warner is trying to explain is when you don't have those rare traits that a Josh Allen does or a Lamar Jackson or a Burrow or Mahomes, you're going to struggle at times if you don't have the right pieces in place. And now, can you overcome a game or two without a wide receiver? Sure. Can you overcome a game or two without a left tackle? Sure. But can you overcome big stretches without playmakers, without linemen, without a good defense? I don't think so. And that's why the Niners, in my opinion, are sitting at 6-8. There's a number of factors on why they're 6-8. And again, like Anthony said about the Warriors, Anthony Slater joined us. He's talking about the Warriors. Like, look, it's not like they're getting blown out. They're playing in close games, and they can't finish. They can't execute the last 3 to 4 minutes. Well, outside of the 2-game road trip against Green Bay, which you had Brendan Allen starting one game, I don't think anybody anticipated him playing well. He hadn't started a game in 3 years. I don't care if he was Joe Burrow's backup. He's not a good quarterback, all right? And then you go to the snow in Buffalo, and, I mean, come on, man. Brock Purdy's coming back with the shoulder issue and the arm issue. It was a schedule loss. I mean, they were going to lose that game, I felt like, if he was healthy. Buffalo's a tough team, especially at Orchard Park. But we look at the rest of the season, it's not like they're getting blown out here. So those little margins for error that you had last season, you don't have that with so many guys out. So I'm kind of with Kurt Warner here is that we're jumping the gun. Now, he did react to Baldy saying that he'd flip Purdy for Darnold yesterday right here on the Morning Roast. Here's Kurt Warner's reaction to that.
What about the last 2 years with Brock Purdy? I remember I kind of went through since St. Louis too, is that, went to a couple Super Bowls, won a couple MVPs, and then we had a down year after our second Super Bowl, and people were asking, well, are you going to, change quarterbacks and whatever. And I just remember Mike Martz at one point in the season going, what, are you guys a part of the amnesia crowd? Like, have you forgot, what happened the last 3 years and how good Kurt was? Like, we're not just going to panic because we've had a bad stretch here, but it's almost like that's what we're doing in San Francisco. Let's forget about these last 2 years because this year hasn't been as good. And then the same with Sam Darnold. Let's forget about everything else he's done in the league because he's been wildly inconsistent. And although he's shown glimpses, he's never been able to put it together. And now he's having this incredible year in Minnesota, and we're all ready to say, oh, let's flop him And let's take this guy because he's having a great year, even though he's never shown the ability to put 2 great years together back to back. So it's so funny how we have such recency bias on so many different things in this league.
So, I think the point of view that he's coming from is the point of view of his job got taken by Mark Bolger, and then he lost his job to a young Eli Manning. And then, ironically, he took a young Matt Leinert's job in Arizona. But when you have that track record, you're going to feel sensitive when you see someone put the body of work that Brock has put out there and people are saying things like that. I think and again, I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying he sees it through his prism. It's a very fascinating conversation.
Well, yeah, I don't even know about that, though. I don't know if it's through his prism on what he went through as a professional quarterback, but he is right about recency bias. That does exist. That does exist in sports. I mean, at one time, there was questions about maybe replacing Lamar Jackson in Baltimore, and he lingered out there in free agency. Alex Smith has gotten replaced over and over and over again. Now, no matter how great he is, he's gotten replaced. But recency bias does come into play. It came into play with Kaepernick. It came into play with Jimmy G. It's coming into play with Brock Purdy, for crying out loud. We've seen it happen to Jared Goff. Jared Goff was raked over the coals, and we thought Detroit got holes for that deal from Matt Stafford. And it turns out Jared Goff is in a pretty good situation and is playing pretty good football. So I think he's speaking at the whole nature of couple bad games here, and what's going on here? And we don't look at the total body of work anymore. We look at what have you done for me lately. That's become sports 101. What have you done for me lately?
I agree.
Just like the Podzimski conversation, look how quickly that's flipped.
I agree, but I think it's not even just the fans, because the fans are absolutely an element in all of this. And any front office that says that they're not, I'm not saying they're a big factor, but they're a factor. It might be the smallest of small percentages, but I do believe fans are a factor. Jobs are a bigger factor. You guys are always, I'm talking about coaches and GMs. They're worried about their own job. And so that's why all these decisions have been sped up like crazy. The days of, hey, give a guy 3 and 4 years. That's what they did with Daniel Jones. And what's going to end up happening for the GM and the head coach in New York?
They may get fired.
Right? Now, Daniel, I would argue Daniel's had a long runway. They should have known better.
Right.
But part of, they thought that, hey, he had a really great year. We went to the playoffs, even though the numbers weren't that great. And they're like, we can replicate that. Mm-hmm. And they stuck with it too long. And now everyone's like, yeah, everyone's getting blown out. So I think it's not just fans. It's the owners, it's the coaches,
impatience.
It's the GMs. Yes. Exactly.
Well, it's
and the money has made it to where I can't just stick on a guy like Brian Daboll because I have so much money coming to me because of television deals. I'll just blow him out and find another coach.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Owners are like fans.
Yes.
Right? They're basically fans. And, Joe Lickham immediately is like, look, I'm a fan. I want to win. I was a fan of the game. But he's had to exhibit patience with a lot of situations here. And it's not easy. Not easy. Jed York, I think, has done a great job of exhibiting patience with this coaching staff, with this GM, with this front office or whatnot. And he's doled out a lot of money, a lot of straight cash, front-loaded cash, coming straight to the bank account. What did he give up? $96 million to Trent and Brendan Ayuk. So patience does come into place with ownership and fans. There's no doubt about it. But when it comes to Brock Purdy, how can we not just look at our own situation here? Shanahan's not going anywhere. Litz is not going anywhere. And we see things that are happening. Is Debo the same player? I think we all agree Debo's not the same player. Has Nick Bosa played up to his potential? No, he hasn't. Fred Warner's played with a fractured ankle. So when you look at these close losses, whether it's to Arizona, Seattle, the Rams, Seattle get whoever it is, when you're losing these close games, the LA Rams on Thursday night, in fact, they got swept by the Rams. You see the margin for errors, and you see that, okay, I see what's going on here. Did Brock Purdy play well against the Rams this last Thursday night? No, he didn't. But did he play well against the Rams the first time around? Damn, we said that was his best game, possibly of his career, considering that we were waiting for him to play without Debo and George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey. And he threw dime after dime after dime after dime. Now, he missed Brendan Ayuk wide open, but he had a very, very good game. There's context to every situation and every sports team every single year. We were just talking about the Warriors winning the championship the other year. A couple years ago, and you brought up Phoenix losing in Game 7. What if Ja doesn't get hurt against Memphis? I believe the Warriors still win.
Maybe.
But that can, Chris Paul hamstring, Western Conference Finals.
I think about it all the time.
So Context matters on all this stuff.
Kevin Love and Kyrie in the first ever finals.
Exactly.
I think about, hey, what if Vladimir Guerrero Sr. is allowed to be a DH and not have to play right field in Game 1 of the 2010 World Series? What if Jose Guillen is on the roster and it's not Cody Ross? I think about those things all the time. I guess where it comes down, though, I think this Niner team is a little different. Similar to the Warriors, you've got this window, right, of this championship core, and there was this immediacy of winning it all right now. Right now. And if you don't, it's viewed as a huge failure. If the Giants don't win the World Series this year, Giants fans, is it some giant failure? Nah, not really.
Is it a failure with the Warriors?
What?
Well,
I would say for a lot of fans, it is, but for a lot of fans, it isn't. Because I think a lot of fans are like, hey, man, my cuppeth runneth over when it comes to Warrior championships. I didn't think I'd see one. We got 4.
Yeah.
It's a great run. It's come and gone. But I do believe a lot of fans have been spoiled by how great they've been, and they think, like us Niner fans growing up in the 80s, birthright is starting the year on the doorstep of a championship.
Well, that was a conversation we're going to have today. We'll get to Damon and SF in just a second. A conversation we're going to have today was about, are we entitled as a fan base? Because since 2010, think about the Bay Area sports scene. San Francisco Giants have 3 championships since 2010. Warriors have 4 championships. The Niners have gone to multiple Super Bowls and competed for multiple NFC crowns. The Sharks had a Stanley Cup Finals appearance. They played deep in the Western Conference playoffs number of years. Hell, the Oakland A's have been AL West Division titles and they've gotten to the playoffs. I think our market, when you compare it to other markets across the country, ask New York how their teams have done. How many championships does New York have since 2010?
Ask Florida.
All right?
South Florida, specifically.
South Florida. How about, I don't know, outside of Boston, who has the Patriots run, they've got a Celtics championship, they got a couple Red Sox championships, I believe they have a Boston Bruins championship. But ask Chicago. They've got the Cubs World Series, but what have the Bulls done? What have the Bears done? What have the White Sox done since 2010?
Not much.
The Blackhawks. Now, I think the Blackhawks have a couple cups, but okay,
and they came with a lot of scrutiny because of stuff.
Yeah. So, L.A., they've got the Dodgers. They've had the Lakers. But the Lakers, since 2010, have been the disappointment for the most part.
They got the Rams championship.
Yeah, they got that, the Mickey Mouse championship, but that's that. The Clippers haven't done anything.
No.
USC's been a failure.
No, we're on a very short list.
So I think the Bay Area fan, I think a lot of Bay Area fans are grateful for what has happened since 2010, but think about that. We've kind of become entitled out here and spoiled with the success. Maybe the bar has changed. Maybe the bar has been raised here. But since 2010, outside of Boston, I don't think there's another region in this country that can boast the success that we've had in this region when it comes to our teams.
I think it has created a spoiled fan base. I would argue with you that the Niners of the 80s kind of spoiled all of us and kind of ruined. Like, my dad would be miserable when the Niners didn't win at all. Like, it would ruin the whole winter and spring.
Didn't we have to recalibrate after
no question
the ADD years? And
of course.
Think about like 05 to 2010 in the Bay Area.
But what I'm saying is I don't think that concept is new. I think it was there way back in the day.
Right.
Maybe not for all the teams. But the other element, and I think I can't unsee this, when we used to watch sports, you'd get a couple games on TV a week, whether it's your team or the nation, and you'd have a couple of games. Now, I can count on my hand in the last month, okay, on a couple of fingers, how many times a night there isn't a game somewhere that I can watch on YouTube TV or whatever of somebody in the league. Before, it would be like you'd have your Sunday night baseball game. You'd have a Monday night football game. And yeah, whatever was locally broadcast on Sunday, you'd get 1 or 2 games, depending on the blackout rules and whatnot. Baseball, they didn't televise home games. It was just road games for the Giants. And you'd get maybe the game of the week. So like now, I think the ability to see all the teams out there, you're like, oh, that's a great player. That's a great, I want the way they're running their teams, how I want my team run. And I think it has jaded us. It's jaded us a lot. I think it's jaded all sports fans, not just this market. And it's made us long for what the grass is greener on that team.
Well, let me tell you, Bay Area fans, we've had some pretty good grass out here. Literally, in the cannabis clubs, but also with our teams.
You get
our teams, yeah, I do. But that's why we have to have perspective here. We've got to have perspective. You can't just be looking at, like, again, Chicago's one of the biggest markets in this country, in the world. Their teams have sucked.
Football team's been awful.
Football team's been awful. Basketball team's been awful. White Sox have been awful. Blackhawks have been up and down. And the Cubs have the one World Series, and they redid Wrigley, and they don't care because they're lovable losers.
They just traded Bellinger.
They're lovable losers. But also, Northwestern has sucked in football for the most part.
Marquette.
DePaul basketball. Marquette's in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Oh, I thought Chicago claimed it.
No, DePaul.
Oh, DePaul. Okay.
So you got Loyola, who had a good run to the Final Four. Sister Jean, shout out to her. She's celebrated her birthday not too long. But also, Dallas. The Stars have been good. The Cowboys have been a joke. A joke.
Rangers got the championship.
They got the one championship.
That's it, one.
And the Mavericks got one with Dirk in, what was it, 2010, 2011? When Dirk Nowitzki went crazy? 2011? Yeah. So their region has not been good. What about Houston outside of the Astros? They've had a good run, the Astros.
Absolutely. Rockets got nothing.
They got nothing. They competed, but they got nothing. What about the Texans? Got nothing. Yeah. Nothing. So I think in our region,
Atlanta,
we've had it really good out here in the Bay Area. Really good when you think about it since 2010. And I think that we just need to exhibit some patience when it comes to these teams before we start running players in and out of here. And the one thing is, too, have you gotten any sign or any indication that our ownership groups are not trying to win? The Giants, that's changing now with Buster Posey. That's changed.
So I think.
But like Lacob and York, have they showed any indication that they hit? You know what I'm saying?
No, it's a great
because I see that a lot. Like they're not trying to win. They're not really trying to win. They just want to cash checks. I don't know about that.
Well, but here's where I kind of go back and forth on. So you could tell me how you feel. But like when you are investing emotion and money into the teams, which we all know, like right now times are hard, right? People like you're look, I'm lucky. I feel like I've got a pretty decent job, but like even my family, like we can't afford everything for everyone at Christmas time. Like we all feel the pinch somewhere, right, in our lives. Mm-hmm. And when you prioritize going to games and buying gear and paying for all the streaming services to watch your favorite team, there's a little more of an investment than there was back in the 70s and 80s when the cost of just being a sports fan wasn't as high as it is today. And so I do understand, and again, it's a smaller level. There's just a, like, hey, I'm supporting you financially, which you are, right? You're a consumer. Like, I need you to care as much as me and make these moves because I want to win, because I'm emotionally, fiscally, like invested, and my family's invested, and my happiness is invested in you, like doing well. Are they trying? I think we are lucky. These teams are trying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The A's.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, are these teams, you know how many hours they spent at the facility? You know how many hours they spend away from their families? Think about that just for a second. Let's have some perspective here. Players, coaches, GMs, how many hours of the week is Dunleavy on the phone, for crying out loud? But John Lynch scouting Ohio State, Columbus, South Bend, Indiana. He's all over the place. So I do think the fan who is investing money into these apps and these tickets or whatever it is, also time, because I think time is important. Time is important. Yes. Time is important. But I do think I want to let and I'm not trying to sugarcoat anything for any fan base out here or any organization, but I think we underrate how much these guys do try to win. Jobs are on the line. Legacies are on the line. Sleepless hours, sleepless nights, over and over. Traveling across country, back to the West Coast, back from the West Coast to the East Coast. They are trying very, very hard, and I think we just got to have some perspective here to say, you know what? We've had it good since 2010. Let's trust the process and trust that they are being urgent about winning some damn championships.
I guess where it gets difficult, and very few people are season ticket holders of your fan base. Like, we're talking fractions of percentages here, but when people spend a lot of money and they prioritize their Sundays, and again, you can't guarantee a team's going to have success. Things are out of their control. But when you raise prices and the prices are what they are because of the success that the team's had, there's an expectation by your fan base. Oh, if you're going to charge, and I don't know what these, I'm just random. If you're going to charge 20% more for tickets and parking, well, then you better be in the playoffs, and I better not have half my schedule not matter financially and meet the bang for the buck. And again, I understand this is like, it's sports. You buy a ticket. Yeah, Curry might roll an ankle and he might not be playing in 2 weeks. You know, you buy a ticket, your team might have your quarterback go down, and the month of December isn't relevant.
I want to get to Damon and SF real quick, Lubman. Look at the Damon and SF right now, because I want to hear what he has to say about recency bias. Damon, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Bonte?
What's up,
All right,
man?
I'll be real quick. So, Star Warner talking about recency bias and, his perspective with Brock Purdy. I'm going to flip that to the other side and say that, you can't really have that recency bias with Brock Purdy because you don't really have that body of work to really look and say, recency bias because he gave us a year and a half of really good, good play. And this year really was just a question mark. So it's too recent, you know what I mean, to say that, that there's recency bias. I mean, you got to go off of, what you see here going forward because it does seem like that the league and that the defenses have adjusted to him and he hasn't been able to make that adjustment. I mean, are we going to look at Debo and say, well, man, back then, Debo was killing it. You know what I mean? He could still bring that forward. Nobody's saying that about Debo right now. We didn't say that about Armstead. We looked at the body of work that they put out on the field that season and said, you know what? We need more.
It's a good point. Like, I look at Kirk Cousins. His body of work is good. The last, 15 games, I'm like, yeah, he can't play in the NFL anymore.
Heck, even the last 5 games. Speaking of 5.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
I think it's a great conversation. I'd like to chew on it some more. It's because on some level, I completely acknowledge we're all out of control. All of us fans, me included. I want championships in every sport all the time, knowing it'll never happen.
Yep.
But there's also I don't know. There's also, you have to have a payoff when you're charging the prices that everyone is charging. And again, I understand not everyone can afford it.
Right.
It's just tough. It's sports. That's part of the beauty of sports.
Well, look, when the Niners sucked, you could get tickets for $20 in the first level. So the prices do drop. But they've gone to the Super Bowl and 4 NFC Championship games in 5 years.
No
and I tried to relocate my season tickets. There was nothing available. So the demand for 49er football has never been, it's at an all-time high. It's like we're back in the 80s and 90s. So that's the price of having a good team. It is. So anyway.
But it is cyclical because you could have got $5 tickets or $20 tickets to go to the Rams game. It was raining. It was a Thursday night. They had just lost a couple of games. Anyway. Sammy.
I'm looking at the TV, and Pat McAfee's interviewing the SMU coach. He's interviewing the Indiana coach, and it just got me more and more fired up for this college football playoff. It begins on Friday.
It's got to be fun.
Indiana at Notre Dame. And then Saturday in the morning, SMU at Penn State.
What about Tennessee, Ohio State?
I don't even know who's going to win that game. I mean, it's unbelievable theater. The other game, what's the other game? Clemson to Texas. I mean, it took them about 35, 40 years. I'm not going to go back in time because it would have been great in the 90s, but we finally got it. We got a 12-team playoff. All we've been waiting for. Now I wanted 16 teams. I'm not going to complain.
I know, Miami
give it a few years.
In a few years, Miami would have been in it.
Well, it would have been 17.
But you know what? It is what it is. You got the Pop-Tart Bowl. We got the college football playoff.
For that.
Let's go, baby. College football playoff is here and near and dear to our hearts. Let's go.
My thought is I totally botched a Macklin Celebrini stat during 60 seconds Celebrini, so I'm going to try and redo it here. Last night was his 7th multi-point game of the season, the most ever for an 18-year-old in Sharks history, passing Jeff Friesen. Took Macklin just 22 games to break that record. And, oh, man, Macklin Celebrini, those no-look passes, those are fun to watch. Who's better with no-look pass, him or Steph?
Watch out, Steph.
Watch
the best athlete in the Bay Area is coming. It might be Macklin Celebrini in a few years' time. Eddie Johnson, though. My final thought today is Eddie Johnson still thinks Stephen Curry is a number 1 on a contending team. We'll see.
That's a no from you.
I said we'll see.
By the way,
it's a young man's game is all I'm going to say.
I got a DM from Turtle Pie for the Dubie Awards. Not asking you to give names, but how many host-producer gift bags should I prep?
1 for me.
Turtle Pie, that'd be 5. I got a big box of goodies to pass out. If you need a gift bag for a homie or 2, let me know. I got you.
Yeah, at least 5.
The Dubie Awards will be a bit cloudy, if you know what I mean. Outside of the restaurant, not inside.
Many clouds of smoke.
Inside of the restaurant, not...
A lot of fog.
Outside of the restaurant, not inside. All right, that's fast 5 for us. Drones, raccoons, be careful of both. Be wary of both. Raccoons and drones. Be careful. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices.
Hey, Dan Dibley here, and I'm...
a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I owe Curry nothing.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
You just cussed Spadoni and
That's because you took me out of my pregame.
I'm giving Spadoni a compliment.
Unbelievable.
Jesus. I'm
If you
trying
guys
to
don't-
prepare for a show. Hit the on button, sucker.
I'm not high maintenance, but 30 seconds before a show, I do my pregame. I like to lock in. And here comes Spadoni. And Guru say, one of the great guys in radio, Joe Spadoni.
In life.
Of course, I forgot to turn my mic on.
Oh,
What's
boy.
up, gentlemen?
What's up, baby?
Hey, what do you think about Dennis Schröder?
I'm excited, and I'm going to call him.
Now, hold on. You know what?
Okay.
Let me be the first to interrupt.
Your hair looks great, man.
I'm getting
Seriously.
a haircut today.
I don't know if you should. Just
I
take a
am.
little off the side. It's
No.
You got bounce.
I don't like it when it sticks up. Okay.
Okay.
I
So,
can keep going if you want. But
Just to let people in, for the longest time, about the last 2 or 3 years, when we prep for our show, we sit out in a big open area. Guru, myself, and Evan.
Prep.
Yes, we prep. And there's not a lot of privacy in that room. And so the great Tim Jordan said, well, there's an office you guys can use till 10. And I was like, okay, I'm going to start using that office. But Goo doesn't like it. Goo drives into work. He's in a car, and he doesn't want to sit in a relatively...
it's real tight, man. I ain't better than nobody.
I mean, we need 3 people in there, and it's not the biggest room, but it's fine for me. Anyway, Goo is now gone back to his own way.
But I come say hello.
You come say hello, but
What
then
we
you go
feeling?
back to the open
Yeah.
area. But there's no doubt we are talking less before a show.
I think it helps the show.
Well, we'll see, because I have no idea what you're going to say about Dennis Schröder.
And I think
Dennis
I like
Schröder.
that. And I think that maybe I've taken some L's, 10-8 rounds, because I didn't shot my wad early, before it was time to box. But fair or foul, and I listened to the great Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibbs' great interview yesterday. Steiny, he's got to be the solution. It may be unfair. It may not be the words you want to hear, but I'm looking at Dennis Schröder to stop the hemorrhaging. And the hemorrhaging is the Warriors thought they could play, a deep roster, strength in numbers, and it worked while Melton was in. It worked. You didn't need Melton to be Dr. J, but for me, it was a short sample size. I felt like the Warriors showed us and caught the league by surprise because this is who they were. That went away when he got hurt. It may not, he's not Dr. J. It's not about that. It's the ramifications, the domino effect. And now I think Dennis Schröder can do what Melton was supposed to and maybe a little more. That's me talking myself into it. So, Steiny, I'm looking at tomorrow night in Memphis as the solution to what's ailed the Warriors these last 11 games, because it has been ugly.
All right, so you think he could be a DeAnthony Melton substitute and then some?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
No, I think you're right. I think he could do that.
Something's odd about how they got him, too, this cheap.
They got him this cheap, and this is another, and I guarantee you we're going to talk about this. This league, this NBA.
Man, oh, man.
The bottom line is the reason the Nets gave him up for nothing and the reason the Nets traded him at the first possible point in the season they could is because they're done winning.
They're
done.
He was helping them win.
Exactly. They're 10-15 or whatever they are.
Damn.
But they're still in ninth place, and they've got their own first-round pick, the Knicks' first-round pick, and a Bucks first-round pick that's protected. So
I get you.
They're doing what the Jazz did last year.
Wow,
man. And it looks
man.
like the Jazz are doing again.
Good God.
I mean, the only thing
That's a great call, man.
The only thing Danny Ainge hasn't said is trust the process, but he may as well.
Yeah. And what year are you talking about? But yeah, that's where I'm at. So tomorrow is like do you have a problem with me saying it might be the new opening day or opening night?
No, I don't, because the more I think about this acquisition, the more I think this is a seminal moment in the history of the Golden State Warriors. This is as big a move as they've ever made, acknowledging Steph's mortality. Because when we've talked about getting a player in here to help Steph, we've always thought, get a big guy, or get another scorer, or get a power forward. But what they got was a point guard who could essentially make and allow Steph Curry to do less on the ball and to be more of a shooting guard. And they're asking Dennis Schroeder, to be that guy.
Do the young stuff.
In a crazy kind of way. Like, I think Schroeder's the first player they've had who, in theory, and Evan said easy, and maybe I'm wrong, but I could actually see Schroeder being the starting point guard after Steph retires.
Oh, well, that's not too far-fetched at all. Okay, I get that, but to your premise of what this signals, Steiny, and I hate this because it's Steph Curry on mine all day, but I'll never forget the 16 finals in that last 5 minutes, and I know Curry had an injury going into the playoffs, but if I don't believe this, but if I had $1 for every time I heard that Draymond went in the parking lot at Oracle and called KD because the league had figured the Warriors offense out and they needed a guy that could create their shot, I thought if that was the biggest indictment of the Arthur Fonzarelli, which was Steph Curry. So how far or how close does the Kevin Durant coming to Golden State when we heard, whispers, they need somebody that could create their shot? I didn't buy it because they were up 3-1. How close is that to the Dennis Schroeder move? Because that was a superstar when you had one.
Schroeder's different than Durant. I mean, Durant was one of the best players in the league, if not the best player in the league at the time.
But you never thought different about Curry because they went and got Durant. Some did. Just in regard to the team needed a guy that could get a bucket.
Well,
and I looked at Curry as still that guy.
Do you look at him as still that guy now?
I do.
Well, I don't think the Warriors do. And that's what I think this trade was all about. And I'm telling you, the way I'm looking at it is they didn't get somebody. Of course, they got a teammate for Steph Curry. But really, what the objective was, one of the big objectives of this move is to take some things off Curry's plate because they knew that they were giving him too much.
Yes.
He wasn't thriving, and that they need help at that position, the one. They need help at the one, and that means Curry needs help.
Okay.
Not just somebody to pass to or a better supporting cast. This is about getting better at the entire position where Steph Curry is. And for the first time, I really feel like the Warriors acquired somebody that may allow Steph Curry to play less minutes, but everybody's okay with it because we know that you can't keep playing him. You can't play him 35 minutes and expect him to be as effective as he was in the past. So Schroeder's gonna be that guy.
Listen, I hear you talking. I got two things. Yesterday, I mentioned Curry with Willard and Dibbs down, and I do believe we got the sound. We'll play it later, but he did say Steph Curry deserves every resource available for him to maximize where he's at. And I look at Curry in his career that he was an all-pro corner. Now he's a little older. You move him to safety. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Okay, that's fine. But I'm asking you just to break it down for me. Did you feel this strongly about the Melton signing?
No, because Schroeder's way more. Dennis Schroeder is an 18, 20-point-a-game scorer. So
why? So even if Curry was still doing his thing, wouldn't they still want Dennis or that guy that does what Dennis?
My point is that I think Dennis Schroeder overlaps with Curry a lot.
Oh,
now they're going to play together,
right?
In fact, I think they'll start together. But
I hadn't thought of that.
Both guys can score. Both guys can create a little bit, and they're going to allow Schroeder to take some of that stuff from Steph Curry.
But as long as he doesn't mind.
Well, he can't mind. Like we understand that he's better playing 28 or 30 minutes than 35 or 36. And so why don't you take a few minutes off his plate and let Dennis Schröder do his thing?
So he's averaging 30 minutes a night.
He's got to get I think Schröder is going to play a huge role for this team.
I believe
that's what
so
I
too.
think.
That's why I'm excited.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. We got a lot of sound from yesterday. The Dennis Schröder news came over the weekend, but the more I think about it and the more I think other people are thinking about it, I do think this is a very significant move for the Warriors. I think it's a steal. I think there's no risk. I think they might have gotten a player in here who can really help them immediately. And I think the biggest thing is that they recognized that, yes, Steph needs help, not just around him, but to take some of the responsibility from him. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up in the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment also brought to you by the California Lottery.
If you're looking for the perfect
I love you. You're just nuts in general.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Who was that? I'm nuts.
I don't know.
Like a payday.
One of our listeners.
We need a win for Fitz. I watched that game again last night. Dallas. Nothing was on outside of the Bucks-Rocket game.
You didn't watch Memphis, West Virginia?
Oh, we texted on the text thread.
Yeah. It's always a fun game.
By the way, if I'm the 49ers, late in the draft, I'd take Hennigan from Memphis.
He's got a little arm on him.
He'll play at the next level.
I say on Sundays.
Yeah.
He'll play on Sunday.
Yeah.
Might have a clipboard, but he'll be in
We're talking about Dennis Schröder right now, and he met the media yesterday, and the Warriors have acquired a legit scorer, 18 a game, a legit pick-and-roll player, 6-7 assists per game, and they got him for essentially two second-round picks. They gave up one, and they gave up three, and they got back one. And kudos to Mike Dunleavy, because this trade,
we preaching.
It can't not work, even if it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, it's no harm, no foul. If it works, the Warriors may be a better team. And that's got to be exciting. Of all the things, and 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to know what Warrior fans thought when they heard we're getting Dennis Schröder, because, the two things that hit me, Goo, I'll just say them again. One is, this is a way to take some of Steph Curry's responsibility away.
Yeah.
And the way I was thinking about it was, like, let's say hypothetically the Warriors run 30, let's say 25 pick and rolls with Steph Curry a game. And they got Jimmy Butler, let's just say. Well, he still would run 25 pick and rolls a game. But to me, what Schröder does and what they're telling everybody is, tomorrow night, if we run 25 pick and rolls, Schröder's got to run 10 of them.
Yeah, I love
or 12 of them. And Steph's going to run the other 10 or 12. And that philosophy, I think, is a little bit different than when they had Chris Paul, when they had Jordan Poole, and even when they had Sean Livingston. Then secondly, and it's to me, it's not the main issue, but it's an indictment of Podziemski, because I think they wanted him to be the backup point guard. They talked about him being the backup point guard, and I think they just realized 25, 26 games in, we can't wait for him to come around. So I'm also going to give the Warriors credit for, if I'm going to kind of criticize them for building pods up more than they should have, I'll give them credit for making a tough decision after they wanted him to play a bigger role.
Yeah, and I keep going to Kerr's interview yesterday with Willard and Dibbs, and he spoke to that about pods, just basically saying, Stoney, I think Willard asked him, was it unfair? It was kind of unfair what they were asking of pods. But, hopefully he has not had his best year in his career, pods, that is. But the bottom line is everything you just described that you're taking away from Curry, I just think of a loaf of bread, Wonder Bread. Curry's going to be fresh. And that's what this is about. And I watched Sunday's game against Dallas, Donnie, and it was the first time in forever where I said, this loss hurts, but this is the last time we'll watch this iteration of the Golden State Warriors, because Schröder will be here. And, Stoney, I'm going to put a rat on the table. I'm thinking about the Warriors now without him. If they wouldn't have been able to be the beneficiaries of what's going on in Brooklyn and them trying to tank, I really believe we might have saw season 2 of the Warriors fiddling with the play-in or not making the playoffs.
Oh, so you say this is a game changer.
This is a game, mental everything, Stoney. That team was that Melton injury was crippling this team. And I was like, I hadn't got there until Saturday when you describe what he's bringing to the table, you're right, partner. And he could be here when Steph is not here. And hopefully that's in forever. But I'm telling you, man, this was needed. And
how many
go ahead.
All right, I got to ask you, if you had him in yesterday or whatever, the last game they played without Schröder, you had him as a play-in, or what do you have him now? That's what I mean. Like what?
I think they could be 4th or 5th. And I think the 10-2 Warriors are back. You might say, Guru, you're like,
I don't know, maybe.
Talking about every facet of this team clicking, the defense, the bench scoring, everything. I think that can be, if it all works, that's back. And they got it on, I don't want to call it a fluke, but Brooklyn saying to the world, this dude's so good, he's helping us win. We got to get him out of here.
And we got the best possible guest for a day like today, Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM Radio.
Well, Darryl.
And hopefully you guys have heard the show enough that you know what Geltzy brings to the table. I'm fascinated to hear what he thinks of the Warriors' acquisition of Dennis Schröder and where he thinks they go. Let's take a listen to this is from Steve. There's a lot of sound I want to get to, but 888-957-9570. What do you think of the Schröder trade? And then, as the show wears on, I want to talk about who's going to be affected by Schröder, minutes-wise and style-wise. 888-957-9570 is the number. Willard and Dibbs asked Kerr if Steph Curry is still good enough to be a number one on a title team.
I think the answer to that is yes, it's realistic. This is a once-in-a-generation player and athlete. He's superbly conditioned. We just watched him 2.5 years ago carry us to the title. This is Steph Curry's team, and he's still an all-star. You saw him in the Olympics this past year. It's our job to put him in a position where we're in the playoffs and we give him a chance with the best group around him, the best schemes, the best coaching, the best training staff. And that's the focus. And Warriors fans know really well that guys like Steph don't come around very often. We went 40 years between titles from 75 to 15. So we have Steph. He's still playing at an elite level. We have to give him every resource to try to take us home again because we've watched him do it 4 times. So that's why we're doing what we're doing.
All right. Wow. That's Steve Kerr talking about Steph Curry and whether he can be a number one on a title team. And Steve says, yes, absolutely. But, we're going to need to get him some help and give him a good support system around him with trainers and whatnot. And now they've acquired, I think, a player who's going to start with him in the backcourt.
Yeah. I mean, he's averaging 18 points a game. I know. Guru's just about the points, but I'm just telling you, we saw what he did when he came in here and helped Brooklyn beat us. But, I mean, man, I feel like, we found the answer to what did Willard say? I keep bringing his name up. He said, the answer's not in the building for the Warriors as far as a bona fide number 2. I think right now it is.
Yeah, and I think obviously the guy whose minutes are going to be affected the most is Pajemski.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I also think, look, Schröder shoots the ball. He takes shots. Yeah. And in terms of shot distribution, this is going to make it a little tougher on Wiggins and Kuminga.
If you allow it.
Well, they're going to have to do with less shots. How can we? How are they? How is it not like Schröder's going to take 15 shots a game, and they're coming from somewhere.
Yeah. But if Wiggins was to put on his Clay hat years ago, I ain't sacrificing an S. Naturally, that, you know what I mean? It's up to and again, it's not a contest, right? But at the end of the day, it's like what we've seen from Wiggins, we love, but keep, being ultra aggressive, Steiny.
Well, it's going to be harder. It's going to be harder for those guys to be ultra aggressive.
I hate that.
And listen, I'm not saying it's not going to work. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying, can Wiggins and Kuminga do more with less? Essentially. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Bob in San Francisco to get us started. What's going on, Bob? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Appreciate you very, very much every day.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Basically, I'm thrilled with this. I think it's a really smart move, obviously a steal, but it's like one chess move with many, many positive elements falling behind it, first of all, the Steve Kerr offensive strategy during championship years has always been like, you better not double and triple team Steph Curry because we've got, this other guy who's going to knock down shots. And we saw that with Clay, even when Sean Livingston in those days got, that mid-range shot going. And it just hasn't been that way because there hasn't been the same kind of threat,
Yeah.
And the second thing, and this guy is tenacious, a two-way player. So a couple other little things, and I'll let you guys respond, is like down the stretch in games, we've lost games because, Kuminga's been and Pods have been less than great from the free throw line. So we have another guy now that can play with Steph that is shooting close to 90% from the line. So who are you going to foul, down the stretch? Those kind of things. So, Pods is just, he's proven that he's great with the second team, and him with his effort and stuff. He has proven to us that he doesn't belong as the backup point guard.
Right. Good stuff, Bob. Appreciate it. No, I think, and I know we have the sound of Steve Kerr talking about Podziemski, and I think he's trying to window dressing. This is an opportunity for Pods, but we know what it really is, which is they don't like him as a point guard, or they like him as a guard on the floor with another point guard. Let's put it that way.
Before you hit play, it just speaks to life in pro sports. And again, Pods' career is not over at all, Steiny, but when you have the owner in the offseason coming off a campaign Pods did of making the all-rookie team, you're taking charges, your owner says you're untouchable, or so we think, that gets out. And, that would make me sleep with a finger in my mouth like, man, this is all good. Look at my last year. And then we're not even halfway through the second sophomore year, and there's some turbulence. And my point in all that is, Steiny, things change fast and in a hurry. And Pods is going to try to go out there and be the best version he can. But how many calls did we take? People mad that he felt like he was getting a scholarship that he didn't earn.
Well, they took it away.
And there it is.
This is Joe Lacob on the TK podcast talking about acquiring Schröder.
Obviously, since the beginning of the season, we've had a hard time taking care of the ball and initiating offense without Steph late in games at times. And I think we missed Melton. We were better with Melton. So I think he's a pretty good proxy for him. He's having a great year, actually. He's always killed the Warriors. Yeah. We identified him and went after him, obviously. We thought Brooklyn was a good target for this, and we got a deal done. So we're actually real happy with him.
That was Joe Lacob talking to Tim Kawakami.
Yeah, they were. Man, the Warriors' luck is golden, right? Steiny, just the fact that whatever's going on in Brooklyn, this player was available at his price changes the direction of this season for the Warriors, I believe.
This is from the 908. With all due respect.
Okay.
That means
I got
an insult's coming.
Come on now.
Guru is delusional. Schröder is a good player, not an all-star, not elite. I mean, in fairness, I've been talking Schröder up too.
Yeah, but Melton wasn't any of those either.
There's still a mid-40s. Oh, this is what he's getting at. There's still a mid-40s win team and a 7 or 8 seed. Oh. If they want to be a top 4 to 5, they need to trade for a star player.
All right.
I don't know. I don't know. We got to let it play out.
And I know the season's not 12 games, but they were off to that start, playing that defense, which still hasn't left them, wasn't on display Sunday night. So I'm back excited. I just am.
A couple things about the Schröder thing where I think he should help. And I wrote a bunch of these down. And if you think Schroeder's going to help, I want to know how. Here's one area where I think he can really help. And that is get Steph Curry going at the beginning of a game. For years, it seems like the time Steph comes out, and plays for the most part like a point guard the first 6 minutes. He assesses the game, sees if anybody's hot, gets the ball to. Remember the last game with Wiggins against Dallas? They went to Wiggins early. And then the next thing you know, Curry's coming out for a sub with 5.5 minutes left. And you're like,
night.
He took one shot.
But Luka took 8.
Exactly. So
I just was like, come on.
I mean, to me, this is a way where Schröder can make it a point. Like, Steph doesn't want to get himself involved right off the bat. But Schröder now can be the guy who tries to get Steph going early, which I think they need.
Oh, there's no doubt, man.
Here's the other thing: if you're gonna live and die with Steph and Draymond, then you got to set a tone offensively and defensively. And I do think we're probably headed toward Draymond starting again.
I was just going to ask that question, man.
You know, we'll see if it works, but now we got a decision to make about who's starting alongside him.
Looney
or Trace Jackson Davis. 888-957-9570 is the number. Forget Guru for a minute.
Easy to do.
Well, no. I just mean, I mean, like, Guru's not the guy saying this is a great trade. Like, I'm saying it too, and I don't know how it's going to play out, but I just love all the reasons they did it.
Yep.
And to me, I'm not saying what I respect most about it is that it feels like the Warriors have come to the conclusion that it can't work with Steph doing what he's doing with this particular team.
Yeah.
And there's an acknowledgement there that, there's two ways to get this team better. One is to put better players around Steph, and then the other is to take more off Steph's plate and allow somebody to do some of the things that Steph can do, and maybe the overall position becomes more efficient. So I really like the move. I'm interested to see him defensively. I know he plays with an edge, which isn't going to hurt the Warriors. So I think this has a chance to be a move that does impact winning.
Right.
I really do.
And I hope I hear you, I'm right behind you, and I hope I'm not coming off just to the guy that sent in the text that I'm saying Schröder is Kobe. It's not that. It's what was going on and the attrition that was setting in early, and we could all see it. And again, it's the twofold, Steiny. You talked about taking things off Curry's plate, but when you got a bona fide number two, that can happen naturally to where everybody benefits. And that's what I'm excited about. And Steiny, I'm telling you, man, Sunday when I got done watching that game, that was the one loss that lightweight felt like a win, because I said, had we not had Schröder and just the possibilities on the horizon to get excited about, I really, really wasn't liking what we were seeing from a team that had gone 2-8 in their last 10, scrapping and clawing, but it just felt like they were missing something. And now, we'll ask BG, do you think, and nobody cares here in Golden State, the fact that a guy like Schröder was available for the price because Brooklyn's tanking, can that be good it's good for the Warriors? Is it good for the league?
No, of course not. And that's another.
I can't believe they
log on the fire of crap.
Wow.
And I may turn a gripe into a segment at some point today.
Because you got the one of the year. Even Dibbs told you that with the NBA.
Steiny doesn't think Dennis Schröder will help. I literally just said the opposite.
Get some Q-tips. I mean, shout out, try to call Quest.
I could be wrong. Maybe he won't. Maybe he won't make a difference. But I think
it's better than not having that egg to crack.
I think he's got a great chance of helping this team.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, here's what I like. Great basketball minds have similar thoughts.
Yes.
And I just couldn't get it up. And there's no call for that. I'm in the middle of making a point to aggrandize myself.
Sorry, you just called yourself a great basketball mind.
Draymond and I both agree.
So you're coming off the bench?
No. Everybody looks at Kuminga. Oh, he doesn't fit. Well, when basketball minds like Draymond and I look at Kuminga, we say, no, he does fit because he does something nobody else does. And he said the same thing about Schröder. Schröder's going to give him something they don't have.
But I never heard Draymond talk about making it mesh or fit in with Kuminga. Well, we'll work with you like he did Schröder. And that was just poetic the way that he said it. We're gonna play. We need what you're bringing. I never heard him say that about JK. JK was like, he had to learn the system.
But
I'm all systems
You didn't
go.
have to say it about Kuminga. The fans were saying it.
Well,
the fans have been saying,
we were watching.
Well, he's a one-on-one guy. He's not a team guy. Well, sometimes you need a one-on-one player.
And I love that they're not playing Brooklyn or the Bulls. I love that it's Memphis.
Let's go to Bill in American Canyon. Hey, Bill, what's going on, man?
Not much. I just want to say I think that thing with Schröder, that's an awesome move they made. That's just a great move.
Yeah.
Where I have a problem with the Warriors is they don't use Curry the right way to me. They burned him out. With Schröder there, it's going to take a lot of pressure off Curry.
Yeah.
Schröder can play. That's all there is to it. The doubters let him doubt. Watch till he gets on the court and starts playing. You'll see. Because I followed Schröder when he was a younger guy, and he just had to get more experience and better, and he's there now. Yeah. And he's tough. He ain't no wimp. He ain't no wimp.
Yeah.
You know? And you guys are earlier talking about the pick and rolls. I have one question to throw out there to anybody out there. Why in the heck? I'll say heck. I almost swear they don't set more screens for Curry.
Oh my God!
Looney. Yeah.
You got the best shooter in the game, and you do not get him open enough. You know, he got to do his little herky-jerky one-on-one. Set screens for the man and let him shoot the ball. They don't do that. They don't do that at all.
Appreciate it, Bill. Thanks for the call.
I know you're a
I don't think a team sets more picks for a player.
I was just in Looney. If you had to guess, and I know you and Evan know this, Looney's take a playoff guru.
Well, why are you even talking about Looney?
Schröder from deep, his percentage.
Oh, he's up around 40, I think.
38, 39.
Yeah.
And free throw, 89.
Yeah, they became a better free throw shooting team. He doesn't get to the line a ton, but he gets there once in a while.
Now, that was the best part. What made me say what I'm about to say?
Well, I don't know what you're about to say.
My high school career, when I went to the line, I made them. Wasn't often. But when I got there, I made them.
Making them or going to the line?
I'm making them when I went to the line. He's looking at me like, who is this dude?
Oh, I know who you are. Chris Paul II. He may be our true 510. He may be our Drew Holiday. How he was for the Bucks or Celtics.
That's a great call.
He'll help a lot. Hopefully, he will help other players besides Curry score. Yeah. It's optimistic.
Yeah. Hey, but it's Clint Eastwood.
I mean, Drew Holiday to me, this might be controversial. He's a Hall of Famer.
That's not.
Well,
if Iggy was a Hall of Famer, or we even brought that up, this dude's at the Hall. Come on now. Milwaukee's figured life out without him. They didn't found something.
Uh-oh. Well, you said they were washed and done at 2-8.
Doc didn't get it to the lab.
I think
they're playing defense now.
Well, the other thing I think we have to acknowledge about the Warriors' 10-2 start, and it doesn't mean anything now, but how many teams in the league don't even start playing till about now?
Yeah.
It's pretty sad. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors acquired Dennis Schröder, and he is most likely going to start tomorrow in Memphis, and he and Steph are going to play together, and it's going to be a different look. No doubt about it. Brian Geltzeiler coming up at 11 o'clock. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The holiday spirit sparkles in downtown Los Altos. With more than 150 unique shops, you'll find special gifts and fine holiday dining. Downtown Los Altos is your destination for festive events and fabulous holiday shopping, all with free parking. Get more info at downtownlosaltos.org.
It's the season of giving, and I'm very
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Damn, they
That was
did.
about the LA Rams?
No, that was about the Mavericks.
Oh, right.
They had an agenda, Steiny. Donut butt.
They did.
Yeah.
Coming up in 10 minutes, Brian Geltzeiler, and I'm going to ask our illustrious producer, Evan, Sirius XM NBA radio. Is that the proper way to say it? Okay.
Him and Eddie Johnson are boys. Eddie joined the roast this morning.
But I'm not sure they're still doing a show together. I'm not sure.
I didn't say it for that. Yeah, I was just, him, they're boys.
I don't know why you had to drop dime on Eddie and
No, Eddie was
Kelsey.
on in the roast. I was plugging. See, I'm a team player. I plug other shows.
Yeah, we got to do a better job of that, Stein.
No, I'm serious. Like Willard needed a kicker in his fantasy playoff game coming up, and I happened to see before the show he didn't have his kicker was hurt. So I sent him a text. You need a kicker.
Well, that's not
different.
helping the show.
I know, guys. I'm having some fun. It's the holidays.
No, here's how you help their show, and I do it all the time, quite frankly.
Oh, boy.
Let me see.
What do you do?
Hey, Steve.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Let's talk about what Schroeder's role is going to be. Steve Kerr was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday in the afternoon. That's a swell show. And here's what the role is for Schroeder.
We haven't decided exactly who our starting lineup is yet, but you can bet he's going to be out there quite a bit. He'll take all the non-Steph minutes for sure, and he'll play with Steph as well. I just think having 2 point guards, two guys at the point of attack who can penetrate the paint and get the ball moving, I think that's important in the modern NBA. So Dennis is going to play a lot for us, and there's a reason we traded for him. We need him right now. Our last 10 games, our offense has been among the worst in the league, and we think he's going to fill the shoes of DeAnthony Melton, who was our starter next to Steph, as you know, and gave us another point of attack guy. So we've missed that, and it's exciting to get Dennis because he's a hell of a player.
All right, Steve Kerr on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, talking about Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah. Can I give you the pessimistic view from one Norman Johnson about this pickup?
Of course.
So he tried to quell my excitement because I told him about Schroeder, and he goes, well, why is the team that he's on 10-16? I said, well, that's not all on him, and it would be unfair to put it all on his doorstep. Now he'll be with the brilliant minds of Dre, Steph, Looney, Kerr, in a different situation, a different offense. So right then and there, that's why people are excited. You can't hold him being on a downtrodden team, third in the Atlantic Division, solely on the plate. He was the only bright spot, or one of them. Couple cams.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have enough help around him.
All right.
But he's not a one either. I mean, he's not a number one option, and he might have been the best player on that team. And the Warriors went out and got. I'm looking at how about this for interesting?
Okay.
Schroeder's essentially played 800 games.
Damn.
And he started half of them. He's been a starter half his career. Which always leads me to when you say, well, if he's a starter for you, he might not be that good. But if he's your first guard off the bench, you're pretty good. So we'll see if he starts. I think he's going to start. Let's go to.
Go ahead.
Let's go to Coach in Vallejo.
Our guy.
This ought to be good. What's up, What's up, Coach?
Happy holiday.
Hey, Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you both.
Yes, sir.
You're my guys also. I got three quick points, and none of them is going to be about pods, so don't worry about that.
All right.
Number one is that Schröder is going to allow the Warriors not to have to start Wiggins or Kuminga on the point guard at the beginning of the game.
Yep.
Okay? I think that's real big. Tomorrow night we get to see him match up against Ja Morant or someone. It's not like he's going to stop him, but he has a way of bullying small guards because he is a tough, heavy, small guard. Now, what I like about him is his start and stop, kind of like Kyrie Irving. Remember when he first came in the league, he was one of the fastest guards in the league, and he ran that all-star guard Atlanta had. He ran him off the team, okay? Now, he doesn't have the same speed, but that start and stop is going to be great, and he's going to get some penetration and can finish. And lastly, what I want to say, guys, is Look at J.K.'s last 5 games that he started. Look at his numbers, okay? I mean, and you know what I really like, and I want you guys to both give credit? He's not turning the ball over. He is not turning that ball over. He played 2 games of 30 minutes where he had 0 turnovers and 20-plus points. So I think that's something positive that we could say of J.K., and I think if he keeps going the way he's going, he's even rebounding better. I think we're starting to get the player that we were looking for. But happy holidays, guys, and thanks a lot. I'll be watching you on YouTube.
Back at Appreciate you, Coach. It, Coach. Thank you.
Yeah. Coach didn't have to say anything about Paz. The trade said, you know what I mean? It's kind of like you might have, you got much to talk about these days, but we're all rooting for him. But, I brought up that point, not to pat myself on the back, Stoney, about, I think I said it on the thread, they don't have to guard the opposing point guards all the time. And Coach was just alluding to the fact that they don't even got to start the game like that because Schröder can defend.
All right, I'm looking at Coach said, look at the last 5 games Kuminga's played.
Oh, boy, Coach.
And the first thing I look at is, okay, they're 2-3 in those games. Right. That's the most important. He's right. One of the reasons he's not turning the ball over, because they're not putting it in his hands to make decisions.
Yeah. Well, they definitely didn't do that in against Houston. I still hadn't forgot that game.
Oh. One of the things in the NBA, games come fast, so you got to put them behind you.
But now they're slowing up. None tonight. Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, none tonight. I just hate that. Yeah.
What's on tonight?
Cal's in a bowl game. Cal football.
Who do they play?
Okay.
Let's go to Troy in Pittsburgh. Hey, Troy, what's going on?
Hey, Steiny, guys, long-time listener.
Cool.
I agree with a lot of what you said about Schröder, and he's a great player. But I was watching ESPN last night, and they had a guy coming on talking about a trade for Zion Williamson, what the Warriors would have to give up. And my question to you is because you're pretty knowledgeable, is he worth it? For what they want to give up, Wiggins, Podzinski, and Looney and a second-round pick. In your opinion, do you think that would be worth it? I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Troy. Thank you very much.
Thanks for calling us time, mate, show.
I mean,
oh my God. Slap me when I'm down.
It is funny. I like Zion. Obviously, he's risky, injury prone. The question is, how desperate are the Warriors? And I don't think they're that desperate right now. But I don't think Zion Williamson's going to play his whole career in New Orleans.
How can you not be petrified, man? No, seriously, to hit your wagon to that. You're right. When he played, and the caller didn't ask me, when he plays, it's something incredible. Steiny, he will never, I believe, and I hope I'm wrong, beat the body demons. It's just the way he's built at that weight is feet. It's too much. And right now, how can one say he'll be back better than ever? I hope he is, but come on, Steiny, who would want those problems?
Well, what if I told you there was another player who had some problems early in his career with feet?
But it wasn't weight related.
Well, but
Yao Ming was 500 pounds.
I'm talking about
I know
Steph.
you are, but I'm talking about the big Bill Walton, the guys that had to put a load on those feet. They lost that battle.
Yeah, you're right.
Zion is amazing, but just think about what happened last year. They were in the process of trying to eliminate the Lakers in a series. They're at Game 6 at home. He's almost going to go for 50 and blows his hammy in the 4th. Lakers come back, win the game, and now he's hurt already in the new year. I hope I'm wrong, Steiny. That's just, his body's a lemon.
He's still awfully young.
No. How old is he?
Like 22 or 23.
Which is more scary, though.
Yeah, not to me.
Yeah. I guess you'd have to be in a good place, or you wouldn't have to be stressed to try to take a chance on him. The business would have to be going good. But if you were going to mortgage the future,
24,
which is 22, mortgage the future and hope that
No, maybe you don't have to. Maybe you don't have to mortgage the future.
Well,
maybe you can get him for 2 second-round picks.
Man,
like you got Dennis Schröder. Pelicans are probably going to make a move, I would think, this. Before the trading deadline, too.
Cal's playing UNLV.
Oh, they're going to get – UNLV's good.
Yeah, they're ranked.
Yeah, UNLV's going to win that game. Where is it?
It is that Inglewood, California, SoFi Stadium.
Okay.
UNLV -3.5.
I wonder if this will be one of those games where they play it in front of 62,000 empty seats, like the NCAA tournament that first day or two.
Just don't tell me they're a lock to cover like Memphis.
Whoa, boy.
Shut up, Evan.
Yeah. Evan with receipts.
Memphis.
My neighbor had the first half, -3.
Line was 5.5. They won by 5.
But think about somebody's life is ruined over that half.
Well, that's why you
They're like, baby, we got to move.
Yeah, I mean, I lost the bet, but
yeah,
you only bet as much as you can afford to lose, obviously.
That's why they have an 800 number, though.
There's a shocker.
Yep.
We got Brian Geltzeiler coming up momentarily. He works for Sirius XM NBA Radio, and we have him on quite a bit, and he is super knowledgeable. I want to play one more piece of sound before we get Geltzy, and I'm going to pick one out on, let's see. What do you want to hear about, Goo?
Go ahead.
Who's closing games?
I like having the two-pronged point guard attack. Dennis is really good defensively. You know, he's not a big guy, but he's quick. He's got long arms. He can guard either spot, and he's got a great feel. He's a competitor. So I think those two will end up closing a lot of games together.
Makes sense.
Yeah, there you go.
Man.
262, Steiny, I'm surprised you're a Zion fan. Yeah, I get it. He's injury prone.
He's a talent. Nobody's arguing that.
And that's what I see. That's what I see. If I were, you know what? If I were a team that was desperate, I would, and he were available, I would give it a try. The question is, do you put the Warriors into the desperate category? And I wouldn't.
What category do you put the Lakers in? Random.
They're the same as the Warriors.
Desperate?
I don't think the Warriors are desperate. I know you think they're desperate because it's about a title.
No,
I don't think
it's
they're
because
desperate.
you kept saying, and not just yourself, the trading deadline was going to be a pit stop for the Warriors. Like, things change fast and in a hurry. And look who they got now out of nowhere in regard to Dennis Schröder. What could possibly be there at the trading deadline? Something way bigger than this, maybe.
Well,
if you need be, but this might suffice.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know what's going to be there.
So if I ask you right now before break, who's the second best player on the Golden State Warriors with this acquisition? Would you say Dennis Schröder? I'm still saying Andrew Wiggins.
Okay.
Draymond?
That's who I was going to say.
Well, defensively is Draymond, but all around.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. But I do think Schroeder's going to play a big role.
Oh, there's no doubt, man. For everybody.
I would think so. No, I know Zion Williamson is a risk for sure. But I don't really like now's when the Warriors, now you play some games. You get Dennis Schröder, now play 10 games, see what it looks like, see how many games you win, and we'll go from there. And then we'll reconvene, let's say mid-January, something like that. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA Radio. What's going on, Brian? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, guys. How we doing?
All right, BG.
We're doing well. All right. So over the weekend, I heard, and we heard, Dennis Schroeder's going to the Warriors, and over the course of a few days, I was thinking, that's nice. Okay, should help. But now we're to Wednesday, and it's starting to feel to me like a more significant move. Like it could really help the Golden State Warriors. How do you feel about it?
I love it. I love the player. I have to tell you guys, and I think that sometimes this is a guy because he hasn't been involved in a ton of winning situations, and he's been to a lot of different places in his career. I think he's a guy that is pretty underrated. Listen, watch what he's done in international basketball. And I know the game is different and yada, yada, yada. I get all that. All right? What he's done for Germany international basketball, he led them to a World Cup in the summer of 2023. This guy can score. He can play make. He's happy to have the ball in his hands, and he's a good pick and roll guy. And listen, what you need right now with the Warriors, someone, anyone, just take a little bit of heat off Steph. Geez. Got to take a little heat off Steph. And Schröder is a guy who he will use a lot of possessions. And I don't mean that in a negative way. The Warriors need guys to use possessions outside of Steph. Steph's 36 years old. Like, this is just something that has to happen. And I love the trade. I love the player. The fact that the Warriors got a guy of Schroeder's caliber without giving up a first, and now as we come into trade season here in the NBA, December 15th in the rearview mirror, and then January 15th soon being in the rearview mirror, we're going to be in a spot where you're going to see if the Warriors can do something potentially larger. They make this deal using Melton's expiring contract as capital, and they essentially get what they trade 3 seconds, get one back for a net 2 seconds. Keep all their firsts, and now they're in a spot where the Wiggins contract is still with them, and the Wiggins contract is the one that could potentially bring back that bigger player as we get closer to the deadline.
BG, always a pleasure. Good stuff. Now, I'm excited about the move. We all are, but we hadn't talked to you. After the Melton injury, this team went 2-8. It looked lethargic, and they were scrapping BG, but offensively, you saw the Houston debacle meltdown for the play-in. What were your thoughts on what was ailing the Warriors then before this move was made, if you don't mind me asking?
I never mind you asking, Dow. And listen, first of all, Melton is an underrated guy in the league. I know they traded him for Schröder here, but they got good value back for him. Melton's a really good defensive player. And the Warriors and Kurzman, we know Kurzman playing a lot of guys. But the Warriors, they need good defensive players. And so I think Melton, and I said it to you guys last time I spoke to you. I told you, Melton's hurt a lot. Melton's hurt a lot. So not having him and counting on him is a tough thing. And especially when you got guys like Hield, who doesn't guard all that well, Pajemski doesn't guard all that well, you needed a guy like Melton. Here's the good news on Schröder. He's not necessarily the defensive player that Melton is, but he can guard. He gets his butt down, and he'll get on point guards, and it'll make life tough for him. So I look at the big picture. Yeah, they kind of collapsed a little bit. They may have been playing over their head a little bit early in the season, but I also think they've been playing a little lesser than what they could be. You mix in there, Darryl. Curry missed a handful of those games, too. And I think right now, without Curry, they are not a good team. And that's not really, I'm not, saying anything earth-shattering in making that declaration. With all that said, they'll be a much better team for the games that Curry ends up sitting. If he does get hurt or he load manages a little bit, which you have to be concerned with a 36-year-old player with the ball in Dennis Schroeder's hands.
We're joined by Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA Radio. What would you say Schroeder's biggest deficiencies are?
People haven't liked having him around at a lot of places that he's been at. Dennis he's a little mouthy. He can be a little bit difficult to get along with. He can be kind of a pain in the rump. But it's funny. There was a viral video from a couple weeks back where he was walking off the court with the team, and somebody ran him out about Ben Simmons. And Simmons was content to just keep walking and ignore that it ever happened. Dennis Schroeder would not let that go. Dennis Schroeder's combative by nature. And I think, listen, sometimes that's a very positive thing, guy sticking up for a teammate in a situation like that, even with a fan. There's other times where his combative nature is not looked at all that well and can be considered selfish. Listen, I will tell you this. I don't think the Lakers, who, went to a conference final in 2022, I don't think the Lakers have been the same without him. I think he was, 2023. I think he was a really important guy to that team. And so, yes, there are negatives with him, and he's been to a lot of places because he hasn't always gotten along great with people, but I do think that he's grown up a little bit, and his combative nature can go in the right direction here if it's spun properly and he handles himself in the mature fashion that he handled himself again with Team Germany and now with what he did with the Nets here.
BG, Steph Curry's a bona fide Hall of Famer. He doesn't need me to fight for him. But, BG, I'm hearing whispers that maybe the separation is becoming a little more difficult. And he's averaging 23 points per game, 23, 5, and 6. The shooting percentages are there. Have you seen anything different from the chef? Because I'm telling my partner and all the callers, he needs some help at his age. LeBron has AD, but have you seen anything to where you're like, oh, boy, something might be changing?
No. I mean, listen, he's 36, and I think we have to be conscious of that. His game, I think, is aging pretty well, but I think you hit it on the head, Darryl. Somebody else got to create some offense. Like, it can't be him all the time, every single night. There's no 36-year-old in the league going to handle that. Look what's happened to 36-year-old Kevin Durant in Phoenix. They're running everything through him and everything around him. And listen, I don't blame Mike Budenholzer. It's his best chance to win in the playoffs to be able to do it that way. But you look at the fact that Booker hasn't had the usage that he normally has. He's had a tough time adjusting to increased usage with Durant out. So that's been a problem for them. Like, but the biggest crux is the problem is that he's 36 years old. It's the same thing with Curry. At 36 years old, his body's not going to do the same thing. He's not going to carry the same amount of load. But if you have someone out there that takes a lot of usage, that allows him to play off the ball sometimes, which I think we need more of. I think one of the things that people haven't looked at enough here in Golden State with where things have gotten tougher for Curry, it's actually Steph Curry's one of those guys that having the ball in his hands a little less is going to be good for him. Because you start running them off screens and he's in catch-and-shoot situations, that can be absolutely lethal. And I think you've seen a little bit of a drop-off because, listen, Clay has not been Clay for a couple of years when they had him. Now Clay's gone. There's been no one else to carry that offensive load with the ball in their hands. Enter Dennis Schröder here. I think that should change things a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like, Brian, that when we're talking about the Warriors and Steph needing help, we always think of a Jimmy Butler or a Vucevic. But to me, this trade signaled something different, and it's a different way to help Curry, and it's by taking some stuff off his plate. And like I was thinking about this. Let's say they run 20 pick and rolls a game. Well, they're still going to run 20, but Schroeder's probably going to run 10 of them. You know what I mean?
Yes. 100%. And that's the thing that'll help. And he'll run them efficiently, Matt.
Right.
This is not just a guy this is not just a guy with the ball in his hands that's going to be a high usage guy for the sake of being a high usage guy. And I hate to invoke this guy's name because he's improved so much and is so much better at it. But the guy I'm giving is who Colin Sexton was early in his career. And he's gotten much better at that. But just a guy who was just a high usage guy for the sake of being a high usage guy, just a volume type of shooter. That's not Schröder. Schröder is efficient. So you're going to have those extra pick and rolls that Steph's not going to have to run. And oh, by the way, Steph's going to be able to be off the ball on the weak side. Schröder will more times than not force an extra defender to have to commit to that on-ball pick and roll action. And once you get a defense moving and you have Curry off the ball, those are the times that Steph Curry finds gaps for open catch and shoot opportunities. Curry needs more of those and less to have to create on his own. Now he has a guy that will create on the ball, which allows him more off-ball opportunities. And let's face it, here's the other part of it. And Darrell alluded to it in his earlier question to me. The Curry plays minutes, and Kirk monitors his minutes well. The minutes are labor intensive. Both his hands a whole lot. If you can have the minutes that he plays be a little less labor intensive, the Warriors here, they want to win a championship. And listen, at 14-11 right now, are they truly a championship contender? Maybe they're on the fringe. I think it's been a rough go of it recently. But if they're going to want to win a championship, Curry's got to less than a May and June. And having a ball in his hands all the time, he ain't less than a May and June, guys. This way, guy like this that's there, who's a high-usage ball-in-his-hand guard, who does move the ball and his assist numbers are decent, and he's not doesn't have it all the time, and plus is a really good shooter for when Curry gets doubled. That's the other part with Schröder that's very good. Excellent catch-and-shoot guy. You have a guy like that, it's really a nice compliment to Curry. And listen, Schröder, the toughest part is going to be hiding Curry a little bit defensively, which Kerr always manages to find a way to do. Schröder can guard his guy. You're going to have to find a weaker wing to put Curry on, but that really has never been a problem for Steve Kerr.
BG, let me ask you this, and not to put you on the spot, but I know you got your ear to the street in every city, all the NBA cities. If there's a bigger move to be had by the Warriors, does anything make you tingle right now to where you're watching maybe some relationships come to an end or rot around town to where the Warriors can swoop in and do basically what they did with Schröder in Brooklyn?
Listen, I think here's what I will say. I think the Warriors' next move would be for a big fish. I don't know that the Warriors would and I don't want to call the Schröder move window dressing because it has real on-court value to the team, but it's a piece. it's not, and is he a main piece? Well, yeah, he's close to a main piece, but not a building block type of guy. Matt mentioned two names earlier. The Butler's out there. The Butler rumors are out. The question for the Warriors is, do you want to go through the cap gymnastics staff to bring him in and then say goodbye to both Wiggins and Kuminga? Does that make you a better team? And with Jimmy's injury history, I don't know that it does. And I don't know that I'm rushing to do that. He mentioned Vucevic's name. Vucevic's having an unbelievable year. Guy should 45% from three. He's having the best shooting year of his career right now. Not much defensively, but you can put a guy like that next to Draymond Green, and he'll really, really help you catch and shoot wise. Another guy that I would keep an eye on, and we heard his name a ton this summer, Larry Markkinen. He becomes trade eligible on February 7th, right before the deadline. Okay? And if we go back this summer, guys, and you talked about the untouchable guy that the Warriors and Mike Dunleavy didn't want to move, Brandon Pajemski. He hasn't had a good year so far, guys. He doesn't look like a guy that should be untouchable in any book. He doesn't. So you wonder if maybe something changes there. A, maybe Utah's attitude about Kuminga changes. Maybe B, the Warriors' attitude about moving Pajemski changes, and Utah still finds value in that. So it wouldn't shock me if down at the last minute, if the Warriors haven't done anything for a big guy, if we see those teams reconvene on a potential deal in the last 24 hours up to the trade deadline.
Brian, you're the man.
He is.
We really appreciate it, as always.
Always my pleasure, gentlemen. Anytime, and we'll do it again soon.
All right. That's Brian Gelsiler, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, and he works for SiriusXM.
I should have asked him, was he going to be in the Bay? I know Sally's not. Was he going to be in the Bay for the All-Star game, All-Star weekend?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So
to see the,
I didn't.
What you got?
Well,
no clock.
No.
Okay.
I think you're going to be able to tell me that I don't treat you like others after I say what I'm going to say. And I thought he was wrong. I think Markkinen can't be traded.
That's what I thought. I didn't want to say it.
Till the offseason.
He said right before the. Yeah.
According to Spa Track, his trade restriction is lifted on February 7th, 2025. That's what it says, anyways.
I thought there was one about they had to wait a year to trade him because of the way they signed him. I should have known Geltsy's probably not wrong.
Well, I was going to say, could have asked him, well.
I didn't want to. You know what I didn't want to do.
I know. But no, when it was signed, there was I'm looking at the article now. It says he's not eligible to be traded until after next season's deadline.
Wow.
And cannot be moved at all during the 2024-25 season. So I don't know. Maybe there was like a sub clause in there. I thought he was one of the few players in the league that couldn't be traded. But
maybe Geltsy's right. Larry Markkinen is ineligible to be traded until the 2025 NBA offseason. Okay, but then later on it says, and this is AI generated, the extension makes Markkinen ineligible to be traded for 6 months from the signing date, which puts him past the 2025 deadline. Anyway, we'll get more info on that. Obviously, it's not clear. But Geltsy, he likes Schröder. A lot.
They showed the clip of Schröder, and I guess the game was over. Brooklyn was playing Memphis.
Yeah, Taylor Jenkins.
Ooh, and Ja, I was like, what did I miss? Like, it was heated.
Yeah,
so
you gotta like Taylor Jenkins.
No, I'm just, to BG's point, your boy runs hot. Draymond and Schröder.
He's got an edge.
Yeah.
Got an edge to him, no doubt about it. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Brian Gelsiler is somebody that we respect a heck of a lot. He loves the trade. He absolutely loves the trade. And I think the one thing that you can say about this trade is I don't know that you're going to get a better player and give up any less than the Warriors
there
gave.
You go.
I mean, I got to tell you.
It's almost free.
If Schröder comes in here and gets hurt, it's still not a bad move. And
man,
I'm doing that for effect. Yeah. I'm obviously not rooting for it, but they to get Dennis Schröder for 2 second-round picks. Now, they're going to have to figure out what to do with him at the end of the year. Is he part of the long-term future of the Warriors? And that's the one thing I wanted to ask Geltsy. If he had a bet, would he think Schröder's here past the deadline?
And why wouldn't he be? Unless that big fish.
Well, unless you can get a star, and he's got to be part of the package.
But I backed off of marketing. I take that L. But maybe the Warriors
take the Paul George L too.
No,
you can take them both.
Why?
You're 0-2.
No,
it's been given. It's doled out already. You can't take it off the ledger. You can't. Don't be.
No, I'm not. I was thinking about something I had left. I wanted us as a show to do Kris Kringle, where we exchange gifts.
Secret Santa?
Yeah.
We can still do it. Yeah. Do you want to do it?
I would love to. Didn't you give Evan a pair of shoes a couple? Oh, that was Curly. He got too late, Evan. Our other producer got a new pair of kicks. Thought he brought him in. I'll never forget that. You're a good dude, man. Forget what they say.
He gave me some Washington Wizards shorts.
Yeah. Oh.
No.
Like the nice ones. They're real nice.
Nicer than the what I gave you from Handy?
Oh, don't do that to me.
Don't start.
Well, I'm pretty sure yours was practice gear. Mine was game gear.
That's true.
Wow.
Game worn.
Anyway.
I'm excited. How can Warrior fan not be excited? This is it. Michael Jackson.
Let's get Priest might not be excited.
I don't know why.
Too old.
Is he on the phone? No.
It's a wrap.
It's a boneyard.
All right. I want to get into more Mike Dunleavy. He always gets, hey, how aggressive you going to be in the trade market?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're always aggressive. You know, you got to be mindful of what you're giving up, what you're getting back, all those things. But anything to do to make the team better, we're going to do. We're in a time zone here of maximizing our window with Steph and Draymond and Steve as our coach. So as proven here on the first day, we could basically make trades with certain players. We did that, and we'll continue to look at things. But, you know, for the most part, I feel good about this team, particularly on the defensive end. And now we add a player that we think can create and generate more offense for us. I want to evaluate and see, but we'll always be looking at stuff.
All right, that was Mike Dunleavy, general manager of the Golden State Warriors, on Dennis Schröder.
Yeah, I always be looking at stuff. I get it.
So, I mean, I think he's going to start alongside Steph.
Finish alongside
and
Steph.
And he's going to finish alongside Steph. Maybe he won't. I think he's going to start because I do like the idea of starting Schröder to get Steph a little more involved early in the game. All right. Mike Dunleavy's looking at said, let's take a call. Let's go to George in Los Altos. Let me get organized here. What's going on, George in Los Altos?
Hello, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, the reason why I'm so happy that we got Schröder, and I've been wanting him since last year, is because every time we play a team that he's on, I look at him and I say, oh, no, here we go again.
Yeah.
He kills us.
He does.
Kills us all the time, routinely destroys us. So I think he's perfect for us. And, yeah, he should start next to Steph. But I think the one piece of the puzzle that we're missing is a, and I don't care so much about getting somebody that can light it up scores-wise. We need a rim protector and a shot blocker.
Yeah.
If we get that to augment a good defensive team, I mean, we're scrappy defenders, but let's face it, how often do we out-rebound the other team or block more shots than the other team? We don't do it very often.
We led the league in rebounding last year as a whole, though. I know that sounds crazy, but it was fact, but it doesn't feel like it.
Yeah,
no, it doesn't, does it?
Well, I think
Guru callers need to mention your name more often when they call in, not just Steiny.
Yeah,
you deserve some respect.
Hey, relax. He's fine. He's fine, George. Thank you. You know, it's
Luke
true.
Is even lit up.
Like I don't know what the block shots numbers are, but the Warriors may be fine in that department. I don't even know. You could tell me they're 8th and I'd believe you, or 28th and I'd believe you. But there's no doubt they don't protect the rim well. They're just not big enough.
Gotcha.
So I understand the people out there wanting the Warriors to get bigger. I'm looking at all this sound. I got a ton of sound from yesterday, and Jonathan Kuminga is obviously somebody who's a big part of this team. And Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard had Lacob on his podcast, and this is about Jonathan Kuminga, how he's playing, his contract situation, and maybe what the Warriors are thinking about with him. Take a listen.
How close do you think you came to signing him to an extension before the deadline?
This has been discussed. I can't go into details of all
but
that.
I mean, you're known to you like him, right?
Of course we like him. Yeah. And we discussed it with him, but circumstances are unusual the way this works in this league, right? I mean, we do have he's playing for us this year, and we have a restricted free agency coming up this summer, so it's not like we really lost anything here. We get another chance to see him progress and see how good he can be this year. So it's I'm always wonder why anyone signs someone who's entering maybe restricted free agency. I don't know another business where you pay somebody a year in advance. It's kind of a weird thing, right?
But you do it in sports.
It happens. Yeah. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I'm just saying arguably you shouldn't. So I'm just saying, that's a balance. We like him a lot, and look, I kind of expect him to be a Warrior for a long time. It's not an issue.
Yeah, I was going to say, how hard would it be to trade Kuminga?
I don't really, I'm not going to speculate on that.
Oh, yeah. All you got to do is say it'd be pretty hard.
No,
that's all you have to say.
Yeah, right, Stouty. I'm with you. My radar went off like, damn, Tim, I'll give you the point. Like, I think he went Kevin Garnett without going Kevin Garnett Lakeup. Anything's possible.
How about I don't know why you would ever sign a guy.
I thought about Brock Purdy.
I thought about Jordan Poole.
Well, and
they paid Jordan Poole this past summer.
That was out of euphoria winning the chip.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Wiggins got his too.
I mean, see, this is the part about Joe Lacob where
that was great.
I do think he's different.
Yeah.
And basically, the other thing he said was, how close were you? Yeah, we weren't really that close. Why not? God, we didn't really talk about it. We didn't really need to talk about it. Why not? Because we're going to let him play out his fourth year.
Yeah.
And then we'll figure it out.
Do you really believe 30 was on the table for him, though?
I don't know. I don't.
I think JK would have took 30.
I don't think
why, though?
Because he saw what everybody else got, and he thinks he's as good as those guys, even though but for an opportunity that he hasn't gotten here. Wow. I mean,
I ain't mad at you. I mean, yeah, if you don't believe it, nobody else will.
I mean, the other thing is, well, everybody was paid, quote unquote, a year early, according to Lakeup, except Kuminga, Josh Giddey, and one other guy that I can't remember. He was at the end of the first round.
But the big boys had.
Exactly. So 90% of the players eligible for an extension got it.
But their games were further than Kuminga's for whatever reason.
I'm talking about whoever the 24th pick was. They got broken off something. But what
it'll be interesting.
The thing about Lacob, and I've always kind of felt strongly about this, but teams don't love to do it, is he's still a restricted free agent. He's not hitting free agency this offseason. He's hitting restricted free agency, which means you can match any salary.
But are you going to be hardcore like that? Like the Niners could make Purdy play on $1 million if they wanted to.
Well, no. Kuminga
can go look, and the Warriors still got the final say-so.
Kuminga's a free agent at the end of this year.
Oh, okay, so wow.
But he's restricted, which means
they can match.
Exactly. So if the Warriors were to like that number, then you match it. If they don't like the number, you don't.
Wow.
And that way you don't have to do.
I wonder how attractive he is on the open market.
Kuminga?
Yeah.
I think as a player, he's very attractive. As a contract, he's very scary.
That's what I'm asking.
And that's where I think we're at. But, it's like if he continues playing, and I don't want to say like playing like he's playing now, because he's playing great now, but if he continues, if he has a good, let's say he's playing well right now, right? Let's say now at the end of the year, he's had a good season. Okay. I think there will be teams that are interested in him.
Huh?
888-957-9570 is the number. We'll finish up with Dennis Schröder on the other side. I see some calls. We will get into them. Let me ask Warrior fans this. How big of a move do you think this is? Because I'll be honest with you. Over the weekend, I thought, it's a nice move. It's a nice move. But now I think it might be better than just a nice move. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Warriors Wednesday, it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment also brought to you by the California Lottery.
If you're looking for the perfect...
Would you be surprised if the Bears kind of played the Niners tough?
Well, I think that's a real savvy comment because you understand football.
I know everything. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Niners won that game 45-3.
It's not what that was about. Evan cut out the meat of it, the crux of it, to where what I meant. Anyway, give me a win. What about the caller? Just forgot about me.
Hey, you have a gripe today?
Yeah, I got a gripe. Something I seen coming in. I just got to.
Does that have anything to do with me?
Oh, no.
Oh, cool. That's cool.
Well, that's the show.
I had a little gripe myself.
With me?
No.
Oh.
No. It was, if you're on a BART train and the train stops and the door opens.
Okay.
But you're not getting off at that stop. Get away from the door. Get away from the door.
That's easy.
I actually have people standing in the doorway as it opens.
That's dumb.
Which is very foolish.
Do you say excuse something?
Yeah, I give them a little nudge. Excuse me. Pardon me. And then I saw one today, a young girl, 17. We get off at Montgomery. Here comes the flood of people getting out.
It's a wave.
And she's actually trying to get into the train while everybody's getting out.
Come on, young
and
lady.
She's saying, excuse me. And honestly, that took all my restraint to not say something.
Her heart was in the right place.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't in the right place. Anybody who lives in our society should know that when an elevator door opens, the most efficient way to do things is to let everybody get out and then you get in. It's not a free-for-all.
Yeah.
No, I want more than, I want, you're right,
we had an
Sonny.
awkward exchange coming out of the restroom yesterday, man.
We did?
Why did I say excuse me to you?
Well, because you almost took my head off.
Dude, it's been bothering
man,
me.
You opened that door so...
tiny. Why did you say excuse? What do you mean?
I mean...
I opened the door. I was done.
There's a sign on the door that actually says open door slowly.
And what did I do?
You almost put the door through my head.
I didn't even know that's my strength, Steiny. But
right.
Yeah.
No, you're big.
Not
you're
your
big.
job.
Back to hey, Jerry.
Back to Schröder.
Yeah.
I'm
Dennis.
not kidding you.
Let's go to Steve-O in San Mateo. Get us started here. What's up, Steve-O? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm actually calling from San Francisco.
All right.
I want to touch on the one negative that people are talking about with Schröder, and that is that his attitude can be a little abrasive. And, the Warriors have worked so hard at getting the locker room mentality all put together this year after a couple of years of difficulty. And so it's definitely a concern for me, and I think it's a concern for a lot of people. But the positive twist I want to put on it is Buddy Hield's addition could not have come at a better time than for this trade. All indications are that Buddy's been a great connector with the team since he's arrived. Just a gregarious guy who I think can really let a lot of pressure out of situations like that. So I think that the concern about Schröder's attitude is legit. We do want a competitor on this team, though. We want a fighter. And so I think Buddy Hield is going to be kind of the behind-the-scenes ingredient that maybe smooths it all over.
Appreciate it, because I've actually, and thanks for the call, Steve, I've been thinking about Buddy Hield, and he may get squeezed a little minutes-wise, but he also now can have more of a playmaker to play alongside of when Curry's not on the floor.
And he's great in transition, Steiny, Buddy, that is, finding the spot, and all he needs is a rock, and it's going up.
By the way, for all you people out there that have been hating on Pods, and there have been a lot, I think he's the most polarizing player.
Yeah? Oh, come on now.
How do you feel now? Because, I mean, he's the one who's going to feel this the most. This is Steve Kerr on ostensibly Schröder helping Pods?
I actually think this will really help Brandon. You know, a year ago, he played most of his minutes, like 90%, next to either Chris Paul or Steph Curry. So he was really playing the two. And what we like about Brandon is his playmaking. But this year, he's been playing mostly as the one, and that's a different role entirely. And so I think this will be good for him. He's really good on the backside of a play. When somebody else creates an advantage and then he gets the ball, he's great at creating the next advantage or you know, the next pass that's there. And that's where he thrived last year. And I'm hopeful that getting him back into that role will help him get going.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And
but in our go ahead.
Well, to me, this is how you figure stuff out. All right, you had Pods. He played a role last year. He had a nice rookie season. And now you want him to take a bigger role. So you give him more responsibility. And then guess what? After a third of the season, you evaluate it. And they've said he's not good enough as a backup point guard. Let's go get Schröder. They're going to go get Schröder, and now Podziemski's not going to play as much. Like,
but Jackals will be vindicated that happened.
Well, everybody wanted Pods out of lineup, you know, week 3
when he was okay.
And it's like sometimes you just let it play out and give like and why. Here's why you do that. Here's why you would err on the side of letting Pods try to figure it out for 25 games instead of 12. If you let him play a third of the season and he hasn't had a great year, now you make the move and he's got no gripe. You gave him 25 games. Now, if you give him 8 games and you don't think it works and you demote him, well, then he can say, man, I never really got a shot at it. And he might be right. But the bottom line is he had an opportunity at this role, and it doesn't mean he'll never get it.
No doubt.
It just means he ain't getting it right now.
Steiny, I feel like Dr. Harry Edwards when I come with this take, and it's bottom line, and I know what I'm talking about. Last year, his highest power, Pods, represented to some of the fan base. They took it out on Pods that they felt like he got better treatment than Moody and Kuminga, which I didn't, you know, we can spend an hour on that, but it wasn't Pod's fault. You got to give him credit. And he took advantage of a situation. But I do believe right now, Steiny, for whatever reason, the Jackals, the social media, the ones that were anti-Pods, even when he was balling, they feel vindicated now. Like, I told you. But the bottom line is his career's still young, and hopefully he'll learn from Schröder.
Well, the Jackals ain't coming out now because he ain't going to play.
Well, and that's
as much,
right,
for sure.
Injury could happen.
What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. 888-957-9570 is the number. Who is the acquisition going to affect most of Dennis Schröder? Will it lessen the possibility of the roles of Kuminga and Wiggins? That's the thing we'll discuss next. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
Planning to propose this holiday?
If I were president, I swear to God, Evan.
Trades are hard.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I forget how Guru finished that sentence.
So did I. I was like, if I were president,
you probably
gas would be free.
That would be problematic.
Yeah, it would be.
Oh, boy.
We're talking about Dennis Schröder, but the one thing I think we're going to get into today, and I'm going to do it whether we have Evan's approval or not, is we got to talk a little bit about the state of the game. It is becoming a monster topic and problem, quite frankly.
I would love to see the ratings from last night. Like, was I the only one watching the Cup, the Emirates Cup?
Oh, was it last night?
That's a 3. You were watching. I
was watching. No, and you know what? And
I had to be watching.
I was watching the best sport on television, football.
Well,
I was watching
I ain't gonna argue
a college football game.
Well, did you think about Tulane?
Why were you watching it?
Honestly, why I was watching it is because Memphis just beat Tulane, and I wanted to root for Memphis against West Virginia. See, that's the kind of fan I am. You've been kind
here lately. I beat you in the fantasy playoffs and on the Vine, and I stare at it. You go, Guru, bring it home. Even if you didn't mean it. But
I absolutely hope you win it.
I felt like Rocky.
Why wouldn't I hope you win it?
Nick.
You think I'm on Willard? Hell no. Daryl in Alameda. What's going on, Daryl? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, Stein? How you doing, Guru?
Hey, I was hoping you said my name, man. How you doing?
Oh, of course. Yeah. I ain't gonna forget you. Hey, comment on 2 things. Number one, on Dennis Schröder. I'm a diehard Laker fan. It was horrible when the Lakers literally let him go. They kind of lowballed him on an offer, and he was a little greedy, but still they lowballed him. He was coming off a European championship. He literally ran the team. You guys are getting a great player. And when you say who's going to suffer with him coming, nobody's going to suffer. He is a true point guard. He is a real asset to this team. And I think he's going to put you guys over the top. Now, I have a comment about Brock Purdy.
Oh, okay.
If anybody gives Brock Purdy $50 million a year, they are out of their minds. I called into you guys before he got hurt, before his elbow blew up. And I said, this dude is small. I said, I don't know if he's going to have the durability. And it's proven that he doesn't. I mean, I remember, Guru, a couple of days ago, you made the comment about him doing a jump pass. He has all the tools except one critical thing. Man. He doesn't have the height. He does not have the height. He can't see over tall. And look at the games. When they rush this dude, some of the guys just sit back and wait for him to cock that arm, and they bat it down.
Yeah. That's very astute. I get it, man. I get it.
Appreciate it, Daryl.
Yeah, Steiny, and that's been happening, man. And I know, it happens, they do it, but it just seems like it's happening all year long in critical times. And, if you can't get to them, just stand back there and play volleyball. So, you know what? For 2025, I'll share with you my New Year's resolutions. I'm going to lose no shade. I don't like that because it's shade, okay? But, this is a big
if you lose
thing
that,
on what are they going to offer them, man? I know we're talking hoops.
If you lose no shade, you'll never criticize anybody.
No, stop.
Because you always have to put that. Oh, please. I don't hold the players accountable.
That was for effect. I don't know what. I don't know what that was. Yeah, I'd like to get the origin of that. But
let's go to Daryl in San Jose. What's up, Daryl? How you doing?
Hey, Guru. Steiny, how you guys doing?
Hey, what's up?
Give you a call about Schröder.
Sure.
Schröder, I think Schröder is going to be really good for pick and roll situations that may pick up with the Warriors. That pick and roll will work out really good with Draymond and Curry in that, because he did really wonderful with LA in that. But I think looking at Paz, he seems like a fast version of Anderson. I mean, when you put him out there against people that have been in the league for 2 years, he looks a little tad bit slower for some reason. I don't understand that. But I think that may be affecting. I mean, he was brought in for a 40% three-pointer, but, his speed, I think, needs to be picked up somehow. But in all, Schröder is going to be good to open up all these lanes for Lindy Moody and for Wiggins. All that attention is going to be on Schröder penetrating. So that's going to open up a lot. And I think Kuminga, if he gets involved in the pick and roll with Schröder, that's going to be deadly too. So I think they got an upside coming up, but still need a big man, rim protector, man.
Maybe, Daryl. I agree. I think what the Warriors got is a quality pro player. And I put Schröder on a different level than the three guys they got in the offseason. I think he's a better player, or let's say more impactful than Kyle Anderson or Hield or Melton. And,
he's
Schröder,
a passer too.
Schröder, now he likes to have the ball in his hands. Right. There's no doubt about it. And that's where I think Draymond Green is talking about it's up to us to adjust to him, because they need what he can give them.
Man.
I mean, I just said this tongue in cheek to Evan. Schröder a better pick and roll guard than Curry?
I won't say yes.
Of course not.
Right. No, I'm just
they're different.
Yeah, but that's how he gets off.
Schröder's good at it.
Schröder can't play off the ball like Steph can.
Yeah. Not a lot can.
So Evan thinks Schröder's better at the pick and roll than Curry.
No,
that's what I heard.
No, what I'm saying is he has to run it more.
Yeah.
Efficiency-wise, Curry is a better pick and roll player.
Yeah. Those are the analytics. I use the eye test.
That's my line.
Unless it doesn't prove what I'm saying.
Numbers are numbers.
I got to say something.
Numbers are numbers.
Yeah.
Spadoni brought up, because a lot of people are saying why the Lakers didn't value Schröder. They did. They offered him. Spadoni brought it to my attention. 4 for $84, an extension. He turned it down. And I don't know if you heard him talking here lately. He said his representation at the time advised him to do so, and he regrets not signing that. But so my point is, the Lakers, that was respect. 4 for $84, that was. But back then, I think they wanted him still on the team. He chose to do something else, took away less money. But, Steiny, if I'm a doctor in the white coat, I'm giving you the best medicine that you possibly could have, penicillin, for what ailed the Warriors during this last 11 or 12 game stretch. This dude is perfect. He's not Michael Jordan or Kobe. You don't need him to be. But he's a point guard. He can pass. He got speed. He can defend. And let's go.
All right. You want to know what's on my mind right now, Goo?
Yeah.
And not that I'm multitasking, but I'm not. But I got something in my inbox. And there's a great writer in the Bay Area, Ethan Sherwood Strauss.
Okay.
Lives in San Diego.
Did he move? He used to live in Oakland.
I'm going to let you and Evan have it.
He lived in Oakland as of 6 months ago.
Thought his area code was San Diego.
Oh. Now I don't know who.
He lives in Oakland. I'm pretty sure he lives in Oakland.
What's the game again then, Steiny?
And
okay.
Anyway, he's got a story about, he says there are more people interested in why they're no longer interested in the NBA than are actually interested in the NBA. We got a problem here with our product. And I was thinking this. Adam Silver, he's in trouble.
Yeah, he's taking L's.
He's in trouble. Not in terms of they're going to oust him, but I'm talking legacy. We're going to remember the league as being great under David Stern.
He's
and
rolling
took a real
right
turn
now.
for the worse with Adam Silver. So you've wanted to get into this, and I have too. So I don't know the exact numbers, but they're so obvious that we don't even have to we don't even have to get into specifics. Ratings are down in a monster way.
Right.
For the NBA. A monster way. And we got to figure out why. And you've been asking that question.
Because everybody I know in my circle's watching, except for the other day.
I disagree. Well, I mean, I disagree with my circle.
Okay.
I don't know about your circle. But I certainly would acknowledge I'm not watching as much non-Warriors basketball as I have in the past.
Wow. And I believe you. I texted you the other night. Did you watch Sac Denver?
No.
It was a great game.
No.
You said no.
All right. So the question I have at 888-957-9570 is, why has this product become more unwatchable? Why are only people like you watching as much as they always did? Why are most normal people tuning out?
I'm gonna let Evan go first because he had the gambling component that I didn't think this was it, but I thought it was interesting that he brought it up. Evan, you mind sharing that?
Well, one of the reasons why I asked why Steiny was watching college football last night is because I know his neighbor had money on the game.
Right.
And I think that's a big reason why people watch sports in general is because they bet. And I was talking to one of our engineers, Justin Beltray, earlier, and he said he doesn't bet on the NBA because it's really difficult to figure it out because there's so many interchangeable parts, players are hurt, guys aren't playing as much or different stuff. It's a very... I don't know if it's a more complicated game, but it feels like it's harder to figure out what you're watching. And so if you're a gambler, you might be less inclined to bet on that.
I'm not mad at that, Evan, but I'll say this. I didn't hear one iota of the love of the game from that clip that Evan just went on, but because he was talking about gambling. But Steiny, I'm talking about the love of the game.
For who? The fans?
The fans. Let's just say they don't gamble.
It's not good enough.
And why?
Because it's not good enough.
This evolution, I believe, every game is played the same.
Well, that's just
it's boring now. I watch, but let's be honest, man. A 3-on-1 break. When Lindy Waters pulled up, and I'm not even mad at him Sunday on Dallas 3-on-1, he made the 3, but do you really believe that's pissing or turning people off?
Like, do you believe the numbers? Oh, you don't think ratings are down?
No, I man.
Like,
I don't. Can
I be honest? I got to be dead honest with you.
It's your job.
I feel like you're playing a role right now.
Oh, I've never done that.
Like, what do you mean? It can't be that. Of course that's part of it.
Because I'm the guy that tells you guys, well, the checks are cashing, the commercials are who's losing? Because they just re-upped the deal. That's all I guess I really want to say is, okay, what's the big deal? Everybody's getting theirs.
Well, the advertisers aren't getting theirs.
Okay.
Now they can't do anything about it now.
Okay. No, but
this is going to be a big issue. This is a monster issue.
The final numbers are down. Last year's finals, it's like, what's going on? That's
what I mean. Stop saying what's going on. We know what's going on. There's a myriad of issues going on. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Can I
got a list of 9 things.
Okay, I'm gonna give you one on mine. Can I just give you mine? And you can't judge it, so I'm just going to share with you.
Well, I can judge it.
Because I'm a black man in America.
Yeah.
So for the last 5 to 10 years, our world, I believe, our society, bigger than sports, has changed. And I do remember coming up as a young toddler, watching the NBA. Because of race relations in our country, the finals would come on tape delay. Because you know why? 9 out of 10 guys, black guys on a court, didn't play well in certain places. And I'm just wondering what's going on in the political world, what's gone on, who's left, who's got in. I'm just wondering, Steiny, and you don't have the answer, but I'd like, your thought or crack at it. Do you think maybe 8 or 10 guys on a basketball court with tats and different hairstyles may not be playing in certain places because of what's taken place in our society here in the last 10 years?
No.
Okay. Well, because I feel like there's something to it. I have nothing to bet, but it's a feeling I have.
The game stinks. I
agree with.
It has far less to do with the color of a guy's skin. The other thing,
I be a part of it, though.
Right? But okay, when the league had Michael Jordan as its face, and early in LeBron James's career, and early in Curry's career, the league was blossoming. So the league has blossomed when the league has been primarily black, and now the league is probably, I don't even know, it's probably still primarily black.
But Jordan wasn't divisive.
Well, what black guy's divisive?
But we had the bubble, and they put all the, not black power, but, they had all the sayings that were a turnoff for other. I'm just saying for some that didn't, you know what I mean? I'm putting it right on the table. I'm not saying I'm right, but Jordan wasn't divisive. That whole bubble thing, maybe that was, everything that they had, freedom and fight, which I agree with it all. But Steiny, just think if you were in the Midwest or even out here, and you're like, the hell with this crap.
You know what?
I want to play. I want to get away from all this crap. And you guys got T-shirts on and all the stuff that was jumping off in the streets. I'm just wondering, have those chickens maybe come home to roost? Like I said,
you know what? And I got to be careful how I say this, but if you take that view, that assumes the game is good. That assumes the game's fine, but there's prevalent, essentially, racism going on that will never be overcome. Is that a small part of it? I would say it's probably a much smaller part of it than we believe. To me, the league has thrived when it's been primarily black, and now it's a joke. And to me, it's way more about the game.
Which I agree with. The game is suffering.
How about over-empowering the players? People are sick of that. People are sick of the players determining where they're going to play. The three-point line has jumped the shark, and it jumped it 5 years ago. Physicality, they've legislated it completely out of the game, it feels like. The All-Star game, the Emirates Cup, people are smart enough to know that those are gimmicks. Those are flat-out gimmicks. And you know what? Did you see what they're doing with the All-Star weekend this year? There's going to be 4 teams. They're going to play a game, 3 games on Sunday. And it's like, people are smart enough to know you're trying to regulate the game, or you're trying to make the players care about something they don't care about. And you're concocting all this crap to do it. Load management has been ruining the NBA. Here's the other thing. There's 2 things that are going on that I think are really we always say, well, that guy's athletic. Yeah. And then maybe another guy, well, that guy's a really smart player.
Cerebral.
Meaning that guy's not really athletic on the right, and the guy who is athletic isn't the smartest player in the world. The reality is, the way the game is played right now, there's far less athleticism, and there's actually far less basketball IQ, because these guys are just playing one way. They're running to the three-point line. They're getting into the corner. They're standing in the corner. And there's no creativity.
Man.
82 games. Guys don't want to play 82 games anymore. Here it is. Did you see the Pelicans in one of their games? The top 6 guys were out. Well, injuries. Okay, well.
But when you talk about the NFL, I'm not going to say Major League Baseball because it's not as they're risking almost their life. So to hear you say, if you're right, these players are getting all this money and they don't care for the most part. It starts there, but then how do you know if what you're watching? I don't know, man. I know LeBron James cares. I know Steph Curry cares, and maybe that's another rat on the table, Steiny. Those guys are still stewards of the game, Kevin Durant, but I guess you got Luka, and who else? Give me somebody else, some young guys coming up, but it was supposed to be Zion. I don't know, but I'm telling you, B.J. Armstrong said it. I've heard many people say what we're watching right now, Steiny, this is the worst version of hoop ever. I'm all in 24/7. But my goodness.
No, you're part of the problem. You're supporting this crap, so they'll keep doing it. I'm kidding.
No, it's
so we should just boycott the NBA.
I'm just saying, I love it.
Yeah.
But Steiny, you don't boycott it. We can't.
Well,
we love it.
Right. I'm down to the Warriors.
So what is Silver? What can he really do? Today, I wake up to a headline. Okay, you know what's on my desk? I'm going to take a look at the three-pointers in our league. Move that son of a bee back. Do something. What else can you do but move it back? Don't do when I pull up to the softball field and Mike coming up. Hey, you only get one home run, knowing I'm going to hit 4. I hated that. Steiny, move that thing back and bring the essence of the game back.
Why don't you just make a dunk 3?
No, nothing's being changed like that.
Well, the league went half its history without a 3-point line. There was no 3-pointer up until 1980.
Nobody even missed it.
Nobody even knew that what they were missing. And now the game has become a 3-point shooting contest.
And we can't set a record with misses.
I know they did. Burns and Fremont, get us going.
Oh man,
what's up, Burns?
Gentlemen.
Hey,
man. I totally agree. Lifelong fan of the NBA, but I don't really watch it. I mean, I'll tune into the Warriors. And reasons why, let's start off with the one and done in college. There's no players coming from college that I even know, really, because they come in from this great high school career and play 1 year in college, and they're into the pros on the bench, right? There's also, to me, there's no real good rivalries anymore. Back in the day, you had Celtics, Lakers, you had all sorts of different little Pistons were bad, but, there's no real rivalries. And the players all love each other, right? They all love each other. No one really dislikes the other guy and wants to really beat him. They all like each other. They all hang out in the summertime and do all their thing. And what really gets me about you guys, and this is your guys, is that you guys know the NBA is declining and their numbers are bad, but you guys force feed the Warriors to us every single day. And I know you guys are the Warrior station, but it gets annoying. I have to switch the station because it's just too much NBA. It's boring.
What should we be talking about instead, you think?
There's college football playoff. We have what Kirk Cousins just getting demoted. I'd rather talk about that.
Well, that's on my list.
NBA and the Warriors.
I got you. Hey, Burnsy, appreciate it.
I ain't mad at Burnsy, but I do wonder because I'm all about empowerment, and I just went on a diatribe about love thy neighbor. Steiny, I can't have it both ways. I feel like a hypocrite. Help me here. If it's beyond sports in the court and the fields, you want this love or unity. But I do want it separated to where when I'm playing you on a night, I don't want to see IG. Either we're doing a podcast and our guards are down or we're breaking bread. And I guess that's just the evolution of life with the cameras and stuff. But, I mean, guys are more – it's a fraternity now. It's like there is not that piece. But I do wonder about – do you think if a guy stayed in college and you got to know him in college, you would gravitate to him more than if he went to standard prep in El Paso, Texas, and he hit the league?
You're asking a question you know the answer to. What, you don't?
No, but I'm the guy that says if you're ready to play, Moses Malone, go
Nobody knows who the guy is. Nobody knows who Sarr is or Risa Shea.
But I guess...
And they didn't even
pop in the NBA, then you do.
But that's the point.
It's too late?
Yes. I mean, everybody knew that Christian Laettner went to the Minnesota Timberwolves. And you had a strong the closest guy to that right now is Cooper Flagg, and he's going to play 1 year in the NBA and in college.
But the internet has made that 1 year like it did Zion. He was a phenom, Steiny, on the internet. It feels like he's been in the league 2 or 3 years. I guess that's
the whole
the attention is there.
The whole thing with a race, I don't buy that. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I think what the percentage of people we're talking about is marginal. So you're telling me that there's a segment of fans. First of all, I believe there's a segment of fans that'll never watch the NBA because they think it's too black.
Okay,
and those people have existed forever.
All right,
but
and
I find it hard to believe
that remote radio, Steiny, when all the stuff was popping off in the streets, social injustice and all those shirts, I believe that lost more. I'm not saying that's the whole problem. You feel how you feel, and I get it, and I appreciate it. But, Steiny, there's no doubt that was a turnoff, man.
It's marginal to my way of thinking. It's the – and I'm not marginalizing the issue.
Yeah. I know you're not.
Let's stick to the problems the game itself has, like the style of play. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment also brought to you by the California Lottery.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, gift scratchers from the California Lottery. With so many to choose from, you're sure to find the right.
whole league is just this cosmetic piece of crap.
When are you going to get a heart?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's a long way back for the NBA. There's been a lot of slippage.
But the sooner you start, the quicker you can get there.
All right. What's the first thing you would do to make the NBA better?
Move the three-point line back. I'm talking about back, Donnie. These dudes are pulling up Dame, Steph, Trey Young. Man, bring the essence of the game back. Give us some variety. That would be one.
All right.
Also, I got a text from Bonte. He said it's political, not race. They don't like politics. But to me, that still falls under the same umbrella of they've empowered these athletes. Let me ask you this, Donnie. I'm just going here. Does the NBA have a Caitlin Clark? Do they have that?
Of course not.
Or is he at Duke right now?
He ain't at Duke. She played 4 years. She's considered one of the greatest college players ever. Like, he's a good college player, but he's only going to play 1 year.
But why are the WNBA ratings up and the NBAs are going the other way?
Because it's more enjoyable to watch that.
And I had to
but let's also put it into context. Not a lot of people watch the WNBA in comparison, so they've gotten a boost from Caitlin Clark and to a lesser degree, Angel Reese.
Yeah.
So let's take some calls on this. Let's go to Steve in Concord. What's going on, Steve in Concord?
Oh, not too much. Great to talk to both of you guys. I love your show.
Thank you.
I'm just going to go from my perspective. It's just me as an NBA fan and as a sports fan in general. The game's boring, and it's just not fun to watch. And any given night when I tune in to pick your game on TV, I don't know who's going to play. So It's like, am I going to be able to watch the stars? Nope, not most of the time. So you don't see that. So a boring product, and it's like a bunch of three-pointers, a bunch of turnovers, bad defense for most of the game. Fourth quarters are pretty fun to watch, but other than that, it's like, and I have so many more things that can entertain me that basketball games take 2.5 to 3 hours now. I have a family. I have a job. It's just so much effort and time go into that. So it's like, I don't want to watch a bad product.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to waste my time doing something. I much prefer something that entertains me. And at the end of the day, it's my entertainment value. Am I being entertained by the product? And if it's no, then I'm going to find something else that does.
Well said, Steve. Go ahead. Finish up.
I think politics does play like a tiny part, but it's more the boring of the game. Because again, if I'm looking to be entertained, I'm sometimes trying to escape politics, not get fed right back into it.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate the call.
Good point.
There's one I wanted to pile on to, and
he said he was bored. He's got a job.
Oh,
that was the whole baseball thing to speed up the game, though.
Like, I'll bet you, ESPN. When did ESPN start?
Oh my God, 80s.
Okay. Let's just say 30 years ago.
All right.
Okay, there's a full schedule of NBA games, and ESPN is now doing Sports Center, and they're showing highlights.
Yeah.
How many highlights? What are the highlights of 30 years ago?
Passing, fast breaks, dunks.
Yeah. Dunks, great passes, fast breaks, 3-on-2.
Yeah.
It wasn't a 20-foot jump shot or a 25-foot jumper. It's like now even the highlights for the NBA are, okay, yeah, he made a 3 after 2 passes. It's like, that's not a great highlight.
I'm laughing, but I'm crying. I hear you. So what realistically can you do but to try to deter him from taking so many? And that's why I'm lobbying for to move it back. That's all you can really do, man.
Take it out. Take it out.
Wow.
Take it out.
I have never thought of that.
We survived 40 years without it.
What would the Players Association say to that?
I don't know.
I mean, look what you just said. Wow. Could you imagine watching a game with no 3?
Yes, absolutely. That's what every game used to look like.
About it.
And you
didn't even think because you didn't
know. Look, the goal of basketball, when Naismith put up the peach basket, the goal of a team was to get a shot close to the basket. A higher percentage shot. But no, think about this. That was the whole point of the game. And we instituted a rule that said, actually, you know what? Let's give more points if you make a shot from somewhere where nobody even thought of shooting.
And now that's become a free throw to some.
It's taken the big man out of the game.
Stop it, though. What if they did take it away?
Good. That's the other thing. And here's the part that I disagree with. Oh, you're just like Steph Curry would still be a great player. He would still be a great player. But you wouldn't get 50% more points for one particular shot.
And we can't forget analytics, though, Stoney. That's what this is about, too. Not do you have the guys to do it. The math tells us to do it, even though we're not good at it. And i.e. Charlotte and who was at Chicago the other night.
Let's go to Joe in San Jose. What's up, Joe? How you doing?
Hey, man.
Hey, what's up?
I thought that the infusion of a Larry Bird and the Magic Johnson in the late 70s is what promoted basketball to the level that it became.
It did.
And the skill set of a Jay Will and a Pistol Pete Maravich was kind of, you didn't get to see a lot of that unless you had Sports Center or ESPN. People that didn't have cable didn't get to see that. I think we're losing a lot because the people are promoted at different positions don't scout the game the way that they should, because you got a player from Oakland University that a lot of people think is Oakland City, but it's in Detroit. Yeah. And he's shooting 50% from threes. And so you talk about moving the 3-point shot out of the game, and when it came from the ABA, and what encouraged the game to play with a lot of different cultures, I don't think that would be a good idea. I think that with the American dollar failing across the world, that people are coming here to try to help it out. You got athletes coming here because they love basketball too. You got South Sudan almost got a medal in the Olympics. I didn't even know there was a South Sudan. A player that dunked on LeBron James. I love basketball, but you know what I'm saying? I'm ground zero. I'm from Flint, Michigan, so I'm ground zero. I'm a Flintstone. But the school that I went to that won 3 straight championships, that's not even a school anymore. They've taken basketball out of the inner city, and you got to go to some kind of academy now just to play basketball.
All right. Appreciate the call. Yeah, no, I appreciate the call. I mean, there's no doubt that the NBA has elevated the game around the world.
But the game, globally, it's more popular now than it's ever been.
Right, but the
ratings are
less fun to watch than it's ever been. Let's go to Tony in Pacifica. Hey, Tony, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? How you doing?
Hey.
Hey, so for me, I agree we got to get rid of the 3-point line, and bring the dunk back. None of these guys really even watch Dr. J or any of these guys that used to really bring the dunks on. They're around the world, all of these things, dude. These guys don't know nothing about that. Secondly, Bird used the 3-point shot to put the dagger in people, right? Curry shoots the 3-pointer all day.
Right.
The difference is Bird shot 1,750 over his career. Curry's got 8,500. Who do you think the better shooter is? Who's had more shots?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he's a better shooter. Doesn't mean he's a better player. Bird won 50 and 1 at home. Nobody else has ever done that.
Speak on it.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
and the next thing, the Greek. You remember Jimmy the Greek?
Sure. Yeah, NFL Today.
Remember what he said what happened when he said the black was a better athlete than the white guy? Remember
he got
what
fired.
Happened?
He got canceled.
He got fired. That's right. Look, I'm all for whoever the better person is for the job. I'm all for. I don't care what color you are. I don't care what you're doing. It's obviously gone way too far. It's gone political. You're taught racism. You're not born it. It isn't born into you. You're taught it. No one's teaching this racism shit anymore.
All right, you got to get in. I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew it.
And again, Stoney, do I want to 3 out the game? No, but I don't know why I've never gone there to imagining the NBA players, or college for that matter, high school playing a game without the 3 line. It's got to be a fine balance. But the one thing right now is everybody's playing like they have a Steph Curry. and I missed the mid-range. And a couple guys do it. I missed the block. So I don't know. Adam Silver, oh my gosh, man. And I wonder what the late great David Stern would think about the game that he would sit down and watch now.
I don't know. I just
and what realistically can you do?
You can do anything you want.
That's the rat on the table.
What can you do? They put a 3-point line in, for God's sakes. They can do whatever the hell they want. Phil Jackson 10 years ago said, let's make a 4-point shot.
I hated every bit of that. Right?
Well, if you don't like a 4-point shot, why do you like a 3-point shot? Oh, because 3's just right. No, it's not. Not anymore. And they, like, when they put the 3-point line in, no one in a million years ever thought that they were going to be able to make 35 or 40% of them. But you know what? Once they put the line in, then we had a whole generation of kids practicing 26-footers. Like, not even Larry Bird or the greatest shooters of the past practiced shooting from that far out because there was no line.
The Curry impact.
So let's go to Laura in Marin.
Hey.
What's up, Laura? How you doing?
Well, thank you. How are you guys?
Doing well.
Happy holiday.
Happy holidays to you guys. I called in. It's sort of off topic now, but first of all, I want to say how much I absolutely love your show. And everywhere I'm driving around, I am listening to the game. And I so appreciate that. I feel you're framing everything in terms of the hero's journey and the human spirit. And I'm fascinated by all the discussions. And the only reason I called is that the gentleman a while back said that he gets bored of the talk about the Warriors and he wanted you guys to move on to college. I wanted to just be a voice to say there is no amount of Warriors talk that's too much for me, and I love it.
There you go, Laura. Yeah.
Thank you, Laura. Appreciate the call.
Yeah.
And this is fair from the 925 on the Comcast Business text line. Man, you guys sound old. The game is going to keep evolving, and the 3 is here to stay. Newsflash, not everyone agrees with you guys. This is such a boomer take that you guys have. 90s basketball was boring. Post-up play is nowhere near as fun to watch. Well, listen, I'm not...
Just one-dimensional.
The reason we're talking about it is because the ratings are plummeting.
Yeah.
So if
that for data.
But why are the ratings plummeting?
I don't have the answer.
Maybe these guys think there's a different. Maybe these guys think there's a different reason why the ratings are plummeting.
But no objective basketball lover would say right now the NBA is giving you a variety. It is too much. It's a one-trick pony. I still watch it, but it is a one-trick pony, Stoney. And I remember when it wasn't. It was a plethora of how the game of basketball was so beautiful and what you would see on any given night. Now it's just duck because the 3s are coming.
D's in Oakland. What's going on, D? How you doing, man?
Hey, Guru and Stoney, what's happening with y'all?
Hey,
doing well.
Hey, it's nice for Guru to get acknowledged first for a moment, for once.
I see what you did. Right on, baby. Happy holidays.
You know, happy holidays to you too, man. Both of y'all, man. Listen, I'm a boomer too, so whoever talking about that boomer, man, he can go where he know he can go. But anyway, I was raised loving basketball too, just like y'all, man. You know, straight out playing out here in Mosswood and all. But as far as what we talking about, it's not even just the game. For me, it's the oversaturation. So, like you said, Steiny, we had only ESPN. You might have only had our local stations. Man, come on. I go far as back. Warriors was on KBHK, TV 44. Somebody hear me.
Steve Fiziak.
ESPN for the Warriors.
Wow.
Huh?
Steve Fiziak.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve Fiziak. It wasn't even Sports Center. It was called Sports something, but it wasn't even Sports Center.
Channel.
It was just Sports
Channel.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Stein. You see what I'm saying? So now it's oversaturation. Man, I can turn on the TV right now. It's 12:30 in the afternoon on a Wednesday, and I'm going to see highlights from some dude I ain't never seen before telling me how good some dude is on the Cleveland Cavaliers or the Toronto Raptors. Man, I don't care nothing about them dudes. I mean, I love basketball, but like Goo talking about, like y'all talking about, show me a good slam dunk, show me a good Mutombo shot block. Man, I don't even see nobody hit a three that did nothing, you know. But then the other parameter I want to use, and I know I want to make my point quick because a lot of people is waiting to take calls, but it's also the fact that I just do believe it's not just an oversaturation of availability. I mean, come on, I know it's due to technology, but to me, it's an oversaturation of teams, man. I get it. We grew up when it was only 28 teams, 26 teams. How many teams we got right now, y'all? 35, 36? 30. I mean, I'm kind of just being, I'm feeling silly.
I got you, D.
Yeah,
30. No, 30. Listen.
Yeah, so last thing I'm going to say is that everybody ain't meant to be a professional athlete. I'm sorry. Just because the team's available don't mean you should be in the kitchen. Just because the kitchen is open don't mean you should be in the kitchen cooking.
All right. Appreciate it, D.
He wants some teams eliminated, it sounds like.
Well, I hate to break it to him, but there's going to be 2 more coming in the next 5 years.
Boy. Hopefully Seattle and Vegas.
Oh.
Yeah. My guess.
Seattle and Vegas. Yeah, I would take those 2.
I mean, Vegas is, it had nothing but gambling.
209, 90s basketball was boring. I'm actually not talking about the 90s because I agree with you. The 90s was too physical. The game is about having a balance. And I didn't like the 90s. 90s was bad.
But I didn't know anything else, so I was in love.
We knew the 80s.
Yeah.
Well, the 80s gave way to the 90s. And the 90s was Jeff Van Gundy and Pat Riley.
Morning.
And Mike Fratello winning games 87-80.
I love that.
Because the league.
Yeah. I'm telling you, Stoney, I'm a defense.
Okay, so
I never watched the game thinking, what the hell am I watching? It made me go out and play my ass off when I played pickup ball, like defense, man. And when guys
It wasn't defense. It was wrestling.
All right.
And see, like that's what happened. In the 90s, physicality was
took over.
Exactly. So then you got more non-players in the game and more physical guys that were unskilled. You got to have a balance. Jake and Vallejo. What's up, Jake? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Hey, hello. So, I think, man, in my opinion, one of the biggest things across the board in professional sports is there's just no killer instinct. It's frowned upon. You know what I'm saying? Like, NFL specifically, you can't hit nobody. NBA, there's no Mamba mentality. And it's not taught in youth sports. Everybody's taught, you mentioned earlier that it's supposed to be like a fraternity, or that people were acting like it was a fraternity.
Yeah.
It's because everybody's getting taught, let's be friends, let's be buddies. So when you get on the court, you're not really doing what you're supposed to do to win the game. You know what I'm saying? In football, you're not even able to hit nobody. Why do we got so many running quarterbacks? They're protected. It's not even fun to play defense no more. You make a clean hit, it's a flag.
Yeah.
And that's discouraging, and it's discouraging to watch, right? I mean, it's fun seeing, Josh Allen put up 45 points, I guess. I like defense. I like Ray Lewis, Urlachers, Atwaters, lots. I like that. And so when you're not seeing that kind of action, it's like you got people quitting in the third quarter because they're not being raised to play the game and play it hard and physical. Well, not so physical like you were saying, but playing it physical and getting dirty, getting grimy. If you got to take it to the hole, getting there around people, you're going to do what you got to do. Football, it's the same thing.
Well,
we're not seeing that no more because.
Yeah, no, thanks, Jake. We got a ton of people that want to get in here on what's going on with the NBA and why viewership is down. That's where we stumbled upon this topic. If you're unaware, the NBA ratings are plummeting. And we're trying to figure out why.
Over the last decade.
Yeah.
48% over the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm. Why? What? And we're just asking why, and is there a way to fix it? Like, I do think, and I think absolutely that the money these guys are making
is a turnoff?
No. It's not. Well, it might be to some, but the money, there's an understanding among players that the money is so incredible that the biggest priority is maintaining that money and keeping that money. And that's a big reason why the NBA is now one big fraternity. Because even though guys are on other teams, It's about protecting everybody's money and making as much money as you can and not really rocking the boat and just playing rather than trying to win as much as maybe. Hey, Evan, do you think athletes now want to win as much as they did on balance 30 years ago?
Yes, but there's less incentive to do so.
Gotcha.
Well, I mean, the NBA Cup is Exhibit A. 30 years ago, $50,000 is a massive sum of money. Now it's like a drop in the bucket. Someone literally said, I think it might have been, Lou Williams, someone who's not playing anymore, said that $50,000 would go towards partying. Or J.R. Smith said it.
Well,
$50,000 that I get is extra money I didn't account for. So I'm blowing it in one night.
Wow. And I'll say this to that, Evan. Steiner, you didn't ask, but one of the pleasures I had was watching the Olympics and the Team USA, because the teams they were playing wanted to beat their ass. It was no fraternity then. And I know there were some crossovers, guys playing on their hometown team and playing in the NBA, but it was thin. And I felt like I was getting that. They wanted that dub bad. And there was not all the, kumbaya, but I don't know how you police it, but I know whose problem this is, and it's Adam Silver's. And it seems like today when I woke up, the file on his desk is the three-pointer. And I would just love to know do you have even any options? And hearing you say ban it or take it out just hit me like, wow, I couldn't even imagine a basketball game, NBA, with no three-pointer.
Yeah. Well, there used to be a time when nobody could imagine a three-point line even being a part of basketball. Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Happy holidays to you. Just wanted to just kind of weigh in. I do think that, some of the physicality does come into effect in signing. I know you said you don't 100% agree with that, but I also just feel that with these soft fouls are ridiculous. And that's where that's where I'm coming from on the physicality. You get touched on the arm. You get touched on the arm and it's a freaking foul.
Right.
It's ridiculous. I just don't agree with how the foul calling is put into it. But the other way I wanted to pivot to also was I just don't think the marketing is as great as it used to be. NBA has always had a history of having arguably the best marketing on the team. For example, just the other day, I saw a remake, but with like claymation or whatever, with them doing the Jingle Bells thing, or We Wish You a Merry Christmas or whatever, with claymation rather than actually having real people, real players on there doing it. I was just like, are you freaking kidding me? Is this how lazy that the NBA marketing team has gotten, where they're doing that just because it's already happened? So I think it's, again, a matter of like how soft the fouls are. I personally also think that they should push the 3-point line out as well. So I'll let you go, guys. I know you got a ton.
No, thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call. Yeah, they've basically outlawed contesting a 3-point shot. They've essentially outlawed it. 1242. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I'll get to some more calls on the other side. A lot of people interested in this topic. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment also brought to you by the Bay Area Fast Track.
It's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing. Call it like you see it.
I got a big ass.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The NBA, shambles.
I'm a back off.
It's in a shambles. Ratings down, according to Evan Giddings, 48.5% over the last 10 years.
Not according to Evan Giddings.
No, he found the right article. That counts.
Man. Yep. I love it, though. I'm going to watch. Nothing tonight.
Exactly.
No games tonight.
Exactly.
Yep.
Here, one thing they could do, and I'm not saying it would save the game, would be better. Bring back the 1-and-1. See, the NBA is they're all trying to take pressure out of the game, and pressure is what makes games great.
Give me an example.
1-and-1. A guy, when you hit the team foul limit, it's not 2 shots. It's a 1-and-1. You make the first, you get the second. You miss the first, you don't get the second.
Wow.
Oh, but that'll lead to Hack-a-Shack. Okay, well, then let's cater to the big guys.
This Warriors team would hate that rule.
Boy.
Or maybe that self-imposed
we got a 89%
pressure
shooter coming.
would make them better shooters.
Or practice it.
No. Let's not talk about that. Let's go to Dino Dino's in River Islands. What's up, Dino? How you doing, buddy?
That's what's up, man. Thank you. I want to say happy holidays to each one of your family and everybody. And
back at you.
It's kind of bad weather up here, man. It's foggy. Yeah. And but I wanted to talk about it right where you guys talking. I'm from Oakland, actually. Just moved up here. So, did you guys get a chance to watch 30-30 and see? Are we there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched the other night 30-30 program of the George Gervin story. And man, if you're an NBA fan,
oh my gosh,
and you're going through this this talk of back and forth, why the decline of people watching the NBA game, it doesn't get any better than when the ABA and the NBA merged. And there was a comment that he said on there. He said, Gervin says, what they're doing now, no, when they were doing their meeting, their get together, they was like, what the NBA is doing now is they're playing ABA ball, entertainment value.
Right.
The only thing they left behind is respected ball.
Well, you know what? I appreciate it, Dino. Yeah. Thanks for the call.
I didn't know they had one on George Gervin. That's appointment TV.
Man. I don't think this is like the ABA at all. I mean, the ABA had the 3-point line. It's not like they were shooting it all the time either. They weren't. They used it as a way to catch. Like in the fourth quarter, they would shoot it to try to catch up a little bit quicker. That's how the line came in. But
just look at Jokic, Joker, the best player in basketball. 20 years ago, Steiny, they would have told him, quit trying to develop a three. Get your ass on the block. That's what you do. So I can't say evolution made, there's nothing, oh my God, look at that. Dirk started it, right? Look what he can do with that height. Don't just put me in the box of being a big man, rebound, block shot, give it to me on post. Now those guys have turned into, you know what I mean? So right then and there, we kind of edged on. Steiny, forget what the position and guys your height used to be about. Go try to be a guard.
But I don't like when you say Olajuwon. To me, he had a great face-up game.
Oh, he had incredible.
A great 17-footer. So it's not like those guys didn't go outside. They didn't go out to 25 feet. But those guys had face-up shot. Jack Sikma?
Yeah.
You kidding me?
Karl Malone, Barkley.
So it's...
But now they're shooting threes.
You just said, get your ass down on the block. It's like great players, that's one thing they did, but Olajuwon facing up from 16 wasn't discouraged. That was a pretty good shot back then. And you know what? If Olajuwon played today, he'd probably figure out how to shoot a three. Otherwise, he'd be letting some on the table. Let's go to Jan in Mountain View. Hey, Jan, how you doing?
Hey.
I'm doing okay. Happy holidays to the two of you.
Thank you.
What I wanted to bring up was 2 points, is that, number one, there's no flow to the game anymore because too many of the players out there are checking up threes instead of, shooting the three like it's going to go in. They just shoot it. They don't, it doesn't even get near the darn basket, and it's an air ball or something else, and it's just really pathetic to watch half the time. The other thing is that the officials sometimes take too long in making, their decisions, and they should go to New York or something for them to hurry up the game and make the decision and get the call back in so that they can resume play. That would be it.
Yeah,
good job, Jen.
I'm with you on the stoppages.
It's out of control. On a Tuesday night game, Steiny, come on, man. And then what you said, is the closeout deemed a flagrant foul? Are we really doing that? And I know Kawhi's leg hadn't been the same since he landed on Zaza, but good God, let's keep it going.
415, what was the old NBA? 3 to make 2. Yeah, they got rid of that. You got three foul shots. All you had to do is make 2. Once they got over a certain foul limit.
You got 3 shots?
You had 3 to make 2.
Oh, okay.
So you could miss the first and make this. If you made the first 2, you didn't get a third.
Oh, Lord. Yeah.
Priest and but they got rid of it. Priest in Palo Alto.
Priest.
It's a wrap.
What's up, Priest? Hey, Priest, how you doing?
Thanks for taking my. Yeah, I'm here. Thanks for taking my call. Listen, I tell you when I started losing interest.
Oh.
I started watching WNBA basketball and enjoying that 10 years ago more than I enjoyed the NBA.
Wow.
Especially their finals. Their finals were better than the finals in the NBA.
How come?
I'll tell you why.
All right.
Because of all the flopping. James Harden poisoned the game for me. That garbage he used to get away. 18 free throws in a game. All he did is grab the guy's arm and throw his head back. And then marching to the line. It wasn't even, you couldn't even defend him. It was illegal to defend him. And now you got Trey Young. He throws his body into the defender and gets a foul call. I've never seen the garbage, the officiating, the garbage that you see now, and watching it. It's unwatchable.
Hey, Priest, would you agree with this? The NBA, there's never been more of an imbalance of favoring an offense, of giving the benefit of the doubt to offensive players have never had it easier. They've never had it easier.
And then half of them can't play and get fouled, and it's ridiculous, the officiating, and they should get rid of the 3-point line. They should get rid of it and bring back basketball. I see more basketball played in the W than I do in the NBA. It's not basketball. The Warriors are boring. The only reason I watch the Warriors, I'm telling you, the only reason I watch the Warriors is to see Kuminga.
Appreciate it, Priest. Wow. Thanks for the call.
I'm not where Priest is at,
I am.
But man.
Definitely wasn't on my bingo card.
Well, let's be honest. Everybody's talking about the E word, the entertainment thing, and that's why the NFL, the defenders, we just had a caller call. You can't hit guys anymore, the quarterback. So it's like an agenda of you want to keep the cash cow or what you deem the cash cow safe. But all I'm telling you about the NBA and why I'm soured on it, and I'm not shocked at these numbers, everybody's playing the damn same way. And you play the way because you got talent and a skill set. And you got all these bums out here jacking 40 or 50 threes, and you got no shooters. But I get it. You're trying to be a copycat. But maybe that has something to do with it. But, Stoney, I'm telling you, Evan, I swear to you, I have not even processed or thought about the game without the 3-point line until you said it. And I wonder what it would look like and who would be pissed off and who wouldn't if they kind of said, you know what, it's gone.
Well, the people that would
Kuiper gone.
The people that would be upset about it are the people who
talk to me.
They are the people who believe certain players would be unfairly penalized for it, like Steph Curry. People think that Steph Curry would get penalized, and he would
by losing
points,
1 point. Okay,
but I contend that he would not
be
lose.
Less effective. No, not at all. Well,
I mean,
but the chances of that. What did Silver mean by that? Files on his desk. He's gonna. Because I'm like, let me help you out, Adam.
It means they're 5 years away from doing anything.
Oh, it's Donnie. Walk me through that real fast.
What?
Curry would not be a different player without the 3-point line.
So his game would hold up. Even though there'd be no line, he could still shoot a 26-footer.
But it wouldn't be as important.
He wouldn't have as big of a point total, but his impact on the game, to me, would still be among the greats who are ever playing the game. He would be just like Isaiah Thomas, who you had to guard the three, or you had to guard the outside shot, and you had to go he was just a great shooter. And those shots were worth 3 or were worth 2, but you still had to guard him out there.
And those rules apply to everybody that would be on the court.
Well, but the whole point, the whole reason why you have to guard him out there is he makes the 3 at a clip that makes it a more valuable shot than a 2.
And I'm telling you right now, if he shot the ball like he shot it, he would get defended like it was a 3 because he'd make that shot look so easy.
But shooting 42% from 2-point range is drastically different than shooting 42% from 3-point range. It's an inefficient shot.
My point is, as if he's the best 3-point, who's the best shooter from 20 to 30 feet?
Curry.
Okay, who would be the best shooter from 20 to 30 feet if they eliminated the line?
Yeah, but the shot is worth less, so there's less of an incentive to guard him.
Well, I understand that, but for him, so you're saying you're essentially saying nobody would guard the outside shot, and I disagree with that.
No, I'm just saying that saying that Curry would be the same player, I think is.
I think he would be. I think his numbers would come down.
I think he would have to adapt, and if he's physically capable of doing that, that's something different.
Well,
but just saying that he would be able to play the same way, I think is.
Why not?
But what do you adapt to, Evan?
Adapt to the fact that the shot that he is best at and that has made the situation that we're talking about is no longer valuable.
Well, it is valuable because it's still worth 2.
But getting 50% more for a made basket is massive.
Right. You're right. But if you my point is if there were no 3-point line, yes, Steph would go from 30 a game to 25 a game. But I don't think he'd be guarded any differently. In fact, it's hard to imagine now, but he would actually be shooting from 25 feet, and he would have to be guarded because he's so good. Other guys wouldn't have to be guarded out there. So I do think his impact he would score fewer points because of the tally.
And so would everybody else.
But I think, but not as well. He would be affected. His scoring average, I think, would be affected more than anybody. Right. But I still think he would have to play the same way.
But why would I prioritize giving a player like Curry, without the 3-point line, 15 to 20 shots a game, as opposed to prioritizing a player that shoots 60% around the basket, 15 to 20 shots a game?
Well, because
Curry would be more closer to a role player than a transcendent superstar than he is. Or you disagree with that?
Yeah, that's what I disagree with. I mean, look at all the great players who didn't really use the 3, like Isaiah Thomas. The 3 came on early. He didn't really shoot it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Curry's game would have to adapt. I'm not saying he couldn't still be great, but Isaiah played at a different time. Like, if Curry played the exact same way he did now, I think it would have to look a lot different. You wouldn't. There'd be no reason to take 12 30-footers a game.
Well, not 30-footers, but 25-footers.
A higher percentage shot is closer to the basket.
Like, all I'm saying is, back in the day when there was no 3-pointer, the outside shot was still honored. if the guy could shoot it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was, but why would you? I mean, were they shooting a ton of 20-foot jump shots back in I didn't watch basketball in the 80s, but I'm imagining that the average length of shot from the basket was much closer than it is even 10 years ago.
Probably.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
And that's why
I would say that's true.
The big men were part of the game more now than they're damn near extinct now.
Yeah, no, I think it would help big men. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you said you got it. Why wouldn't you give it to a guy that shoots 60% from?
Honestly,
I hear where you're going.
Like, honestly, when I think of Curry, okay, what if Curry didn't have the 3-point line? I would say, well, then he's Isaiah Thomas,
right?
Who's still.
But Evan's just saying, if you got a guy that's down low, Stotty shooting 60% from the field, why would you want Curry to take those shots more than the dude that's 60% down?
Honestly, in Curry's case, in Curry's particular case, an open 20-footer for him is open, might be higher than 50%. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
So you can't, and you don't have the power to say, "Goo, it's not race." You're not saying it's none of that. I believe it's a lot of that. I believe, Steiny, what's gone on in our society the last decade, it matters. I could be totally wrong, but I will not ever run from what happened during the bubble. And Adam Silver was letting the team say the players wear the shirts, and I loved it all. But I do believe there was some collateral damage to where some fans were turned off. And there's some that say, I watch sports, I'm one of them, to escape from what's going on in the everyday world. But I think that doesn't exist anymore.
Let's go to D-Ray in Berkeley. Hey, D-Ray, how you doing?
All right, how are you?
Doing well.
Thanks for taking the call. I have a quick take here, concrete idea for the 3-point adjustment. Don't repaint all of the stadiums or change the floor. Just like we have limits for fouls per quarter, why not limits for 3 points per quarter? If you want to get even crazier, you could share that limit across both teams. And it's kind of a race to see how many of the threes you get in the quarter.
Yeah.
Oh, that's my take to explore, and you could adjust that over time, depending on how the game changes.
So the number would be 20 and one team might get 13 and the other team might get 7, but then they're done, right?
Yeah. Then they're all worth 2 points, and you could do it by quarter or, by team or shared. I don't know.
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, there's a lot of ideas. Most of them will never happen.
Right. I don't want that one to happen. Then there'd be a little score box with how many. They got 3 left. Oh, man.
Yeah, I don't.
Like I said, checks are clearing, but it ain't even about the
players'
money.
checks.
Yeah, it's about our eyes.
We also, no way with Steph Curry being Isaiah Thomas. What are you, crazy? Isaiah was a defensive point guard who set up his teammates. First of all, the defensive guard on that team was Dumars. Not Isaiah. Isaiah was a good defender. Not great.
Yep.
And you don't think Steph could set up his teammates?
Come on now.
Yeah, let's get Filmo in here. Filmo Mike.
Let's see what Mike has to fix these problems.
What's up, Filmo?
Oh man. What's up with it, man?
Hey.
Guru Steiner, we got to get on the golf course one time.
You about to be at the Bammies? Is it the Dubies?
The
Bammies. Sorry about that. All right, go ahead. Yeah, the Bammies.
They used to have a Bay Area.
I know.
I think it was called the Bammies.
You're right.
Anyway, foul calls is horrible. When I was growing up, only person I really got a call was the real superstars. You got all these fake superstars getting calls, and I really don't even like that they get calls anyway. Because LeBron was getting a crazy amount of calls. Priest just called, and the refs be doing too much. The refs do way too much. Fall back, Mr. Ref. All that, and then also styles and adversity. That makes a funner experience. If your team is not gonna go to the playoffs. The Warriors used to be so fun to me because it was like adversity. So I wanted to see man, okay, let me think, Gilbert Arenas. When they drafted Gilbert Arenas, I loved it. It was like, man, second round pick, it's okay. But once he started to develop, you feel me? I started to like get more excited. I don't think somebody else said they're not doing a great job of advertising. Also, advertising, LeBron, Steph, they're scared to say stuff. They don't say nothing controversial. You had Charles Barkley. You had a lot more personalities of people that, I'm going to say what I want to say. You feel me? Me being on radio, I get in trouble, and I admire Charles Barkley so much because it's like something like he can say what he want to say, and others can't say that. If you get what I'm saying, like if somebody else says it, it's not taken the same. But Charles Barkley has been doing him for so long, he gets away with it. My boss was like, you can't say that because it's going to do a certain thing.
Yeah.
Last but not least, two more things. Everybody didn't play the same. Like I said, styles make fights. You had the Bulls. You had the Warriors. I mean, you had different teams playing. The Warriors was always known as a running gun team.
Yeah.
Back in the day, West Coast was more known for free-flowing basketball. The East Coast is known for more so, rugged type of basketball. And it ain't cool, man. And one more thing. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not rambling, but I'm talking long. One last thing. Maybe do the opposite of a 3 seconds in the key. Do something like 4 seconds, you feel me, on the 3-point line. Get off the 3-point line, especially if you over 7 feet. Get your big ass off the 3-point line, and rest in peace to Pete Newell. Big man camp, baby. Oh. Get back to it. Let's go to Hawaii.
Thanks, Philmo. Good stuff.
I remember they had the classic, the Pete Newell Classic. Used to have every year.
You know what? That's the first time I've ever heard that idea, and I got to tell you, like, every idea sounds goofy, but it's no goofier than the rules that they've put in already. Like, the idea of a 3-second call, like, you've got to go inside the arc in 3 seconds.
But their brains would be fried.
Okay, there's 3 in the key. But it's like you just know that when you're in the key area, Evan, you got to get out of there in 3 seconds if you're not making a move.
What about something similar to that, which is kind of like, how in baseball they had the shift to prohibit people from placing a certain amount of players wherever they want? You can only have a certain amount of guys outside the 3-point line. Like, you can only have 2 guys outside of the 3-point line on a given play. And maybe you can rotate it somehow, but, if you don't do it correctly, you get fouled. But that way it demands players to play in the paint, but it also doesn't get rid of the 3.
Right.
Oh, wow.
I mean, there's also one possible...
We don't want the 3 gone. It's just too much.
There's one possible thing that could be done, and I don't know. Maybe, is it possible that defense will eventually catch up to...
We've been saying that forever, though, Scotty.
I actually think coaches have done a poor job since the over-injection of the 3 ball. I think teams have actually done coaches have not done a great job in devising stuff that defends the 3. Maybe in 10 years there'll be defenses that defend the 3 to such a degree that the game will be more balanced. I see guys being able to shoot it better rather than
Evan wasn't with us. When we come back, you got to tell him your theory years ago on how you would have defended Steph Curry. Remember that one? You had that theory about how you would defend Steph
from behind.
Well, don't ruin it. You tease it.
I've heard it before.
Yeah, dude.
Evan, I'm acting like it's a new record.
Any story you want me to tell has already been repeated 4 times. I guarantee you.
Evan was like, "No thanks, Goo."
And Evan's 30. If he's heard him more than once, how many times have our older P1s heard?
It might have been at the cafeteria.
Yeah, probably so. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. You can jump in here. We're talking basketball overall. I also had a bunch of other stuff I wanted to get to.
Your boy Cousins. We got to get into that.
We can't. What's there to get into?
Could he be coming to the Bay?
What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
You like that? You like that? It's Bonte Hill. Life and hectic schedules can cause tension.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, Steph. Appreciate it. We're talking about the NBA. Ratings down almost 50% in the last decade. We're trying
Absolutely incredible.
We're trying to figure out why. Tons of reasons. What if I told you that the NBA has a fundamental flaw that they just, by failing to realize it, they've messed this thing up. How's that for vague?
You went back to your corner during the break.
Okay, so
you're coming out swinging. What do you speak of?
Like, to me, the easiest thing you could do to better the game and balance the game is to encourage people to defend the three-pointer more than they do now. The league is discouraging defense against the three-pointer. So listen, I got this game last night, right? The Bucks game, okay? And this is the biggest problem in the NBA. Not biggest, but nobody's taking this into account. 90% of three-point shots, when you take them, you don't land in your jump shooting spot. The shot is so long for most players that your momentum takes you closer to the basket.
Put something into it.
Exactly. So we're allowing a three-point shooter to elevate and move into another space where a defender has every right to be at the beginning of the shot. Like, if you look
now
at
that's a flagrant
if
if
you
you're in
look
the wrong
at
spot.
any call where you got under the shooter, that's because the shooter didn't come down in the same place. Like, I can name you maybe one hand. Like, Klay Thompson was one of the few guys in the league that could actually shoot a three-pointer from three-point range and come down in the same spot. Like, Curry needs a little momentum sometimes.
Right. He's not the only one, Trey Young.
Exactly.
So you think it's bullpucky that they even go to the review on that?
Well, I think they give the benefit of the doubt to three-point shooters in a way they give to no other player on the court. You know, they should almost call it a charge. If there's a defender there and he's established and you take a three and you float in 2 feet like they all do, that's on you.
Well, let me ask you this. Yeah. This is separate. I keep thinking about Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. Who are they in today's NBA?
Well, they're Bird and Magic.
No, but today's NBA, but this has been a trend for 10 years. You say the ratings have been going down, but I'm wondering how much does that have to do with people kind of, we say it's a global game and Embiid and Giannis and Luka, but how many Caitlin Clarks from the soil here do we have that have watched that person or persons go through college and then come out and be a factor or a star? I'm just wondering how much on my scale. I feel like Luka's from Richmond. Like, I don't care where he's from. I know where he's from, but I watch him and get the pleasure of watching him ball. And I guess, Donnie, I almost ignore where he's from because I just feel like he's from the Bay. It don't matter. I'm getting to see him 82 nights.
Yeah, and I watch Luka, and I say, and for everybody like you that watches Luka like that, there's somebody that's like, I'm not watching this crybaby. I just told
Evan during the break.
He's a crybaby.
But LeBron's a crybaby.
Not like Doncic. Like Doncic, I don't find that enjoyable to watch. But that's me. Nick's in Ohio. What's up, Nick? How you doing?
Ohio players.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
All right.
Hello?
Hey.
All right. Hey, Guru started the show saying, the Warriors solved their problem. But, I mean, I think it was a great acquisition. But, I was watching the game the other night. I think it was OKC they were playing. And it looked like they were playing with giants, Warriors. Every position. Sorry, I just ran up the stairs.
Oh.
Anyway, so I don't know, 6'1". I mean, I think they still need not a big so much, but they need to get bigger.
Yeah, no doubt.
I think it's a good piece, but I don't think it's the solution.
Yeah. All right, get some rest.
Yeah, no doubt.
Get some rest, Nick.
Daddy, I didn't say that was the end-all, be-all. I'm just saying it would help from their current state of what they've done over the last 10 to 11 games. That's all. They definitely still need size. Size matters, as you know.
Yeah, I think they need they could use size, but it's got to be the right guy.
Yeah.
And, they've never.
We'll see.
Let's go to Morad in Oakland.
Hi there, guys.
Hey, what's up?
Love the show.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, love the show. So you touched on it. I think like Doncic, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like to watch him. Like all these stars, they're of Steph and LeBron and Kobe and all that. They're kind of fading out, right? Now we have all these stars. They're not likable. I mean, Zion eats Big Macs all day. Ja plays with guns. Who do we have who's going to be the face of the NBA once Steph is gone, right? When LeBron is gone. And we don't have people with character and anybody. That's the issue. I mean, I get it. Like, we need more defense. We need more balance. But the issue is we're not, building up players who are not snowflakes and cry about everything. Toughness is gone, right? And I think the whole system of college and all that, where we were, developing all these guys, they're gone too. So like you said, I can watch Doncic. And once Steph is done, I don't know if I will still watch the NBA. Yeah. Unless somebody else will come.
I mean,
that's just the reality.
Yeah, thanks, Murad. Appreciate the call. They're going to have to deal with that, him and LeBron. What's going to happen when Curry and LeBron leave?
I don't even want to think about it. It makes me want to wish there was a window up here. But I'll tell you what, Cleveland have a star? To me, they do. Donovan Mitchell, Boston, couple stars. New York, Brunson, Orlando, Banchero, and Wagner.
Well, first of all,
Milwaukee.
Right,
I'm just saying Giannis
but they're
and
not
Dame.
exciting.
Okay, got it.
The one guy who could be the face of the league is Anthony Edwards, as far as I'm concerned. But he's not mature enough now.
What does that mean?
It means he
though?
says dumb stuff.
Oh, okay, wow.
And he's got a.
But he blew up last year when they beat Denver. Steiny, it was his world. Let's be honest now. I'm not saying he doesn't have to. It was his world. And I'm sorry, when I hear marketing, this is not the 80s or 90s. The internet is the marketing. It's what you put on there. But come on, Steiny. The internet, the video is it. And I'm just asking you, when you just talk about Anthony Edwards, I don't think he's left any meat on the bone. He's himself. He's a rough rider, and I think people have gravitated to him. I don't know
what are you talking about
Anthony Edwards.
He's just a guy in the league in terms of popularity. Like, he should be much top. Why isn't he more popular?
But that's what I'm saying. I thought last year doing the rise,
right? Okay,
during the playoffs, it was his world.
Okay, for like 3 weeks, we're talking about Currys and LeBrons and Duncans and like Jokic and Lucas.
Outside of winning it, I guess I'm just talking about Ant in this instance. There's nothing while those guys are still here.
Why was Julius Erving? Why was Julius Erving in this category that we're talking about? He won late in his career.
But he was the doctor.
Right, and Anthony Edwards can be the doctor of this era. He's that exciting.
Well, I guess I'm saying
he's the most exciting player in the league.
I don't think he's shooting himself in the foot.
Well, why isn't he there?
Because LeBron, the OGs are still here.
Okay. Well, I also think because he doesn't.
He's number one on my list of. I'm cutting you off.
That's all right.
Of passing the mantle. But when you say he's got to grow up, I'm not disputing. But Stoddy, I don't think he's got DUIs and gotten in trouble to where I think
he's made some dumb statements.
Yeah, well, he's shooting some other stuff. But I'm just saying, you know what? I think he's right there.
Do you think it would be different if Anthony Edwards played in Los Angeles?
I do. That I do. I think Minnesota's a big part of it.
But Zion is in New Orleans, and he took off up until he got hurt.
I disagree with Zion took off. I do. I don't like Zion. He's in the worst market in the league. He barely plays. Last year he played 73 games.
Listen, I'm not here to. I guess, you know what? I just take offense to the worst market in the league, to where the league is at now. There is no worst market. The internet has made everything, I feel like, equal ground. I get what you're saying, that Minnesota's not the Bay or L.A., but come on, man. Giannis has been in Milwaukee.
Right. And I don't think is he as big a star as Steph?
I don't know if he has a personality. No. I don't know if he has a personality for it, but he's not. You guys could be right. I'm just telling you how I feel.
I'm not sure what you're arguing or what you're arguing here. Like Like that today's stars are as big as ever?
No, they're not. They can't be as big as ever until Steph and LeBron and KD move over. And until that happens, then we really can take inventory of who's it and who's not. But right now, I would, until John got caught up with the guns, I think Anthony Edwards has the personality, all of it, the charisma. So I don't feel like Ant is doing anything to harm himself. It's just about, I'm here. Y'all know I'm here, but I won't really get that shine until Steph, the OGs are gone. That's all. Well, and it sounded like you were saying he's leaving some meat on the bone. Well, that would definitely help. Giannis has won one already.
I mean, let's go to Dr. Hustle in San Jose. What's up, Dr. Hustle? How you doing?
Oh, good. What's going on, fellas? Usually the doctor's in and out, but we're going to have a little conversation back and forth today. Okay, in the 80s, perfect storm. Magic, Bird. Celtics, Lakers. East Coast, West Coast. You want to throw in race? I don't do that, but I don't care. 90s, here comes MJ, right? Late 80s MJ. He made himself the star, right? We knew all these guys and we watched it because that was, and I still love ball. I'm always going to love ball like Guru. Steinmetz, you're going to be a baller at heart your whole life. Listen, nowadays, there's just too much options.
Wow.
You have Netflix. You have all this content. You can scroll on your phone, and every team plays the same. And one of the things I don't like, and I'm going to say so you guys we can go back and forth. When we were kids, everybody played. Everybody respected each other, but not everybody liked each other. We were going out there. We respect you, but we want to kick your, I'm trying to keep it PG, every night. So you tell me, what changed, Steinmetz? What changed?
Wow. That's a win. That's a great call, Dr. Hustle. Because, Steiny, right now on my scorecard, baseball, what ailed or what's ruining baseball was the phone and the options. And we hadn't brought that up all day about maybe could that be the biggest foe to the NBA. And again, not, exonerating them from any blame because the game is, I don't like it. But the bottom line is you got to compete with a whole hell of a lot out there now.
Yeah, I don't think it's one thing. But I think the product is a big part of it. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. What's up, Matt? How you doing, buddy? Matt in Oakland.
How are you?
Hey.
Real quick, I thought this, but I heard it on Colin Cowherd, who I don't particularly like. But the NBA is the only sport where the primary show, the Barkley, Kenny, blah, 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 completely denigrates the sport every time they open their mouth. Barkley sits there and tells you how bad everybody is and how it used to be better. That would not happen in football or in baseball. That's very self-destructive. Further, no team has ever won, ever, without being a three-level team. Yet, what team has won by shooting threes only? They say it's the Warriors, but it isn't. When they were elite, they had four guys who were world-class two-point shooters. They had KD, they had Clay, they had Curry, they had Livingston. They could make that shot between, 8 and 18 feet.
Yep.
Nobody's doing that. And you cannot win unless you have that game. And everybody thinks they're Curry, just like everybody thought they were Eckersley and everybody thought they were Jordan. And no, you're not.
Well, and no, thanks for the call, Matt. I'll take it one step further. Those Warrior teams, those Warrior teams that won titles and shot a lot of threes, they also led the league in layups.
Oh, my God.
And dunks.
Yes.
Because the floor was spread. So they weren't just a three-point shooting team. They used their three-point ability to open up the floor and then get a ton of easy shots. This ought to be a good one. Will in Pleasanton.
Is he going to be pleasant?
I don't know. He thinks he knows who ruined the game.
Uh-oh.
Will in Pleasanton.
All right, guys. Hello, guys.
Hey.
Well, Mark Cuban was at Salesforce this year, and he said at his first NBA meeting, he told the owners, you guys are doing it wrong. You guys are worried about the game of basketball when you should be worried about entertaining. So one of the first things he did is he put microphones on the rims. He said, we got to get the average person in the stands. The diehard fans are still going to care. So what do? They focus on the three-point shot. They focus on scoring. They focus on the guru, They don't worry about the pick and roll. So basically, they're just trying to fill the seats, make money, and they don't really care about the heart, like the soul of basketball. And that's why I think it's all changed.
Wow. Appreciate the call. Speaking of Cuban, like he also did, I mean, like, I don't know where this fits into the puzzle.
I love the mics on the Nets, but go ahead.
But when Mark Cuban bought the Mavericks, the first thing he did, or one of the first things he did, was he built a practice facility with a locker room. And the building was so far better than any other building that any other team was using at that time, that it was just incredible. So this is way back in the day, he had a TV in every locker. He had a stereo in every locker. The lockers were huge. They had a game room. They had billiards. They had everything under the sun. And so he started to get a reputation as being the owner that takes care of his players. And what happened? It's a copycat league. And now everybody's got an unbelievable facility with all these amenities. Maybe that's made players just a little bit softer. A little bit softer. I don't know.
And who am I or us to question, could you have played? Could you have went out there this night with your banged up toe, Stoney? But you can't ignore the rat on the table, which is the Karl Malones, the Stocktons, the Ewings, the Jordans, the game logs of the stars. And I don't want to sound like an old fogey. Oh, I am. But you know what I mean? Like, that meant something. There was a natural pride. And if you're telling me, Steiny, all these guys are legitimately hurt and they can't go, I got land for sale for you in Union City. But the bottom line is, I believe you said the money has turned these guys into brands. And it's about savoring. It's not about risking it all. It's not about risking the biscuit for the greater good of the team in the city. It's about, you know what? I'll miss tonight, but I'll be back when I get back. I think the money is so enormous that's how they think.
Yeah, it's about prolonging your career, not winning. I mean, let's put it this way. If a guy's making $30 million and he's hurt right now, why would he play?
I used to have that answer.
Why would he play?
I know why he wouldn't.
It's become stupid to play hurt. It's absolutely the dumbest thing you can do. Look at Melton. Nobody can blame DeAnthony Melton.
Wow. And he got traded with his latest injury.
I mean, Melton got hurt. There was talk that he could have taken a route which would have gotten him back, let's say, in the spring, but it was a little risky. Well, he's not going to do that. Why would he do that? He might come back, get hurt, and blow it for next year's free agency. It's a club. It's a club these guys are in. And they need to preserve it.
Well, they're doing a good job.
Let's go to Surfer Steve in Santa Cruz. Surfer Steve.
What's going on, boys? How are we doing today?
Hey.
Doing well.
All right. So, I could just speak on to why I stopped watching the NBA. And I'll still, check in during the playoffs. Granted, I'm a Kings fan, so take my opinion with a grain of salt because basketball hasn't been too kind to us. But honestly, yeah, I agree with kind of what everyone's saying. It's been a combination of a lot of things. The season being way too long. I think the style of play has kind of jaded people quite a bit. You got 103 coming up now. I think AAU has sort of hindered the development of our athletes and the rivalries. I think that's long gone. You got guys going on guys' podcasts who are supposedly rivalries. Like, De'Aaron Fox going on, Warriors guys' podcast. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And lastly, I do think, and this is not me, but I think the social justice movement sort of turned a lot of that side of the country.
I'm with you.
No, I think that was a part of it.
Yep, I'm with you. Because it was in your face, Steiny.
Let me ask you this. As fast as you can, name me 2 NBA players right now, current, who don't like each other.
Russell Westbrook and LeBron James.
Okay.
I really believe that.
Okay.
Okay, now let's get past that. Kyrie Irving and James Harden.
I didn't even know about that. My point is, Charles Barkley, he hated Lambeer. He hated Shaq.
Yeah.
He hated Karl Malone. He hated Bird, and vice versa. He
hated Weber.
Didn't talk to Magic for the first 7 years of his career. It's over. You can't.
But these dudes are 6 years old on the same AAU team. They didn't have that back then.
And this is what I mean. Gobert and Draymond. They don't carry the day. They're just role players in the NBA.
Yeah. I'm
actually talking about the superstars who didn't like each other. And that there is something to that.
It's definitely missing.
Sam's in Oakland. What's up, Sam? How you doing?
Great show, fellas. You know, I'm thinking what happened is the NBA fans are basically fans that played basketball. Now you got WNBA fans and college women's basketball fans who are just coming out of nowhere, and they're older people, and they're excited about it, and they're telling other people about it. Oh, did you see Hannah Hidalgo? I'm going to go see Caitlin Clark. You don't see that anymore with these guys, with the NBA today, because back in the day, people were associated to the teams like that was their life. I'm a Pistons fan. I'm a Piston. You don't see that today. So that stuff is gone. Now people are attracted to the women's game because it's fun to look at. It's attractive. We got the male game. Nobody cares about the NBA. The games don't matter during the season. Everybody knows that. It takes forever. The playoffs are boring. And until you get to the finals, just wake me up when you get to the finals, game 7, and then I'll catch the recap. You know what I'm saying? But no more. It's not going to happen no more. Caitlin Clark is dominating. Hidalgo is what people are talking about when it comes to basketball. Nobody even really cares about Steph Curry except the old school fans. There's no new NBA fans coming in. So the NBA fans are dwindling. And you guys say that marketing doesn't matter. Well, marketing matters when one person tells 10 other people, and those 10 other people tell 10 other people. Then it matters. Right now, the WNBA is begging for fans. Oh, please watch us because of this.
Appreciate
please
it.
Watch us.
All right, Sam, I got to get everybody. I got to get people in here.
And Chase is packed.
I got a question for Evan. Can I ask you listening?
Who's
Hidalgo?
Now, why would you ask Evan?
Because he knows women's sports.
I got the package.
Evan,
you know what?
Who's Hidalgo?
You know what?
I'm going to be honest. I think she's in college.
It sounds like she was. But I thought college was all about Juju, Watkins, and Beckers. You telling me we've got a new sheriff?
She plays for Notre Dame, I think.
Hidalgo? Hey, put her on the list. Possible Valkyries.
And you're on mine.
I don't care. Oh, shoot. Oh, man.
Evan.
This is one of those things.
And that's my girl. Evan, it's cool. It was natural.
What are you talking about?
Like, you didn't go to me. You went to him.
No. I thought you were talking about I forgot your gripe.
Oh, I forgot the gripe.
I'll save it for tomorrow. I was right, by the way.
Notre Dame?
Yeah.
Good stuff. And
tomorrow.
Why don't you look at it?
Add it to the gripe.
Why don't you look at it like the truth, which is I saved you the embarrassment of putting you on the spot and knowing you had no clue.
That hurts.
Yeah, I know it does.
I'm here. Oh.
We didn't even get to the All-Star game.
Oh, God.
20 seconds.
We got tomorrow.
Adam Silver, the gimmick king.
Kevin Durant's not happy. This is a joke. Bring back East-West.
Oh, it's a joke, but you'll still watch.
I may not watch this. I go to 24-hour fitness.
You are a goat. You're like a sheep.
You gotta be careful.
That segment was brought to you by
Black Sheep,
Bay Area Fast Track.
Black Mets.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family.
Faction.
Even when it becomes a little testy, it always ends on a good note.
I brought cookies. Do you want one?
No.
You sound like you need
Not
one.
from you.
Steiny and Guru, Willard and Dibbs, all together at 1:45 each and every day, only on 95.7 The Game.
It's a little shtick on your big shtick.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. Yeah. Hey, gentlemen.
Hello.
What's good? Watch out for the haters, Mark.
Oh, they're everywhere.
Oh, boy.
They're everywhere every day. Why? Who's got you?
2 of them in the room. Hater alert. We're in the fantasy playoffs,
right.
and
No.
Steiny and Tibbs don't want to see us win.
It's not about
Steiny
hatred.
just cussed me out after a beautiful show together.
It's not about hatred. It brings me back to the days of Jock Purdy. For those of you who remember, when we would do Jock Purdy with Whitey Gleason, and the bit was so beautiful because Whitey's a genius, and it was a good, old-fashioned competition, but you would get out to an early lead, and you'd be celebrating early. You'd be doing your sniff and doing the ha-ha and the skeet-skeet, and inevitably, it would all go a certain way, and you would, at some point, lose.
And feel the pain.
You would feel the pain, but the pain was real, and the joy that I felt, along with thousands of people in the audience, it's something that I can't get over. So something about watching you lose and the way you wear it on your sleeve, it brings me joy. Now, as far as Willard goes, I can't have him win again.
No, he did
because
win last year.
he goes from smug to faux humble, and it wasn't me. It was my fantasy players, and I'm just out here with my head down, trying to do the best I can. So, and Lucas, God forbid Lucas win, the commissioner. He can't win, so it's all about team chickering.
Yeah, I'm over here panicked about Alvin Kamara, who's probably going to miss the game. Steiny go, you got a sickness. I go, excuse me for preparing for my playoff game.
I mean, and Steiny, of course, the one you dispatched of just
he
hours
wished
ago.
me luck, though, to go get
that's
it.
Good.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm just going to borrow from Draymond and say, don't let me win another effing championship.
No, for sure.
Don't
For sure.
let me win. But, Guru, here's what I'd say to you. Don't get ahead of yourself. This is a long week now.
Oh, no doubt.
Okay? We all know that fantasy
it starts
playoffs,
tomorrow.
Right?
Yeah.
But that's my point. Like, there are Saturday games this week. This is going to be a journey. Don't get yourself stressed out on a Wednesday now.
I appreciate it.
We got a lot of football and a lot of ups and a lot of downs. This is already annoyingly one of those weeks. Is the world experiencing this, or is it just me? I have felt like it's Friday for 3 days. I don't know if it's because Christmas is a week from today.
It must be, yeah.
I don't know what is going on in my brain, but like it's only Wednesday, and I swear to God it's been Thursday or Friday the whole week already. So like, dude, we got to ease into this thing.
The long game.
Take your time.
All right, okay.
You're going to get some Alvin Kamara practice reports.
Yep.
There's plenty of time. It's just a click away.
All right, I'm back, Steiny.
You and Schefter, Saturday night on Twitter. You can get together and figure it all out. There's time. Everything's okay. We're going to make it. Let's go.
This is my favorite part of the season and also my least favorite because it's cool that there are Saturday games and, college and all your cute little bowl games. And I found out today on the BART train that there's actually a Snoop Bowl. There's a bowl that used to be named for a corporate sponsorship. It's now Snoop.
Come on.
The Snoop Bowl.
Is it actually Snoop?
It?
Like Snoop Dogg?
Correct. So,
dude, what is that guy not involved in?
He's involved in a lot.
He is if you ever have a marketing class, just study Snoop and nothing else. He's the most brilliant marketer in the history of our country.
And his trajectory is very Tyson-esque in that it was hard scrabble, it was behind bars, it was superstardom, and now it's gone into a whole new realm.
Joker's wild. I go, damn, Snoop is hard out here. And then he blew up.
Every brand sits in a room and goes, all right, what do we want for our ad campaign? And some guy named Jim in the corner's like, how about Snoop?
Yep.
He did
and then they hire him for $3 million, and there he is.
Well, he's available.
He's selling phones. He's selling kids' books. I mean, he's named after a bowl. Come on, man.
It's pretty
incredible.
impressive.
It's an incredible story.
So anyway, this is my favorite time of the year because you do get Saturday football, NFL, but it's my least favorite because we're down to just 48. 48 regular season games in the NFL, and I remind my partner because it's kind of a little slap in the face because we're running out of time here for football.
Well, and if you do, like, this is going to be a weird dynamic next week.
51?
Are we at 51? 48?
You've got
51?
3 weeks left, and there are 16 games a week.
48. So that's regular season.
Oh, right.
48 regular season.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Correct.
Anyway, he tried.
I was thinking it should have been 3 times 17.
Even if you're right, don't challenge him with math.
You're going to jump into crossover for the first time and try to check me? You going to check me? Checkmate, Steinmetz.
Anyway.
I don't know. We're going to double check the math there.
Next Wednesday is going to be a weird dynamic for people because what's
going on?
There's football games on a Wednesday. It's Christmas.
Yep.
Right. Like the next NFL week starts on Wednesday, and it happens to be the start of the fantasy Super Bowl.
Well, you're right.
The final. You want to talk about a long journey? You're going to start that sucker on a Wednesday.
Man.
Lamar's going to do things and then get to sit there for 3 days and find out if it matters. It's a journey, Steiny. It's a journey.
And I should say this for Friday and what's bugging me, but the NFL, you don't need to do that. Like, the Christmas day is the NBA's
Not
day.
anymore.
Well, it used to be. They dominate them in the ratings
You don't need to do an NFL.
But why does that matter? Why do they have to need to? They want to.
And they dominate.
Of course, they dominate, and we know that. It's like my brother Mike, when we were kids, and he's 6 years older than me, he could come up to me at any time during our childhood and take what I have, punch me in the face, push me in the trundle bed, do whatever he wants to do. He's 14, I'm 8. He's 16, I'm 10.
But your brothers.
Just because you can do something doesn't mean you do it.
But your brothers. Your brothers. The NFL and the NBA are not brothers. The
NFL will reign supreme no matter when they do it. You didn't need to do this to the NBA.
But that is it's one of the highest rated days of the year.
And that's all
I'm just like,
the NFL's highest rated day of the year is the day that they play football.
Well, right, but my point is, you're not wrong. You don't need to, but I'm sort of the mind of like, why wouldn't you?
You know,
why wouldn't you? Like, they're a business.
I just noticed. Maybe instead of "you're not wrong," maybe you should say, "No, you're right." It's just
no. The "you're not wrong" is the passive aggressive.
Exactly.
It's
and I can see how it can get you a little bit defensive.
That's fine. That's my job. I'm here to get you defensive now.
Yeah, and I'm here to go on the offensive. From now on. This is the new me.
Look at him,
Dibbler
Jerry
2.0.
Rice. Yeah.
No more fantasy and aggressive radio. Yeah.
Okay.
How do we make the NBA better?
That's what we've been talking about.
Ratings down.
Kill the All-Star game.
No,
they already did that.
They fixed it.
They did that. Dib, stop.
They fixed that damn thing.
I'm excited that it's coming here, and I will reserve judgment until I see it.
Come on, Willard.
But for those of you who don't know, the new format that got introduced, and I actually am not even familiar enough with it to describe it to others, but basically we've got a 4-team tournament now.
What?
Right? And people are only playing to 28 points or something like that?
40.
40? Okay.
Is this the All-Star game or 24-hour fitness?
I mean,
There'll be a lot less fighting in this one.
Here's the deal, Goo. The way I look at it, it's not that this is a bad idea. It's that it's an admission that there's no idea.
What happened to East versus West?
That's gone. It's gone.
What made it evaporate? I'm asking.
Because the players don't care enough.
They're not going to play.
Didn't the winning team last year have more than 200 points?
Yeah.
Yes,
they did.
They had the 1988 NBA All-Star game on Thanksgiving on NBA TV. Jordan, Karl Malone, and it was 108, 111. They were playing like it was Game 7. And I said, what happened there? I said, Pops, look, they were bowling, playing.
But that's our age. Like, people change. And every 50, 60, 70 years old, and you look at America and you go, what the hell is going on here? That's how it is. They're not going to play. Go to a high school. Every guy's got the same haircut. Floppy can't see through it.
Wow, man.
But they're not. That's how it is now. We're not supposed to get it. That's how it is. They're not going to play. So, like, for everybody, and Kevin Durant, take this. Don't rip Adam Silver. Rip yourself. Kevin thinks this is an awful plan.
Yeah, and I loved him.
What the hell do you want Adam to do? You're not going to try. So what would you like us to do?
I actually think one of the few guys who could actually say it is Durant. Because I look at him as a guy who
loves the game. He wants the ball.
He like even in an All-Star game, he's going to play. He's going to play. Yeah.
Is he?
He's going to get sucked into the vortex. Right. Yeah. But like all I'm saying is, and you didn't say this, you weren't wrong.
I'm not wrong. Thank you.
Like Durant doesn't have a competitiveness problem. He likes to compete.
I agree with you. But honestly, that if I was a reporter and sitting in front of that rant, Kevin, what would you like Adam to do?
You're saying that you're part of the problem.
Just
your comrades, your peers.
How is he supposed to come up with anything that is compelling if you won't try?
Well, they should go the way that the NFL has gone because the NFL players were no longer trying, and they had all these rules of no tackling, no blitzing, no anything. And now the NFL has decided, you know what? We're going to scrap the whole thing. We're going to make it a mockery, and the players actually kind of like it. So next stop for the NBA is for them to do a whole bunch of there'll be a Nerf shot,
skills
3-point, there'll be a Papa shot contest, and there'll be a dribble relay, and there'll be all the nonsense that players actually want to do. There'll be a video game contest and all the rest of it.
I'm irritated that the first time it won't be a game, even if there's no defense. Since 2000, the last time we had the All-Star game at Oracle, it'll be on our watch. And that's just nasty that it's not all one. And I get what Durant was saying, but I do like your rebuttal. Well, whose fault is it?
Well, I do think that this will be more competitive because it's a game to 40, and the 4-team format will be 3 8-player teams from the East and West, and then the best 8 from the Futures game, the Rising Stars. So it'll be a 4-team round robin, games to 40, so you won't have to really go through the long slog of, it's 148, 141 after 3 quarters. It'll be a much quicker, okay, we're down 37-34. We can try to win this game. I do think that competition will be up. The format's a little weird, but I do think it's going to be much more befitting of a younger audience. Quicker resolution, faster games, new players. Let's keep it moving.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. There's going to be 12 Eastern Conference All-Stars and 12 Western Conference All-Stars. Of those 24 players, Charles Barkley, Kenny Smith, and Shaquille O'Neal will have a draft. They will each draft 8 players. So those are 3 of the 4 teams. And then, as Dib said, the 4th team is the Rising Stars team. So they're going to have 4 teams of 8 and basically play a pickup game tournament where there'll be a game up to 40.
Will it be officiated?
No, yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And it'll be full court?
Yeah.
Yeah, 5-on-5.
Uh-oh, Goose coming around.
No, it actually probably should be half court, 3-on-3.
I don't mind the 3-on-3.
Yeah,
all right, well, let's put the real rat on the table. Why are the ratings down with the league? I said my number one thing, if you ask me, nobody did. During all the social injustice and they had the bubble, I thought that rubbed a sector of the society maybe the wrong way, and you lost fringe NBA fans. I'm not saying I have proof to back up that data. I don't think it helped. And, some disagree, but that would be in my top 3 of why the ratings are going the other way or why people have decided they don't want to watch.
I just think collectively what I think is in content, anything that is creative, entertaining content, I think the audience takes its cues from the participants. And so we have been fed for a number of years now that this is not urgent. So, fine, it's not urgent. We shrug our shoulders. And so from the perspective of they don't play as much or they don't play as hard.
Season doesn't mean anything.
Or now we've got this ridiculous NBA Cup where I'm supposed to be excited that millionaires are making more money. Whatever it is that you're doing, you're feeding us with the idea that you can't even motivate yourselves. So why the hell would we be motivated? It'd be like you two doing a radio show where you came in and right at 10 o'clock, you're just like, what do you want to talk about? I don't know. It's just Wednesday. Like if you guys did that, who the bleep would be excited about your show? But instead, there's music and Steiny goes, hey, hey, and you come in with the energy you bring into a room, you tell people, today is my best day. Let's go. The NBA doesn't do that. So we're taking our cues from them.
But the headline, if I can put Mark's great explanation into just one sentence, they don't care, so why should I?
Man.
And if you want to fix it, you can fix it. And the fix would be you divide the season into 20-game increments. And after 20 games, if you're the number one top-ranked team in your conference, you make the playoffs. And then after 20 games, you start over. So if you are, for example, a middling team, like maybe Sacramento is a good example, where your first 20 didn't go great. Okay, now you're 0-0, and you start again. So the winner of the 4 quadrants, the 20-game quadrants, you get automatic berths, and then the next 4 best overall records, you make the playoffs as well. The way they do it now with 10 teams get into something, it makes it so there's no urgency. And Mark used the word, it's urgency. NFL is urgent. 17 games,
No doubt.
It matters.
Yep.
Like, the Niners are out of it. Not really. The Niners can still make it in. They have urgency, even though they're 6-8. Until they're completely out of it, they're going to be playing like they have something to play for. Miami as well. Miami's not out of it yet. They are. But 14 of 17 games in, they're still feeling that urgency. Atlanta just benched their quarterback because they need to do something. They're 7-7. They're not going to make the playoffs. But there's urgency.
They got a chance.
Only a game out of the division.
It's
Penix.
No, fine. Penix, and they would need Washington to fall down to have a wild card. But the whole idea is urgency. And this is where baseball's hurt as well. But baseball's a little different because you can go to a baseball game even if your team is 60-80. And, you're in the sun and you're having a hot dog and a beer. And it's like, whatever. You don't have to, really invest. Like in an NBA game, if you want to go to an NBA game, it's a lot of money. And if you want to watch an NBA game, it's like, do I really want to watch this? Dribble, penetrate, pass, kick, 3. And I think that's part of it as well, is the NBA has become largely very bland. It's 5 guys with their hands up around the arc.
Robots.
Waiting for the ball to come to them.
Yes.
And, corner 3. It's a make or miss league. And rebound. Let's go the other way. Dribble, penetrate, pass, 3. The game is no variety and no urgency.
Damn.
That to me is the problem.
It's among the problems.
And then load management. It was another one where.
For sure. They're all coming from the same place.
Exactly.
To me, they're all the same subject.
For money, right? Because these guys are making so much, they're a brand.
Again,
I can't go risk it.
I think people just there's this thing that bleeds out to people. It's why we love watching athletes hustle. It's why we love watching athletes care when they're pumping their fist or they're whatever. The guy who just Pete Rose, Charlie Hustle, whatever. Right? We love to see people care. And try and put out that effort and be maniacal. We love George Kittle and people who's, there's hair flying out of the back of the helmet and people are grabbing, and it's urgency. The NBA too often. I mean, last week, LeBron's just I'm just not there. They're like, where is he? We don't know. I'll be back at some point.
That was
what the hell? Why am I I'm supposed to get fired up?
Wow.
I don't even know where you are. That's all. It's just, to me, it's messaging. It's messaging.
I was just thinking of Jimmy Butler. Why is Jimmy Butler going to opt out?
Why is he going to opt out?
Yeah,
he's
making $45 million next year, but he's going to opt out.
Because he's got it like that.
Because he wants to play. He wants to get paid for 4 more years. Get paid for 4 more years. And that he can do that now. If he would just play it out, who knows what would happen after this year. The same with Paul George. Paul George didn't care about winning. Paul George cared about getting 4 more years at that money, and somebody did it. And somebody gave it to him.
His own team didn't do him. He thought they were going to do it, but...
Exactly. It's
Joel
all about
Embiid
staying
is another
in the
guy,
game. All these guys, the incentive now isn't necessarily to win. It's to stay in this league of gluttony.
Nobody brings
riches.
This up.
And money.
Nobody
and
brings
fame.
This up.
And gratuitousness. Mm-hmm.
You look at the NFL versus all other sports. I don't want to bring hockey into it because those guys are kind of animals too. But you look at the NFL where the rosters are much bigger. There's many more players we've never heard of. Their careers are the shortest, and their guarantees are the
Some
least.
don't have any.
The game itself shows us on a weekly basis how hard they're trying, how bad they want it. You literally can't. There's people are fighting and having press conferences about it, right? A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts in the middle of a 10-game win streak.
Over a girl.
And they're pointing at this, that, the other. Like the desire, the effort, the blood, sweat, and tears is so obvious. I don't see that in any other sport.
But hasn't it always been that way, though? And then the ratings were good? Like, you know what I mean? No, because NFL is savage. You're right.
I mean, sure, there's some of that is baked in, but I do feel like the NBA and Major League Baseball, yes, it used to be, like even look at where steroids in baseball came from. Where that actually came from, it was more prevalent in the minor leagues because dudes, they were dying to get that contract. People wanted this, that, and the other. When you now have the top of your sport, and I don't want to sound jealous or anything, I'm not, but when the top of your sport, you sign one of these deals, you're done. Where's your desire? Shohei Ohtani, maybe he's special because he does show desire, but like why? What is he now chasing? He's got a World Series and $1 billion coming to him in 20 years.
But his love of the game, and I'm thinking about Mike Trout's of the world.
But not everybody's built that way. Okay. And those sports allow those who are not built that way to still succeed and participate. In the NFL, you're out. You are
I think
out.
It's real. I think one of the other things is, like, just go back, whatever, Magic and Bird. Well, they were flying charter.
Nope.
They were staying in nice hotels. They got paid a lot of money, but the lifestyle by and large wasn't extravagant. The lifestyle of these guys is they fly private planes.
I got you, man.
They get 3 meals a day. They stay in the unbelievable,
some football players used to have different jobs in the offseason back in the day.
So you want to protect the lifestyle.
But there's got to be a way you should. I don't know how you could read somebody's heart. Because I'm so naive. I watch every sporting event thinking they're all in. Everybody's all in. And I guess by even having this conversation, you guys may laugh. It's why I appreciate Draymond Green on what you just talked about. At least I know he's invested.
Yeah, the horse has left the barn because you're not going to go back to where the contracts aren't guaranteed in baseball or basketball. And, we could run down the list of top paid players in the NBA, and half of them are bums or half of them don't really care about, like you're saying, Draymond Green. Say what you want about his anger development issues, but that man wants to win every game, every possession, every moment, and I appreciate it too. And so for these GMs, as we talk about, trade targets for the Warriors, you bring in Dennis Schröder, and I do think that he's a guy who's out there. Yep. He's out there trying to win. He's out there trying to win the possession.
But the fact that he was so available and we touched on it for so cheap is still a black eye because of what the Nets were. He was going to help us win.
And the whole thing about Buddy Hield too,
when technically the Warriors got a gift from the basketball gods, but it's still
but we'll find out.
You got a haircut.
I'm getting I have a haircut appointment at 2:30.
Your hair looks great.
I told him
too much.
It's too much of it.
Well, I don't think so.
I hear
and
you.
It's a 20-minute walk.
You go to Brogan?
No,
you don't go there anymore, do you?
No, I don't.
Shout out the new place.
Did they do a bad
Jackson Square Salon.
There we go, Steiner.
Lucia on 95.7. The game.
Yeah, I'm a great Clips guy.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah, let's go. This is going to be a good one now. Glad you're with us, Willard and Dibs. It's Greg Cosell Day.
Oh, that's right.
Bobby Marks is on the show. Hunter Pence is on the show. We got a good one. We are ready to boogie. We are so glad you're with us. This first text on the Comcast Business text line, this is just along the subject of what we were just talking about. This made me smile, so I thought I'd share it. 510 text in, Art Shell was my substitute history teacher at Castlemont while he was a Raider.
Dude,
the guy's substitute teaching in the offseason. Art Shell.
I would imagine that classroom
Incredible.
was probably pretty orderly. I can't imagine, as much as I was precocious and rambunctious, when there was a sub, Mark, can you imagine the young Dan Dibley? It was a feeding frenzy.
Yeah.
If Art Shell walked into my classroom as a sub,
would you have behaved?
Dude, hands folded, mouth closed, sitting upright. Art Shell.
Schools want to fix their way. That's the way to do it.
I
Go
would
to
not
the
be
NFL.
spitballing Art
Right.
Shell, Good Lord.
Oh, it's incredible. Well, glad you're with us. We got a lot to do today, a lot that we really want to say and get to. And we have been kind of chomping at the bit since late yesterday. If you weren't with us when Steve Kerr joined us in the 5 o'clock hour, we want to circle back to some of it because there's one thing in particular that he said that has been on our minds since we walked out of here. And really think it's important that A, you hear it, and B, react to it, because we collectively, I don't want to speak for you, but I think the four of us, between you, me, and Grandy, and the director of sports, Lucas Alexander,
director,
commissioner of the Fantasy Football League at 95.7 The Game, collectively, we think that this is a precursor to what is about to happen in the second half of the year when we get there for the Golden State Warriors. This is a precursor, we believe, okay? So listen to this. It's 55 seconds, and I want to make sure you understand where the conversation started, and it was really us grabbing what we hear from a lot of you, which is they're too old, right? And you can't center your team around a 36, 37-year-old to be star anymore. You can't do that. So I asked Steve, is that realistic? We hear from a lot of people, you can't be a championship squad when your best player's about to turn 37 years old. Is that realistic? Both listen to what he says at the beginning, but listen closely to what he says at the end.
I think the answer to that is yes, it's realistic. This is a once-in-a-generation player and athlete. He's superbly conditioned. We just watched him 2.5 years ago carry us to the title. This is Steph Curry's team, and he's still an all-star. You saw him in the Olympics this past year. It's our job to put him in a position where we're in the playoffs and we give him a chance with the best group around him, the best schemes, the best coaching, the best training staff. And that's the focus. And Warriors fans know really well that guys like Steph don't come around very often. You know, we went 40 years between titles from 75 to 15. So we have Steph. He's still playing at an elite level. We have to give him every resource to try to take us home again, because we've watched him do it 4 times. So that's why we're doing what we're doing.
Okay, that's why we're doing what we're doing. And I think he said it, Dibs, 2 different ways in that clip that we just heard. He starts out by saying, it is our job. It is our job to surround him with whatever he needs. And then he circles back at the end and essentially says it again. There is nowhere in there that I heard him say, it's our job to develop Jonathan Kuminga. It's our job to develop Brandon Pajemski. It's our job to make sure that Moses Moody lives up to his contract by getting enough minutes. Like, Steve Kerr told us, without telling us yesterday, exactly what the entire mindset of the Warriors organization is. You don't have to agree with it, but this is where they're coming from. There's one focus only, Steph Curry, and get him what he needs and everything else we are willing to lose if that's what it means.
Well, the resources, and that to me means you're going to bring in players if that's what resources mean. And he talked about having the best training staff and the best coaching staff and all the other things that are already in place or are going to be in place. I don't think you're going to find a better trainer or a better head of sports medicine than Rick Celebrini to suddenly come in and that's going to make you a better team. But the one thing that makes it interesting to me is, can you be in a spot heading to the deadline where actual additional resources matter? Because right now you're stuck in a morass of 5 teams separated by 1 game in the standings. And there are clearly 2 or 3, maybe 4 teams that are the creme de la creme in the West. And then there's about 6 teams in the middle and you're one of them. So can you get to a spot where you are one resource away from being a team that can be a championship contender? That I think they have to show on the floor, because right now you're 14-11. And if you play the next 20 games and you go 10-10 and you're 24-21, how motivated will you be as a team to go out there and try to get that one resource if you're still kind of stuck in the mud?
I think very. I don't think this team needs Steph Curry or anyone else to prove to them that he can win. They're already convinced. And I'd argue the 14-11, they may respond to that by saying, yeah, but that was before our first acquisition. I think they think that they're a better team today than they were.
They are a better team today because they have a player as opposed to an injured player.
So we got to see who they are with this group. Like, whatever you think about Dennis Schröder and whether or not he is a game-changing acquisition, the Warriors just acquired a starter and a finisher. 20% of their starting lineup, 20% of their finishing lineup just got acquired, and they've not played a minute with him yet. So I don't know that we know who they are right now, because they just, at least mildly, reinvented themselves.
A little bit. I mean they added a piece when they added a piece where they didn't have a piece because Anthony Melton was hurt. But I look at the overall roster and I still see major flaws in the second unit where Buddy Hield has largely become the player that many other fans warned us about. Buddy had the great hot start and we all were saying, man, why did all these teams sour on Buddy Hield? Well, this is the Buddy Hield experience that many other fan bases have seen. And, Kyle Anderson and GP2 and all the rest of the roster, they're mostly limited players. Can you turn 3 of those guys or 4 of those guys into a real bona fide star to pair with Steph Curry? Well, maybe. And that's something that we'll have to see at the deadline. But, the whole roster right now, you're playing 12 guys and you'd love to play 8, but you can't play 8 because you don't have 8 clear-cut guys you want to play. So you're playing 12, hoping that maybe 8 or 9 of them will percolate to the top, and then you'll have 9 to play, and then you'll have a real rotation. I do think that they're playing 12 because they don't have 9.
I think that's going to start to whittle down.
It should. Didn't they say 20 games?
Yeah, they did, and we're at 25, and they just acquired somebody else that they're going to lean on a lot. They're going to lean on a lot. They're going to lean on him to score. They're going to lean on him to defend. They're going to lean on him to start.
And Steve said he's going to play the non-Steph minutes.
Exactly, all of them. All of them.
And that's 16 minutes right there because Steph is playing about 32. And then he'll play probably another 10 or at least. He'll play another 14 with Steph. So that's 30 minutes for him right there, which means Pod's minutes get cut, GP2s get cut, and, the rotation will pare down by the very nature of bringing in a 30-minute-a-night guy.
Let me ask you this, and we can throw it out to our audience at 888-957-9570. Just take the concept that Steve just threw out there. Do you agree with it? And the concept is our job is to surround Steph with what he needs, period. Period. You don't hear him say, not at the expense of 2028.
Of course.
We don't want to do that. And if financially it's not right, we don't want to do that. We certainly don't want to mess with JK. He didn't say any of that. Our job is to help Steph because we are Steph. That's what he said. And to me, it's at the core of the Warrior disagreement that I hear. I hear from a lot of fans. We talk about it. And so if that's the organization's stance, do you agree with it or not?
I agree with it, but be careful what you do when you trade Jonathan Kuminga, because I think he's trending toward being a very good player. I don't know if he'll ever be an all-star because being an all-star, and we can run over the list of who has been an all-star over the last 10 years. The list of players who have actually made an all-star team is about 50 or 60 players.
It's short. Yeah.
You get the same guys year after year. So for me, that's not a fair bar for him to have to clear, but be careful what happens when you trade Jonathan Kuminga, a 22-year-old who's got a lot of upside.
Totally get it. Totally get it. And here's what I think Steve is saying. This is really what I think. They're not asking themselves the question that we ask ourselves. We ask ourselves, is Jonathan going to be good? Is he going to be an all-star? Or, we don't know yet because it's only 22 and we haven't really seen what can happen. Last 5 games, the stats are good. That's what we do. The organization has one question for Jonathan. It has nothing to do with whether he can average 20 points a game or whether or not he's going to be an all-star someday. They have one question for Jonathan. Excuse me, Jonathan, are you the right person to stand next to Steph?
Right now.
That's it.
For me, the question is more about when. It's not if, it's about when. Because if Kuminga can be that guy in 2028, well, that doesn't help you.
That's right.
And that doesn't help for what Steve is saying about, maximizing the Steph Curry window.
I'll buy your addition. Use the words right now.
Right.
Are you the right person to stand next to Steph Curry right now? Because if you're not, you're gone. And we don't really even want to talk about any of the other aspects that scare everybody watching Warrior basketball. They don't care. It's not that they don't care. I shouldn't say it that way. They're willing to make that sacrifice.
Well, he's willing to, Steve Kerr, and I
think he speaks for the organization.
I don't know if he speaks for Joe Lacob, and you heard Joe Lacob talk about the Steph Curry timeline. What about the Joe Lacob timeline?
What about it?
And that, to me, becomes an interesting push-pull in all this because Joe Lacob is the one who ultimately makes these calls, and if you go to Joe and you say, Kuminga, Pods, TJD, and 2 first-round picks for fill-in-the-blank NBA star, and Joe says, I don't want to do that because in 2028, we're going to stink, and I'm going to be here, and none of you will be. I think there's a push-pull there that's going to get played out.
Maybe, but I with all due respect, and I know he's the boss, he's the owner, I would imagine that everybody else in the organization is like, good for you, Joe. Have fun owning in 2028. None of us are going to be here. None of us care about that. I don't even know what that means. Like 5 years from now, 4 years from now, how could we even predict what on earth is going on with any of these players or this team or the financial structure or anything else? Kyle Shanahan will call in on Zoom and say, I don't even know if we're going to be alive by then. That's not what they care about, and I am inclined to get on that boat with them. And I am fully willing. I will promise to the audience right now, if I'm the jerk in 2027, I'm ready for that. I'm absolutely ready for that. If JK is at the All-Star game in a Pelicans jersey or a Nets jersey or whatever, and the Warriors organization has egg on their face, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. And it's not because I believe that they're going to win a title if they trade JK, but I think that that's the right focus. I really do. Even if it's unlikely though it may be. So do you agree with that focus of the Golden State Warriors? This is about helping Steph right now, period, meeting over. Do you agree with that? 888-957-9570. We're coming to your phones next. Greg Cosell in 45 minutes. Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And sponsored by the California Lottery, it's Willard and Dibs.
25-7 the game.
Thank you, Slow-Mo. We've got another one, Dibs.
Yeah?
Another one.
And another one.
So,
well, DJ Khaled from you right there.
You know, Steve Kerr talking to us about, yes, it's realistic to think that Steph Curry is still at the top of his game. It still makes sense to build a team around him, still can win a championship, and then keeps pumping the idea, that's our job. Our job's to help Steph. That's it. That's it. Our job is not to develop draft picks from 4 years ago. Our job is not to worry about 2028. Our job's to help Steph right now. And it seemed like a lot of the conversations we were having with him kept ending there. Now, earlier yesterday in a press conference involving the introduction of Dennis Schröder, Steve Kerr had said to the assembled media that it was, quote, unfair to Pods that they had put him in the position they had put him in, basically being a starting ball handler in the NBA. He's like, that's not really, he's better off ball. That's not really what, but he was forced into that because of the Melton injury, and now we've got Schröder. So we followed up with him there and said, could you expand for our audience what you meant by what was unfair to Pods, and take a listen to where that conversation goes.
He came to us last year as a combo guard, and he played next to two Hall of Fame point guards in Chris and Steph. And then to make him the lead ball handler behind Steph this year on a team that isn't like really a modern NBA spacing team where you got 4 or 5 out. We put him in some positions where, he's trying to make plays. There's not a ton of spacing. It wasn't easy on him, and that was a role that was new for him anyway. So I think this will make the game a little easier for him. I think, anytime you get a new player, you kind of have to gauge what it does with everybody else's role. And so this will create some opportunity. Obviously, Dennis will also take up some minutes, and there could be some opportunities taken away as well. But we are just going to do whatever it takes to win. And that's the plan. And, we'll see how it shakes out.
We're going to do whatever it takes. We're going to do this year.
Yeah.
We're going to do whatever it takes. And that may mean it hurts. That may mean it's not the smartest thing. He kept pounding that home. And so it wasn't lost on us. And I wonder how that makes Warrior fans feel.
It makes them feel good, I'm sure, if it works. But if you try to do everything it takes to win and you trade young assets and draft picks and you still don't win, well, then now you're feeling as a Warrior fan like, what the hell are you doing?
Sure.
You trade Kuminga, Pods, TJD, GP2, Kavan, whoever the names are. Kuminga, I do think, is going to be a centerpiece to any of this. If I'm a trading team, I don't want to just take your bad deals. And Brooklyn is one thing where Brooklyn is in a complete rebuild, and so they get rid of Schröder and they take Melton. They don't even care. They want to lose. Losing is winning for them. If you're a team like New Orleans, for example,
maybe
I don't
the same
know if
thing,
you can,
no?
Not really. I mean,
why not?
You get rid of Zion, yes, but you would want to get assets back in a young player. Maybe it's not Kuminga because you don't want to pay him. Maybe it's Pods, team control, and maybe it's multiple picks. So the Warriors trade for Zion, let's say hypothetically, and he comes in and he does what Zion does. Couple weeks of, oh my God, amazing. Couple months of he's injured and it doesn't work out and you're a play-in team and you don't go anywhere and yet you gave up draft picks and young assets, then fans are going to say, well, you didn't do what you said you were going to do. You didn't help Steph.
I think the Golden State Warriors are of the mind of, we are absolutely willing to take the criticism if it comes.
Of course.
This is what we're doing.
Joe Lacob does bold things.
Yes, we are married to this. Our feet are dug in, and if it doesn't work, and if we end up making a bad decision in an effort to make a good one, that's life in the big city.
It is, but you're going to open yourself up to criticism.
Sure. They're okay with that.
Well, and they're also okay with it if you don't do anything. And think about last year, the last couple of years where Warrior fans, you need a big man. You need to trade for a big at the deadline, and you don't, and Warrior fans are critical of that. So no matter what you do, if you don't win, and I'm hearing the Giannis quote that you sent out early this morning about the idea of failure. And maybe we'll play that later in the show because I thought it was one of the best sound bites I've ever heard about the notion of failure from an organization.
Right.
If the Warriors don't win the title, is it a failure?
Well, it's funny that you would say that, because maybe in this case it would be more than when Giannis was talking about. A lot of people, and we can play it in a little bit, a lot of people remember what you're referring to, which was after they were upset in the playoffs 2 seasons ago, and a reporter for the second year in a row asked Giannis if this represented a failure, and he really fired back at the reporter and was like, I remember you asked me that last year.
Eric.
Right? Eric,
Really
I remember
good.
you asking me that last year. And then goes into all of the reasons why you don't win every year. And when you don't win, maybe you're building toward the following year. Speaking of Giannis, by the way, who 3 weeks ago all Warrior fans had decided was ours, and because the Bucks were bad, and so I'm sure Giannis is going to beg out of there. I don't think they've lost a basketball game since. They've now won the NBA Cup, whatever the hell that's worth. And you look at where they sit in the standings. Exact same record as the Warriors, by the way, and have moved up to 5th in the East at 14-11 and have won 8 of their last 10. They're exactly a mirror image of the Warriors, by the way.
Pretty much.
They're all they look great.
They started terribly, and now they're suddenly hot.
Yeah. So let's hear from some of you. Do you agree that that is the correct philosophy for the Warriors this year? Help Steph this year, period. Nothing else matters. Brett on the Bay Bridge. Hi, Brett. Thank you for calling.
Happy afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up?
Yeah, I honestly, the thing about Steph is that he's such a good person. He's so likable. Everybody loves him on and off the court. If he was like, a bad superstar, like somebody that we didn't get behind, I think that transition would be easier to like go in a different direction. But because we love Steph and we don't want him to go anywhere, and we want him to be part of the Warriors 20 years from now in the organization somewhere, I think we have to go behind him. Because, if you look at what the guys that we've put to help him, there's no one there. Kuminga's the closest thing we have to it, and he's inconsistent. So, I think in hindsight, all things being 2020, Steve's right. Anyways, that's my take, guys. Have a great day.
Yeah, Brett, thanks. Brett. I tend to agree, and maybe this is an opportunity for me to explain a little further this week's tweet that got sent out that made some people mad. Because if you just read it on the internet, it makes it sound like I just think that Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Pajemski and other young players in the organization are trash, and you can just move on from them.
You did say that they would have nothing if they, like when Steph and Draymond are gone, you said that the organization will have nothing.
Right. And what the context of that is I'm not talking about that individually. I'm talking about that collectively, the view from 10,000 feet. In other words, I don't think that simply the presence of those players makes you an important team in the NBA. It does not make you a playoff team. My point is, when Steph leaves this organization, it's a reboot. It's a start over. And if you've got Kuminga and Pods or whatever you have, like, great, that's a start, but it's not a start that like matters. It doesn't get you anywhere on its own. You're going to have to start over, and you're going to have to make a bunch of great moves. And so that will be true whether they have him or not. And that's all I'm getting at is I don't think that it's such a sure thing, or that he's so uber talented that I would be scared in this moment. I would not let that. And I don't know that that's going to be the linchpin, but I would not let that stop me from pushing all the chips into the middle of the table this year.
Well, I think that if you have those players and those picks, it gives you a better chance to shorten the reboot. And if you look at every single team that had a player that was iconic and transcendent, and when that player leaves, almost every single time that franchise has had to reboot. The one example we all use is San Antonio, right. And what happened was they were a playoff team every year. David Robinson got hurt. They tanked. They won the lottery, and they got Tim Duncan. So that is something that doesn't happen every day. Tim Duncan immediately as a rookie leads them to a title with David Robinson, and they bridge it with Manu and Tony Parker and the rest of the fellas, and then they get Kawhi.
Yeah, and then they get Kawhi.
And then they get one with Kawhi. But since then, since Tim retired and Kawhi left, they've had to go through a long reboot, and now they have maybe the next franchise guy, the big fella, Victor Wembanyama, but still, every other organization that's had that player, they've had to go through a certain amount of time. So you're not wrong in that sense. My counterpoint is, if you have Kuminga and Pods and Moody and TJD and first-round picks, you have a better chance of starting a reboot faster than if you have none of that.
I don't argue that. It's just a risk I'm willing to take. When you say, let me ask again, do you agree that this is the right philosophy for the Warriors right now?
Depends on what that move is. If you bring in Jimmy Butler, no. If you bring in Brandon Ingram, no. If you bring in Zion Williamson, no.
But you're talking about the execution. I'm talking about the philosophy.
The philosophy to me only works if the execution is there.
But the philosophy is the philosophy. Like, to me,
right. I don't like the philosophy. I don't believe it. And I've said this for weeks now. I don't believe that you are one player, one move away from being a team that can win a championship.
What if they said that it wasn't one move? It's 2 or 3. What if they countered and said, we've already made one?
You've made one, and I like that move.
And maybe we'll make another one or 2 more. I don't know what they're going to do.
Of course.
Their point is that at all stops, every single exit on the freeway, it's the same sign. Help Steph.
Right, and I don't think that you can get enough help for Steph to have it actually matter.
Okay.
I don't think that there's a move.
Then it's a bad philosophy.
Or 2 moves. Yeah, it's a bad philosophy.
Yeah, see,
there isn't a move or 2 moves or 3 moves or whatever you want to do. Those moves don't exist to help Steph to the point where you can actually be a team that goes out and wins a championship. I don't believe it.
Yeah, I get why you don't believe it, but at the same time, I guess I'm questioning how you can sort of take punches at air. Like you're punching a deal and you don't even know what the deal is. So that would be my only sort of response to what you're saying. I get where you're coming from, where you're saying I don't see the deal, but maybe the deal is one that we don't see coming.
But I don't know. What's your deal?
I don't know.
I go Harbaugh on you.
I don't know.
Well, they don't know. And
what's your deal was actually Pete Carroll, but it was Jim Harbaugh that made him say it.
Right.
Anyway. Go.
Jim Harbaugh was involved, was he not?
I was at that game. Anyway, go ahead. Yes, he was.
What's your deal? And if you want to talk about making a big swing for a big fish, then, yeah, you're going to have to take 3 or 4 players off your roster, a roster that will be thin, and you've already got your superstar with knee tendonitis. You've got your power forward who needs ice every time he walks near the sideline. I don't see it. I don't see any move. You can pick your move, pick your deal. I'm not buying it. This team is who they are. They're 14-11. They were great. They've been terrible. They're going to be great and terrible again. This is heading toward a 45-37 seed and a dice roll in the play-in, and I don't see any move or moves that make this team suddenly better than OKC, better than Dallas. You don't have that chance.
I can't argue your opinion, but here's what I think I can say. If you feel that way, then I would argue you should feel like they should be shopping Steph.
No, God, no.
But why? And I know how you're going to answer, at least I think. You're going to answer about the business model of the Warriors and the standing that he has within this community and organization.
It's an entertainment vehicle.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, I don't think Joe Lacob would actually agree with you. It is. It is those things.
In a private moment, he would say absolutely.
That's not how he runs it. He's never run it. He's never run it that way. He is do you not believe him when he's just this is about winning?
It is.
This is about winning.
How does trading Steph help you win?
Because you would, if you firmly believe what you just said, which is that there is no path to the end for the Warriors right now under Steph Curry, then. And you also said it makes you reboot quicker if you hold on to your assets.
Right.
Go get more. That would make you reboot even quicker. In fact,
you're tanking and you're going to the lottery.
You're arguing that the reboot is already underway. If you're saying there are no chance, there's no way for more anything. There's no way for more championship runs or even deep runs. That's not on the table. Then I would argue the reboot is already happening.
I would say
so. Why would you not accelerate it even further?
Because your chance of a run, to me, is as good with the current roster as it would be if you traded 3 or 4 pieces and a couple of picks to bring in a player.
But you get there quicker. That was your point. You get there quicker if you start the reboot and hold the assets.
You get there quicker in 3 to 4 years, is what I'm saying. And you're not going to trade.
But maybe it only takes 2 years.
So you're going to trade Steph. First of all, you trade him and it's 50 whatever million this year, 57, highest paid player in the league. So now you're going to take back a couple of bad contracts and you're going to tank and you're going to go in the lottery. They're not going to ever do that. And you're going to have to trade Draymond too, because Draymond's not going to stick around for that.
Again, I'm not advocating this. I'm simply saying that if my opinion were your opinion, and I saw absolutely no path for the Steph Warriors to be a real winner, then I don't know why you wouldn't think the next thing.
Well, because it's more... Okay,
it feels like you have one leg on each side of the fence.
Not at all.
That's what I'm hearing.
I'm not saying they have a 0% chance of going to the championship. I would put it at about 15% chance with this roster.
That's a big chance.
It's a small chance.
That's huge. In the NBA, there's only a handful of teams that have any percentage chance. 15%.
Okay, I won't put a number on it. I'd say right now, if you look at their team, I would say they have the 9th or 10th best chance to win a championship.
Okay.
So they have a chance. If you keep the roster as is, I think that gives you an equal chance as if you made some big move and gutted your depth and tried to bring in a star. All that does to me is make you more vulnerable to where one injury to one of your older players can really dismantle what you're trying to do.
I guess I just don't. I don't know how you can say that without knowing what the return is. I get where you're coming from.
I mean, pick your guy. Pick a guy.
I'm not going to. I don't know who it is.
I mean, who would you, if you could pick any player right now in the NBA,
player?
Pick a player.
Sure,
any
Giannis,
player.
Giannis.
So you go out and get Giannis.
Okay.
You bring in Giannis, and that's going to cost you Wiggins and GP2 and probably a couple other guys just to make the salaries work and a couple of picks.
I think they'd be the title favorite. Literally, I think they'd be the title favorite.
Draymond and Giannis.
Completely.
And Buddy and Schroeder.
Good Lord, yes.
Yeah, I don't see it that way.
Wow, yes. Scream from the mountaintops.
You're automatically better than OKC and you're better than Dallas.
I believe you would be, yes.
Yeah, I don't see it that way.
I don't know how the hell you would defend that. Steph and Giannis, I don't know what the hell you would do on any possession. Again, and just where I stand.
Yeah, a lot of minutes for Pat Spencer.
If you're going to give me any player, and again, it's not realistic, but my point is.
That's my point, though, is what's the deal? Pick a player.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. I don't know. So my mind's going to stay open until I see who that player is. I can buy what you're saying based on a few of the rumors that Shams likes to yell about every day. I'm not big on the idea of Jimmy Butler. But I don't know.
Ingram is hurt, and Giannis needs to mix in a salad. Shout out lunch today.
What if it is Zion and he does stay healthy? That's intriguing to me.
Excuse me while I
know.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, but I mean,
he's missed 50% of the games in which he's been available to play.
But Dibs, what
if they get Joel Embiid and suddenly he decides he likes basketball again?
Maybe. Like every championship run, or even those that fall just short, they're all laughable miracles.
The KD Warriors were not laughable miracles.
Okay.
Those things were rubber
maybe
stamped.
not all of them, but 3 years ago was a laughable miracle.
It was a
laughable miracle.
Things broke their way.
If anybody said in January, this is how it's going to play, you'd have had the same reaction.
Well, you got to April and they were a 3 seed, so it felt like there was a chance. And right now you're stuck in the middle again, and you're a team that has lost 8 of 10. And you bring in Giannis and you trade 4 players, and now you've got a real 8-man, 9-man rotation, and you don't have Reese Beekman anymore. Now we need Guy Santos to play minutes.
I don't know what's available.
That's why I wanted to ask you, what would be your dream target? And
Giannis.
The one that's interesting to me would be Kevin Durant. If you're talking about
sure, but the Suns, where are the Suns sitting right now? Suns have the same record as Warriors.
And you were talking in the offseason about the Suns. They had to dismantle that thing, and turns out they didn't.
Well, my point was if they were
smart, exactly.
If my mind's thinking was they absolutely had to do that if they wanted to do right by their organization. They didn't do it.
Right.
They didn't do it, and I would predict the same sort of first round-ish exit for them again this year. So we'll see. Ben in Oakland. Hi, you're on Willard and Dibs. What's up, Ben?
Yeah, it seems to me you have to go with Steph because you got a generational 1. So is it easier to get a 2-3 to couple with Steph and, fringe trades? Or are you looking 3 or 4 years down the road, and at best you're going to have in Kuminga a 2 at best. I think he's a 3 at best, to be honest with you, and search for another 1 to go with him. Because,
4 years ago, I went down to Summer League and I watched Kuminga play. And in all honesty, I think it's our fault that Kuminga is the way he is, because I think in his mind, he really thinks he's better than he is. You know, when I first saw him play, I didn't see that hunger that, you know, really good players always want to improve, and they don't need anybody to tell them that. They want to be the best versions of themselves. With Kuminga, I hear all these callers say he's athletic, he's this, he's that, and he is all that. But his head, I think he thinks he's so good that he don't need to improve. Whatever he brings to the table is enough. So I definitely go with Steph, even if we got, you know, even if we're a play-in team, because 3-4 years from now, what do you got? You got Kuminga, who's a 2-3 at best at 2, if he flourishes, which I doubt. And then you got a couple of role players off the bench in TJ and Pods. I mean, we're not even a playoff team yet, and they're, you know, they have trouble making the lineup. So if you're a playoff team, you know, it's nice to have role players, but that's the epitome of mediocrity there. I'd rather, I mean, Steph sells seats, right? Kuminga, losing team, I'm not going to go see Kuminga. That's it.
Ben, thanks. Appreciate it. I think Ben makes a lot of very fair points. I don't want to squash where Kuminga's going, but where my mind keeps going when he says he's a 2 or 3 at best, I'm like, okay, let's go there. Let's say Jonathan Kuminga is just a bona fide NBA 2. My response to that is the way the Warriors look at this, and I agree with them just for this moment. Even if you knew Jonathan Kuminga was a 2, I have another question. Is he the right 2 for Steph? That's what they're asking. I don't think they're asking, is he a future 2? I think they're asking themselves, is he the right 2 for Steph? And most of the data we have received through 4 years, and if we want to be more fair, just last year and this year where they've really let Kuminga
right. I
cook
think
a little
just
bit.
this year would be even a better way to look at it, because last year Clay was still holding on to being the 2.
The answer is more often no than yes.
I think that they're still figuring it out.
Maybe.
And I look at, something I asked Steve Kerr yesterday was, end of game, what are we doing other than the Steph screen and roll? And I do think that they're going to start going to Kuminga more. And now that Schröder's here,
we'll see.
You're going to get more Schröder late in games. They've got to find some way to score other than Steph, go save us.
Caleb, Mr. Lee, those of you on hold, we're coming 888-957-9570. All in on Steph. Help him, period, end of story. Is that the right philosophy for the Warriors? Because it sounds like that's what it is. Greg Cosell, 20 minutes. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That is BayAreaOilChange.com. This is Willard and Dibs.
Do you know the most important factor in your company's success? It's your people.
Bay Area. This is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, hello, Jonathan. Before we get back to the calls and continue this conversation, 2 quick asides. Number 1, a question. Are you ready for Greg Cosell?
Yep.
You have got your rough exterior on?
Got my notes.
Okay.
Brought notes. And I've been looking at the Brock Purdy interception after the Kyle Shanahan comments about them, the referees needing to call illegal contact.
Well, he said a few things, but he certainly tried to soften the blame on Brock for that interception, and we'll play that for you in a little bit.
Sure, and I'm looking at the all 22 from that play, and the cornerback does contact Jawan Jennings like the way you would contact somebody as you're saying, maybe excuse me. It is not worthy of a flag, in my opinion.
I'd have to look at it again. Jawan, he stops. He got stopped on his route. I don't know if there was anything illegal there or not. Sometimes it's incidental. I'd have to look at it again. But we'll throw it to Greg Cosell. We'll let you hear what Kyle Shanahan had to say about it. Also wanted to let everybody know that according to somebody who has 9 followers on Twitter, the Giants and Corbin Burns have a deal at 8 years and $256 million.
9 followers.
And the person spelled Corbin Burns right. It's not like the Arson Judge situation.
Okay.
But the person has 9 followers.
I wonder if this news actually breaks from somebody,
not 6, not 7.
somebody reputable, if they give credit, if there's a hat tip to the 9-follower person.
Well, that's what we're in that time of the year with baseball free agency where people will just throw it out there, and then if they accidentally get it right, they're like, "See, you got to credit me."
Yeah.
But if they get it wrong, they have 9 followers.
8 and 256.
Yeah,
that's 32 a year.
Sounds about right.
That's $1 million a start.
Sounds about right.
That sounds like a bad deal to me.
Oh, I disagree with that.
8 years for a pitcher?
I mean,
dude,
Corbin Burns a dog. That's a
For now,
dog. That's a bulldog.
Talk to me in 2028.
Well, and I think that's kind of the concept I'm getting at today. I don't give a crap about 5, 6, 7 years from now.
Well, you will 5, 7 years from now.
Because there's 1,000 different ways to get out of it and reboot, and everybody's got bad contracts and all of those things. So 888-957-9570, is it the right philosophy for the Warriors to simply say the only thing that matters is helping Steph this year? That's it. Because we felt that that's what Steve Kerr was saying to us yesterday when we asked him, is it realistic to build a team around somebody who's about to turn 37 years old?
I think the answer to that is yes, it's realistic. This is a once-in-a-generation player and athlete. He's superbly conditioned. We just watched him 2.5 years ago carry us to the title. This is Steph Curry's team, and he's still an all-star. You saw him in the Olympics this past year. It's our job to put him in a position where we're in the playoffs and we give him a chance with the best group around him, the best schemes, the best coaching, the best training staff, and that's the focus. And Warriors fans know really well that guys like Steph don't come around very often. You know, we went 40 years between titles from 75 to 15. So we have Steph. He's still playing at an elite level. We have to give him every resource to try to take us home again because we've watched him do it 4 times. So that's why we're doing what we're doing.
We have to do everything we can.
Give him every resource.
Surround him with who he needs and just take all your other thoughts and opinions and tuck them into the dishwasher and hit start.
Yeah, and just all the resources.
I mean, again, that's what they're saying. And
that's what he's saying, yeah absolutely.
And the question is that the right philosophy? My answer is yes. I'll acknowledge that it may hurt. But sometimes you make decisions in the moment that you're aware may hurt down the road.
My answer is no, and I acknowledge that it may help and it may actually work out, but I think it's too great a risk for reward that's not really there.
You ever go on vacation?
Not really anymore with a 2-year-old, but I used to.
Used to, right?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
Always.
Okay. Did it hurt sometimes when you get back and you looked at the bank account?
Usually.
Yeah. I'm just,
usually did, but, you know.
Let's go to Caleb in Livermore. Hi, Caleb. Thanks for the call.
How's it going, guys?
What's up?
What up? I heard you guys a few moments ago talking about Giannis potentially, but I want to talk about 3 guys real quick, and they're all big, man. The 3 guys I want to mention are Nikola Vucevic, DeAndre Ayton, and Larry Markkinen, who do you feel makes the most sense, and who do you think you're going to have to give up to get one of those guys?
Well, okay. Yeah, thanks, Caleb.
Markkanen's off the table.
Well, for
this year.
Yes, exactly.
He cannot be traded before the deadline.
Correct. But if again we're playing Fantasyland, that's to me the one who's the fit. I would have loved him in the offseason. I don't know where those conversations went, what offer was on the table, what not. I think that Lauri Markkanen would have been a wonderful fit. Again, I'm going to use the word fit. I think we get too far down the road of, is this dude a dog? Is he a great player? Is he I don't care what you – that's kind of what I'm saying about Jonathan Kuminga. He's an exciting young talent. He's a really good player. But I question the fit on this roster and whether or not he'd put Steph and Dre in their best light. I think Lowry would have been a wonderful, wonderful fit. Vucevic is interesting and available. Ayton less so. I really want who the Warriors acquire right now to not be defensive liabilities, but I want them to be able to put the biscuit in the basket, okay? I really they need more offense at the end of games. And so, not that Ayton is horrible offensively, but I would argue he's the least skilled of the three that you brought up.
And Vucevic, honestly, is probably the best fit in terms of style, and he's a veteran. He's a shooter, and his contract for this year and next is not that high. So you could probably get him much more easily than you could going out and trying to land one of these bigger fish, Ingram, Zion, LeBron, KD, Giannis, whatever your top of the market guy is. A Vucevic deal is much more workable. He only makes $20 million. So you might be able to do that with a GP2 and a Looney and a first-round pick. That might be enough to get him, depending on what his market's going to be. Right. I do think a lot of teams are going to be interested in a 6'10" stretch five.
Yeah, or it could be Wiggins and a pick, and then Vucevic and another player coming back. Something like, maybe it's just Wiggins. You know what I mean? Mr. Lee in Fairfield. What's up, Mr. Lee?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So I hear Dibs backpedaling because I think you boxed him in a corner, Willard, because, again, I agree with you. If Dibs is saying, I can't think of one or two or three players that's going to make this team different, I'm agreeing with you, Willard, then just blow the whole thing up and just get started right now. Now, however, what I will say in reference to Dibs, name a couple of players, this team would be far better had they brought in Hartenstein and Mikal Bridges, for example. Those two players would make this Warrior team a real contender in the West. 100%. Just those two players alone, not superstars, two good players that do definitive things. Mikal Bridges can defend and shoot the three, and Hartenstein just plays good basketball. Smart player, does the right thing. But again, Dibs is either we're gonna find somebody, or I'm agreeing with Willard, we got to blow it up.
Yeah,
let Steph and them go.
It's not the way that goes, Mr. Lee, and I appreciate that. And they probably could have been in the Hartenstein market, but I don't believe they had the cap room to go out there and sign him.
I don't think either guy was gettable.
Mikal Bridges, he was traded for, 6 first-round picks? It was an exorbitant amount in the package. So we can all dream about Hartenstein, and he signed for $30 million this year for OKC, 3 years and $87 million. The Warriors were not in the market for that. They didn't have the money to go out there and do that. So if you want to look at what could have been, you got to look at it honestly. And you do also, you don't have to, but I look at it from the business side of it. You're not going to get rid of Steph Curry. You're not going to blow it up and take what Steve Kerr said is, if it's been 40 years and you've got a generational talent, you're not just going to throw him out to start the rebuild early. That's nonsense.
Okay, so I'm not trying to even act like you're boxed into a corner, but what I'm saying is the concept you're bringing up, I believe, Steph, Draymond, and Steve themselves would poo-poo. Like nobody is of the mind of, look, don't mess up the future. Just ride this out because you're not going to win anyway, but also don't get rid of Steph because he's box office. Like what it sounds like you're sort of advocating. I get the point that you're making about I don't know if the move exists, but what you're advocating is just grabbing a Mai Tai and just cruising through the rest of your career And I don't think that those three guys are of that mind at all. Like, I think that they hate that idea with a passion.
What happened to the beginning of the year where you started out the year 12-4 and everything's humming and it looks like, maybe the upgrades you made in the offseason and Buddy Buckets and all the rest of it, and now you fall on hard times, and so now all of a sudden we got to surround him with every possible resource?
I think a combo of fool's gold and the Melton injury. I think that those two things.
Well, you've offset the Melton injury by bringing in Dennis Schröder.
But we haven't seen it yet. So let's see it. Let's see it for one. But I can admit that what we saw early, that's not really who they are. They were hot. I think now this is not really who they are. They're cold. I think it's somewhere in the middle, but I don't think that the Warriors were ever of the mindset, even at 10-2 or 12-2 or whatever they were. I do not think that they were of the mindset of we're good enough to win a title as we're currently constructed. I really do not believe that they thought that, especially when Melton went down and the winning continued for a second. That's why we've heard their name bandied about with rumors really for the entire calendar year of 2024. So 888-957-9570. We're not done with this at all. But coming up next, it's one of our favorite moments of the week. 3:15 at Wednesday. Every single week, we get to spar, battle, learn, get knocked down, get back up again. Greg Cosell, NFL Films. Wait till you hear what Kyle Shanahan said about the Brock Purdy interception against the Rams. We'll throw it to Greg and see what he has to say about it. We are sponsored by Lucky California, and this is Willard and Dibs.
The perfect holiday meal starts at Lucky.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Gets me every time.
Is that Porky Pig?
Well, we should just ask ahead of time when someone awesome like Greg Cosell of NFL Films comes on. We should just say to him, listen, don't fake it.
Yeah.
But if you hear a great question, say it. Say it, and then you'll be like emblazoned as part of the show for the rest of your life.
And most of our guests don't realize that that's actual show currency. That's like the highest award that we earn over the course of a year is when you get that's a great question.
You get like free lunch around here when that happens. It's a big deal. So we are going to try to ask great questions right now on the River Islands guest line with our absolute favorite NFL Films executive producer, Greg Cosell. Hello, Greg. How are you this week?
Gentlemen, what's happening?
You know what? Less urgent football than we thought. That's how I'll answer that.
Yeah, I guess it's not likely they'll be in the playoffs, huh?
It is highly unlikely, Greg. It is highly unlikely. Listen, we definitely want to go over the Rams game that was almost a week ago. Also talk out some things about not just the Niner quarterback, but some other quarterbacks around the league who are making news right now. But can we start with this? For a lot of 49er fans, the moment that the season really kind of ended was when Brock Purdy threw that deep interception in the end zone against the Rams when they were already in field goal range. We want to play for you what Kyle Shanahan said today about that interception, because it felt like he was kind of taking some of the blame away from Brock, and then get your breakdown of the play.
You mean the play? Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah.
You mean the play where Jennings was illegal contacted twice?
So first of all, you've jumped Shanahan. So that's great. Listen to Kyle, and then I'd love to hear more about that. Here it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think Brock's an extreme aggressive guy in terms of, you guys don't see him throw a lot of picks. He doesn't throw into double coverage much. When it's single safety, you want to hold the middle third player and throw a double move on the outside corner. You'd love to be able to check whether he's got a chance or not. But when he did look out there, the guy squatted, and then he bumped him, which is ICT. You can't hit him 12 yards down the field, which stopped Juwan. And then he's got a pass rush coming at him. So it's really easy to say with the clicker in her hand and stuff when he's not on top. But to hold a safety and then look out there, see a guy at a dead stop, and then have a two technique coming right at you, he's going to let that go. And what you coach, so in the heat of battle, I always tell the receivers, worst case scenario in situations like that is offensive PI. It's never a pick. I don't care if you have to tackle the guy. So the first thing I look at is, does Juwan stop on the play, because he's got to protect Brock, and so we can at least survive it and have a chance to overcome the penalty. And he couldn't get to it once he stopped him there at the 12-yard spot. Couldn't catch back up, and I'd love Brock to check it down, but the protection's got to be a little bit better for him to see all that, and the corner did stop. So it was just an unfortunate play.
Okay, so when Kyle refers to an ICT, he's saying basically the same thing you just did, which is that it's an illegal contact penalty. So, Greg, what's your breakdown? It sounds like you agree with his.
The only thing I would say is, if you're going to throw a stutter go, it's hard to throw a stutter go against a bailed corner, and Williams was bailed. He was playing 9 yards off. So, again, Kyle could disagree with that, and hey, he certainly knows more than I do, but that's the only thing I would say. But the bottom line is, Jennings was illegal contacted twice. He was illegal contacted by Quentin Lake on his initial stem, and then he was absolutely illegal contacted by Williams. So, we can debate whether Brock should have thrown it or not, but you're not throwing it expecting the illegal contact. So, but that's a fact. I happen to be looking at the play again right now while we're talking. So he was illegal contacted twice. So the only thing I would say is, and I don't know how it's coached. I know coaches deal with it differently, but some coaches will say you're not going to throw a stutter go versus a bailed corner, but I don't know Kyle's philosophy on that.
Well, as I'm looking at the play myself, Greg, letter of the law, yes. The first reroute happens at the 6-yard mark. So if we want to pick nits and talk about the 5-yard bump, this occurs about a yard beyond that.
Well, the ball's at the 33. Okay, I'm looking at it right now.
Yes, as am I.
Right, he gets contacted. Yeah, that's close. It's like the 27 or so. It could be, but it could be called. Normally, by the way, that's called because he gets pushed pretty good by Lake. Okay, I mean, it's not like a little love tap. He gets pushed off his route. But clearly, Williams with his right hand, illegal contacts him. You can't do that.
Well,
That's
to me, it looked to me like, two-way hand fighting. Jennings is extending his arm as well, but that's neither here nor there. My question to you is more a general one about what you see on the film about checkdowns, because it seemed to me in this game that Brock had 3 or 4 opportunities to check it down, but he's too married to the deep throw. Did you see instances in this game where he could have taken checkdowns?
That's a whole... We're not going to know the answer to that because we don't know how that's coached. And let me just say a couple things. And this is not a defense of Brock Purdy, who, by the way, I'll tell you what I said in my notes so people understand that this is not a defense of Brock Purdy, because I did say that Purdy has not been as decisive turning the ball loose with the kind of timing and anticipation throws that have been his strength since he became the starter in his rookie season, that there have been times he's been tentative, and that has resulted in throws we have seen him make sometimes not being attempted. So this is not a defense of Brock Purdy, okay? But there's a couple of things that we'd be having a totally different conversation that have nothing to do with Purdy. If Samuel doesn't drop that ball, that may have been a touchdown, okay? And we might be having a totally different conversation about the game. You know the play I'm talking about on 3rd and 10 from the 29-yard line midway through the third quarter. And Samuel's physicality totally beat Williams on the inbreaker, and Purdy put the ball right on him, and he had run after catch. Now, whether he scores or not, we don't know, but he certainly gets into the low red zone. So we might be having a different conversation. Now, obviously, he made a poor throw, and it was a missed opportunity when he missed Pearsall wide open on the deep post on the 1st and 10 shot play. He underthrew that badly. That should have been a walk-in touchdown. And that's one that he just missed. He underthrew it by quite a bit. He just missed it. I also thought that he also had Samuel on a middle seam on 2nd and 20 from deep in their territory, but he left the throw short, and that allowed Kitchens to undercut it. I thought that could have been a better throw as well. But the checkdowns, that's something you have to understand how that's coached, how he's coached to look at what he's looking at and when to come to a check down.
Yeah, and that's hard to, I guess, know unless you're in the room, because I'm looking at that same play, Greg, 2nd and 20, and my notes on that one, your notes better than my notes, but my notes, right, I wrote down that Garendo was open on that throw, 2nd and 20 to Debo, and that's why I was asking you about the checkdowns, because it seems like there's a lot more available that he took last year that he's not taking this year.
That's a hard question to answer, and like I said, it's hard to know, because don't forget, when you call a vertical route, you're starting with the vertical route. You're not starting with the checkdowns.
Right.
So if you feel that the vertical route is there, okay, and all you can say is what's in the quarterback's head. We're not in Purdy's head, but when you call routes where you have a deep to short concept ending with a check down, the check down is the last thing, not the first thing.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, is with us. I'm glad you brought up Ricky Pearsall, even though you were just kind of talking through a play, because we've talked about him with you before, and there's been a lot of discomfort from the fan base at how few opportunities Ricky's gotten. And I think people want to know, is that because of the way Ricky is running routes or the offense? What have you seen with him as his games develop?
Well, let me ask you this.
Okay.
If Purdy didn't underthrow that ball, would we be having this conversation?
Not this early in the conversation.
It's funny. I made it a point to watch Pearsall closely because you guys ask me about him every week, and he wins on some routes. Sometimes the ball's not thrown. He obviously won on the 16-yarder on 2nd and 9 midway through the fourth quarter, where he beat Witherspoon on the inbreaker, and actually Purdy had a move in the pocket on that play, which was really good pocket movement, making an off-platform throw. And then he obviously, on that deep, ball, I forget who he ran by, but he just ran by him with speed, and that should have been a walk-in touchdown. So, no, I don't. The other factor, too, is you have to remember he's a rookie. Okay, think back to a lot of rookie receivers. Was Brandon Ayuk a big-time stud in his rookie season?
No, not a big-time stud.
No, I mean, you gotta you have to understand these things that sometimes it takes time. I can go back in history and talk about a lot of receivers that have become good, and no one's going to put Pearsall ever, in the category of the Jamar Chases or the Justin Jeffersons or Devontae Adams, who, by the way, also struggled in his rookie year. But, so I don't think there's a problem with rookie Pearsall.
When you look at this Niner offense, and particularly the passing game, do you see an offense that struggles against man? And if so, what are the reasons that you see on film that has led the passing offense to struggle against man coverage?
I mean, I think at times the receivers do struggle to get open overall. And by the way, there's really not a lot of speed on this offense. I mean, you could argue Pearsall's the fastest guy on the offense, and he's a rookie receiver. This is an offense that lacks speed. So there's really no speed. And keep in mind, it's not just the pass game. This is an offense that has not run the ball this year the same way that they've run it in the past. And really, that's the starting point of this offense. Everything kind of works off that. As good as Purdy has been throughout his short career, he's still in many ways a quarterback that needs a multi-dimensional offense. I hate to use the word system quarterback. Everybody is a system quarterback, by the way.
Yep.
But he needs a complete offense. He's not he's not Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. I was having this conversation with people, and they play Miami this week with the guys who work with me on the matchup show, and I was talking about Tua, and you guys know Mike McDaniel, obviously, and I know him as well, and I think we all have tremendous respect for him, but Tua's dropping back 40 times a game this year. That's way too many. He's a system quarterback. You can't do that. They have no run game in Miami, no real run game. Everything is space. Let's get guys in space. Sometimes you have to line up and run the ball. The Niners do, but they've not had much success, certainly in the last 5, 6, 7 weeks. So, and by success, I mean sustaining success. Is there a big play every once in a while? Yes. But I'm talking about the kind of success that allows you to stay on schedule as an offense and keep your playbook totally open, and you dictate to the defense and you control the pace and tempo of the game.
Greg, I'm looking forward to getting back to the Miami Dolphins further in this conversation. Tyreek Hill said something today that we can discuss. But what about this? Both Jerry Rice and Steve Young publicly stated this week, Kyle Shanahan, who has done this before, needs to reinvent himself. Do you agree with that statement, and what does that mean to you?
I don't know what it means because I don't know what it means to them. I mean, can you give me more information about? Well, I guess
the context of the conversation is that it's sort of along the lines of what Dibbs was just saying with the man defense and how it is getting the 49er offense to struggle. And so Kyle Shanahan, maybe the league looked at him all offseason, and maybe they found some weak points and they were helped by injuries and all of that stuff. But it's time for Kyle to kind of maybe evolve that offense a little bit. Do you agree with that?
I think that coaches are always looking to do that. And by the way, this is not the first time that the league would be looking at Kyle Shanahan's offense. He's been coaching in the league for a long time and doing a lot of the same things in terms of what he does. All coaches have kind of, a template of what they do. Now, can they add to that? Can they adjust? Sure. And if they're talking about, maybe making some adjustments, I can understand that. I think every coach, let's put it this way. My guess is Kyle's trying to do that anyway. Whether they're successful or not, we're not going to know the answer to that. But there are certain things that you have to be able to do, and if those things don't happen, like if they can't run the ball, okay, let's just say if they can't run the ball, it's going to be really hard to have a consistent offense because as good as Purdy can be as a certain kind of quarterback, he's not going to take over a game in the way that, Mahomes or Allen or Lamar Jackson can. He can't do that. So they need to be able to run the ball. Now, if you want to talk about whether he's got to change his run game, that's a different question, and there's not 1,000 things you can do in the run game.
And one thing that you mentioned earlier about space in Miami, and I look at this Niner offense, Greg, and they don't utilize the width of the field very often. Is that what you see on film? Does it become easier to defend an offense when you have so many tight splits offensively?
Not necessarily. The Rams are a tight split offense. So that's, again, every situation is different. There's no hard and fast rule. That's why these answers, there's no specific answer here there's not one thing. Oh, if Shanahan does this, we'll be good to go. There's no specific answer. The Rams are a reduced split offense, and they're very good at it. A lot of teams run reduced splits and have success. So it's, that's a hard question to answer. But the one thing they do lack is speed. And they have really, in some ways the offense is somewhat condensed, and it's condensed because they just don't have any speed.
Greg, getting Dre Greenlaw back out on the field, I think for while he was out there was invigorating for fans. He maybe looked better than people thought, but I wonder what specifically you saw on film.
Yeah, he looked pretty good. I mean, he looked good right from the start. Because obviously he's a very he's a rangy player. He's a movement player. He's an aggressive player. He's a competitive player. I thought that he looked pretty good. This game was an odd game because the Rams controlled the ball for more than 35 minutes, but they were only 4 for 15 on third down. Those two things normally don't go together.
Yeah, and you look at what they did in the second half, and it feels like a blueprint for the season where Kyron Williams was able to just run up in the A and the B gap and have his way on the ground. When you look at the film, is that a glaring weakness of this defense for the 49ers, their inability to control the action between the guards?
But he didn't have his way. Only 11 of his 29 carries gained 4 or more yards. That's what's so strange about the game. He didn't have his way. That's a very low percentage. So it was a very odd game. And don't forget, he had 29 carries for 108 yards. And like I said, only 11 of them gained 4 or more yards. So it was a very strange game in that regard.
Yeah, and I'm looking at his runs, though, in the fourth quarter, and 5 of those 11 came in the fourth quarter. I was just theorizing about a second-half Niner defense that has struggled routinely in the late game scenarios against that very thing.
Yeah, and obviously in a close game like that, that's where you want to shut them down. But and don't forget, that was the nature of that game, where those 5 runs, that probably gained 6 or 7 yards, seemed like huge plays because the score was 9-6.
Yeah.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films. Definitely want to ask you about this week's opponent, Miami. And I know Tua's been in and out, and so that's the obvious answer to some degree. But Tyreek Hill, for example, this morning tweeted, "It's time for me to go, coach." I don't know how to translate exactly what he means by that. My guess is it's time for me to cook, right? It's time for me to get more. What do you see with that offense? Because he had such that generational year last year, and it just hasn't been there this year. What do you see?
Well, number one, I think they throw it too much. Number two, I think that teams tactically are doing some things to take away those inbreakers. See, Tua is a phenomenal window thrower, but he's a specific kind of quarterback, and he's a pure timing rhythm player who works between the numbers and between the hashes. And some teams obviously do a better job than others. That's always true in the league. Even though everybody knows what he is, some teams just are better equipped to handle it than others with how they approach it. For instance, last week, the Texans did a really good job with a tactic that they used. Other teams have done a really good job at times. But beyond that, there's not... Tua is very specific. He's very good at what he is, but he's not more than that. And when it is working, they just eat up yards and yards and yards because they get a ton of run after catch. They may have to try to go more vertical and take some shots and try to push those corners back and we don't know if Waddle's going to go this week. That remains to be seen. But certainly Hill, he can run by people, but you don't run by people 10 times a game. So, they may have to think through just some... But the other thing is the run game, it's so funny. Everybody talks it's a passing league, and you need a great quarterback. And, obviously no one's going to say that that's not true. But, at some point you got to line up and run the ball. And they don't line up and just run the ball. Everything is about space. And they have all this speed with A-Chain, even the back they drafted from Tennessee, right? It's all speed, but they don't really line up and run the ball.
Yeah, the teams that have run the ball, the 6 most in the NFL, are all in current playoff spots. So to your point, when you look at the Miami defense, Greg, what do they do from a scheme standpoint that the 49ers are going to have to try to counteract.
Yeah, they haven't been as good this year, as they were in the past. So they've struggled a bit. So defensively, from a coverage perspective, I mean, look, the bottom line is they're going to have to try to run and get their run game working, because if they can't get their run game working, it's going to be really, really hard. And I'm being honest, it's going to be really, really hard to play if they can't get their run game going, because they're sort of built on being able to do that. Now the Dolphins play very, very little man coverage. I mean, in fact, they play the lowest percentage of cover one in the NFL. They're a heavy cover three team. Now, assuming they do the same thing, there's many ways to attack cover three, and that's what you have to do. You've got to call cover three beaters, and then you got to protect. They've been missing Trent Williams, who I guess could well be out again this week. Yep. I don't think he practiced today, right?
No, he might. Kyle actually said he might be out for the rest of the year.
Well, there you go. So, yep. I mean, that's an issue right there. That changes things, too. Because you know what that does? That forces you in certain situations to have to help your left tackle. And that changes and limits your pass game. See, all these are factors, guys. It's never one thing. And, I try to explain that. I've done the matchup show. I created it in 1984. And one of the main things I've always hope that people understand when they watch the film segments that I do is that there's a lot going on. There's never one answer. There's so many variables as to why things work or don't work. We always focus on the quarterback. Oh, what's wrong with Brock Purdy? Oh, must be the play calling. There's always an easy answer, that everybody, fans in the 700 level feel that they know the answers. It's way more detailed and nuanced than that.
Greg, what a perfect segue into the last thing I wanted to ask you, which is to weigh in on the topic du jour of the week, because Brian Baldinger was on our station yesterday, and the guys asked him, what would you tell John Lynch to do about the Brock Purdy contract talk? And his answer was, I'd go flip him for Sam Darnold. Now, look, I'm not going to ask you to weigh in on trades or signings or whatever, but can you tell our audience what you see with Brock this year and what feels like a little bit of a regression, and Sam this year and what feels like a little bit of an elevation? What's going on there?
Well, Darnold's playing at a really high level. He's in a really, a different offense than the 49ers. It's a little more intermediate and vertical based in the way Kevin O'Connell structures his offense. He's obviously got really good receivers, but again, you still have to always isolate the traits of the quarterback. Darnold is clearly incredibly comfortable this year, and one way you know that he's very comfortable is he's sitting in the pocket, letting the bodies get around him, and still making big-time throws. In the past, if he did that, he just didn't see things clearly. This year, he's seeing things clearly, which I'm sure a function of Kevin O'Connell and the way he's being taught. Obviously he was only in San Francisco as a backup, so we have no idea, what would have happened if he'd been the starting quarterback. And you always have to be careful. Darnold is a more physically talented quarterback than Purdy. No one would argue that. So, if he was the Niners quarterback, how would he run Kyle's offense? We don't know the answer to that. He was here, but he didn't play. But he's obviously been very receptive to what Kevin O'Connell teaches and the structure of that offense and the receivers that they have. And by the way, a run game that's been better than the 49ers. So there's been a lot of elements that have really helped Darnold, but he's played at a high level.
Greg, great stuff. Happy holidays. We won't talk to you till after. Thank you as always.
Oh, what do you guys get time off? What's going on?
Well, that's the word. We're gonna try.
Hey, I don't get any time off, guys, All
right, then I'll just call you next week on Wednesday. We can just chat, you and me.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Greg.
All right.
Yes. Greg Cosell, NFL Films. We'll react to that. And by the way, I think we should play the Kyle Shanahan Rams interception thing. Let's talk about that a little bit. Bobby Marks is a half hour away. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Sponsored by California Lottery as well, Willard and Dibs.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, gift scratchers from the California Lottery. With so many to choose from, you're sure to find the right gift for
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Listen. We are big boys. We're adults. We have to be able to see it and say it. You kind of got served. I'm just, that's the way it went.
Well, it's funny because
it's no one's fault.
And both of my counterpoints to Greg Cosell, they didn't put him fully in his place, but I was right on the Kyren Williams thing, and he can talk about 9 of 29 runs went for 4 more yards. My point, had he let me complete the question, was
that's not his
the
style.
Second half. And I have it right here.
I understand.
The yards per carry in the second half on these drives, he went for 5, 4, 6, 7. He had a 9. He had a couple of 9s and a couple of 4s.
He was able to put the game away. There's no question about that.
And that was my question.
But how did you phrase it? You didn't like the way you phrased it. It made it sound like he was just cooking all night.
That he was gashing.
Gashing.
Yes.
Well, that's a big word.
It is, but if you
I
look
don't know
at
if he was gashing.
He was in the second half.
He got what he needed in the end.
If you look at his runs, and if you or he would care to watch the film.
I was sitting at the 40-yard line for the entire game. I watched every play.
You were wet and shivering and snuggling. You were not grinding.
We were not snuggling.
Yeah. Too wet to snuggle.
I wish I were grinding, but no.
Hey.
No. I was sitting there watching the football. You better be careful. And I would push back just as a fan on the idea that Kyren Williams gashed the 49ers. He did not like Saquon Barkley a couple of weeks ago. That's gashing. So I understand why Greg stopped you. I understand your point too.
The point
he
is,
got what he needed in the end.
He got everything he needed.
He got what he needed in the end.
And he can say 9 of 29 runs, but I believe 8 of those were on the last 3 drives. So
can I ask you this question?
You can say I got served, but here's the idea, Cosell.
Again, listen.
Wait for the question to be asked and then come back.
Getting served by Cosell honestly has nothing to do with being
weekly.
It has nothing to do with being right or wrong.
And the idea,
it's just something that happens.
The idea of 2 illegal contacts on that play. How soft are we going to be?
All right.
Because not once in the entirety of the season would that first bump at 6 yards ever be called.
But he's telling you, as someone who does this analysis for 50 years, that yes, it does.
Yeah, 40 years
He
now.
literally said that call is very usually made.
The second one down the field, yes. The first one is never made.
The first one. You're going to challenge NFL films on this?
What I'm going to tell him is what I told him in the interview. He gets rerouted at 6 yards. They never, ever call that.
And he's telling you they do. He's telling you they
should have.
No, he literally said in the interview they usually call that.
And he's wrong.
Okay.
And if you want to pull up every pass play in the league this year, you look at every pass play and you look at contact beyond 5 yards, it happens every pass play.
Listen, I'm not a tape watcher like he is and how you pretend to be.
I don't pretend. I watched the tape and I was looking at that play as he was breaking it down.
Greg Cosell is unemotional with this. That's why
doesn't mean that he's always right.
No, I'm not saying he's always right, but on that particular point, I feel like it's a safe bet to back him because he's unemotional and he's telling you that specific maneuver through his years of watching is usually called. He's not saying it should be. He's saying his tape watching of officials and that play is it usually gets called. And just here's my translation of this. And we're going to play for you what Kyle Shanahan said about it that got this conversation going. I am starting, and this is not about you at all, I am starting to wear very thin on this concept of any time anybody says anything that they see that didn't go their way, we have to scream and yell that they're using excuses. Like, I'm really starting to get a little frustrated with this. Because I'm sorry, that is life and it's the way human beings talk. And I don't believe that just because something didn't go the 49ers' way, it's as if a lot of people would like Kyle Shanahan to have one press conference and 2 sentences, and that's it, every week. I'm sorry for what happened. It's my fault. Thank you for listening. It seems like that's what a lot of fans want him to say, as opposed to what he does say, which I have heard, Kyle, many times. He did it today with Devondre Campbell. They asked him about...
Well, that's easy. That's low-hanging fruit.
Maybe, but they asked him about signing him in the offseason, and he didn't say, well, Devondre's a fool. He said, obviously, we made a big mistake. Sounds like accountability to me, and if it's low-hanging fruit, it is, but he grabbed it.
Right, sure.
But for me, like, there's none of us that don't talk this way. I didn't hear him say, we got jobbed.
No,
I heard him
caping
say
up for a quarterback who made a bad throw that ultimately cost you the game, which cost you the season.
And Greg's just spent the end of our interview saying that anytime something happens on a football field, there's 8 things at least going on.
Right.
But I hear the way fans and media like to operate. No. We got to pick one thing and start pounding it into the face because it's your fault. And it's usually either the coach or the quarterback.
Well, in this case, it's the ref's fault.
Well, whatever.
That's what I'm getting from Cosell and from Shanahan.
What I want is just the whole story. Like, give me your perspective, okay? You give me your perspective. Kyle didn't, like, you listen, dude. Does this sound like him fully blaming the referees? Take a listen.
Yeah, I don't think Brock's an extreme aggressive guy in terms of, you guys don't see him throw a lot of picks. He doesn't throw into double coverage much. When it's single safety, you want to hold the middle third player and throw a double move on the outside corner. You'd love to be able to check whether he's got a chance or not. But when he did look out there, the guy squatted, and then he bumped him, which is ICT. You can't hit him 12 yards down the field, which stopped Juwan. And then he's got a pass rush coming at him. So it's really easy to say with the clicker in our hand and stuff when he's not on top. But to hold a safety and then look out there, see a guy at a dead stop, and then have a 2 technique coming right at you, he's going to let that go. And what you coach, so in the heat of battle, I always tell the receivers, worst case scenario in situations like that is offensive PI. It's never a pick. I don't care if you have to tackle the guy. So the first thing I look at is, does Juwan stop on the play? Because he's got to protect Brock, and so we can at least survive it and have a chance to overcome the penalty. And he couldn't get to it. Once he stopped him there at the 12-yard spot, couldn't catch back up. And yeah, I'd love Brock to check it down, but the protection's got to be a little bit better for him to see all that. And the corner did stop. So it was just an unfortunate play.
What I hear him say, indeed, are 8 different things. I hear him say the protection needs to be better.
Yeah.
I hear him say, yes, I would love for Brock to check it down, but the circumstances probably prevented him from being able to see that. I heard him say, I wanted Juwan to tackle the guy, but he wasn't able to catch up to him in time. And yes, I heard him say it also was a penalty, but it wasn't called. And I didn't hear him complain about that. I didn't hear him whine. I didn't hear him say, my gosh, can you believe our bad luck? He's taking you through all the different things that led to said interception. And it's layered, it's complex. I don't hear excuses. I hear a perspective and a story being told through his eyes.
And the interesting thing that Greg said that I liked, the way he broke it down, is when you go through progressions, the check down is the last option. You go from deep to check down. And I'm watching this play again for the 13th time today, and he is pressured. And instead of when pressured, thinking about the check down, he is all eyes on Juwan, and Juwan never gets on top of the route. And as Greg mentioned, it's a stutter and go, and he stutters, and the safety doesn't bite on the stutter. He stays back. And so Brock obviously didn't see that, and he's pressured. And instead of holding it or checking it down, he just took a chance. And yeah, the second contact with the corner, illegal contact. And honestly, it would be pass interference because the ball was already in the air. I don't think it would be
Either
ICT
way.
if the ball is thrown.
It's
a big difference because then it becomes spot of the foul.
It's close in terms of whether the ball's been released or not yet.
And I think that, the bigger question for me, and I asked Greg this, and he didn't really have an answer, was, is Brock eschewing or ignoring the check down more than he used to? Because it seemed last year he was more willing to, if a play isn't clearly open down the field, he would take what he can get. And this pass play, for me, is an example of Brock this year taking more chances than he needs to take when you've got guys open underneath.
Yeah, and what I hear from them is that not only were you not able to get through the progression, you literally couldn't see it. Like, he would have gotten to the check down, but the left edge rusher for the Rams is about to eat him.
Yep.
So you don't have time. And so
shout out Colton McKivitz.
I think there are a lot of plays in football where you are assessing risk reward in milliseconds. And that's what Brock did on that play. And it is a fair thing for Greg, and I think you're saying this here too. If there's a criticism of Brock tucked in there, it's one thing, which is that you took a chance at a one-on-one down the field in a situation where the corner was laying back. He was giving ground. Therefore, you have to worry about him being available over the top to make a pick. But think of all the other things that happen there. Yes, you're pressured in the face, so you can't move through different progressions. Yes, maybe he was penalized twice. And yes, maybe Juwan is coached at the end of the day. Go tackle that guy if all those things happen and go wrong.
He couldn't get there.
But he couldn't get there. He couldn't get there. So there's there's a list here. And I just wish that was fair. I would like that to be fair.
It's all fair, but the bottom line is you threw a pick when you were in field goal range, and you threw a pick, and because you threw the pick, you lost the game.
You did, but that play has literally led to a national conversation this week, very much buoyed by this radio station and a comment made by Brian Baldinger, but it has led to a national conversation about Brock Purdy's contract, whether or not he should be the future, and whether or not the Niners should go after Sam Darnold. I literally do not think that conversation happens if A, that interception doesn't happen, and B, Debo's drop doesn't happen.
Well, and it's even 3 plays before that, and I just was watching that film as well, where he underthrows Pearsall. Pearsall goes in motion pre-snap, and it's clear that it's zone because nobody follows Pearsall, and he runs a beautiful post, and he beats the defender by about 7 yards, and Brock Purdy throws a moon ball.
Brock misses him. He missed him.
Well,
yes.
He was way, way late. He's late. He threw it high. So it's not just the interception throw. It's a series of throws in that game that were there that he didn't make.
You are right, but I don't hear much discussion about that. It's the pick when you're in field goal range, and then
the Debo drop was huge, of course.
And those two things now have these 2 plays. And we're having a 4-year conversation now suddenly that feels renewed about the Niner fan base's confidence in Brock Purdy and the future, which I think is, wow, premature.
Well, we can get into the validity of that conversation, but I think it's time for the legal.
It is time for the legal, and also to let you know that, by the way, Steve Young just said some things on the Dan Patrick Show with regard to the future of Brock Purdy's contract, and we should let you hear it. And we will take some of your calls. We see you coming. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. What trades might actually be available for the Warriors? Bobby Marks, for our money, the best capologist the NBA has to offer for ESPN, is going to join us in about 12 minutes. 12 minutes, Bobby Marks on this show to talk that out. Take a listen to this. Dan Patrick Show, Steve Young.
Look, I think that Dak Prescott, the Cowboys are going to suffer for a long time because they paid him a number that now in many ways takes from the ability to build teams to go help you for the very thing that you need. And so that's the dilemma, because everyone loves Brock and loves his game and loves his efficiency and his leadership and everything else, but we got to make sure we have the money to put the people with him to go win it. Because if the goal is Super Bowls, if the goal is winning some rank and file regular season games, maybe get to the playoffs, that's a different goal, and that might mean different. But if you're talking about we want to go to the Super Bowl, we need people to be there to help Brock. And if he doesn't, and so that it becomes just how much is there available, and it is a zero-sum game in some ways with a salary cap.
Okay, I love this because to me, some of us might be having the wrong conversation with regard to Brock Purdy. I don't think that the conversation should be about average annual value, like 55 or 60. Right. I don't think it's that, and I also don't think the conversation should really be centered around do you want Brock as your future QB? Because the 49ers answer is yes. They want Brock Purdy. The word that we should be discussing is structure.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what needs to be discussed. The structure of this deal. Yes, the Niners want him, and in my opinion, yes, they should, but the structure of the deal and its allowance for the 49ers to maneuver at other positions is what I think is the responsibility of both their front office and Brock and his agent to understand, and I think that's what Steve is saying.
Right. The structure is everything, and you look at contracts that are already signed in the NFL and the structure of them. Deshaun Watson's contract, fully guaranteed. That structure was a disaster when he signed it, and it was only made worse by the fact that he actually went out and played football. Kyler Murray's contract structure was a disaster. It's been offset a little bit this year by the fact that he's played better, but they still are saddled with that contract. The Kirk Cousins contract structure, not as long, not as expensive, but that contract is going to hurt them. He's not going to play for them again.
Well, they can get
and there's
out.
going to be a dead cap hit, though, that they're going to have to carry.
Probably,
So that structure is a bad one. We all talk about Daniel Jones and what a joke it was to give him $4 and $160, but the structure of that was such that it was a 2-year experiment, and they were able to get out of it relatively pain-free. So you look at Brock Purdy, and you want to give him 5 years, and you want to give him enough money to where he's made whole, but you want to structure it so that the majority of the money comes in the first 2 years, and the majority of the money is in a signing bonus that can be prorated over the life of the deal. So even if it is $55 million a year over 5, which is $5 and $265, if the signing bonus is, let's just call it 90, which would be $16 million a year, that can get offset and spread out so that you could pay him a ton of money in the first 3 years, and then if he's not working out, you can get out of the deal, and all of a sudden it's not a $265 million deal.
I just think flexibility and maneuverability. It's like the 49ers have, they should sign Brock Purdy to an extension. He should want to stay. He should want maneuverability and flexibility the same way Tom Brady did. He should want not just money, but he should want to win. He should want that. And I believe there is a way for everybody's back to get scratched. I really do. Let's take some calls on the Niners. Big D in the city on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Big D, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing, man? Like to hear you guys again. If I don't talk to you after that, Merry Christmas and everything else.
To you as well.
Yeah. You know, I watched that game, and, you know, you guys hit a lot of points. Even Mr. Cosell did about the speed on the outside we're missing. But, you know, what time was it when Dre Greenlaw went out of that game?
It felt like it was somewhere in the neighborhood of halftime. Yeah, just past halftime.
Yeah, and right then and there is when Mr. Williams started to gash. So, you know what? We've been exposed on that part. And Brock was off. I admit Brock was off that day. But, you know, still pay him. But try to get a prenup on him. What happens if his shoulder messes up again? Then what?
Well, and Big D, I think the prenup in NFL terms, thanks Big D, is exactly what Dibbs and I were just talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just about how long until you can get out of it. And that's why Deshaun Watson, for example, is such a horrible, horrible contract and bad idea, because there's no maneuverability and flexibility. And this is a moving goalpost for every single contract that's out there. I have no problem with Brock getting a big number, average annual value, and it'll look good on the internet, and everyone will go, oh my God, they gave him 58, but it doesn't actually need to be that. The way to keep it maneuverable and flexible is, as you just said, to make sure that there is an out within 2 or 3 years that allows the Niners to move, and make sure that it is structured in those first 3 years to where they can still sign other players. And they can do that. Right. That can be achieved.
And they will do it that way because they have cash on hand. As David Lombardi has said to us every time we've talked about restructures, I'm looking at the Trevor Lawrence contract, which was $5 and $275. The guarantee was $142 at signing, but they did it the opposite way, where that contract gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and the cap hit is 17, then 24, then 35, then 47. And then they do have some dead years that he's never going to see. His base is $50 million in 2029 and $53 million the year after that. Those years are never going to be seen. But until then, the ability to get out is difficult because that number keeps getting bigger and bigger. If you do it the other way, if you give Brock a lot early after a couple of years, like Daniel Jones, then you can say, well, this is not working out. And here comes Cooper Manning's kid. Maybe we want to, poop for Coop.
Who knows? You got to keep that flexibility. Mike in Emeryville next up. Hi, Mike. Thanks.
How you guys doing, man?
What's up,
Mike?
Can you hear?
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to say I listen to you guys every day, man, and but all I want to say is they need to stop Purdy bashing, bro. They really, really need to stop Purdy bashing. What they need to do in order to get back to Niner football is get an O-line. Now, if they can get Purdy at like say 45 and try to convince him like you want to stay on your feet, don't you? So, get me some O-line, man, because that's the only way we're going to get back to the run game. You got an O-line, you can't open no holes, you can't run.
Mike, I agree.
Mike.
I agree completely. Although I know, again, I understand there's no way to get out of our conversation constantly falling into the average annual value. It's not really what matters. They can address the O-line and give Brock 55. They can. It's all about structure, but conceptually what you're saying, Mike, I couldn't agree more. That's not only true for Brock and the 49ers, it's true for, checks notes, all football teams. To me, I know people love quarterbacks, edge rushers, cornerbacks, and now seemingly wide receivers and left tackles. Those are the positions everybody cares about, but I'm going to take it beyond left tackle. That collectively, I just think if you've got a great offensive line, you've got a good football team. Period. And you heard Greg talk about it. It is one of the major reasons why Sam Darnold is playing so well. Did you hear the first word he used? He goes, he's very comfortable.
Right.
Well, what makes a quarterback comfortable?
Time and space. And I do think what Greg was saying is spot on when it comes to not only Brock Purdy, but the Shanahan offenses. It's really predicated on being able to run the ball. If you can't run the ball, all the play action doesn't work as well. All the pre-snap hullabaloo doesn't work as well. And if you don't protect Brock Purdy, he's not the kind of quarterback who can sit back there and do it on his own like a Josh Allen or a Patrick Mahomes.
Here we go, brother. We're sponsored by Lucky California, and Bobby Marks is about to join us. ESPN, NBA front office insider, capologist, and oh, by the way, someone who was quoted this week as saying the Warriors would certainly be a team there for Zion. Let's talk to Bobby Marks next on Willard and Dibs.
The perfect holiday meal starts at Lucky's.
The game.
All right, you ready to do this?
I can't wait.
Yeah, we've been looking forward to this conversation, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And what we're talking about is Bobby Marks of ESPN. He is our favorite capologist, front office insider, and so in a year like this. And, Bobby, you know this. A day does not go by where we don't hear the phrases Golden State Warriors and big game hunting constantly, absolutely constantly. So can you characterize sort of the why and the where that stands right now?
Well, I mean, I think the why is because you're trying to maximize the window of probably one of the greatest players of all time, which is Stephen Curry. I mean, I think that's probably the big reason, the why. Certainly you've kind of fallen to the back of the pack, or maybe the middle of the pack right now, as far as from a roster standpoint. I mean, from a playing standpoint and where you are in the standings. And I think, to go big game hunting, you have to have, the contracts, the young asset, which would certainly be Jonathan Kuminga, the draft picks, which they certainly do. And then you add all that up and you try to, figure it out in a complex set of rules where a lot of teams are impacted by. So although some players might be available now and some players might be available in a month or two, they're not easy to be, attainable.
And if you look at some of the big game they might be hunting, I know you had previously mentioned Zion Williamson as a possible target, and I could see why New Orleans would want to do that. They're having a really down year. They're struggling. What would it take, in your opinion, for the Warriors to give up that would be amenable to New Orleans in a trade for Zion?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned Zion just as listen, there's not many superstar players out there. Certainly Jimmy Butler's name has been out there. Brandon Ingram's out there. I think why I talked about Zion, and I think the only reason for Golden State, if you go down that path, is if you're not giving up much to do that. And it's because it's, based on his injury history and the contract. His contract is one of the great contracts out there because there's no guarantees after this year. It's non-guaranteed for the next 3 years after here. So if you're going out and pursuing him, then that's there's less of a risk taking him on. Then you're saying, like, well, why would New Orleans do that? And that's right. Like, why would the Pelicans do that where they're not maximizing his value here? So I think Zion would make sense if you're giving up a first round pick and maybe one or two players that match. Not giving up Jonathan Kuminga, not giving up probably not even maybe Brandon Podziemski as far as kind of like, if it's Wiggins and an expiring contract, then that maybe makes a little bit more sense because the risk is not there for you if you're the Warriors.
Okay, I want you to circle back and say that slower for our audience. You're saying that Zion Williamson might be attainable without touching Jonathan Kuminga.
I didn't know. I'm not going there. I'm saying that if you're going to pursue him and the risks that come with it, then you're not going to put a guy like Jonathan Kuminga in a trade.
Got it.
That's kind of, yeah, that's, we listen, Golden State's been linked, Sham said it a week or two ago that they're targeting an all-star, right? Who's an all-star? There's no all-stars out there unless it's, Butler and Ingram right now. And I don't know if that makes sense for them, but an all-star that has franchise type ability when he's on the court. Now the butt comes with when he's on the court, of course. And that's why I don't see teams willing to give up the farm for him because there's no certainty when he will be on the court. There's no certainty that he'll hold up for a 60-game season. That's why I said it's kind of a low risk if you're not willing to give up much for him.
Got it. Okay. And so while you talk about maybe they aren't all-stars, maybe they're just the level below, but you've mentioned Brandon Ingram, Zion Williamson, Jimmy Butler. Who else might be available that could potentially be interesting to the Warriors? Yeah, I mean, those are as you mentioned, those are the three. That's, when you read the tea leaves right now, that's it right now. I mean, that's kind of what, if you're looking at, I guess, all-star level talent, I'm sure there'll be one or two guys that will shake free in the next in the next month or two and stuff like that. But that's kind of the landscape. Zach LaVine's a name certainly that's been talked about. That's a lot of money to take back. All these guys is a lot of money to take back. Jimmy Butler's making $49 million to go out and trade Jimmy Butler, and we've got a piece going tomorrow. You're going to have to trade 4 players. That's the reality. Maybe even 5 players here to go out and get Zach LaVine. The same thing here. The economics of the CBA does not allow you to go out and try to acquire all-stars. It makes it extremely, extremely difficult, especially where Golden State is financially. And where they are financially is out of the second apron, but are they in a spot where they have to take back dollar for dollar? Yeah. Yeah, they're not. Well, I mean, they're not in the first apron, but they're technically in a dollar for dollar position because they're only $330,000 below the first apron. So you can't exceed it no matter what. You can't exceed that threshold no matter what. So that's why it makes it, listen, if you want to go out and say, we want to go out and get Jimmy Butler, okay, we're going to probably trade 4 players. So, you can, whether it be Wiggins or Payton or Looney or Kuminga, and we've got to have enough space to replace those players and take Jimmy Butler back. So that's the challenge that comes with, trying to go after one of those players. When you think about Jonathan Kuminga, and we here have a mixed bag of opinion among diehard Warrior fans, what does the league think about Jonathan Kuminga and where his game might go and what the open market might command next year when he is a restricted free agent? Yeah, I mean, listen, I think Jalen Johnson in Atlanta got 5 for $150. I think that would be a number I would be fine with for Jonathan Kuminga, maybe even a little bit less. I don't think he's as consistent where Jalen Johnson is right now. Where the market is going to be next summer or this upcoming summer, there's really one team that has significant cap space, and it's the Brooklyn Nets. Everyone else is kind of in a tier 2, 20 to 25. Brooklyn's got a ton of room to go out if they wanted to go out and put a whopper of an offer sheet here. So I'm curious and I'm interested to see certainly more. You kind of want more body of work. I think we'll see that here with Kuminga over the next 4 or 5 months. Bobby and Bobby Marks, ESPN, is with us here on Willard and Dibs. Bobby, is it your understanding that, because Brooklyn is an interesting name here, is it your understanding that maybe in conversations for Dennis Schröder, there might have been some larger deals where at least ideas were swapped, and that Brooklyn is interested in Jonathan Kuminga, but that's kind of what held it up? No, I think what was talked about, and I think it's been reported there as far as what's the availability of Dorian Finney-Smith and Cam Johnson. I think that's, and I don't think, you're not trading Jonathan Kuminga for Cam Johnson. No offense. I think that's kind of, I think those were if you're looking at, maybe 2 potential targets that maybe you could have tried to make the deal a little bit bigger and it just didn't work out. Those were probably the 2 names. I haven't heard Kuminga at all linked to Brooklyn as far as in the trade. When you think about other selling teams, is it too early to put Chicago in that bucket? Because a lot of fans out here have their eyes on Vucevic as a nice stretch 5 that Golden State would be covetous of. Are we still too early in the process to really start to tab some of these teams as sellers? Yeah, I mean, Chicago's in an interesting spot just because they owe their first to San Antonio. It falls out of the top 10, and if you look at the track record of them over the last 3 years, there's been an incentive to make the play-in. I don't see that changing much here. As far as I know, they've kind of
gotten a little bit younger here with, certainly with making a Josh Giddey trade and, how they've added in the draft here. But it's hard for me to, even if they get a first-round pick and they're taking 2 expiring contracts back to kind of move off Vucevic, who's really having one of his better years.
Bobby, back to Jimmy Butler. You said this would be complex. Maybe it would take a lot of players. Let's say the Warriors were interested in Jimmy Butler. How would that deal look and work?
Yeah. I mean, you're basically you're looking at certainly Wiggins because it's the big number at $26 million. You've got some expirings with Payton and Looney. I think they get you to another $18 million. So you're getting close to that $48 million. Probably another player involved. As far as I don't know, would it be Kuminga? Would it be Podziemski? Maybe. You've got up to 3 first-round picks you could trade. You probably got a third team that you would have to move one of those players to. You got to be comfortable paying Jimmy Butler when he's going to be 36 years old in September on a $50 million per year contract. I think that's the big if too. That's a big question mark. Are you willing to do that? Is Miami willing to take back Wiggins? So there's a lot of but that's kind of what a structure. Schröder could be traded February 5th if you want to go down that road. Probably you don't. I think Dennis will be really good for them. But that's kind of what a structure would look like.
You know what I'm hearing, Bobby, that I think would be surprising to Warrior fans is a lot of and I'm not going to call them proposals, but just these ideas that we're sitting here swapping sound like they don't include Kuminga. And I think Warrior fans are at least cruising around today thinking to themselves, that's what the other teams are going to want. Do you believe the Warriors can maneuver at the deadline, make big swings, and keep Jonathan?
I think with the players that we're talking about right now, whether it be Butler and I think certainly Ingram, and I haven't heard anything with Golden State linked to Ingram. I think you can keep Kuminga and potentially if you're willing to basically give up. I think that the draft equity certainly is important here. I think it's a matter of what's important to Miami. What's important. They're not a team that takes a step back and builds through the draft. So what's important to them from a player standpoint here? But I think that would be the end goal as far as if you're trying to do a deal and try to keep Kuminga from being involved in it.
Have things become so untenable between Butler and Miami that him being traded is almost a fait accompli? I
don't think so. Listen, I think once they didn't extend him this offseason, and he's still extension eligible for 2 for $113. I think they knew there was going to be some noise. Certainly we get to mid-December. They'd been playing pretty well before they lost to Detroit. It's not a distraction. If you look at it, I think the Butler rumors were going to be here the whole year. It just kind of pops in the last week here. He hasn't asked to be traded. The report that Sham said that if he were traded, these were the 4 teams that he would prefer to go to. I think it's definitely something to monitor if they do lose some games here. But he was great the other night in Detroit. I think it was probably his best game of the year. So that doesn't signal a guy who wants out. It more signals a guy that wants to get paid and who's going to be, as I said, 36 years old in September.
Bobby, what's your sense on just kind of the timing of the deadline as a whole and any large moves? The Warriors were so active right away when they could to go get Schröder. So is your thought that something could be more imminent, or is this more a late January, early February thing?
I think the Dennis Schröder thing was unique in a sense that D'Anthony Melton's trade restriction expired on Sunday. Brooklyn was in a position where, let's face it, the more games they won with Dennis Schröder, the worse it was for them. Because you don't trade to reacquire your first-round pick in 2025 to be the ninth, the last play-in team here. And I think moving off him, I think there was more of a priority to move off Dennis Schröder in mid-December than early February here, just based on how competitive they've been here. I don't see that as much in other situations here. I do think we last year there was 20 out of 27 trades that happened the week of the deadline week. I still think I'm leaning more towards that you see more action once we get to mid January and then closer to February 6th.
Tough to have a trade conversation without the requisite pie in the sky LeBron James portion of the conversation, do you think there's any possibility that LeBron decides that he's had it and he'll take not only his talents but his son as well to a different destination such as Golden State?
Yeah, listen, I've seen crazier, no, maybe not that crazy, but I've seen crazy things in this league happen, and I wrote it in we have a trade primer out today, and the last thing for the Lakers was, listen, if they don't play well, and I know they won a couple of games here, and things really fall off the tracks, probably not, would he waive his no trade clause and ask to be moved? I mean, I think it's a fair question if they are in the outside of the play-in here. So I think like last year, right? Let's kind of monitor it. Let's see where it is. I think if they're winning, then no. Maybe even if they're not winning, he still is content as far as being there.
Bobby, what would you say is the likelihood of a sizable Warriors deal? What would you do? What do you think makes sense for them?
Oh, yeah, listen, I think David Griffin said it the best, the now Pelicans GM, and this is when he was in Cleveland, is that when you have the Babe Ruth of basketball, and he was talking about LeBron at the time, you do everything possible to maximize the window. I think the same what Denver is trying to do with Nikola Jokic, who's a little, certainly younger than Steph Curry, but I think you're, and I think the West is probably a little bit more wide open than people thought. But I think I am trying to do as much as I can. But I always say it takes two to tango to get a deal done, and then it's the rule, as I said, the rules of the CBA are extremely, extremely challenging here. So I think Mike will be extremely aggressive if the opportunity presents itself, because I think the goal is to try to upgrade this roster. If you're willing to give up some things that could impact you in the future.
Bobby, this is great stuff, man. We really appreciate you coming on.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, Bobby Marks, ESPN. Few things stand out to me right away. I mean, the number one for me, the headline there, hold on a second. You mean maybe the Warriors can get into some of these conversations and keep Jonathan?
Right. And the thing that struck me, I hadn't realized, is that Zion Williams' contract is not guaranteed after this year. It's because he has not met the participation provision in his big contract. He hasn't played 50% of games, and it's not looking like he will again this year. And because of that, the contract becomes non-guaranteed after the season. So New Orleans doesn't have quite the same leverage in this. And, if they're looking to reboot it, they might be more interested in picks. And I know you have to match the salary, which means
it's not that big though. It's 36.
But if it's, so that makes it,
let's
like
say Wiggins
it's Wiggins, GP2 and a pick. I mean, would you do that for Zion? Now you're getting in.
Okay.
I still don't like the player because of the injuries, but if it's not going to cost you a super boatload, it becomes more appetizing.
I start to have X's and O's questions, though. You're already sitting here going, well, Kuminga and Draymond, you both want him to be a 4. Well, what do you want Zion to be? And now what are you doing? It's a
lot of 4s.
Right. It's wonderful to keep Jonathan, but now you're just, are we just loading up with nothing but 4s and people who don't shoot the 3 ball consistently? I don't know if that's a fit.
Yeah.
But I'm intrigued by the idea that maybe you can start to talk about some of these players without giving up Jonathan. How would you feel about, listen, does that change Jimmy Butler for anybody? What if you could do Jimmy and keep Jonathan?
Yeah. Well,
now what? Now, I don't know.
Well, you're talking about 4 players, and as Bobby was saying, you probably going to have a third team involved to make that happen because Jimmy's making about 50, right? And
they just did a 6-team deal. You get another team online.
Trades are hard, though.
Yes, they are. You
got to know that. So.
Yeah, but what the hell else do they have to do all day?
Nah,
What the hell does Mike Dunleavy do all day?
Probably he's working the phones.
Yeah.
I know that. So Jimmy Butler to me would be more appetizing than Zion, but I just think as you start to look at it, if you can do a trade that doesn't involve Jonathan Kuminga, I'm more open to it.
Yeah, it's interesting. And again, let me put it a different way. What I just took from that, and I was curious about this, I think that a lot of the teams we're talking about who might be trade partners for the Warriors, Kuminga is not who they want. They want the picks.
Yeah.
They want the picks. Now, to me, that's also what the Warriors may really, really, really not want to give up. Because if you're talking about your 2027 first rounder, that hurts.
Well, it's the 2028 and 2029 ones that hurt more. Those are the post-Steph picks. And
correct.
If you do have to reboot, and almost every team does at some point, if you're going to reboot, you'd like to have your pick that's going to land in the lottery.
You would, but anything necessary to help Steph.
Yes, but you'd rather give up the pick in 25 and or 26.
Of course.
Is my point.
Right, and you can't give up back-to-back. So if this takes multiple picks, you can't do 25 and 26.
25 and 27 would still work because that would be Steph's final year, and you figure if he's here, you're still good enough to avoid the lottery. You weren't last year, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. Anything beyond 27, now you get into the real value of a pick.
And just to circle back why we're talking about this, Steve Kerr on with us every week here on Willard and Dibs, and yesterday we asked him, this came from the question of, is it realistic to center your team around a player who's about to be 37? And there's his answer at the beginning, and then listen to where it goes after that.
I think the answer to that is yes, it's realistic. This is a once-in-a-generation player and athlete. He's superbly conditioned. We just watched him 2.5 years ago carry us to the title. This is Steph Curry's team, and he's still an all-star. You saw him in the Olympics this past year. It's our job to put him in a position where we're in the playoffs and we give him a chance with the best group around him, the best schemes, the best coaching, the best training staff. And that's the focus. And Warriors fans know really well that guys like Steph don't come around very often. You know, we went 40 years between titles from 75 to 15. So we have Steph. He's still playing at an elite level. We have to give him every resource to try to take us home again because we've watched him do it 4 times. So that's why we're doing what we're doing.
And the question we've been asking, and we can reopen the lines for you, 888-957-9570 is the number you can call right now on this. The philosophy of the Warriors is clear. It is all in for Steph. We are here to surround Steph with whatever he needs at all costs. If that means picks, it means picks. If it means Jonathan, it means Jonathan. If it means pods, it means pods. If it means all of those things, it means all of those things. And there's all kinds of ifs, and I don't know what the exact deals are, but I'm interested in that philosophy and whether or not you agree with that philosophy. And the conversation was layered, but the one we had earlier sort of arrived, I think, at the bus stop of, you don't love that philosophy. I do. And the basis of me agreeing with that is that I certainly, 2 things. I don't see enough on the back end of Steph's career to suggest that you're really giving up something special. And then the other side to it, I know it bothers people when you go, oh, we owe it to Steph. It's not about owing it to Steph. It's just this simple. These players don't come around. They don't.
Yes, he's generational.
We've never had one before in the history of the organization.
Well, Steve Kerr mentioned it, 40 years between titles. And if you go back to the title in 75, when I was just a wee little Dibs, you had a generational player. His name was Rick Barry.
Yep.
And it took a team of 10, because they would go 10 deep, back then fairly unheard of, and you got it done. And it took 40 years to find another generational player. So I get that.
Yeah, so I would really argue vehemently with everyone goes, but he's too old. Right, here's the real truth. There ain't another one coming for probably 30 or 40 or 50 years or maybe never.
Maybe ever, yeah.
So why not just fire away, man? See what happens. He's here. As long as he's still here, just do it. Whatever it is.
It depends on what it is. And all of these guys we've talked about have a certain amount of flaws and or baggage that come with it. You know, Zion Williamson has played in 6 games this year. He's always hurt. Brandon Ingram hurt again. Jimmy Butler in a situation where he wants an extension in Miami. He didn't get it. So does he want to come here without an extension? And he's making more than 50. So everything that you're trying to do comes with a certain amount of baggage. The other thing that is interesting from the Bobby Marks interview is what he said about the Kuminga value. And he mentioned Jalen Johnson, who signed an extension for $5 and $150.
This was interesting.
And he said, you know, he was intimating that might actually be higher than what Kuminga gets.
Right. He said about 30 a year. Or less.
Yeah.
Oh, right. We've been having conversations about 40.
Well, and if it is or less, that's where, to me, Kuminga becomes more valuable if you get to the offseason and you can do 5 and 125. Well, now it's easier to keep Kuminga at that price point.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. So let's go. Dial it up. We'll take your calls right now. 888-957-9570. The philosophy of the Warriors is all in for Steph no matter what. We get him what he needs, period, whatever that means. Do you agree that that is the right philosophy for this team right now? 888-957-9570. We take your calls next. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, and we hadn't met his dog before, and now we can't get away from the dog.
Totally.
Dog made another appearance, and my favorite part of the Steve Kerr interview is when you hear him trying to answer questions, but you can also hear that he's in the kind of over here and struggling to shove the dog into the other room.
Hey. Sorry about my dog.
Yeah.
Hey, cut it out.
It happens. People show up at the door and the dog goes crazy.
I think yesterday, I think he said something to the dog too. It was quick, like, stop it. Just like real quick. It was a quick little retort to the dog who was, again, barking in the middle of the interview.
He deserved it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hey, quick aside, and then we're going straight to the phones on this idea. Is the Warriors' philosophy clearly stated? Our job is to put stuff around Steph. Our job is not to sit here and worry about 2028. Our job is to be the Steph Curry support system, period. The SCSS. And that's it. Is that the right philosophy? We'll go to your calls. I just wanted to say this real quick. The new owner of the Phoenix Suns has announced what I think is the key to getting people to go to sporting events into the future. Okay?
Free food?
Pretty much. It's pretty damn close.
Okay.
Like, honestly, oh gosh, COVID and people aren't in the city. You want people to come to the game? Watch this. It's that simple. And now that someone's doing it, you know that it can be done. Hot dogs, $2. Water, $2. Sodas, $2. Chips, $2.
$2?
And popcorn, take a guess.
I'm going to say $2, Mark.
$2.
$2 stuff.
What used to be, if you went to go get a dog, a water, a soda, a chip, and a corn at a Suns game, was $98.
Shut your mouth. $98 for all of that.
To get
a dog, a drink, a chip, some popcorn, and...
Or maybe 2 dogs, whatever. Yes. A family of 4 used to spend $98 if they wanted hot dogs, water, and popcorn. Now it's $24.
Yeah.
And I told you this with that experience when I went to the Niner Raider game in Vegas.
Right. Now, just real quick, is this like from now on, or is it on a special Wednesday? Or
new concession prices.
When the team scores 100 points.
New concession prices.
That's awesome.
Period. That's it. That's what it costs. And I just wish, again, this is doable. I'm watching the Raiders do it. I couldn't believe it. I went and got, I think, 2 waters and 2 snacks. And I'm like sitting there with my wallet, and the lady looks at me and goes, that'll be $14.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm sorry, what did you just say to me? That'll be $14. Like, you sure? She's like, yep.
Is that just my auntie? Is that just so I can get in line?
Like, is that so I can say another word to you? No, $14. And I haven't stopped talking about that stadium experience since.
Right.
It changes everything. With what it costs to go to games, to park, to get there, to Uber, to the tickets, whatever it is, for you to just have that waiting for you. Like, I can do all of that, but when I get there, I can feed my family for a couple of $20 bills. I'm telling you, you want people to... people will not stop talking about how great your stadium experience is.
It's not brain surgery, and I'm thinking about a couple of other instances that we've had here, including the A's, pre-John Fisher, and might have been right when Fisher and Wolf took over, but they would have Dollar Wednesdays where you could get everything for $1. And Golden Gate Fields, I don't have to tell too many people about Sundays at Golden Gate Fields where it was dollar dogs and dollar draft beers, and that place would be absolutely packed.
Jammed.
And these are people who probably wouldn't go to the horse races otherwise, but you can get a beer for $1. You're going to grab your 9 closest friends and make a day of it.
You know how quickly I wouldn't even blink at whether, you get a ticket for, again, a special occasion. If it's $100, if it's $200, I might need to pay $50 to park. That's all already really expensive. But if I know that I can go in there, smile, watch, cheer, yell, scream, and only have to pull out another 20 or 2, and everybody's getting fat, I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in. Instead, the opposite happens. which is you get in there and you're like, I'm already out of money. And then, especially when you're bringing kids, and they like, you go to the Giants game, they want food every half inning.
Yeah.
I'm like, you guys, I can't, I can't do this.
Right.
But I could if it was all $2.
You'd
No
be happy
problem.
to. And
yes.
I went to the Warrior game with Supper last year, my lovely wife Supper, and we got a couple of margs pregame.
Out of bed.
Top shelf, good marg, $46.
Per or total?
Total.
For two.
23 a pop.
Yeah.
And luckily,
on,
Uncle FP took care of the second round because we were sitting next to him. My guy Frank Paul, he went in the pocket. Otherwise, it would have been like Drexel and the tourney, one and done.
Another hundo. Yeah. So anyway.
Good for you, Phoenix.
Yeah, good for you, Phoenix Suns. 888-957-9570. We're talking this out. Steve Kerr was asked by us yesterday, is it realistic to build around someone who's about to be 37? He says yes, and then the answer takes even another turn.
I think the answer to that is yes, it's realistic. This is a once-in-a-generation player and athlete. He's superbly conditioned. We just watched him 2.5 years ago carry us to the title. This is Steph Curry's team, and he's still an all-star. You saw him in the Olympics this past year. It's our job to put him in a position where we're in the playoffs and we give him a chance with the best group around him, the best schemes, the best coaching, the best training staff. And that's the focus. And Warriors fans know really well that guys like Steph don't come around very often. You know, we went 40 years between titles from 75 to 15. So we have Steph. He's still playing at an elite level. We have to give him every resource to try to take us home again because we've watched him do it 4 times. So that's why we're doing what we're doing.
It's very clear to me. He said it 2 different times in there. Our job is to help Steph. And to me, it was concise. It was clear. And you notice he did not qualify it. Our job is to help Steph within reason. Our job is to help Steph with an eye on the future. Our job is none of that. Our job is to help Steph right now, period. Let's move on.
I wonder how the one sentence resonated up in the corner office when Steve says, it's Steph's team. And Joe Lacob is listening to that cut going, hold on just a minute here, Steve. I believe it's my team and it's my timeline. So it is Steph's team to the extent that he's the leader and he's a generational player and all that. But there is a piece of it where the owner has a say in what they do.
It's a fair point. And Steve Kerr is talking from a space of, I'm probably out of here in 2 or 3 years too.
Yeah. Although you didn't press him on it, but you followed up with that. He's like, I'm not getting into that.
No, which is not no, I'll be here for another 10 years.
Yeah.
I mean, he has said a number of times, like new voices are needed at times. There's a shelf life on all of this. I would not be surprised if Steve exits with Steve Kerr at all. And if Joe Lacob truly does believe that, then color me worried for 5 years from now. If Joe Lacob believes that he's the draw, if Joe Lacob believes that he can conduct business the same without Steph as he can with, I'm worried. I'm worried.
I don't think that he thinks that.
I don't know what he thinks.
At the same time, he is the owner, and he's going to be here long after these. All these people aren't. He's going to hire a new coach. He's going to have a new best player. He won't be Steph's level, most likely, but he's going to have to do that. He's going to have to fill out a roster and fill the building, and so that has to be something that he thinks of.
No question. However, if we get down to something where the Warriors believe here in a month, hey, Joe, we got something. We got something that we really think can help this year. And Joe's answer is, I have 2028 to think about.
Yeah, I don't think he'll do that, though.
I hope not.
Well, he never has in the past. He's been here for big swings. And they made big swings. They've taken big swings, and a lot of them have worked.
Let's take some calls on this. Will in the East Bay. Hey, Will, what's up?
Good to talk to you guys. Happy holiday once again.
To you as well.
I saw something else. Thank you. I saw something else in that message, too. And that is, we got a guy, Steph Curry, who in the Olympics, along with LeBron, single-handedly brought that gold medal home. But we saw the capabilities of these guys at an advanced age. The point being, you take Kuminga and you take, Moody and Pod and these guys, that they've been coddling and mentoring for the last few years. Well, you know what? That ceiling just became a lot lower, okay? You take those guys and the equity, and you take a chance on a Jimmy Butler. You take a chance, on the guy for the Pelicans, Zion. You got to shake that tree. You got to rock that house sometimes, and that's also the thing I got, from Steve. I think, it's like enough said. This train is leaving. You're either going to produce, or we're going to use your equity, and we're going to go, for a couple of big hits out there. And you know what? I think it's worth it.
I don't disagree. Yeah, Will, thanks. I don't disagree at all. The only thing I would add is this. Don't just take a swing just to take a swing. I am only in favor of this if the smart basketball minds are like, no, this will help us. Again, the Zion question I have is, oh, great, you can get Zion and keep Kuminga. Well, how many fours do you want on your roster?
Yeah.
How does that work? But I think Mike Dunleavy has already shown his mind to be a very smart basketball one. I say the same thing for Steve Kerr and many of the others in the organization as well. And if they see something out there and they really believe in their heart of hearts, this makes the current team better, this fits with Steph even better, then my answer is do it. Do it, and I don't care what the cost is.
And I'm more open to the Zion thought. I mean, I was totally closed to it, but the idea that his contract is not guaranteed for next year does make it feel like if he's healthy, it could be a half a season rental. And if the fit is there, then it won't cost you that much, most likely to go ahead and take a look for half a year. And that's why I was asking him about Vucevic, because that for me feels like the best kind of deal you could make. If Kuminga's not involved, and you don't have to trade Wiggins, maybe it's a couple of your expiring guys and some sort of a pick, maybe not a first rounder, maybe it is a first rounder, but you bring in a stretch five who actually does fit. Because your point about Zion's a good one. If you keep Kuminga and Draymond, and now you have Zion, you've got too many fours. And even if you don't have Looney, and you'd have to probably trade Wiggins in that deal, which you can't put Kuminga at the three. He doesn't have the game right now
that's what they've
to
said,
play three.
Yeah.
So hopefully Kuminga someday can be a three. Right now he can't shoot it well enough to be a three. And I would hate to have to part with Wiggins because of what he gives you on wing defense.
Yeah, and the Butler thing, I'm sort of with. This is the only thing I do think about with the future. It's not about giving up young assets and wondering if they're going to be all-stars someday. The Butler thing scares me just because of how expensive he would be going forward. Like what he's going to, as it was put to us last week, he's going to show up with his hand out. And he wants to be extended for many, 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 many millions of dollars. That's the worry there. I do think Butler fits if it's just an in the vacuum conversation. Plug in Jimmy Butler, don't give up Jonathan Kuminga. Yeah. I'm in on that. But where does it go next? And sort of like, does that not help Steph as early as next year? That would be my question. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Let's keep it going. Hunter Pence is going to join us in a little less than a half hour. Chris in San Jose next up. Hi, Chris. What you doing?
Hey, gentlemen, what's going on? Long time no talk. How you doing?
What's up, Chris?
I'm one of the many people in the Bay Area who is absolutely losing their minds over a pothole on Highway 680 that has delayed traffic for multiple hours. My commute takes about 60 minutes. I'm on hour 3 right now, fellas, so figured I'd call in.
Well, so I trust.
Where on 680 are you? Because 680 has become a no-fly zone for me, quite frankly.
Yeah, so 680, if everybody has a tip or needs a tip, there's a large pothole, 680 right at the Mission Boulevard entrance going southbound. They got 2 or 3 lanes closed down.
Oh, God.
So it's a slog going, well south of San Jose. Everybody's been trying to get off the freeways. All the roads off the freeways are blocked.
it's an F show, gentlemen.
Yeah, but,
thank you.
Yeah, but good news, Chris. You've listened to all 3 hours of this show, huh?
I missed the first 20 minutes, but yeah, dang near it. You guys have been getting me through the drive, so I appreciate it. I always love listening to you. My perspective on this Curry, Kuminga, whatever thing, I think we know Curry's at the end of his road. We know that if they wager the farm, picks, Kuminga, pods, whatever, we know there's no guarantee of winning a title. We also know there's no guarantee of getting back to the success that we've had for the last decade if they choose to keep the picks, keep the young guys, not necessarily go all in on this year and try to rebuild it, live on that fringe. I do think, however, that the better option is to go all in for Steph. Like you guys are saying, once in a generation player, he's still got some tread left on the tires. I agree with Dibbers. The roster is incomplete. They got a lot of moves to make, but hey, if you're going to go for it, don't live on the fringe. All in and worry about 2028, 2029 when you get there. I love you guys. Thanks for getting me through the drive. Let's have a great last hour of the show, and have a wonderful Wednesday evening.
Okay.
I'll talk to you soon.
Hang in there.
I love it.
I just checked with the CHP, and no joke, the pothole will be repaired at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Wait a minute. You just, quote, checked with the CHP?
Yes, there's a website you can go to that gives you real-time CHP updates on every incident that's happening in the Bay Area.
Gosh, you know weird stuff.
I did. I was a traffic reporter for 20 years.
I know.
When you're a traffic reporter
you got that
and a
info
producer,
while Chris was talking.
Correct.
Okay.
There's a website called The CAD.
And it tells you when it's going to get fixed?
Yes, the ETO is 1 a.m.
This is one hell of a pothole.
So it's 2 feet deep. It's 2 feet deep.
That's pretty deep.
And it's, I think, 1.5 feet by 1.5 feet.
That's pretty big.
That's a gigantic pothole.
Yeah.
And so when an accident happens and you call CHP, there's a dispatcher that immediately logs the activity. For example, there's a hazard right now, North 680 at Ignacio Valley. There's a car facing the wrong way in the Gore Point.
What is going on here?
I'm educating the audience.
There's a car facing the wrong way in the what?
The Gore Point.
The Gore Point.
You know when you go to exit the freeway and there's those 6 or 7 gigantic yellow barrels?
Yes.
That's the Gore Point.
I've seen people drive into those before.
And they would show up on the CHP website. That's called the Gore Point.
It's called the Gore Point.
And those are called attenuator barrels. They're just barrels to keep you from slamming into the actual metal that is at the Gore Point.
Just think what would happen to your sports opinions if you removed all of this crap from your brain.
My sports opinions are on point.
No, at the start of this show, you were against the Warriors' philosophy, and now you want Zion.
No, I don't want Zion. I said I'm more open to it if it doesn't involve Kuminga.
I'm glad you're
and the fact that Zion is not on a guaranteed deal. New information can change one's opinion.
That's
and the
fine.
information I got from Bobby Marks has changed my opinion slightly.
Okay.
I still don't want Zion.
Okay, I'm not saying
he's too fat.
He's not too fat.
And he doesn't play.
Why would you body shame him? You should call him with your abundant life little
coming up at 5:27.
And yeah, maybe you're the guy to really make him cook.
Perhaps.
But this is more philosophical now.
I'm a fat red pumpkin. Used to be, Grandy.
This is philosophical. I feel like we've made some moves. I feel like we started at the 20-yard line.
If by we you mean Bobby Marks,
no,
then yes.
I mean you and me.
Oh, we have.
I feel like we are now at least at midfield. I don't know if we're in field goal range yet, but at the beginning of the show, you were concerned about the future.
Well, and the reason why...
I feel like you're less concerned about the future now.
If these trades don't involve Jonathan Kuminga, and if you can make a trade without mortgaging a bunch of picks, I'm more open to it, absolutely. Now, if you want to talk specifics, I'm still not in on Zion Williamson. I do think it's intriguing that his deal is no longer guaranteed based on the fact that, well, he doesn't play basketball. So there's that.
He does sometimes. I watched him do it earlier this year.
He's played 6 games this year. He played once against the Warriors. Maybe he played both those games.
I can't remember.
No, he played in both because Draymond one game really kind of shut him down, and I don't think he's played since. I'm not really hot on the Jimmy Butler thing because I think that he is in a spot where he wants to get paid. And if he comes here and there's no extension, he might just opt in for $52 million And that to me is not what I'd be looking for.
Yeah.
That's not how I want to spend my money.
That's the kind of answer where I trust the Warriors. That would they're not going to put themselves in a vulnerable spot where they end up naked in the middle of the street.
True.
They're not going to do that.
So I don't think that they'll get Jimmy Butler.
And those conversations can happen. You can have those conversations about if this, then what? What are we doing next? He's going to have those questions too. Why don't I opt out and you sign me? No? Okay, then I don't want to come. You know what I mean?
Isn't that stuff that Dunleavy and the agent would talk about before they even got a trade moving? And the other ones like Zach LaVine, please, and Bobby Marks.
No.
Name. And
that's a non-starter.
But it's a name. It's in Brandon Ingram. He's also now hurt, and so he's not available.
No, but okay. Quick aside. That's actually not that far of an aside.
Okay.
This is just me talking now. Willing to be wrong, but I think that Bay Area radio should remove the words Brandon Ingram from their vocabulary. Not happening, not interested, not the right fit. It's a no. It's a no from me, dog. It's a no from them, dog. It's a no.
Well, it's a no. I mean, he played for Steve Kerr, right, in the run-up to the Olympics?
No, he didn't play for Steve Kerr.
Right.
He was on the team.
Sure.
And Steve went, that's a no from me, dog.
Right.
No,
I'm with you. I don't like the player.
And you just heard, it's not even that I don't like the player. This is the same sort of a thing. It's a stylistic deal, and it's not the right fit. You heard Bobby Marks just say it an hour ago, where he said, I've heard absolutely nothing linking the Warriors and Brandon Ingram. And if you're not linked to the Warriors right now, good God, do you even play basketball? They've been linked to everyone who has shoes. But they're not linked to Brandon Ingram, even though everyone knows he's available. Why would that be? They're not interested. I don't know that.
Yeah.
But I've heard that in every corner of the universe. So, that's just from me to you. You can remove Brandon Ingram from this conversation.
I'm just trying to run through all the names as we get into big game hunting, and that's why I had to ask Bobby the requisite LeBron James question, because
I'm glad you did. Yes,
it's almost like
sort of laughing.
It's almost farcical, and it's like I'm laughing too, Bobby. But stranger things have happened.
But you notice the way people answer the LeBron James question, and it's never about would the Lakers want to do this, and with the Warriors, and how does the money fit? The reason I think all these reporters laugh, I wonder if everyone sort of has this same perception I do. Everything involving LeBron James is different than everything else. LeBron runs the damn show. Whatever show it is you think we're talking about, that's what he runs. Anything involving LeBron is essentially up to him. He's earned that in this league. He has that kind of juice. You can disagree with it, but look at his career. LeBron goes where LeBron wants. LeBron leaves where LeBron wants. LeBron will end up where he wants.
LeBron brings his family as necessary.
He's going to get paid what he wants. His family will sit where they want. Sometimes it's on the bench with them. LeBron is literally bigger than the game. If LeBron wants to be a Warrior, it happens by tonight. Tonight.
I mean, that to me, if we're going to talk big game hunting, if you could get LeBron and you would have to sacrifice significant pieces of the future, that I could sign up for just for the absolute sideshow of it. And I mean, whether or not it would work, almost 41-year-old, his birthday's in 12 days.
They would flex every game to TNT.
To Sunday night.
Everyone. Flex every Warrior game is on 3 nights a week. All other sports would have to be stopped. And everyone's watching Warrior games. That's it.
You would have to take Bronny because,
of course,
not only for the obvious reasons that he goes with LeBron, but you need players, you need bodies.
Yes,
because that would have to be a 4 or a 5 for one. So as Grandy mentioned last week or the week before, you got to have a certain amount of rostered players to make this even happen.
Yeah, and again, 888-957-9570. Is this the correct philosophy for the Warriors? Because I'm still sort of in that space. We're bringing up names. I get it. I don't think anything is imminent. It doesn't sound like anything's going to happen in the month of December, at least. Maybe not even in the month of January. Bobby said it to us. 20 of 27 trades last year happened in the final days before the deadline. So this is still a ways away. I would love to continue to spend time with Warrior fans finding out what your comfortability is. Because, for example, you just said a few minutes ago, you're more open to X idea, in this case Zion Williamson, if it means not giving up Jonathan Kuminga. Bobby Marks even brought up the potential of Jimmy Butler without giving up Jonathan Kuminga. I agree with you. I'd love to keep Jonathan and make a big swing, but the philosophy is a little bit different. And here's what I mean. I don't necessarily want to give up Jonathan Kuminga, but I sure would if Mike Dunleavy, Steve Kerr, and the rest, Steph Curry and Draymond Green, all believe in their heart of hearts that what you are receiving back makes you better this year, gives you a better shot. It's just a philosophy. It's are you all in for Steph or are you mostly in for Steph? I think you're mostly in for Steph.
Right.
I think I'm all in for Steph. Like the whole discussion we've had today, I would sort of sum up that way.
And that's a fair way to sum it up. And I'm not only mostly in for Steph because I don't think that they can do it either way, but that is a big piece of it for me, because even if you make a big swing, I don't believe that a big swing is enough to make it worth your while. I don't think you get over the hump with a big swing. I would rather have you make a medium swing and see what that gets you, because I don't think either way, big swing or no swing, I think you're kind of in the same spot, which is you're maybe the 5th or 6th best team in the West. You aren't as good as OKC. You're not as good as a few other teams in the West. I don't think that there's a move that gets you good enough to where you can make enough of an impact to where it's worth it.
It's just, and I find it interesting that you say that without knowing who the particulars are. I get that there's certain names floating around in our head. As Bobby said, more names could shake free. But just from a Warrior standpoint, let's play with this for a second, because I don't think most people think about these names and the idea of keeping Jonathan Kuminga. What do you think the Warriors are, contender-wise? Schröder's now on the team, right? There's your backcourt. Your backcourt, Steph and Schröder, both to start and to finish. What do you think about this team if you just essentially, I know there'd be bench pieces thrown in, replace Wiggins with Butler? This year, forget money, forget everything else. Replace Wiggins with Butler. You got action or not?
No. I mean, you might have a little bit more action. You're still not as good as OKC. Oh. And you're not as good as, you're not as young as Houston, and I think Houston gives you real problems because they're so young and athletic.
And beating them for 15 years straight.
Well, not the last 2 times you played them.
Last 1 time.
And you could talk about,
and that was the ref's fault.
Okay, of course. Right. And I love when we do that. We take a good...
It kind of was. No.
It really wasn't. If you want to talk about...
It at least kind of was.
6 shot clock violations and 2 in the last fourth quarter. But we can look at the last play and point at Bill Kennedy and say, you blew it.
Listen,
yes,
I think
he
you
blew
can.
it.
It's a 1-point game, and there's a wonky call that you even agreed with.
The fact that you couldn't score a point over the last 3 minutes, that's also the ref's fault.
No, it's not. You can always blame a team or an individual's shortcomings throughout an evening. That never doesn't exist.
You took a perfectly good conversation and you threw it right in the mud.
Well, you said Houston gives you problems. They don't.
I actually think they do.
Objectively don't. They had already played them twice this year. They busted that A. They were up by 31, blew it, still won the game. They beat them here, held them to like 85 points. And then Houston beats them by 1 point.
Yeah.
Count them 1 point when a foul is called on a jump ball situation or a timeout call. That was wonky, that even you agreed was wonky.
Yeah, for sure.
Houston doesn't give them problems.
Okay, Denver gives them problems.
Sure, I'll buy that.
Dallas just recently took it to them. You had no answer for Dallas. And yeah, you beat them the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And that was another game where you kind of had to hold on in that one as well.
And Anthony Melton had a huge bucket, and
he
doesn't play basketball anymore.
And we don't even know if Dennis Schröder is going to be a great fit. It seems like he should be, and I'm excited about it. But you look at other teams in the West, and I don't see a Jimmy Butler addition in place of Andrew Wiggins putting you ahead of the teams that are ahead of you now.
It's interesting because, again, I would argue that we're analyzing a Warrior team that we don't even know yet. Schröder is enough of a change to where I'm going to at least say, hold on, I'd like to see this a few times
tomorrow night
before I know who they are. So I know who they were. I'll agree with you. I know who they were. But now Now they're a team with a new 18-point per night scorer.
Well, I don't think he'll be 18 here.
Probably not, but someone who's capable of doing that. So someone who's capable of scoring at that level down the stretch, someone who's capable of being the Warriors' point guard when Steph is out, both in games and if he's load managing, all of that stuff, or if he is to get hurt for a short period of time. I think that's a game changer for the Warriors, at least in a minor way. And so now you bring him into the fold, and now the mythical idea is, are you replacing Andrew Wiggins' minutes with Jimmy Butler, who is more of a dog than Andrew? He's older than Andrew, but I don't think you're losing much offensively. Defensively, maybe a tiny bit just because of age, but somebody who he plays defense too, and has much more, just experience and know-how in scoring the basketball and all of that. And if you think, for those of you who love what Kuminga's been doing the last 5 games, if you consider a finishing lineup of Draymond, Kuminga, Butler, Schröder, Curry, that's pretty good, man. And finishing is really the only area where they have markedly struggled.
Free throws, but
that would go away. That's a much better free throw shooting team.
Well, it's been the other guys who would still be here who have struggled shooting free throws.
Just Kuminga. But if you're putting Butler...
Well, you're last in the league, not just because of Kuminga.
No, but it's a big part of it because he's one of the ones who gets fouled the most, and he's really shooting poorly even for him this year. But Wiggins is not traditionally a great free throw shooter. Butler's a better one. Schröder's a very good free throw shooter. Won't get fouled a ton, but some. Like that finishing lineup, I think it's intriguing.
It is.
It's an intriguing finishing lineup.
You also have to look at the rest of the lineup and the rest of the team because you can't just trade Wiggins and keep everyone else. So
no, but it could be Wiggins to trade and pieces, like bench
Payton
pieces.
And Looney and Moody would be enough to account for Jimmy Butler's $48 million.
Yeah.
And, well, that one, the Heat's over the threshold, so they can't even accept that much. So you'd have to tweak it. It's going to be probably 4 players for just the one, which means your depth will be hurt, and minutes that guys are going to be needed to play aren't going to be able to play them because they'll be in Miami.
Does Wiggins, Payton, Moody, Pods, and a pick work?
Let me try that. Wiggins, Payton,
Pods, Moody.
Oh, Pods and Moody.
And a pick. Does that get you there?
Yeah, the picks don't really matter.
Right, I know, but that's
no, I think it would have to be Looney and Pods.
I'd like to keep. Come on, Looney. Thank you very much.
Well, even that is not enough. That's only 46.9.
And what's Jimmy?
You're getting 48.8. So you need to part with 48.8.
You can put a Gee in there.
I'd love to.
Toss a Gee in there.
You're down on Gee.
Yeah, I know, because he hates your picks.
Whatever.
And he laughed at you.
He should know that I'm hot.
For the moment.
Looking for 4 in a row tomorrow.
Bay Area, it's Keith Santos here. Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
Yep.
I'm glad you played that because, quick aside, and I don't even know what the answer is to my own question, but I was thinking on the drive in today, Warriors accent rankings. Because you got some accents.
Well, and Schröder is a brand new addition to this.
That's what had me thinking about it.
Who is a huge...
You got Schröder, you've got Gee, you've got Kuminga, and a sneaky Buddy Hield, who's got a little bit of the Jamaican hilt in there.
You know what I love about Schröder?
Am I missing anyone, Grandy, on the accents?
Probably.
I mean, they do have a nice international flavor on this team, but I don't know how you would power rank the accents because I was thinking about Schröder today, and I'm like, I'm loving the accent.
I want to hear more.
I like Kuminga's, and Buddy Hield does have a little bit of that. The Jamaican, and of course the Gee Santos. Hi, this is Gee Santos.
We do need Schröder. Somebody needs to do a little recon mission and go get Schröder telling Dibs he hates his picks. Because Schröder's got a mean streak in him now.
Yeah.
I would love to hear him do that. And by the way, he also has a little bit of British singer in him. I know he's German, but British singer in him in that, like British singers, if they're singing, they just sound like regular American people. And then when they talk, it's just like, what the hell happens to you when you start singing and your accent just goes away? Schröder's got a heavy accent on some words, and then other words, he just sounds like Steph Curry.
That's pretty funny.
That's what I heard yesterday. Let's play a little Schröder. Hopefully he says something. Oh, the love for San Francisco. Here's Schröder.
I mean, I was in the Four Seasons every time when we came down with the team. But then when you walked out, it kind of looked like Europe, kind of looked like Berlin. with the Twain, white on the street. That's what we have.
That's what it is. It's the R's.
Had one store with German candy in it, I remember. So I loved San Francisco, from the start. It was always great being here, playing here. Seeing the fan base when they went on a crazy one, how loud it got. And
I'm so fascinated by this, and I hope it does not. I love this. This is a good thing.
He's probably listening now.
No, yeah. I'm not making fun of anybody, the way anybody talks. I'm fascinated by different countries and how certain letters and sounds, that R only goes away when it comes after a T.
It's a W.
He said the word great. He said the word crazy. And then he said the word Twain and Sweet.
Never the twain shall meet.
It's after a T, it turns into a W.
Yeah.
So, hey, Dibs, your picks, there's no word that has a T and then an R in it. We need to make one up.
Yeah.
Hey, Dibs, your picks are a Twain-weck. That's what I want to hear Schröder say.
Hey, Dibs, making picks is very twicky. And I know that. I know that, Schröder. No, it's fascinating because I
love it.
I live with a 2-year-old, and she's very verbal, but there are certain consonants and combos that she struggles with. She's 2. So I can actually see it from her, and I don't, she's never been international, but a lot of it is just the way you place your tongue in certain letters. Yeah. And, when you're speaking German, your mouth forms sounds differently. And so when you learn English, you got to adjust to the English consonants and all the rest of it.
Well, to answer your question, he's high on the accent rankings.
Anyway,
he's not high. I don't know that. Maybe he is.
That wasn't a very quick aside, but it's something I was thinking about.
Thank you. Let's go to Telmo in the city. Hi, Telmo. What the hell is going on with you?
What's up, fellas? How's it going? So I actually, my restaurant's in Noe, and we have this wonderful little store across the street called Layers that specializes in all things German, chocolates, noodles, and schnitzels, and all things.
Easy.
So actually, I DM'd Dennis Schröder or whoever runs his account and said, hey, if you start getting homesick, check this place out because they'll get you right. But going back to all these different scenarios, I just have a quick aside, a little something I want to take up with Dib, and we're coming up on the season, so we're almost at Dibber Clause season.
Sure.
But he's saying, talking about Houston and they're young and the Warriors struggled, and he really decided to say they struggled after one game, and that came down to, well, I won't bring it up because he gets triggered. But saying about the 6 shot clock violations, the 6 shot clock violations, and I want to ask him if he thinks the Warriors with Wardell Stephen Curry III, one Dennis Schröder, and Jimmy Buckets on the court would have as much of a hard time getting shots off as that lineup that played that night did. Lastly, don't forget about Wiggins. Canadian accents are also real. Okay, you hoser.
It's thank you, Telmo.
Well,
it's subtle, but it's there.
Yeah, and I don't know if we really ever hear Andrew Wiggins speak.
That's the other part.
You can play some Wiggins on your board. You won't.
Yeah, I have some right here. You ready?
Yeah.
Here, I'll hit it.
That's me doing Wiggins.
No, that was him. I hit it. That was Wiggins. Hey, 408 just texted in and said, hey, Dibs, your picks are a 12.
Thought we were done with that, but that's pretty funny. I was wondering why you started laughing during Telmo's call.
I'm sorry. That one got me. Hunter Pence is going to call us here in just a few minutes on Willard and Dibs.
Need a little extra holiday cheer? Enter SFO's Holiday Sweepstakes for a chance to win amazing prizes like a $1,000 travel credit, a hotel.
February 15th and Sunday, February 16th, we'll have the Celebrity Pickleball Bash. And a number of local celebrities will be there, like Brandi Chastain, Chris Mullen, Terrell Owens, and our next guest, Hunter Pence. Whenever there's a good time, you're there, Hunter. That's what I've noticed about you.
Well, I appreciate that. You know what? I'm very fortunate. There's a lot of good times to be had out here, and this is one of them, the Celebrity Pickleball Bash. It's going to be a good time. And you know what? Come out and heckle me a little bit because I haven't practiced enough. I got like a month to train, and I got to get to work. But, you know, I am excited to have this opportunity to take on the likes of a Chris Mullen or a Terrell Owens and Brandi Chastain. Maybe she's my teammate. We'll see.
If you need to sharpen your game, I don't know how well you know Eric Burns or if you see him on social media, but he is an absolute pickleball junkie, and he plays for keeps. So once you get the pickleball bug, Hunter, it's tough to put that paddle down now.
Yeah, it's really fun. And I've played a little bit of the paddle or paddle. I don't know how you pronounce it exactly as well, which is pretty fun where you can kind of ricochet it a bit. I did actually, so in about the 4 times that I played pickleball, probably the most fun I had was with Burns. It was, you know, because you're rallying with your wife and stuff, and that's fun and cute. But when you get to play with Burns and he's like full send, and this was before he went crazy. I think this actually is what tilted him because he was getting like beat by his son and like, you know, and he just was like not having it. And now, I mean, he's like, I'm playing hours every day. Are you still practicing? I'm like, well, that was the only court that I, you know, have been around. So I got to step my game up. No excuses, because, you know, Mario Lopez, I can't be letting him get further in this tournament than me. So, you know, I got to go see my man Burns and get locked in. Yeah, but he's hilarious.
Who's got more energy, you or Burns?
Burns by far. I mean, it's like 6 a.m. He's already run 10 miles and his toes are like fried. I don't know.
And he's out there in the snow, shirtless, doing his Burnsy snow report. So as much as you're crazy, he might be triple crazy. But
definitely.
I look forward to going to this in February out there at the Warfield because, you know, all good athletes, T.O. and yourself and Mully, but pickleball's a game that kind of levels the playing field a little bit. Myself, not a great athlete. I can still kind of survive on a pickleball court because there's only so much athleticism, right, that you can employ out there.
Yeah, it's a technical game, and you know, people that have played tennis or whatever seem to be really nasty at it. You know, I definitely need to do my practice because I've gotten embarrassed by plenty of you know, fellas that were quite a bit older than me, and you know, the athleticism can't carry you in this game. You gotta know what you're doing. You gotta, you know, have the technicality, the hand-eye skills, and so it really is one of those quick to pick up, but that takes a while to master.
So there it is. Tickets are $49 or start at $49. CelebrityPickleballBash.com. Hunter Pence is going to be there among many others who we just named. All right, Hunter, let's talk about Willie Adames and a bunch of other things going on with the San Francisco Giants. I wonder what your reaction is to the start of the Buster Posey era and at least what seems like not just a focus on good baseball players, but a certain type of baseball player. What do you think so far?
Yeah, I mean, Willie Adames is obviously, we just got a lot better, you know, and the Giants were saying that they wanted to address shortstop. You know, some people were thinking they were going to get, who was it? The guy from the Padres and
Ha-Seong Kim,
you know, Yeah, Ha-Seong Kim, that's the one. And but Willie Adames is kind of he's the biggest shortstop on the market. The guy hit 30 home runs last year. He's had just such a beautiful approach, you know, for so many years. And I got to meet him actually. I ran into him coincidentally when he was walking around Oracle Park as he was signing his contract doing the physical. And what a bright young man, the enthusiasm, the energy, the excitement to be here and the excitement to play for Buster. He mentioned that to me, and I think he said it on the radio as well, that, you know, Buster and his belief in him and the vision is a big reason that he came to San Francisco. So we're landing some big names. You know, we got Matt Chapman. Obviously, I think everyone is really, you know, focused on Corbin Burns right now to replace the loss of Snell. And what Corbin Burns has done has been absolutely incredible over the last 6 years. You know, for the most part, he's been in the Cy Young caliber, Cy Young race every single year. So the fact that he wants to come here as well, I think the Buster effect is starting to take its course.
Yeah, the Buster effect has been incredible, and that's something that I wonder if, not to disparage the previous regime, but how much of that does carry over into the clubhouse and throughout the team, where you've got a probable Hall of Famer running things, and in general, it feels like the organization is maybe more on the same page now. Does that stuff really trickle down to the players even during the offseason?
Yes, it definitely trickles down, and like you said, nothing against the last regime. They're very smart, and and there's a lot of creative thinking there, and but you still, as a player, knowing someone that's been there, that's walked the walk as a player, understands that side of things, understands what you need to have the best opportunity, but also the standard that he sets of accountability, because he has done it. He can, he has walked in your shoes. So you're looking eye to eye, and that accountability goes a long way. And I think it makes a big difference. And the fact that he does understand he's going to get you the tools you need, because he knows what it takes. And not only did he play for a long time, play at a Hall of Fame caliber level, one of the best catchers to ever play the game, if you ask me, but also one of the greatest leaders, and just World Series champion, MVP, Rookie of the Year, you name it, he's done it. And he obviously loves the game, because he did not have to take on this job. So he's here because he cares, because he loves it, and that's exciting to get behind it. I know if I was a player, it was awesome to get an opportunity to play for GMs that had that edge. I know Sabian, the way he went about it, was just, you felt that he understood what you needed, and he also had an intense amount of accountability. He would call you into the office if you weren't getting the job done, and be like, look, what do you need? What's going wrong? How can we get you there? Because you got to be better than this. And that's really powerful, to have someone that will look you in the eye and tell you the truth, and ask how they can help as well.
Hunter Pence with us on Willard and Dibs. Hunter, you have me excited, because I know you're in the know, and I know we all know the Corbin Burns rumors, but I think I heard you just say that that Corbin Burns, quote, wants to be here. What's your analysis of this situation right now?
Well, I guess I say that we got to take that. I haven't heard from Corbin Burns myself. It's through just reading the different articles that there's whispers of that from what I've read. Buster also said that they had a good talk, but once again, until a deal is signed in baseball, all of this can be used as leverage to other teams, and who knows what. Like I said, we're holding our breath because landing a Corbin Burns, the Rocky Sasaki, one of these caliber pitchers, when we have so many young pitchers that are on the cusp of becoming great. And the last month of the season, I don't care what anyone says. If we were in the playoffs, we had as good a shot as anyone. No one wanted to see when we were running out Logan Webb, Blake Snell, and some of these young guys in the lineup all got locked in and healthy. The last month of the season, we went and destroyed Baltimore. We went and swept Kansas City at their place while they were trying to make the playoffs. We knocked the Diamondbacks out of the playoffs as well. So I saw the caliber. This is the team that we had, the talent that we had put together, if it had all, and these things happen and there's excuses, but the team that you saw going into spring training it was easy to believe that we were going to be in the postseason. And obviously that didn't happen last year, and it was a disappointment, but it wasn't because of the talent. And we had people step up like Ramos. So right now we have a window, if you ask me, and I'm very excited about Birdsong as well, of this young elite pitching that's about to start becoming the dudes. Same with Kyle Harrison. There's a couple of these guys that are going to really push the envelope, and we have the weapons that you need with regards to deep pitching in the back end as well, a bullpen that's coming together with Ryan Walker. Hopefully Doval gets right, because if he gets back right and we have that with Ryan Walker, add one more piece and look out, because the writing's on the wall, the talent's there, and we have young talent that's electric that we haven't seen in a long time.
Hunter Pence here on 95.7 The Game. So if you do land Corbin Burns, in your opinion, does that kind of end what this team needs to do in the offseason outside of maybe an additional bullpen arm or some depth in the outfield? Would you feel good about this Giants team going into next year if they landed Burns and that's it?
Yes, I would feel extraordinary. And don't forget, Jung-Hoo Lee coming back is going to be massive. And I think it was terrible to see him not get that full year under his belt. But you can already see the elite level of movement, the defense, the at-bats, the hand-eye coordination. This is just a really, really gifted athlete, and it's going to be so fun to watch him play healthy for a full season. Grant McCray, probably speed-power combo. If he can make some small adjustments, he can change games just with a walk. So we have, like I said, some young talent that I haven't seen the likes of that are going to make their mark on this game and have the potential to do big, big things. And with the leadership of Bob Melvin, Pat Burrell, and the likes, JP Martinez, I love him as the pitching guy as well. And you got Matty Chapman, you got now Willie Adames, the left side sealed up. It's a deep lineup. Lamont Wade Jr. is going to give you an at bat. And the outfield depth is, it to me, when you add McCray, you add Yaz, you add, Jung-Hoo Lee, it's solid. But I could see maybe adding one more bat, but Ramos, I'm also forgetting Ramos, who, was our all-star last year.
Hunter Pence with us. Hunter, I also look, and this isn't just Giants, this goes to all the teams. The Warriors have made some acquisitions recently, even this week, where players have come in and said, I really love the city of San Francisco. Willie Adames said it, and he wanted to be here. This conversation, and you're a perfect guy to ask because you've just accepted this city as your own. This conversation that got going over the last couple of years about people not wanting to be a Giant or not wanting to be near the city of San Francisco, A, do you think that got out of hand? And B, is it finally in the rearview mirror?
I definitely think it's in the rearview mirror. I think, we've made a lot of adjustments, and there was a time where, 2020 happened and a lot of things happened. And San Francisco, one of the greatest cities in the world, one of the world changes from here. We have some of the most beautiful landscapes, beautiful architecture, beautiful companies, great people, creative people. And, we went through a little bit of a rut, and you could say maybe they use that as an excuse or whatever, but cities go through this, and the wave is coming back, just like, there's a down and an up, and the wave is coming back. And I think everyone's starting to see that a little bit later than it happened. The last year, it's been really nice. Like I said, like you said, I live in the heartbeat of it. I'm in the middle of the city. I'm walking the streets every day, and we're back. And I think there's a lot of energy and excitement to, Buster coming on, what the Niners have done in the past couple of years, making a couple Super Bowls, the Warriors championships. Now the city's back thriving. It's on the up and up. Things are feeling much safer. And, we had our low point, but we did what every great city and every great person does, is we responded. And there's been a lot of movement within the infrastructure of the, of the local, I guess, politics, but also, just the city has bounced back. The leaders of the businesses have stepped in. They've created all sorts of nonprofits that I've been, Yes to SF, and a lot of these great other companies around here, picking up trash, planting trees, inducing policy to keep the bay clean, inducing policy to keep us safe in the streets, because that's all you need. If you feel safe and we feel clean, the city is the city. It's the best in the world.
Hunter, you're the best, man. Thank you so much. And again, we're going to send people your way. It is coming up February 15th and 16th, the Celebrity Pickleball Bash. Tickets at celebritypickleballbash.com, and they start at $49. And we thank you for coming on, man.
Thank you all for having me. Always a pleasure.
There he goes. Hunter Pence right here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, good stuff. And I can't refute what he's saying about the vibes. And you and I were talking off the air about just how it feels now heading into a Giant season. It does feel like
different.
Fans who were turned off. And I always harken back to my father-in-law, Pop, who is a Giants fan, and he has been waiting for this regime change for probably 3 years. And when it happened earlier this offseason, he mentioned the head of the snake has been removed. And so I know that he is now more interested and excited. And even if you're a casual fan, the idea of Buster Posey at the helm, forget whether or not he is good at it, will be good at it, or you think he's good at it. Buster's here and Buster's back.
Yeah, there's nothing bad about that. But I'm glad that Pop referred to the head of the snake. Can we talk about this for a second?
Thank you.
Because you're talking about Farhan Zaidi.
Yeah.
And Farhan went on Foul Territory, which is that on MLB Network? Or is
it's their own like independent.
It's their own independent
stream.
thing. Okay,
Yeah.
Foul Territory TV. And
like AJ Przynski and Eric Kratz.
Coincidentally, it is hosted by AJ Przynski. So Przynski talking to Farhan, for many Giants fans, literally sounds like a nightmare.
Can we get Aubrey Huff to guest host?
Get him on in there, right? It's
Armando Benitez, is he available?
It's just like get all the evil in the room at the same time.
Go Dodgers.
Yeah, let's wake up Tommy Lasorda. May he rest in peace, and he can come be in the room too. All right? But I want to bring this to everyone's attention because love him, hate him, indifferent. This was really interesting, and it's worth hearing. 3 different things. The first one is the big question about why the Giants were never able to land the big fish. And he spotlights Bryce Harper, Aaron Judge, and Shohei Ohtani. And here is what Farhan said about why they struck out.
It's a great question. And, when I look back, when you're talking about Harper, Judge, Ohtani, these are like 3 of the 5 best players in baseball. So I guess we took some big swings. Obviously, what happened with Carlos Correa was very unfortunate. But we took big swings, and with each of those guys, I think Bryce had some concerns about the ballpark. That can happen at times when you're trying to sign a position player, not always, but it's something that position players have some concerns with. Some guys are just East Coast guys and want to prefer to be there. I look at Aaron Judge. I mean, he had a legacy with the New York Yankees, one of the signature franchises in baseball, and it was kind of hard to pull him away from that. We tried, but ultimately didn't work. And then, you look at Shohei, he was building a house in Southern California. Obviously, the Dodgers have been really successful. So I don't know that there's really a common thread. We took some swings, and they were swings and misses, and I take responsibility for that. But I really push back hard on this narrative that nobody wants to play in San Francisco. Nobody wants to play for the Giants. It's a great city. It's a great organization. I have been so happy in my time in San Francisco, and I wish the organization the best. And I know that they're going to continue to be able to attract players. And, Willie Adames a couple weeks ago is just the last example.
I know a lot of people, look, it's a results business and no one wants to hear it. I accept those answers. The piece of it that I wish had come out differently back in the day, at the end, he's like, I really push back on this narrative about people not wanting to come to San Francisco. I'd argue, Farhan, you were one of the reasons this narrative exists. Mm-hmm. Why didn't you push back on it then? In many people's minds, you were the first one to bring it up.
Exactly. And you can talk about the ballpark and Judge's legacy with New York and the Correa thing being unfortunate, and all those things are true. Bryce Harper and whatnot.
And Shohei in L.A.
Right.
He was building a home there.
And you can't always win the free agent deals, but I do think the bigger piece is the fact that they were probably big game hunting when they should have been, going for the medium game hunting.
Well, I do not mind them getting in the sandbox and trying to play. And if sand ends up in your face, sand ends up. Don't be afraid to fail.
Yeah.
I have no issue with that. Now, intrigue, I think, goes up even further. Listen to these details about the chase for Aaron Judge. Because, Dibs, you and I are out there at the freaking beepity-bop in Linden with the Lions Club in Linden, California, freezing our butts off and talking into tin cans, doing a show. And here's what was going on behind the scenes.
I would think that if we had him, I would be the first to know. So I knew it was false, and I was not happy about it at all. Oh, John Heyman had told him to take it down immediately because, our whole strategy with that situation was let's just stay around the backboard. He's got a lot of allegiance to the Yankees, but, they seemed like they had reached an impasse in negotiations, and it was a question of whether the Yankees were going to take that last step to get the deal done or whether there'd be an opportunity for somebody else. So we were kind of right in that window where I thought there might be an opening for us to get the deal done. Then John sent that tweet out, and honestly, and Yankees people will tell you it really spooked them into getting the deal done, having the 9th year. So I blame John. That's and I've had this conversation with John. I've joked with him. But, there is a general point here about being in a front office, which is, you're thinking about a deal, and then when you read something on the internet or you hear something and you think you might lose that deal, it's amazing. You think you're at your limit, But when you hear you might be losing a player or a deal, you have one extra year to get it done. And that's a lesson that I've learned. I've been in that position, and I think New York was in that position. I think in the moment they thought they'd lost him, and it gave them a little more motivation to, add what they needed to do to get that deal done. And it got done that night.
Thanks a lot, John. Thanks a lot.
So he's basically saying that the John Heyman tweet spurred the Yankees to further action, and that's why they didn't land Aaron Judge.
Well, no, he's not quite saying that.
That's what I heard.
No, not that's why. He said, I thought there might be an opening in that moment, but in the end, we'll never know if there was an opening in that moment because in many ways, John, making it sound like John Heyman, for those of you who don't know, the famous tweet, Arson Judge appears headed for the Giants. That tweet spooked the Yankees, and it was only hours later that they called him and added an extra year, and he was done.
Yeah. Now,
Aaron Judge, I don't think wanted to leave the Yankees.
Right.
And I think Farhan is saying that. But let's put it this way. Tweet didn't help. It didn't help.
Right, but I don't think that the deal. I think the Yankees still would have given him that extra year had the tweet not happened.
Maybe.
Well, we'll never know.
He said that they were at an impasse.
Right.
I mean, why did it take as long as it did?
Impasses are either temporary or permanent.
Correct.
And, usually.
And we'll never know.
Right. And I think Farhan is too conveniently pointing the finger at John Heyman as opposed to pointing it back at himself.
Would you like to hear him pointed at Will Clark?
As long as there are 3 chuckles in his answer.
I know there's only one way to find out.
A lot of talk out there. I think my reputation precedes me with that kind of thing. I mean, you look around the game, front offices and, managers, there's a lot of interaction. There's a lot of exchange. I never made the lineup. I know Will Clark thinks I made the lineup, but, and I love Will, but that just wasn't the case. Sometimes you're wondering, hey, our starting catcher is going to catch 2 out of 3. What's the right time to drop in the backup? Or, you want to get the staff's thoughts on how they view the starting pitcher for the opposing team. Do we think this guy is better against lefties or righties? What does that mean in terms of the guys we put in the lineup? But I viewed it all as a conversation. I never said, this guy's got to play. I think when you take a step back, you might say, hey, we're bringing this young player up. We want to give him some playing time. So general things like that. But, on a day-to-day basis, we definitely had conversations about the lineup. But, there was never the handing over of a slip that had the guys 1-9. I think that's a real misconception.
Well, you only got 2 chuckles.
Yeah.
But he would like to tell you he's never made the lineup card, even if your name's Will Clark.
That's fine. But he did go on to detail 6 or 7 instances where he would meet with the staff and impart his opinion.
Nudge him, push him, shove a shoulder into him.
I don't believe he ever wrote down 9 names and gave it to him, but I also do believe that his input was very, very well delivered on the daily.
Want to do it again tomorrow?
I can't wait till tomorrow. I'm hot.
Better get your fade pick ready.
I wouldn't fade me if I were you. I'm in the win column now, dog.
You are. You've never been more due for a loss than you are right now.
The pick is in.
Guess what's coming up, everybody? It's Grandy. Best of the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, for Steven, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My entire family's obsessed with all things.